Hey everybody, Mark Agnesi here from Gibson TV. Welcome to The Collection, our deep dive behind some of the coolest and rarest guitars in the world. Now, whether these are stage-played icons, studio gems, or rare one-of-a-kind vintage guitars, in every episode we go deep, not only on the story of the guitar, but the player who treasures it. We've compiled all of our episodes together, including some never-before-seen bonus footage, so sit back, relax, and get ready to check out some of the coolest guitars in the world. Up first, one of my biggest guitar influences as a kid, and definitely my favorite episode of The Collection so far. The episode was so great, it was even made into this huge, gigantic coffee table book on Gibson Publishing. And we even went out and did a whole book tour in 7 different cities during Metallica's North American 72 Seasons tour. Of course, this is The Collection with Kirk Hammett. Hey everybody, Mark Agnesi here for Gibson TV. Today, I'm in Los Angeles, California, on my way to see my friend and my childhood guitar icon, Kirk Hammett. Now, for over 40 years, Kirk's been holding down lead guitar duties in the one and only Metallica, and he's inspired generations of players to pick up a guitar and learn to shred. And with over 125 million albums sold and sold-out stadium tours all over the globe for the last 30 years, you can bet Kirk's guitar collection is fit for rock royalty. Today, we're going to take a look at a few of the highlights. What you're about to see may shock you. This is The Collection, Kirk Hammett. Kirk, we're finally here, man. Thank you for sitting down with me.
Finally, Mark.
I've been talking about this for a while. I've got so much stuff I want to talk to you about. But before we get into everything, we just got to go all the way back. So, when you were growing up, is there any sort of memory in your mind that is the first memory you have of noticing the guitar and going, I gotta do that?
Well, there are 2 incidences, and it's funny because, there's one incident that I talk about a lot, and what that was like one of the first songs that stuck in my head as a kid. I had been maybe 4 or 5 years old. Was Baby You Can Drive My Car, Yeah. Yes, I'm gonna be this, I remember I was playing with my cousin at one point, and he jumped on top of a table. We were just out in the yard. He jumped up on top of the table and started playing air guitar, and he's going bow, 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 and started playing that song. And I remember looking at him and laughing, thinking, wow, you look so cool. And I jumped up on the table and joined him, right? No. And then second time, I had to have been about maybe 7 or so. My grandmother got me a toy Monkees guitar.
Nice.
Yeah, TV show The Monkees, and it was this metal and plastic thing. And you weren't really supposed to play it, but I remember I used to drag it around with me every single room in the house, outside, and just pretend that I was playing it until it literally fell apart, But I loved that little Monkees guitar. And it's funny because I just remembered that last week. I was like, oh my God, I had a Monkees guitar, and I used to carry it everywhere with me when I was a kid. A couple of years later, I have an older brother. He's 11 years older than me. One day he came back from school, and he had a black case. And him and my cousins, who were also older than me, they were just around this black case. And then he opened it up, and I remember walking around looking in, and it was a red SG. This had to have been maybe 68 or 69. I was transfixed. Not the guitar, it was the case. I'd never seen anything with carpet inside like that.
Yeah.
And then I remember opening up the compartment and seeing the strap, and then my brother goes, oh, that's where it is. And then the next day I remember seeing the guitar on the floor. My brother was out of the house doing something. I remember sneaking over, picking up the SG, putting it on, figuring out how to plug it into some blackface Fender, hitting the switch, red light, orange light would come on. And I remember hitting that one note, but it was so loud, or at least so loud to me, that I got instantly scared. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get in trouble. And I put it all away again. But it was thrilling, you know? I remember like putting it on and thinking, wow, I feel different, you know? And then it wasn't really until I was like 13 or 14 years old that I started like getting into rock music. About a year ago, I realized that I hadn't really heard rock music in the traditional sense. So I was like 12 or 13 years old. So my parents were constantly playing classical music, opera, jazz, bossa nova. You know, my brother had rock albums, so he'd put them on, play a song here, you know, take it off, put on, you know, McCoy Tyner album, play that, take it off, put on Tito Puente album, then put on Grateful Dead. So there's always like a lot of music, but I was never fed a steady diet of rock and roll until I was about 13 or 14 years old. And I moved out of San Francisco. All of a sudden I was in a public school rather than a Catholic school. You know, I saw all these kids with like, they're talking about, you know, 3 bands, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and Jethro Tull. And I kept on thinking, who are those people? And, you know, I did my own research and found out, oh, these are bands. And then I saw a picture of Kiss. I was like, wow, these guys are cool. So I bought the first Kiss live album, and I realized, wow, there's a whole type of there's a whole genre of rock music that I wasn't even aware of. And that, you know, that led me to learn about bands like Led Zeppelin and you know, Jimi Hendrix, you know, Stones, Cream, whatnot. You know, later on, Thin Lizzy, Leonard Skinner, you know, Scorpions, UFO, Motorhead. It's interesting because like a lot of people I do talk to, they've been around rock music, you know, pretty much from the very beginning, and I always felt like I was too, but that wasn't really the case for me. Yeah. Which kind of explains why I have a pretty wide musical palette. You know, I like all sorts of types of music. Every time I would hear music, I would distinctly hear the guitar first. Wasn't the vocals, wasn't the melodies, wasn't the drums. That guitar always stood out. Those frequencies always stood out. Those, you know, that sound always caught my ear and always got me thinking, you know, what is it? Why does it sound so good? My friends and I, we were just on a steady diet of Thin Lizzy, Led Zeppelin, and Leonard Skinner. What we would do is we would get tennis rackets and just air guitar. Yeah. Till one day I just said, you know, I don't want to air guitar anymore. My brother played guitar. I should just get a guitar. I had $10 and a Kiss album. He wanted that Kiss album. I said, I'll trade you this Kiss album, $10 for that Montgomery Ward guitar. And he goes, yeah. I go, give me that thing. I had this Montgomery Ward guitar, and my friend John Marshall, he had a cheap Gibson copy, and we had the brilliant idea of combining them into trying to make a double neck guitar. Nice. Two completely different types of guitars, completely different types of maker, different types of wood. We tried to glue them together to make a double neck guitar. That didn't happen. And I needed a guitar, so in the interim, I had a really cheap Stella until I convinced my mom to put down payment on a Stratocaster, a 78 Strat. And, you know, this is around the time of like Van Halen 1. So everyone had a Strat with the idea of putting a humbucker pickup. And so I did the same thing, routed out the bridge pickup and put like a DiMaggio Super Distortion or something in the bridge pickup. I still couldn't get that sound that I wanted, which was basically the sound I heard on UFO albums, you know, and on Zeppelin albums. I remember was going out with this one girl at the time. She said, let's go to Burger King. I was like, okay. So we're sitting there eating like, you know, a Whopper or something. And she goes, I'll be right back. I'm like, okay. She comes back and she goes, here, I got you a application for a job here. Sign here. I'm like, huh? And I thought about it. I was like, oh, wait, this might be a good opportunity for me to like make some money for some guitar strings. So, signed. But then I realized, oh, shoots, now I have a job. Now I have to like actually like, work. But then I thought, but I need a better guitar. So I thought, this is brilliant. I'll just work at Burger King just long enough for me to save up some money so that I could trade in my Strat. And I think it was like maybe $200 or $300 toward a brand new black Flying V that was at Leo's Music in Oakland. I remember seeing that black V and telling the guy, my friend who worked there, gotta hold this guitar for me for like a month. And he literally like stashed it in the back. And then I came in, gave him the Strat, gave him the cash, and I had that Gibson V, and I was so happy. I plugged it into my it was like a Sun practice amp at the time, and the sound was there. The sound that Jimmy Page got, the sound that Michael Schenker got, the sound that Jeff Beck got on Truth, basically the humbucker sound. I had the sound that Exodus needed, and so we started writing heavier stuff, faster stuff, and it really had a lot to do with the fact that I had the setup that I heard on other albums, which is a Flying V and a Marshall half stack. That became my guitar, man. Carried it everywhere. It's on the first 4 or 5 Metallica albums, it was on all the tours.
Well, we're going to get started here. Brown case. Let's start with brown case.
Yep. When you see a brown case, you pretty much know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, it's about to be fun.
Yeah.
We got one latch.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Let's start at the beginning.
Yes. I thought it would be really important to have first year model Les Paul, 52.
No number.
This is such an iconic design, and just, you need to have an original just to have. And a lot of people don't like this trapeze tailpiece, but you can do some interesting things, with your palm on it, moving it around. And I love the P90 pickup.
Most of these that I've played, as cumbersome as the bridge can be, they sound ridiculous. There's something about the
there's some like special oomph that comes with these guitars from 1952, and a lot of them I see are also missing
the ring.
The ring too. I don't know why that is. Maybe the ring, just that particular ring wasn't as functional as later rings. And I love the gold finish. I love gold top finishes, especially when they have a little bit of checking like this. I think the checking is so interesting on the gold tops. It's just like, it's almost like it brings out more of the gold.
Yeah.
Now,
you remember where you got this one?
This was an eBay guitar.
You got it on eBay. Hey.
Yes. And
we all get a queue on eBay.
I was like, I hope it's okay. And when it showed up, it was absolutely okay, because that has not always been the case. I learned my lesson, like all this other guitar collectors. The guy was solid, and I spoke to him. He sent me pictures. It all checked out. It was all original, and I got it for a decent price. And it's like, probably the only eBay guitar purchase I've ever gotten where it was just 100% right.
Now, when do you reach for a P90 guitar instead of a humbucker guitar?
When I just want something different, and I want to invoke the spirit of someone like Leslie West, or maybe Johnny Winter, or someone who's just like a P90s player, but mostly like Leslie West. For single coil pickups, they're pretty fat, pretty full. And, have a pretty wide tonal spectrum. I used to never even bother with them. I was an EMG guy, put EMG in everything. I think I even probably thought about putting EMGs in this at one point. That was a joke.
Would it ever be a live guitar, or is this a studio only?
This would be a studio.
Noise and the live.
Yeah, because when you're dealing at those volumes and you turn around to face your cabinet, we all know that sound. And it's just like, you don't want to subject the audience to that, especially through a massive PA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, great place to start.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, this case has seen better days.
Yeah. Sometimes the case is just as interesting as what's inside.
Well, I'm
So,
anxious to see.
yep.
The
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to say I just love Juniors and Les Paul Specials and all those kind of guitars because they're just so fun. These are perfect guitars for just like sitting in front of the television and just like, plinking away on just whatever, hitting just like, whatever. And this one is pretty special. I saw it in an auction that Richard Gere was having. What really just kind of like brought my attention to this guitar is not the fact that the bridge has been replaced, but because it says Tosh right there.
As in Peter Tosh?
As in Peter Tosh. And so, I gathered that this must have been Peter Tosh's guitar at one point. I don't know if it actually was or not. I like thinking that it was. I love Bob Marley. I love Peter Tosh, Bunny Wailer. I'm a huge reggae fan. And these necks, they're like so like flat,
It's a 60, right?
Yeah, they're so flat. And I love how flat they are, flat with like binding, but with such a small neck. And again, P90s, black. Yeah. And
the bridge,
yeah.
why change it?
Yeah, why change it? I think Peter Tosh might have put it on there, so why change it? To me, it's original to the guitar. And I really like the double cutaway specials, There's something about the double cutaways that are really nice.
The TV just looks good.
Yeah, the yellow is great. I don't see how it would show up. Well, I do see how it would show up as white on a black and white TV. But man, the yellow, it's such a great shade of yellow.
It's killer.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So this is a great guitar. And it's a little heavier too than usual.
Oh wow, that neck is.
Yeah. Heavier. Yeah. And all I want to do is go skank, 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 skank. So it's a good one.
Very, very cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Do the stuff.
Yep.
Well, this is a reissue brown case, so there could be anything in here.
Yes, and yeah, but the only way to find out is to open it up and see what's inside.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, here we go.
Staple pickup.
Yeah, this is a special guitar. It was owned by one of my idols, and this one was owned by Nick Ralphs. And I've always appreciated his sound. His sound was always just like that much more, to me. And I love his playing. It's really melodic and really thoughtful playing. When I found out that this guitar was available and it was his, I freaked out. And this is like, yeah, no questions asked. I'll take it. And then right after I bought it, I ran into a friend of his, this guy named Rhino. And then he said, oh, yeah, I remember that 56. That was his house guitar that, he used to just keep around the house, be on the couch or something. He'd pick it up and play it.
Nice.
And I'm thinking, wow, that's probably better than having a stage guitar, something that he kept around. Yeah, just like in arm's length, playing.
Tell me your impressions of the staple pick.
Well, I have to tell you, man, when I first heard this staple pickup, I thought it was unlike anything I'd ever heard before.
It is, yeah.
I was so blown away. It was while I was recording a track for my solo album, The Gin. And there was a certain part, a 2 or 3 second part, I needed to come up with just a short guitar melody. And so I grabbed this guitar, plugged it into Logic, put it on this pickup, and recorded the melody, and it is so appropriate for the part. It's a tone that isn't anywhere else on the album. And every time I hear it, I go, oh, that's that 56, and that staple pickup, and it sounds like no other neck pickup, I've ever seen ever. It had, at one point, gold hardware, and it sounds killer, and it's light. It's not that heavy at all.
Yeah. Not all of these are.
Yeah.
Some of them are bricks.
Yeah. I mean,
It is nice.
because I have, like most guitar players, I have neck and shoulder problems from playing guitar.
Yeah.
So I gravitate to lighter guitars because of that these days.
Great checking on this.
And the checking is great. It's weird how, some checking goes this way and then some checking goes this way.
Yeah.
You never really know what to expect, but got it for the right price, has a great story, and for me it's a connection to one of my guitar idols, Mick Ralphs.
And it's committed to record.
Yeah,
It's there forever.
It's there forever.
Rad.
Yeah, love it. Yeah.
Now, I know I've heard you say that kind of those first few Metallica records, there weren't a lot of guitars
No.
around.
No.
When did that finally, you guys started making money, you guys started buying stuff? When were your first, I don't even want to say collecting, because it probably wasn't a collection yet. It was more about just getting more tools. When did you start adding more guitars to the line?
Around Master of Puppets, I think I had like 5 guitars, and there's more guitars than I ever had, I felt on top of the world. I had my Flying V for the recording of Kill 'Em All. I remember at one part, we wanted, there was a break in the middle of Four Horsemen, and we needed something with a Floyd Rose, but there were nothing but Gibsons around. But then someone found a reversed Firebird that had a Bigsby on it. And that's what we ended up using for like a hot second on Kill 'Em All during Four Horsemen. And that was like the one like strange guitar that's on Kill 'Em All. For Ride the Lightning, again, is that black Flying V. I think I had the Fernandez Strat that had EMG pickups in it as well. I got that just so that I could have a whammy bar, because I only had my Flying V. Those 2 guitars were used to Ride the Lightning. Then for Master of Puppets, I had the Flying V, the black Fernandez Strat, and then like a red Fernandez kind of like super Strat thing. And also a Jackson too, Randy Rhoads, yeah. An 85 Jackson Randy Rhoads I still have, that's so busted up now, but sounds so amazing. And then for Master of Puppets, that's when we started getting more guitars. And that's when a really, really nice Sunburst reissue. And that's when I got that really, really great black Gibson Custom.
That you still kind of
have, yeah. Still kind of have. And those were used on Justice for All. Those 2 Les Pauls. And then I started using the ESPs as well for Injustice for All. And then for the Black Album, it was the Flying V again, the 2 Les Pauls, and then ES-295. No. I used on a couple songs. By that time, James was using Explorers, both ESP and Gibson Explorers. I had a gold top with P90s in it. That was when we started.
When did the real collecting
started around Injustice for All.
Injustice for All as well.
This guy named Pete's Guitars in Minnesota. He went to the show early because he knew the promoter, got a room, and just like filled it with guitars and opened up all the cases, so that once we got to the venue and Pete came up and said, "Hey, I'm Pete, I brought down a couple guitars for you to see." And we were like, "Okay, yeah." And then he'd lead us into this room, and literally there'd be like 30 guitar cases open. We'd just be like, that's when we first started really like buying stuff.
Yeah. Now, when it first started, were there certain things that you had like on the want list, or were you kind of just trying to get a little bit of everything, or were you really focused on certain things?
Well, I really didn't know about certain things, you know. I was really instinctual. If it sounded good, I would buy it. You know, I didn't know about bursts. I didn't know how great they were. You know, I didn't know about PAFs. You know, I didn't know about certain models coming out certain years. I was just really intuitive, you know, and I would buy anything if it sounded good. But, you know, I did end up with like a few juniors, you know, a few P90 Les Pauls. I remember playing a 58V back then, and it was only $8,000, but I thought, $8,000, that's way too much. Man, I should have bought it.
All right. Another brown case.
What's in it? There's so many brown cases.
Oh, shut up. That's factory?
Yep. This is definitely something that's rare. I think, you know, the popular term at the moment is unicorn, and this is a true
Great White Buffalo.
Yeah. It's original factory finish 1958 Gibson Les Paul Burst.
Yikes.
That came with a Bigsby that I took out. I have the cutest picture of the original owner with this guitar. You know, this guy, he's like, you know, he had to be like in his 80s or something. He's holding this guitar and he has the biggest smile on his face. After I got this guitar, I could relate to that big old smile on his face, because you don't see this.
So what's this? I mean, I don't know the story, so I want to see what you like.
So the
was this
stories-
ordered like a custom order, or were there just a run of 3 that got made, or they're like?
Well, the story behind this one is somewhere in the South. The original owner of this wanted a red Les Paul and custom ordered this guitar from Gibson, and then it came and he got it, and you know, he was just kind of like a strummer type of player, and he played it for a couple of years and then just put it under his bed or something till like the 80s. My friend found it and bought it from him, and then he sat on it for like 20 years. I saw it and worked out a deal with him, but I couldn't say I bought it for 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind of thing, you know. That was 8 years ago.
So it's cleared.
So it's clear now, and you know, like I said, it's original finish, not like the George Harrison one,
Which was a refit.
And I know that there might be another one out there. I'm not 100% sure, but this is exactly what it is. It's like 100%, like almost mint.
No, that's killer.
Yeah, you know, I say almost mint because, you know, it has.
Well, no, that doesn't change the fact that it is what
But
it is.
it's a great weight as well. Like I said, they all sound great.
Now, was this bought with the collector heart in mind, knowing that it was a rare one thing, or just,
Always. Yeah.
No, this is like you had to just.
Yeah, it's just like
had to
I was like, that's so amazingly beautiful and rare. It'll probably make it onto an album in the future, because, you know, my idea is to like use all my vintage guitars in the studio someday, you know, just to document the sound.
Yeah.
You know,
And it's just crazy because in '58, I mean, SGs weren't a thing yet, so that red wasn't. We weren't shooting ES 335s or 355s in red yet. That was until '59.
Nope.
So like, this is like
it's
early trans cherry Gibson stuff.
And when you turn it around, it's, you know, the color from the front to the back is so consistent.
Yeah.
You know, and the neck, it's like the whole thing is red.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, it's crazy. And like I said, it sounds great, sounds beautiful, stays in tune. Look, the tuners look brand spanking.
No
new.
shrink, no.
It's nuts. And so, yep, this is one of my babies.
Hasn't made it onto a record yet?
Not yet, but, you know, every intention on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every intention. Yeah, it's a good one.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
stupid. Moving on with the Les Pauls. Mm-hmm. Black case.
Another black case. This is the case that came with it, so I'm not really sure if it's original or not, but we'll find out.
Saw the staple
once we
pickup.
open it up, and it should have a yellow interior, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there
there it is.
Yellow interior.
You're going to do a stable pickup custom. You got to have the 3 pickup custom.
Yeah. And, I've been looking for one of these for the longest time, and I've played a lot of great ones, but this one is special in that it doesn't weigh 15 pounds.
Yeah.
You get one on with a Bixby and forget about it. Now, I'd be at the chiropractor like every week, and the middle pickup is out of phase.
Yeah.
Got
a thing for that.
Yeah. When I first got my paws on this guitar, again, it was a kind of situation where it's like, you're not getting it back. Just tell me what you want. And he said, I want one of your stage guitars. I go, done.
Yeah. How often do you know it almost within seconds when you pick something up?
Oh, I know within the first minute.
You never need to be sold on something.
You pretty much know it from the
Yeah,
second
I mean,
play.
and like people try to sell me on guitars. I'm just like, yeah.
But in great condition, man. Still got fretless wonders on it.
Yeah.
Now, you play a lot of Sunburst Les Pauls. What's your preference on the ebony board versus the rosewood board?
I like the rosewood.
You prefer
The rosewood board.
There's something about it when you've been playing a rosewood neck, after about an hour or so, it's just like the rosewood starts to feel different. The ebony, when you're playing it for an hour or so, it just consistently still feels like ebony, The fretless wonder, I get what they're trying to do. It takes me like 15 minutes just to get used to it. But once I'm used to it, it's cool, man. It's cool for clean playing, like jazzy kind of playing. Fretless wonders are great.
Yeah.
For rock,
Big string bending and shit like that. It's
it's hard to really dig in when it's a fretless wonder. I like my guitars to fight me back a little bit,
Well, hey, that's why we have more than one guitar.
Exactly.
That's why we collect these things.
Exactly.
Man, this is killer.
Yeah, I love it.
Just
and
the right amount of patina on it.
Yeah. Most of the gold is still on there.
Still intact.
Yeah. And so.
Waffle backs. Killer.
Yeah. It's a good one. It's and like I said, that was the one I've been looking for like the last 20 years.
Just because the weight is.
Yeah, the weight is perfect on that
Uncommon.
Yeah.
For one of these.
Yes. Yep.
Sweet. Do you remember the first time you did play a Sunburst
Yes.
Les Paul?
It was during the recording of the Black Album. It was Bob Rock's. He pretty much gave me the whole rundown on why those guitars are so special. For a few years, all the pickups are hand wound, no two sound the same. I have beautiful tops. There's special guitars all together. I was like, yeah. It was the year of, the moment of super strats. And so I was just like, I had like a bunch of super strats. And I was just like, yeah. But then one day he said, here, try this. And I plugged it in and I couldn't believe how responsive it was, how touch sensitive it was and how little sounds, little things, little squeals could sound so cool. You get that with an EMG, but it's on steroids and it's not as subtle. There's sounds that come out of those PAFs that we would never expect. Whereas EMGs, what you're going to get all the time, full out distorted frequencies, harmonic distortion, full out. Nothing is subtle. And when you turn them down, not what a PAF is when you turn it down. And I thought when I first started playing them, I was like, this is amazing sound, but it's not really our sound. And Bob Rock says, oh yeah, sure it is. You just need to learn how to incorporate it. And I was like, yeah. But then a couple of years after that, which would be about 1994, I went to Groon's. I saw a burst. I played it and I was like, I gotta buy this. And I bought it and it was amazing. Showed Bob, I go, check this out, Bob. He goes, wow, this is great. But then I saw this other one that my friend had that was better. And the one that he had a broken neck, but it sounded better. And I said to my friend, you got to sell me this one. And then I had two. And then it went from there.
So this was what, 94-ish?
94, 95.
What were you paying for a burst? In
The first one I bought was $20K, and then the second one, $25K.
So this was still in the $20,000 range. On
Yeah,
burst.
yeah. And man, I should have bought as many as I could, because I just recently bought one, and it wasn't that
Wasn't $20K anymore?
No.
Oh boy, 5 latch,
Yep.
brown case.
Yep. 5 latches and a brown case only mean one thing.
We're officially into
Yeah.
PAF territory.
Yes. And
burst territory.
and the best, some of the best PAFs ever made. Oh yeah.
That's lemon.
Yep. This one is, let's see, which one is this? This is a 58, and this one used to be super red until about 2 years ago. I opened up the case and I was like, where did all the red go?
Wow. So
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Now, do you name all the bursts? Does this one have?
This one I think is the one that it's like the second one I ever had, and this is the one that I recorded most of Load on. I don't really have a name for this one. I have a name for all the other ones, but I don't have a name for this one. That's pretty crazy.
Got great top on it.
Yeah, I love the honey burst. I guess that would be a honey burst, and it's super flamey. It's had a neck repair right there. You can see it.
Yeah.
But I don't mind. I'm of the theory that if you break a neck on a Les Paul, don't get bummed out, because when you get it back, it's going to sound better than it did, and that drives me crazy. I have at least 3 Les Pauls. Headstock broke off, came back, a better sounding guitar.
What is it? Can you?
I'd hate for someone to chop off my head and then put my head back on and then tell me I was a better person. So, but this one this Les Paul I got cheaper because it did have a headstock repair, and this is like the second one I had, and this one it's all over Load and I think Reload, and this is the one that really got me going. On bursts, yeah. I'll never forget it because it just had this weird kind of like wear mark on pickguard right here. Wow, I haven't seen this guitar in a long time.
Now, this is a 58. You got 58s. You got 59s, obviously. You have 60s as well. Mm-hmm. Does it matter? Do you notice differences tonally between the years?
Yeah, I found that 59 was a magic year.
Yeah.
And late 59 was like the ideal period, because they had those great 59 pickups, 60s body dimensions or specs. So the late 59s with 60 specs, I think, are probably the best ones. I have like a couple 60s, and I love them too. They're a little bit more aggressive sounding.
Magnets get a little stronger.
Yeah, they're a little bit more aggressive, and they have a lot more red, which I love, And it seems like a lot of my bursts now, when I open up the case, they have less and less reds. It's the case with a lot of my friends who have bursts too. They open up their case and it's less and less red. So it must be happening worldwide.
It's a global thing.
Yeah, global thing. Like I said, I have not seen this guitar in a long time, and actually feels good to hold it again. I get attached to guitars, and I'll play them for 3 or 4 weeks until I figure out, it's time to switch it. What can I say? They're hard guitars to get rid of.
Yeah.
Once you have one, it's just
hard to go back.
Hard to let go of.
Yeah. We got to talk about Greenie.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
How did you find out about that guitar being for sale? What drew you to? What was it? The Gary Moore, Peter Green connection, or was it the sound of that guitar, or was it both?
Well, when that guitar became available, I was aware of it. It was like, I read about it in the guitar magazines. I read all the guitar magazines every month. I'm an obsessive reader, and so I have to get all the guitar magazines and read them all back, cover to cover. So I was aware of Greenie being out there and it being, super expensive, price tag of $1.5 million or $2 million or something. I remember reading that and going, who's going to buy that? I didn't, I wasn't about to buy that. And so I didn't have interest because it seemed like one of those untouchable things. And so literally like 2 or 3 years later, I was just sitting bored in my hotel room in London. I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I don't know. I'll give my friend Richard Henry a call. I go, Richard, what do you got for me today? I know you have something. He goes, oh, I have a guitar for you. And I go, what do you have? He goes, I got the Peter Green, Gary Moore Les Paul. And I said, hold on, Richard. I'm not going to pay $1 million for a guitar ever, okay? He goes, oh, no, it's not. It's not $1 million. That's a rumor. That's all poppycock. You know, that's a word he used, poppycock. I go, okay, bring it over. You know, I had no plans, whatever. Literally like an hour and a half later, he showed up with another friend of mine, John Marlowe, and he goes, here it is. And I'm like, all right, let's see what all the hoopla is. You know, opened it up, saw the, neck pickup reverse, and I'm like, oh, there you go. Picked it up. Started hitting chords and going, oh, acoustically, it sounds pretty good, because, everyone knows that that's always a good sign. Yeah. If electric guitar sounds acoustically great, then chances are when you plug it in, it's going to be amazing. So I'm going, yeah, sounds good. Then I plugged it into that blues breaker and then put it on the neck pickup and started playing, still got the blues. I'm like, yep, there it is. And put on the bridge pickup, started playing some old Thin Lizzy stuff, I was like, yep. Then I put it in the middle, and I was not really familiar with the middle sound at all. This is a Les Paul. It's not supposed to sound like that, I was just like, this is amazing. And they're like, mm-hmm. And back to the bridge pickup. Oh, my God. Nice and syrupy. Back to the bridge pickup. Oh, my God. I'm not giving this guitar back to you guys. This all happened within like a minute. I said to him, nope, literally. And then Richard goes, okay, then let me take a picture. And the picture you see, the very first picture that you see of me with Greenie was within like literally the first 10 minutes. And I'm holding on to it. That's me saying, nope, you're not getting it back. And then I said, okay, how much is the price? And the price is very realistic. It wasn't $1 million, wasn't $500,000. I hear of Les Pauls going, these days for way more than what I paid for Greenie. I will never let anyone know how much I paid for Greenie. That's my secret. That guitar is priceless. No. I feel so fortunate that I got that guitar. It's changed my guitar style. It's opened up my ears to just other things. That guitar allows me to feel everything that much deeper. That's the type of guitar you want.
No.
Something that can reach deep inside yourself and just pull it out. Greenie does that every single time. I get emotional about it because I feel like I have such a connection to just, it's not just a piece of wood, but it's like, it's a magical piece of something. I don't know what to say about it. Peter Green saw it. Gary Moore saw it. I see it. It's just like, I let anyone and everyone play it because it is a guitar that everyone needs to experience because it's so special. Mr. Cameraman, I would let you play it in a second if you asked me. Everyone needs to play it. It's a special thing. I don't really feel like it's mine. I feel like I'm the caretaker, and I'm the caretaker. Where I sleep, it sleeps.
Seems to go with you wherever you are.
It's on the plane with me. It's not on the truck. It's not, it doesn't go ahead to the next show. I always have it. I look at Greenie, and it's an amazing guitar. You look at it, and it has all these scratches and dings. And I just think of, if all those scratches and dings could speak, there would be 1 million stories in there. And it's crazy. Jimi Hendrix has played that guitar. George Harrison's played that guitar. Jeff Beck, Rory Gallagher. The list is endless of the people who play that guitar because it's so inspiring and because I feel it has the ability to just reach deep inside of me. I want that for other musicians. I want that for other guitar players because that leads to better music, overall. That's why I feel the need to share this iconic instrument with people out there, because people deserve to experience something like this. It's a beautiful thing.
All right, gig bag.
Gig bag.
Mexican Strat?
Yeah.
Something like that?
$250 Mexican Strat.
Yeah.
Actually, it's that Montgomery Ward.
That Montgomery Ward guitar?
Saw it in half. Okay. Oh,
there it is.
She blows. There she goes. Steady, 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 Nick. Steady.
That's Greenie.
That's Greenie.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And always with a guitar strap.
And strap locks.
Strap locks. Because, man, I don't want to drop this guitar. And so, yeah. Listen how
It's just, you could just mic it.
so
and it'd be an acoustic, yeah.
so loud acoustically, it's just so amazing. It's just like feels so right in my hands. And like every night when Justin hands it to me to play on stage, I'm like, yeah, give it to me, because I just want to play it so loud to the PA. It's just so satisfying playing it to freaking 70,000 people, and it's weird because when I put it on, people are pointing at it, the audience are going,
Starr, yeah.
it's just like, so it kind of has its own thing going. I mean, this is the first guitar I've ever had that had its own fan base that I had nothing to do with. And, there are so many interesting things, like, Gary Moore put that wear mark there and right there, because he was constantly going like this, and when he played, his fingers would just sit right there. So he put those wear marks in it. It's amazing to look at old pictures of this guitar, because there's so much
Red on it, yeah.
I mean, so much red. And now look at it, and there's no top coat on it. It's practically all worn off.
It's gone.
And, you turn the thing over and look at that. I mean, that's a well-played guitar right there.
Yeah.
I mean, to the max.
Now, one thing I want to point out, because a lot of people know a lot of stuff about this guitar and they know the history. I don't know how many people know that you carved your initials into the back of the guitar. Can we flip this over really quick?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a KH. I mean,
okay,
why not, dude?
I was
your guitar.
Okay. I was sitting there one day rehearsal, just kind of bored, and I had this thing I do with my guitars. If I like the way it sounds, I'll carve my initials on them. It started with that Jackson back in
Kirk was here.
Yeah, Jackson in 1985. And so I was going like this, thinking, oh, maybe I should do that. And then Zach, or, one of our guys, ran up to me laughing with a pocket knife. I go, bro, you read my mind. And I started carving my initials. He's going, no, he's joking. I'm like, I wasn't. Carve. And then afterwards I thought, uh-oh, I think I might have done something that some people might take issue with, but I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's my
guitar. So be it.
Now, I spent some time with this guitar in Nashville. It was in our vault. I might have visited on my lunch break.
Yeah.
For 4 days straight.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that until I saw a prototype that was coming, and I was like, and it's like I was waiting for you to turn it over to see if you actually did it, and you did.
When Cesar came out to HQ to look at Greenie, I handed him the guitar, and right when he was turning it over, I ran out of the room because I thought he was going to get offended, what the heck is this? But he saw that and he loved it. He thought it was great. He goes, oh, I love it. And this is going to be great for the limited edition. We'll put that on there and everyone will see it. It'll be great. And I go, okay, if you're not bothered by it, then that's wonderful.
Now, a question about the wear. Obviously, this guitar had a ton of wear on it when you got it. You've probably added some of your own. Whereabouts have you done most of your work?
Probably
Kind
right.
of the
Probably
armware
right
stuff?
here, because when I play, I use the top part of my arm as kind of like a pivot point. It's just like if you're playing for long periods of time in the studio, like for 7 or 8 hours, you just kind of just naturally do that. And so I would think, a lot of this is from me, because that's definitely from Gary, and that's definitely from Gary. But, also I wear a belt on stage. Got to wear a belt on stage because I have put the pack.
Oh, you got to have something to attach all this stuff.
Yeah. And so...
Obviously, that got started.
Yeah.
But you've added to that.
Yeah, and I've added to it. But, it's character, and, she keeps on sounding better and better to me, which means that it's just like she likes being played. Anyone can come up to me and go, "Can I take a picture with Greenie?" I'll go, "Sure. Here, put it on and play it, Play it as much as you want, because that guitar just wants to be played." I mean, it wanted to be played with Peter Green. It wanted to be played with Gary Moore. It wants to be played by me. It wants to be played by everyone in the world, I'm convinced. So much great music has been made with that guitar, and so much great music, I believe, will still be made with that guitar, even after I'm gone, probably. Who knows who will have it after me? Maybe it's my kids, maybe it's someone else. It can't be in a museum.
No.
It can't be in a private collection or a vault. It needs to be active and working. It's happy.
No. It's as good as advertised. It's as good as the hype.
Yeah.
It's as good as all of it.
And it's crazy because, like, sometimes, I'll be in that position, full on. I call it the dragon tone. And then I'll just back off just a little bit on this volume. And this weird thing happens where it goes from out of phase to back in phase. But the sound that it makes when it's doing that is phenomenal. And it's kind of non-musical sounding, and I'm trying to figure out how I can capture that sound and make it musical.
Yeah.
It's poetry, this guitar,
As good as it gets. It's the most famous Les Paul on the planet.
Well, I don't know, man. Jimmy Page's Les Paul is pretty damn famous too.
Yeah, but you don't own that one. You own this one.
Yeah.
This is the most famous one.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I kind of see it as it kind of like in charge of its own destiny, because it seems that way.
Yeah. Chainsaw case.
Chainsaw cases. I love chainsaw cases.
They're good for bursts.
Yeah, they're good for just about anything, really.
Oh, boy.
Yes, here we go. Here's another very important guitar. And again, every time I opened up a case, there's just slightly less red. But this guitar is Gary Moore's other.
This is also former Gary Moore.
Yeah, he had, I believe, 3 of them. The other one is called Spot, which was Roddy Montrose's guitar at one point. And so this was his other guitar, which, funny enough, he actually went on record to say that this was a better sounding guitar than Greenie. But I think Gary was just bored of Greenie maybe, and just was like wanting something new to play, because he had Greenie for like 25 years or something.
Now, did you get this after Greenie?
Yep.
When this one came up?
Yeah. And it was available, and I was just like, well, I'm a big Gary Moore fan, and I already have Greenie. My friend said he had it. I said, send it over. And I plugged it in, and of course I fell in love with it just right again. And, it's a 58. And I can tell that, this has been in the studio with me, because when I'm really desperate to record and I'm in a hurry, I will do anything to get the job done.
So the 3M tape, that's not factory?
That's not factory. That wasn't put, and I was not put there by Gary Moore.
Okay.
Something is probably happening with the jack, and I was impatient, and I said, give me some tape. I'll just tape it up, and we'll put the jack in, and we'll record the track. We recorded the track. I was happy. I took the guitar off and put it in the case without taking the tape off, and the tape is still on there now, and I apologize, because that's probably going to make people mad. But, and also...
But you're using it. You had to use the damn thing. You had to do it.
When I see this, I'm thinking, Well, it's kind of messed up. There's blue tape on a really, really cool Les Paul. But at the same time, it's part of its story. So I'm just like, I'll leave it on there for now. But yeah, Gary used this and recorded a bunch of singles on this guitar, and it's really, really great. It has a buzzy sort of sound to it. When you add some gain, it just has this weird chainsaw kind of distortion that I love.
Yeah.
And this is the only one that I have that sounds like that. And so, of course, I fell in love with it and just had to have it. And it's been played a lot. And it has these really strange, wear marks here. Look at that. I mean, yeah. Have you ever seen wear marks?
Sometimes I see this and it happens from a capo that someone might have left on and it ate through the finish, but I've never seen one.
Yeah, but
never seen one down there. That's
Yeah.
capoing pretty high up the neck.
Yeah. And so, that's the one thing that's really strange about this guitar is how did that kind of wear just happen? Like that. That's a pretty deep wear mark. But other than that, it's a great guitar. Every time I open up, there's less and less red. So it's on its way to being a honey burst, sooner or later.
Great wood, though.
Yeah.
Really, really pretty.
Yeah.
Figuring on it.
And it has the same wear that's on Greenie.
It's just on the guard instead of on the top.
Exactly. It's like, Gary would anchor his fingers there and just play. It's a good one. They're all good.
That's good.
Yeah. And decent weight as well.
Yeah. It feels great.
Yeah.
Another 5-latch lifting.
Yeah. Another brown case. Wow.
In certain shape.
Yeah. So, you always know what that's going to entail. And oh, goodness. Yes.
Boy, that's a lot of red and a lot of flame.
Yeah. This is a great guitar, and it's such a beauty. I mean, it's one of the most reddish ones I have now.
Is this a 60?
It's a 60, and almost all my Les Pauls once had red in them. So that's why I'm kind of making a big deal out of them when they do have red. And the 60s still kind of retain their red.
Man, in the case, that top didn't pop the way it did when I took it out. There's major wood on that.
Yeah, it's pretty flamey. This is the one I got. It's probably one of the most recent ones I got.
Yeah.
I got this one maybe 3 years ago. I call it Sunny because I noticed that the 60s ones are a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more upfront, a little bit more brighter, and hence the name, because it's brighter. I call it Sunny.
Great name.
Yeah.
Not too skinny. It's not like the blade 60 neck. It's kind of like the in between.
In between, yeah. It feels kind of like a 59.
Yeah.
The amazing thing about this guitar is when I first started playing, I was like, why is there 9s on this, bro? I use 10s. He goes, those are 10s. I'm like, really? It just plays so nice.
And you got the ABR all the way down.
Yeah.
You got the stop door all the way against the body, and it's still loose.
Yeah, it's super, super. Yeah, the tension's just so slinky still, and it's like, all the way down.
Yeah.
This is probably the best Les Paul neck out of all of mine because they don't feel like 10s. They feel like 8s or 9s.
Yeah.
And that to me is a miracle, because all my guitars, when you put 10s on them, they feel like 10s.
Yeah.
But this one, it feels like something else. And so it's one of my favorite ones.
God, looking at you holding it, the wood is
Yeah,
just,
it's
it was
amazing.
kind of peekaboo in the case. It ain't
Yeah.
peekaboo when you took it out of the case.
I mean, it's so killer.
Wow.
What can I say?
When did you get hip to the Carina, Flying V's, Explorers, stuff like that?
When I just really started getting feverish about bursts. And it wasn't until about maybe my third or fourth one that I thought, I have to get a Carina. I have to check it out. And so Bob knew a guy from Canada, and this guy called Bob and said, hey, I got this wacky Flying V that has all these rhinestones embedded in it. Are you interested? Bob said, no, but I might know someone who would be. That was me. And I remember finally the guitar arrived at the studio, opened it up, and this is this flying V. It was a Carina flying V, 100% original, except for all these rhinestones that were embedded, like in the headstock, in the pickup, on the pick guard, in the body along the pick guard. And I thought, oh my God, this thing's total bedazzled, but it sounds amazing. So I had it restored, and that was my first Carina guitar. And I just thought to myself, amazing. Then I thought to myself, I have to get it an Explorer. And so because that's what one does.
Got this odd wedge shaped.
Yes. It's always a good thing when something wedge shaped shows up. Yeah.
With some leather missing around the sides.
Yeah, 'cause it only really mean one thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep. Original case, original purple carpet inside.
Double black plastics.
Yep. This is either the second or third flying V ever made. It's a prototype. What can I say, man? For a person like myself who loves flying Vs, this is like, one of the ultimate Vs to have. Yeah. It doesn't have a serial number,
which
is
makes sense.
Yeah. The pickups, the pickup routes are not machined. They're chiseled out. These are screws instead of bolts.
Instead of
bolts.
And dude, a freaking crotch stinger. Yep. It's got a stinger in the crotch of the guitar.
Yeah. It's one of those rare kind of friggin' anomalies.
I love a stinger.
Yep.
For the win.
Why didn't they keep that? Is why
it's the coolest.
Yeah,
that's the coolest.
Why? Is this like? And then it has this weird thing right there, which is probably why they put the stinger. Yeah, not really sure what that is.
Wonder if they thought that's where the strap button
maybe
was gonna go, and they were still messing around with it.
Yeah, it sounds as good as Greenie does. There's something about that guitar. It's just like, it's crazy. And also, I don't know if it's my imagination, but gold-plated parts, they have a sound to itself, I think. It might just, maybe it's my imagination.
This is rare. I mean, ours is double black. You played ours in the vault, but only the first 4 or 5 were double black, and then the white stuff starts coming out, and then all the rest of them are white plastics.
Yeah.
So that makes sense that it was black and then to not have the
screws instead of the rivet.
The rivets, yeah.
Yeah.
It adds up, man. Has this been put on record?
Not yet, but the idea is to put it on record. And for some reason I can hear the cavity under here more so than other flying Vs. I don't know if it's my imagination or because it was hand routed instead of machined, and has just a little bit more acoustical space underneath the pickguard. I don't know. But, there's something underneath this that makes it sound unique, to other Vs. Yeah, good size neck, good weight. All the gold is still there. It's a great one, man. It's one of my favorite Vs. For a V guy like me, it's pretty much the ultimate.
It's the apex right there. Yeah.
And I feel very lucky because when I showed up at the guy's house, I saw the case. He goes, I don't know if I want to sell it. And literally, I had to get down on my knees and beg. And it was a slow process, but I finally got him to say yes. And here it is. I'm very, very happy to have it.
Fantastic.
I wanted this to look like, a typical heavy metal guitar case with a typical heavy metal guitar inside. But, once you open up the case, it's
feeling it's not typical.
Yeah, a completely different story altogether.
Yeah. Well, brown case, different shape.
Yeah.
And so we're going into some other fun stuff here.
Yeah. Ta-da.
Yikes.
Yep. And comes with a cheat sheet for turn the page.
Oh, nice.
Like I need a cheat sheet for turn the page.
It's nice to see
3 chords.
that you still have the lyric sheet with the chord changes over it, too, just like the rest of us.
Sometimes I need to put a music stand on stage because I forget things.
Oh. All right, so you're the second person with a Carina Explorer we've had on the show. Uncle Rick was the first.
Yeah. And, I sent him old Rick a picture of this, and he was just like, nice. I like it.
So a couple things I'm noticing. We shipped 19 Explorers in 58. That doesn't mean we only made 19 Explorers in 58, but we only shipped 19 Explorers in 58. This has a 58 serial number on it, but based on everything else on the guitar, this guitar probably shipped around 1963.
Yep.
Because we've got
Precisely.
nickel parts.
Yep.
We've got reflector knobs.
Yep.
You can see where there was a short Maestro,
Yep.
which would have been of that era, but it's got a 58 serial number.
Yep.
So this is totally legit from that original batch.
Yep.
Just did not ship until 1960.
Yep. And James's Explorer, very similar serial number, but his came out in 58 or something. And his hardware is totally different. And he didn't have a Maestro on his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all the 60s guitars had that. So when did you get this and where did you get this?
I got this at the same time that I got that red Les Paul. That was
a good day.
It was a big deal. And like I said, I couldn't talk about it for 5 years, you know? It was
a good day.
Yeah, it was a really, really, really good day. And, I've had it ever since. And one thing I've noticed of every single original Explorer I've ever seen, and I've only seen maybe 4 or 5. I'm not going to fool anyone, but they all kind of have this M or W grain, and that's a defining characteristic to me, of whether or not you have a real Explorer. Because I've had fake Explorers, and they're not that great, and they didn't have that WM kind of grain. Whoever had it before me and before the person I got it from, they didn't play it. This guitar has not been played that much.
Yeah.
I mean, for a guitar that's almost as old as I am, look at it. It's in a lot better condition than I am. It's just like there's hardly any belt or buckle scratch.
Yeah, it's been checked.
The checking. Yeah, the checking, hasn't really progressed much. Still has a lot of its top coat. And the neck feels just like so super smooth. The tuners have shrunk a little bit, but I actually like that look. When the tuners are a bit crazy looking.
Now, I know you're a V guy. Do you reach for this for certain things or often, or if you're going to play a shape?
It's more just kind of like, I feel like playing my Explorer, so I'll play my Explorer. A lot of times it's out at HQ because it's like so cool to look at, and I'll just play it here and there. But, James tours with his and
I've seen him
plays his on stage, and it sounds great on stage.
If both of you guys are on stage, both playing original Carina Explorers, that would pretty much be like
that would be the craziest thing. Yeah.
Maybe at a San Francisco show, hometown show, you can make that happen.
That's
the most expensive stage of all times right there.
James and I, we talk about that often. Yeah. Playing them both at the same time. And sometimes I think, well, should I sell it and like get a bunch of other guitars? And I think, no, because I'll never be able to have one again.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so few of them, and they hardly ever come up for sale. And when one does, it's for sale for about a week, and then it gets snatched up. The demand is high for those type of guitars. But yeah, can't go wrong. Yeah,
good stuff.
Yeah.
It's a flying V. It's just a matter of what.
It's it's a chainsaw flying V case, which is rare in itself, actually. You don't really find that many chainsaw V cases.
Oh.
And
that's where it all begins.
Yeah, this is the one that started it all. This is the one that I used to sit in my bedroom with and just like learn fucking all sorts of crap or try.
You worked at Burger King for this guitar.
Yeah.
And here it is.
Here it is.
Still.
Every time I hold this guitar, I'm just blown away on how light it is.
Yeah.
You know, because back in the day, weight wasn't really an issue. It was just my guitar, and that's what it was. And then I went on to playing really heavy guitars. And so, you know, because like some Les Pauls can be pretty heavy. Yeah, when I got this guitar, I changed the bridge so that I had a more space to palm mute. You know, I put this in so that it wouldn't do that, because it kept on doing that whenever I'd stand on the strap and move. Yeah. But I put these speed knobs on with this one raised slightly more so I could have more access to it, you know?
Yeah.
And I think, I changed the tuners at some point. That was my attempt to try to say the finish on the back by just putting black duct tape. Yeah, black gaff tape. And that was probably put on sometime in the 80s and has not even come off since. You know, same right there. But yeah, this is the one that started it all. And you can't really see it right now, but I wrote a bunch of stuff on here, and my initials are on there somewhere. It's kind of a trip to see this guitar. I only see this guitar like every couple of years, but I notice it's now starting to check. Yeah, down there. Wow.
What is it about these 70s Vs? Because they're so dramatically different than the Carinas. They have this huge bumper.
Yeah.
Where the fretboard is. The necks are tiny.
Yeah.
Tiny. You got the volute, the short headstock. Mm-hmm. What is it on these in terms of when you were playing? Was this just that neck? Was the neck that, I mean, you're obviously not getting held back by mass.
When I remember taking it down, you know, off the wall, Leo's music, and then getting a guitar strap and putting it on. And back then, you know, I was about, I don't know, maybe 30 pounds, just so lighter. I was a scrawny kid, you know, 17 or 18-year-old kid. So, you know, putting this on, it fit perfectly to my frame at the time. And, you know, the neck volute, I just loved just doing that, you know, all the time, you know, because it just, and holding it like that, because it just felt like it was made for my hand. I mean, it was just perfect for that. And then all the way up, all the access. I mean, it was so much of a easier guitar for me to play than like a Strat. I can get around it, and you know, I felt in full control of the guitar. Whereas Strats, you had the bar, you have you know the knobs. You know, some of them work for some pickups, some of them don't. You know, the pickup was always kind of like, you know, kind of iffy if you're putting it in between. There's just a lot more moving parts on a Strat. So when I got to this guitar, it was like ready for business. I was ready for action just right off the bat. And, you know, plugging it into a Marshall, that was the sound.
Yeah.
And, you know, never looked back. This guitar has been stolen from me twice, and I managed to get it back. You know, it's been lost. The airlines lost it maybe 2 or 3 times, and I've managed to get it back. You know, I've been extremely lucky with this guitar. You know, I've lent it to people, and like they've returned it with pieces out of it. You know, when my friend took a chunk out of the headstock, but saved the chunk, and I fucking glued the chunk back on. You know.
I mean, what did you write? Does anything come to mind? Riffs?
Yeah. You know, like, you know, it's just like this. Well, tune, but you know, "Die by My Hand" was written on this guitar when I was 17 years old. You know, that riff, and I was thinking, going, wow, that doesn't sound like anything I'm hearing on the radio right now. It's so much heavier, and it's only because the attitude was in this guitar and it brought it out. All the early Exodus stuff was written on this guitar. Riffs that are Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets, and Justice for All. In the Black Album, they're written on this guitar. All the guitar solos on Kill 'Em All were done on this guitar. All the guitar solos on Ride the Lightning were done on this guitar. So this and Greenie, I would say the guitars there I'm just most connected to deeply, you know, like deep from a place deep inside of me. This guitar in greeny. So yeah, this is the one, man.
It's
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah, I love
This
it.
guitar was a big part of my childhood too.
Yeah. And it's interesting when I see pictures of that guitar, you know, it just makes me want to smile. I was just like, yep, that's the one. Yeah.
Be cool in purple too.
Good idea. That's a great idea. I'll give that some thought.
Give that some thought.
Yeah.
Look great in purple.
Yeah. Metallic purple.
Like a metallic purple.
Yeah.
So I just remember when we shot Icons, we were at Metallica HQ, and I kind of snuck around and saw the case room there, and there seemed to be this endless row of Flying Vs, like every color, every year. What do you have the most? Is it Flying Vs that you have the most of, or is it Les Pauls?
Flying Vs.
Yeah.
Yep. I love Flying Vs. I think it's because I've had one for so long. I've been playing ever since 2 years into my guitar playing. I changed from a Strat to Flying V, and that was it. You know, I've been playing over 40 years now. Flying Vs are just natural to me. They feel natural to me. The neck, the sound, the pickup configuration, the knob configuration, the empty cavity sound. You know, when you play a Flying V, I hear that empty cavity when I play it. I love Flying Vs. You know, I'm like Rudolf Schenker. Yeah, we talk about Flying Vs every time I see him. I have 3 from the 60s. I have at least 15 Medallion Vs. I pretty much have every year from the 70s. I had the 80s white rectangular neck Vs and dot inlay Vs. I have those crazy wooden Vs with the V-shaped pickups. One V I don't have is the backwards V. You know, that looks like every sound. That's just like, to me.
It can't all be winners.
Yeah, I have to draw a line.
Yeah.
But, you know, I even see new Vs. I'm like, I got to have that.
Well, I remember I was sitting around my house. It was a Saturday. I was sitting watching a movie with my kids, and my phone dinged. And I looked at it, and you had sent me a text, and it was, dude, I just got something. My phone dings again, and it's pictures of the Schenker V.
Yeah.
How big of a moment was that?
It was
for you to have that guitar.
It was huge. I mean, I really have to give a lot of credit to the guy who sold it to me, to Wolf Hoffman from Accept. I mean, he got it from Michael Schenker's tour manager, who had been sitting on it for like 20 years. And there's not that many pictures of that particular V in the incarnation it's in now, which is in the black and white V2 paint job. But it's the red medallion V that Michael Schenker played on Phenomenon, Force-It, and No Heavy Petting. And it's crazy because you can still see some of the red, you know, if you look at certain spots on the guitar. Michael knows I have it, and he said 100%, you know, that's the guitar that he played on the first 3 UFO albums. For me, that's amazing, because I've spent years, it feels like years, listening to UFO guitar solos, trying to figure it out. And I've spent so much time listening to that particular guitar. It's one of those full circle things. You know, it's crazy because when I was about 17 years old, I was in a record store in Berkeley, California called Rather Ripped Records. And I saw Phil Lynot's solo album. I had turned the cover over. There's a live shot of Thin Lizzy on stage somewhere, some festival. There's Gary Moore. He has Greenie. And, you know, he's bent back, bending a string. I remember looking at that picture and pointing at the guitar and going, that's a cool guitar. That's a cool picture. And why is that Les Paul cooler than other Les Pauls that, you know, that I see other people playing? There's something about that Les Paul. It was Greenie, you know? And like getting that guitar, again, full circle. It's crazy how things like that happen to me in my life, but they seem to happen with that Schenker Flying V. I mean, it's almost like a religious relic for me. It represents so much of my youth and all the travails I went through in just trying to like learn how to play guitar and be, a great improviser and soloist like Michael Schenker. It's just one of those crazy things, I have to start off this conversation with, this is a phone number. It's a London phone number.
Yeah.
Earl's Court. This phone number was Peter Mensch's phone number. Peter Mensch managed Michael Schenker right after Michael Schenker left UFO. And Michael Schenker stayed at Mensch's house during the recording of the first MSG album. Hence, Peter Mensch's phone number on this case. And what is in this case?
Yeah, I got an idea.
Yeah. We get.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It's its appearance is deceiving. It looks like, your typical Michael Schenker Gibson Flying V painted, the V2 rocket. He did that for a while. But what this guitar really is it's a Gibson Medallion V from the 71 or 72. And it was Michael Schenker's Medallion V that he got from Rudolf Schenker. And this is the guitar that Michael Schenker used to record the first 3 UFO albums, Phenomenon, Force It, and No Heavy Petting. This guitar used to be red. You can still see some of the red, poking through the white, certain areas. I spent so much time as a teenager just staring at this guitar on the back of UFO's Force It album. There's a picture of Michael Schenker playing this very guitar. It's red. You can see the medallion. And I used to stare at that guitar going, I need to get a Flying V, And I got that one. But little did I know that, decades later, I would have the very Flying V that I was staring at.
Yeah.
I mean, so something weird is happening there. I don't know what it is, but I seem to be able to attract guitars that I've spent so much attention on over the years, and somehow or another they've made their way towards me, like Greenie and this Flying V. This is the one that he played all those guitar solos on that I spent so much time relearning. And it's amazing to have this guitar. It has the T-top pickups. The bridge isn't original, but the tailpiece is, and you see a little bit of wear there on the tailpiece. And I'm just thinking, Michael's hand was right there.
What would 15-year-old Kirk say if he knew that one day he was going to have this guitar?
50-year-old Kirk would probably run out of the room going, you're crazy, and would be really scared of the responsibility of having such an important instrument. It's just like, because when I first started playing guitar, I didn't feel worthy of anything.
But I've seen you play it. And you it was on Kimmel?
Yeah, I played it
right after you got it.
I had to play it, I had to play it just right away. And I think I got it the day before we did that Kimmel thing, and I was just like, I gotta play this. I have to play this.
God, these Medallion Vs.
Yeah.
It's like a popsicle stick neck.
Yeah. I have quite a few Medallion Vs, and consistently great.
You have all of this stuff, but you're still looking. What gets you excited now? Is it clean stuff? Is it super rare stuff? Is it stuff that the history or the owner? Is it what are you going after when you collect now?
One thing I do not go after is absolutely mint stuff.
Condition is not.
I collect all sorts of stuff, not just guitars. And I've come to realize that, the condition thing, you could be screwing yourself if you pass on something just because the condition's not right. If it's rare, it's rare. I love player guitars. Greenie is the ultimate player guitar.
Two headstock repairs.
Yes.
Two
headstock repairs, and just like, two knobs are switched out. I'm always switching the pickup selector. Then that thing is always coming off. I don't know why. It's the ultimate playing guitar. There's so many nicks, so many dents. The finish is almost completely worn off. Ice can sweat, fucking bleed, snot all over that guitar, and the value is never going to diminish.
So what is it that you're still looking for? What's out there that you don't have that you're interested in?
Well, it's funny because there's so many different variations of Gibsons. They'd have their standard line of guitars, but there would always be like the custom order, or the one employee request that made it different from the standard line. And there seems to be quite a number of those type of guitars out there for all the different models from the 50s and 60s, and that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah,
is like the super rare, maybe one of like 2 or 3 known to exist. That's the type of stuff I tend to gravitate to. Low supply, high demand. And as a collector, since I was like 5 or 6 years old, of like comic books, toys, blah 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 blah. I just know that things like that will always hold its value, and there will always be a demand. And as time goes on, the demand just gets bigger and bigger, which means equals, more value or more worth. But that really, the value and worth stuff, I don't really think about. I just like to think about how cool the instrument is.
Favorite Gibson custom color?
Well, there's a new Gibson color, purple metallic.
Oh, the purple metallic.
That I can't help it, man. I am just like, I'm a purple guy, Prince is famous for purple, but maybe hopefully I'm second in line for purple. But then, we're talking old school. I love black Gibsons.
Why are black Gibsons so freaking cool?
They're just epic sounding. It's nothing like, a black guitar. A black guitar is like black clothing. Just every time you put it on, it just goes with whatever you're wearing, and it just means business,
I think people take it for granted now because everything comes in black.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about the old 50s, unless it was a Les Paul custom,
yeah, they're all special.
All special order.
Yeah, special order. My number one want, and people know this, the 3 people who have them know it, I want a black, standard. There's 3 black standards out there, and 2 of them are locked up in collections, and another one is just unattainable because the guy wants a phone number price for it. And like, I'm not into paying phone number prices.
Yeah.
I call this case the monolith.
Yeah.
Because it reminds me of a certain
family of 4 in here.
Yeah, it reminds me of a certain thing in a certain science fiction movie.
And Cops 2 over here too.
Yeah, got to make sure it has appropriate. Oh, look, look at that.
Oh, there's something you don't see every day.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yep.
Factory black.
Yep. It's a killer.
Long guard.
Yeah.
59.
Long
60.
guard that warped into a deadly barb. I had to get my friend, Mr. Gaffer, to kind of take the danger factor out of there. But because I did that, it's pissed a lot of people off. Cesar seemed to be like the only one who understood why I did this. God bless him. But yeah, this is the factory black ES 335. There's a famous picture from 1959 of the NAMM show in Chicago, and there's a flying V in the picture, a Les Paul, and right behind him is this guitar sitting in the background. And it's a killer. I've always wanted a black 335 ever since I saw Keith's black 345. And I suspect that this is the guitar that Keith's been looking for all of his life. And it's interesting because when you see it inside, they wrote 345. Yes, 345, and then went back and wrote 335. I think it's like one of maybe 2 or 3.
I know of one other that I know is
Tom Petty had one, right?
sure legit. Tom, I'm not sure if he had a black one or not. I never saw it if he did.
Yeah.
I know one other guy that's got him verified, which is weird. I actually want to check now, because his is funny. It has a second orange label underneath the top, and it just says black on it. Super rad.
Wow.
But this, you got the T on there too. Like, it's just, that's original factory black 355. That's rarer than a Carina V. That's rarer than a Carina Explorer. Way rarer than a Burst.
Yep. It's one of my favorite guitars, and it doesn't feed back. It does not feed back. I've played it on stage, full fucking volume, hitting tremendous power chords, super full, super tony, no feedback. And it holds up, man. Great rhythm sound, great lead sound, great clean sound. Acoustically, you can't go wrong with a 335.
What does this do at stadium volumes on stage?
Sounds
It's just
it's
ringing.
It sounds so big. I mean, it is like so big and full. It sounds like 2 guitars, really. When I first got it, there wasn't as much yellowing as there is now. And I only think it's gotten more yellowing because it's seen more time out of the case. And you can tell I played it on stage because it has sweat stains all over it.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like a telltale thing for me. When I really, really think about it, and I'm really honest with myself, it's probably my second best sounding guitar.
Of everything we've seen, and we've seen some shit today. This is probably my favorite of everything we looked at.
I don't really want it to be my second best sounding guitar, but it is. Like, it is. It is.
That's
That's
cool.
And so that's why I had this case built, because
it's about as heavy duty.
Yeah, because ESD 35s are a little bit more fragile than your standard Les Paul or Strat or whatever. Hence the case, which I call the monolith. Yeah, and actually this guitar is now known as the monolith too, because it's so big sounding.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, love it.
Is this acoustic?
Semi.
Oh,
Yes.
Cherry 295.
Yes. I've always had a soft spot for 295s. There's a picture of me holding a gold 295 when we were recording the Black album. Yeah. This one, unfortunately, is missing its little screw right there, so we'll just kind of like hold it. But, I was drawn to these guitars because of Geordie of Killing Joke.
Yeah.
He only played 295s, and I always loved the sound that he got on Killing Joke albums. That's why I bought that gold one, and I love the gold one, but man, that bridge is just like moves all over the place. That one's a 52 or 53.
No.
This one is a later one, and it has the trapeze, but the bridge is more, it's just like stays in one spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the intonation's better, the playability's better, the tension's better. But I've never seen a red one. You always see them as gold.
Yeah.
And so when I saw this as red, I fell in love instantly. And I told the guy, please send me that out ASAP. And I thought for the longest time, I thought it was watermelon. But, Cesar said, no, that's pretty much standard, red cherry. Cherry, all the parts are there. It's 100%, except for that little screw that I seem to have lost. But I love these guitars to death.
Well, what were you using this on? Because I did see you with the gold one on the Black album.
Yeah.
A year and a half ago.
Yeah, I would. It was mostly for like background stuff, you know.
Clean tracks or
Clean. Always,
back
yeah,
up
clean.
parts?
Well, back then, clean. But I play this clean, and then I turn on the fucking, you know, changes the channel to full on dirty, and it sings.
Right.
This thing sustains for days. I mean, it's just once the note catches it, you know, catches itself inside, it's just like there's this thing, and it's just the note goes on forever. And super versatile. I can feel like I can play anything on that guitar. I can play rock. I can play, you know, Killing Joke, angry stuff. I can play bluesy stuff. I can play jazzy stuff. You know, it all works out on that guitar.
They're custom color.
I love
They're more fun.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They're more fun.
But easier to tell which guitar is yours.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I don't know why, but I'm just a sucker for
Flat
that.
pick guard.
Yeah.
Flat pick guard's rad, dude.
Yeah.
Not gonna apologize.
Yeah.
That's totally rad.
Gold parts, you know. Yeah. It's a good one. I just wish I had the original case, you know. Can't have it all.
I do want to talk about ESPs, your signature ESP. When I was a kid, the first time I saw it, it was like, oh yeah, every guitar that I'm ever going to own for the rest of my life, it's going to have skull and crossbones.
Yes.
It's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Tell me about designing that, because it's kind of the super strat thing, but it's not a bolt-on single humbucker guitar. What were you going for when you were putting that guitar together?
I came up with that design in 1988, which was the dawn of the Super Strats. You know, everyone was still just playing a Strat with a you know, a humbucker. It wasn't like, you know, a full on full on concept that it became in like 89, 90. You know, all of a sudden it was Super Strats had arrived. I had known from playing, what was it, maybe Alembic guitars or something. I remember playing some type of guitar with a neck through body and going, this is the way to go. This sounds amazing. And so I heard about ESP through Scott Ian, you know, from Anthrax. And he said, yeah, ESP, you know, I bet they'd be interested in working with you, and they'll make you anything. I was like, great. What I did was I got the specs from the Flying V and it's specs from my Strat and just put them all into one guitar with a neck through body concept. So if you look at the KH1, basically it's like the Flying V knob configuration, you know, Strat style kind of a body. But, you know, with Flying V, you know, two pickups like Flying V. It's basically a Flying V and a Strat put together into one guitar with neck through body. When I got that guitar, I was like, this is perfect for everything I want to do, you know. And at the time, all I wanted to play was balls out, totally aggro heavy metal, nothing else. And so that's how it came about. It's basically a Flying V and a Strat, just kind of like truncated together in the craziest way.
That original black ESP, how many shows do you think that guitar played on stage?
A lot. But you know, my black Randy Rhoads Jackson has actually played more, because that guitar has been continuously out on the road since 1986. And I just retired that guitar last year.
Right.
Whereas, you know, that black ESP I retired maybe 5 years ago. So that black Jackson has probably seen upwards of 2,500 shows, 3,000 shows, easy. That guitar has played, sad but true, quite a few times. And, you know, it's funny, the horn, you know, it used to come to a tip. It's like so
rounded off.
It's so rounded off and like dull now.
Yeah. Well, we got to do one Super Strat at least.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I'm assuming this is probably a cool one.
Yeah. And, you know, I have to say,
the Joker.
Yeah, all my ESP guitars have had the same specs ever since 1988 or 89.
It's just paint jobs.
It's just the paint job is the only thing that changes. Like I was telling you earlier, the whole purpose of the ESP guitars was to put a Strat and a Flying V together. hence, three pickups, humbuckers, but Strat style body and whammy bar, and neck through body, which is like super important for me. I feel like because it's neck through body, it has more mass, hence more sustain, and locking bridge so I can go crazy. But basically they're all always the same, double scale. There's a slight scallop from the 17th fret on. Because
I never noticed that.
Yeah,
I see it now.
And it's only so that I can do the guitar solo for one. That's the only reason why it's scalloped. That's the only reason why. Nothing else. Because I'm not a right hand technique guy. Eddie Van Halen excels at it. Jeff Beck excels at it. Let them do it. I don't want to sound like them, but that I just yeah. All the KH ones. They are always the same specs. The only thing that's different is the paint job. So, theoretically, you can go to anywhere, get a KH1, and, it will have the same specs as mine and should sound exactly like the ones I play on stage.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is super important. I love surfing. I love comic books. I love the Joker.
Yeah.
Hence this guitar.
How many different themes do you think you've done on the KH1 now, between them, all of the different movie poster ones?
Oh,
the Ouija. I mean,
there's got to be at least 30 or 40. I mean, there's a lot of guitars that you haven't seen that I have with like crazy graphics. I mean, I have an ESP with a theremin built into it. It's crazy. It's like this thing. All of a sudden, you pull the telescoping antenna out, and with the guitar on, I can play the theremin. I have that guitar somewhere. And then I have a whole bunch of guitars that I just love to put stickers on. And, no one ever sees those guitars because, it's like there's a lot of product stickers on there, other company stickers, goofy stickers, profanity. It's not the type of guitar that, is appropriate to take pictures with, really. ESP, they have a really great team of artists whose only job is doing this kind of thing. And, I love it. It's kind of like I have a yin-yang sort of thing going,
No.
I have like your super dark, super stratty kind of stuff. And then I have your lighter, more versatile, more accessible, guitars, with that kind of sound. And I just try to find a balance and kind of use it all to just work for me.
No. You had me at skull and crossbone inlays.
Yeah,
Still the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Well,
9-year-old me was right. It's never gotten old. I've never gotten over it. It's still the fucking coolest thing.
Back then in 88 or 89, no one had skull.
That was absolutely
and no one did. And
coolest thing ever seen. How excited are you about the new Gibson stuff that's coming out with your name on it?
Again, it's like, full circle stuff. When I got my first V, I felt like, I had the equipment that I needed to finally make the sounds and write the music that I wanted to write. Gibson kind of like enabled me to do that. And so here we are, like 40 years afterwards, and it's like being back at home base again. It feels like, Gibson was my house, and I became a runaway, and I left, and experienced life, had all these ups and downs and runarounds, and then I finally came back home and discovered everything I ever wanted was, there at the beginning. That's actually what it feels like musically too. For me, it's just like, I've had all these different types of music in my head, but, for a long time, I just wanted to play balls out, aggressive, heavy music. After a while, I wanted to play the other styles of music that are in my head. And I went, and learned a bunch of different types of guitar styles. And maybe I put out an electric blues album, like like something like, Jeff Beck did with Truth, just get a guy who fucking overplays on bass, get a heavy drummer, and fucking play a bunch of blues tracks, Gibson's there for me. And I feel like I've come back around, and I'm just a better person for it. And I have just that much more to offer now.
40 years into this thing now, how much fun are you having today doing it as opposed to when you were a kid?
People ask me this question these days, and it's interesting because my answer is a lot different from my peers. A lot of my peers are like, it's a lot of work, it's not what it used to be. And, it's like I've made terms, I've come to terms with this or that. For me, it's like I fucking started playing guitar yesterday. I'm so curious still about it. I still see that there's so much to learn. I've come to a point where, I can sit down and play a guitar solo, and it's what is an accurate representation of how I'm feeling inside. When I was only playing for like 24 months, I was playing a clink, clunk, 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 but in my mind it sounded, like Jimi Hendrix or something. Nowadays, when I play a guitar solo, it's an accurate representation of how I feel inside. This guitar was a part of the very first batch of vintage instruments I ever bought in 1989. I told you that story about Pete and showing up, and this guitar just like got my attention for a variety of reasons. In that, I love black guitars, and
Everybody's.
I knew about this model, and so I'd never seen a black one. And then when I saw this one, I was like, yes,
Black, double guards, Starr inlays.
yes.
Sign me up.
It has everything that you want on an Everly Brothers guitar. And man, it's sweet sounding, it's just like.
Like, what percentage of your collection is acoustics?
I would say 15%, because I again, I latch onto acoustic and I play that. I'll play it like friggin' forever.
Yeah.
And so this is like one of my mainstays. I have a J145 that I love. And then I have this crazy Gibson custom shop acoustic that was made about 15 years ago by a woman. It's called the Wolf guitar. She made one of three from the Montana shop. Yeah. But between the Wolf guitar, the J145, and those are the acoustics I play the most, Gibson acoustic guitars sound like they have more compression than any of the other acoustic guitar makers, more so than Martin, or more so than Fender or Takamine or any of the other builders. Gibson acoustics have a certain sound to me. It's consistently there, and I don't hear that with other makers. And so, there are a lot of amazing acoustic guitar makers out there, but I've just always gravitated to Gibson acoustics, and
You can't get cooler.
and it's like
the coolest acoustic guitar of all time.
yeah, I love it for just sitting around and strumming, just having a good mellow time. This is the guitar, man. It is so fucking great. And I love acoustic necks. The shorter scale. It doesn't demand that much. So, yeah.
Perfect size.
Yeah.
Not too big, not
Yeah.
big jumbo, but just a perfect.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great one.
Well, dude, hell of a day. That was literally a career highlight for me, seeing some of those and getting to hear the stories. I really want to thank you.
I literally can talk about guitars forever.
I kind of do it for a living.
Yeah.
It never gets old.
I always have something more to say about guitars, especially guitars that I own too. That's why that's why we're here, is because of guitars. So You know,
Maybe
the beautiful thing.
a couple more years and do a part 2.
Yeah.
All new stuff.
Well, you know, I do have a few more guitars that I still need to show you guys.
I just let 2 or 3 more that
I mean, seriously, I do have a few more that we haven't even got to yet. So yeah,
I'll go to HQ sometime and just go down the rack. So, dude, thank you so much for doing this.
Man.
And thank you guys for watching. Kirk Hammett, I'm Mark Agnesi for Gibson TV. We'll see you guys next time on another episode of The Collection. Peace.
Now we're heading back to Nashville, Tennessee to check out a guitar collection truly fit for rock royalty. This is The Collection with Brad Whitford. Hey everybody, Mark Agnesi here for Gibson TV. Today, I'm just outside Nashville, Tennessee, about to sit down with my friend, guitarist Brad Whitford. Now for over 50 years, Brad has been a member of one of the US's most enduring rock and roll bands, Aerosmith. And during that time, has seen over 20 top 40 singles, 9 number ones on the mainstream rock charts, 4 Grammy Awards, and in 2001 was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You better bet, with career stats like that, he's got the guitars to show for it. What you're about to see may shock you. This is The Collection with Brad Whitford. All right, we are here today with Brad Whitford. Brad, thanks for finally sitting down with us. I know we've been trying to do this for a while, but I appreciate you making it out today. This is your normal office, I take it. This is where you hang out.
Yes. Yeah. This is my car back here.
That's how you got here this morning.
Yeah, that's how I got here today. And yeah, what a great spot.
Yeah, this is cool. Well, we got a lot to look at today. We got a lot to talk about today. But I guess for starters, we just got to go back. Like, when do you remember guitar coming onto your radar as a kid? Is there a moment where you remember finally noticing the guitar?
Well, when I was quite young, they just stood out to me. And back then, the store Sears and Roebuck, which is long since gone away, but they sold guitars in there. It was the Silvertones, which of course became like such an amazing collectible instrument. So they had the amplifiers and the guitars, and they were hanging on the wall, and I would just stare at them. I was just fascinated with how they looked. It just was like looking at a hot rod or a motorcycle to me, you know?
Yeah.
So I was fascinated at an early age. My father was kind of a fan of guitar music. So when I ended up with my very first electric guitar, he actually bought it from a guy that we had just met who had like a car full of 20, in his station wagon, he had 25 Japanese Winstons. They were called Winstons.
Okay, I know
so
Winston,
those old Japanese guitars that with strings this far off the fretboard, but it became my first electric.
Well, we got to start somewhere. Might as well be a 5-latch.
At the beginning.
Brown lifting case. All right, let's see what we got.
Are we all open? Hmm?
Oh, yeah. Whoa. Black parts.
Yeah.
That's cool. What is this, 53?
It's a 53. And the black parts, it was like, did someone do this after the fact? Or is it factory?
Well, with black covers too. I mean, I've seen black parts on standards, 57s and stuff, but
so
cool.
The mystery was always, did it come out of the factory like this, or did somebody do it?
I mean,
I've had it.
right.
I've had it for years, I bought it in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a friend of mine's store.
Yeah.
And like this, I thought it looked great, you know.
It was like this when you got
It was like this. And I mean, I've never pulled it apart. I've never taken anything out.
Yeah.
It looks original to me.
Looks right to me too. Now,
Um,
did you remember using this on anything in particular? Any songs that you might have recorded with this guitar?
I didn't do much recording with this, but these pickups are really hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would imagine in the not too distant future, I might be doing a few things with it because it's,
Yeah.
you know, some of these early P90s were just
Favorite.
explosive.
Yeah. Now let me ask you about P90s. Like when do you go for a P90 over a humbucker? Is there a certain vibe or certain tone that you're looking for that you're like, I want something with P90s instead of humbuckers?
I like there's more clarity to them and their own, and they each have their own unique tone. They're very much like humbuckers, especially these 50s.
Yeah.
They're all wound back in the day when they were smoking cigarettes and winding or whatever, who knows, you know?
Yeah.
And this is a really, really hot,
When you find a
lot
good
of
one,
lot of wire
lot of
on it.
wind on that one.
Yeah.
Killer.
And it's very interesting, the almost flat top of
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't have a huge dish on it,
Not at all.
which they vary. Some people
And-
think they always have this big rim. Sometimes they're really flat like this.
Now I have a 52 that I didn't bring today,
Yeah.
but it's very clean. No serial number, but
Yeah.
it's practically flat.
Oh, really? That one's total?
Yeah.
Wow.
So unfortunately there's no way to tell when,
Yeah.
when it was built.
Well, when they're done by hand and
Yeah.
you sand a little too much, and then all of a sudden you got to sand the rest of it. Like,
This one just struck me aesthetically. It's like, that is just so cool.
it is, man. I've never seen another one like it. Very cool guitar. What a way
Yeah.
to start. All right. Another brown case.
Yes.
This looks familiar.
This should look familiar. 'Cause you saw it before I did.
I did see this before you did. If memory serves me, it took my breath away then. I have a feeling I might do the same thing again.
Same
'Cause I
thing.
haven't seen it in a few
same
years.
thing happened to me.
Oh, God. It's just the freaking cleanest gold top I've ever seen.
That just took my breath away, literally.
1958 dark back Les Paul standard gold top.
What's the price?
With the original
with the
receipt.
original receipts for the case and the guitar.
I did sell you this when I was at Norm's. This guitar is special. What do you remember about? I remember you were with Derek St. Holmes. What do you remember about the first time that case got opened?
I
on this
remember
guitar?
this was a one-owner guitar, and
Yes.
the father would take this out, according to Norm, once a week,
Yes.
strum it a few times. I don't know how much strumming he did.
Yeah.
Obviously not a lot. He would then make sure it was wiped clean, so it didn't have any oil or anything on it, obviously, and then put snugly back in this case and came out again the following Sunday.
Yeah. We bought it from the owner's son, and I remember him telling the story. Yeah. He kept it under the sofa in the living room, and every Friday night he would pull it out and play it a little bit. And if any of the kids ever touched it, looked at it, came close to it, they would just get annihilated for even
Yeah.
coming close to the guitar. And I remember when we bought it, we just had to verify that it was so nice. We pulled
Right.
the pickups out to look at the PAFs, and it was like Kalamazoo dust. Like these screws had never been turned before.
Mhm.
No one had ever been inside the guitar. It's like an absolute time capsule of a
Well,
guitar.
Yeah, when I tried to do as much research on the 58 series, and what I saw on the stats was it was a very low production year, and that there was a total of 300 or 301 gold tops that were made.
As they were transitioning
which
into the burst, yeah.
Included P90s
And PAF. Yeah.
and PAFs. So I just thought that was cool. There's only 300
Yeah.
from that year. So I was like, well, this should be worth more than,
Yeah,
than a
it is now.
burst.
Yeah.
But
This is a two-piece center seam maple top. I mean, that is a burst with gold paint on it, you know?
basically, yeah. And it's interesting to look at the paint and see the sort of differences in the different corners of how the paint was applied. And of course, the black,
The
or the
dark
brown
back, yeah.
is just spectacular. I probably put a few more dents in it than when I got it, but it just spoke to me. And for an entire weekend, like I told you,
Yeah.
it called my name, and that's when I knew I had to have it.
How old were you when you finally said, I have to do this?
I was like so many people from my era with the Beatles just
Yeah.
exploded onto the scene, and that just my mind just raced away. I remember I think the very first song I heard was "Please Please Me," and I heard it on AM radio, little AM radio next to my bed, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I was just so blown away by that. And then, of course, when I saw him on Ed Sullivan, like everybody else, I was like, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Somehow,
Yeah.
I'd like to make that happen. And the guitar just kind of, you know, it just was a natural. I played trumpet for a little while in my high school band and stuff, but the guitar came along, and I was just, as soon as I got home from school, it was a time machine, because literally I could stop time.
Yeah.
You know, I'd sit down, start playing. Next thing I knew, it's dinner time, and I'd look, what? It's 5:30? Where did it, you know, literally time stopped. Just trying to learn and play.
How long after you started playing did you put your first band together?
Oh, it was only a couple years. I mean, I outgrew my first guitar teacher, which was kind of cool. He's like, I can't teach you anything else, you know? And so it was very soon, just a couple of years, that I had my first band. And then it was kind of a succession of, you know, kind of outgrow certain other players, and you'd move on to another band. And a lot of times I'd get threatened to go, you can't leave, you know?
Yeah.
I go, well, you know, I got an offer that I can't refuse. That
Yeah.
kind of thing, you know?
Got the black pebble case, usually something ebony board in one of these.
There is something very special again.
Oh, yeah. 3 pickup Black Beauty.
And this came from Norm's
Oh, this came from
location before,
the Reseda store,
yes.
before the Tarzana store. Great weight.
Had a little bit of wear on it, which did not bother me at all. I just, you know, again, I fell in love with it. It hadn't been messed with. It still had it's a fretless Wonder. It still has the
little
fretless
frets on there.
Wonder.
Yeah.
You know, it's gone back and forth. Everybody says, refret it. You'll get to play it more. And I know, but I'm not sure I want to.
Yeah. I mean, I always,
Being all original. And
Yeah,
it's
no,
like,
I get it.
It's not like it's my only
you don't have to.
only
Yeah.
one, but
Now, I always picture you as a standard guy. When do you reach for ebony board guitars or like the 3 pickup thing? Are you going for it to get that out of phase sound, or is there something about?
more often than not, it's about that particular sound. But these, to me, to my ear, these are the best PAFs that I own.
Tell me about that a little bit. What makes a great PAF? And because they are very different and they vary in tones. What are you looking for when you hear a PAF and you go, this is a good one?
First of all, the guitar certainly has plenty of ring, but one of the key things is like just the bottom 3 strings.
Yeah.
I was actually comparing it the other day to some modern pickups, not Gibson, some aftermarkets, highly regarded aftermarkets, but you play those bottom strings And there's something about they all clump together. Each one of these strings just stands out on its own, whether you're hitting it like that or playing each string.
Yeah. There's a clarity.
There's a super
each of them, yeah.
clarity, and which gives it a lot more tonal quality.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to use a pedal with it or overdrive, it's a much better starting
Yeah.
ground, you know, much better foundation.
Yeah.
And you're able to manipulate it more. These older guitars, the tone controls are so nice
They work and
because
they
they
do stuff.
actually
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
And when you turn them all the way down, they don't go, ooh.
Yeah.
Brilliant sounding guitars. And I haven't touched it just like the day I took it out of the store at Norm's.
Fretless Wonders are staying fretless?
Yeah. Yeah.
No need to refret.
It's going to stay fretless.
It's going to stay fretless?
Yeah.
I think it's the right call. Now, if you're outgrowing teachers, how did you progress your musical journey as a guitar player?
You know, it was like so many other people. Of course, it didn't have internet, didn't have that kind of tool, which is amazing, you know. But so the tool was put the vinyl on and move the needle back and forth.
Yeah.
And like I remember listening to Clapton's vibrato, and like at very first, it's like, what is he doing? I didn't even know the mechanics of it, you know? So it was just experimentation, and like, you know, oh, okay, this is what it is. So I got way into that, the minutia of what Eric was doing, and listened to him just so much.
Now, I mean, talk about Eric. Who were some of the other players when you started that you were trying to emulate?
I was fascinated, of course, with Hendrix, and still am. I remember the very first, I was into Zeppelin when that first record came out, and I got to see them on I think it was their second tour in the States, and the second album hadn't come out yet, but they were playing some tracks.
Songs off it, yeah.
And Jimmy was playing his burst through 2 stacks, and it was the best I ever saw him play. He played the solos from the first album note for note. And I never saw Jimmy play like that again. You know, he went through that long period of just being a little, what everybody kind of called sloppy. And,
Yeah.
you know, and it was cool, but I knew he was capable. I was kind of bummed out because I knew what he was capable of, because I saw him just play
Rip it, yeah.
so beautifully and so spot on, you know. And the very next day after that performance, I bought my first Les Paul. The very next day.
Wow. Remember what it was?
It was a 68 gold top P90. I can't remember what's in here.
It'll be a surprise for both of us.
Well.
Another kind of newer brown case. Could have anything. Oh.
My 68 gold top.
This is the new one.
This is the one that replaced my original,
Your first Les Paul.
because I felt very bad about not having that guitar anymore. The one that I did the first album with,
Yeah.
and was my very first Les Paul purchase. And I found this one in Boston, and appeared to be completely original, even with the
Nylon saddles.
saddles.
But hey, dot on the eye.
So
68.
somebody changed the tuners, but
Grovered it.
that's about it.
Now, you
And,
said this one's better. You think this one sounds better than the first
I think
one you
this
had?
one has a little more oomph to it. It's got a beautiful neck on it, plays great, plays beautifully. I always find it interesting to look closely at the way these were sprayed and to see natural cracking.
I'm checking on there, yeah.
I once had the great opportunity up in Boston. It was extremely cold winter. We were playing in Revere, Massachusetts, right on the beach. And my friend, who had brought several late 50s guitars, and one of them was a gold top,
Yeah.
it was very cold outside, brought it into a hot dressing room and probably opened it too quickly. And we watched it
In real time,
in real time go.
just shatter. Oh,
I was like, man, if I had a camera, a
oh,
film camera or something to capture that. This is the craziest thing I ever saw.
your guitars come back to room temperature, kids, before you open
Yeah.
the case. Unless you
Yeah.
want that to happen.
You know.
Yeah.
Of course, that was like, you know, these old finishes. That's part of why they're so great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
It's a keeper.
a keeper.
Yep.
That one's not going. Different shape.
It's a different shape.
Different
It's,
shape case. Oh God, they look so good in white. What year is this? This is 62 or 3 maybe.
It's really hard to verify sometimes. I'm not exactly sure if I'm getting the serial number and the stats correctly, but it's always about that.
Just how that particular pickup
You know,
fits with that particular husk and
'cause
how
the
it all
rest of
works
it
together.
is awesome.
Yeah.
You know, the shape, all that, but that's the real selling point. The way those P90s sound.
Are you partial to the
And-
white ones? You like the white? Or you do the cherry
Um,
reds too?
I'm not as crazy about the cherry,
Yeah.
you know, but the one thing I miss the most is when I don't have a TV anymore.
TV Junior. Yeah.
The TV yellow is just like,
Yeah.
this I believe also came from Cambridge, Massachusetts, one of my music store haunts
Yeah. No, I
back in the
mean,
day.
when you were doing juniors back in the day, how much were you paying for Les Paul Juniors or SG Juniors at that time? I mean, they were like,
They were, geez, I want to say they were $700, $800.
$700-800. This is like,
You know,
I totally missed. I missed out, man. I was born at the wrong time. I want $800 SG Juniors and
Right?
Polaris white
all day long.
all day long. Just throw
The
it
only
in on
thing
deal.
wrong here, we need to get the correct bridge.
Yeah.
We need to get the Music City bridge.
Yeah.
And other than that, a real fine guitar to play. Another black case.
Another black case. What do you got here?
This is the...
Oh, trying to trip me up. The SG in the Les Paul case. That's clean. That has stayed really white.
Yeah.
SG special. What do you remember about this thing? Remember where this
This
came from?
I believe also came from Cambridge. It's untouched. I haven't done anything to it. It doesn't look like it's been broken. A lot of these guitars, the necks come
Yeah,
off.
heel break.
This one does have a little, I think it's an age crack, but you certainly wouldn't want to drop it.
No, I wouldn't want to drop any guitar, to be perfectly honest.
But it's just another classic look.
Yeah. Again, looks great in white.
And I believe they call this an SG Junior knot. And this is also, from what I could tell, like a 72 or 73.
Really?
Yeah. But, you know, maybe some of the guys who know more than I do, the guys you work
Well,
with,
I mean, I think it's
might be able
significantly
to-
earlier because I think you got wide nut
it could be a 60s.
and no made in USA stamp. I think this is probably 62 or 3. Small guard, lightning bar, wide nut, no made in USA stamp. I think this is.
So it would have had a made in USA in the early 70s?
1970 is the first year of the made in USA stamp. So anything
Oh.
69 and before,
Oh,
you'll
that's
have-
really interesting.
you'll have
So we
no
might
made in
be,
USA.
we
Might just
might be
added
really-
significant value to this guitar.
yeah, and maybe have misdated it.
But this
Quite a
is,
bit.
yeah, no, this is the good stuff right here. Neck is great. So when did it start? Like, at what point in the career did you start collecting guitars? Or were you even collecting? Or were you just trying to add a couple new sounds to your rig?
I started to get very tuned in to, because I had a friend that was way into it, and he had a small collection of bursts and a gold top here and there. And he would come around. I played in a band with his brother, who was a keyboard player, played B3. But his brother had this small collection, and he would come around and let us play them and look. I mean, it was just open the case, and it was just like, I don't know, a Picasso or something. You know how you just,
Yeah.
it's just amazing just to look at, especially the first time you see them. And then you pick it up, and nothing else feels like those, you know? Of all the recreations, there's still a unique feel to the original ones that can't be duplicated, I think.
Yeah. Was that the first time you ever got your hands on like a Sunburst Les Paul?
It was in that period when I started to make a little bit of money, and but my first one was not a burst. It was a 57 gold top with a
top.
Bigsby.
Interesting.
And I was in LA, staying at the Sunset, whatever hotel.
Sunset Marquee.
The
Yeah.
Sunset, not the Marquee, but the old, the famous one right on Sunset Boulevard that Led Zeppelin made
Oh, the
famous.
Hyatt House.
So the Hyatt House, yeah. And I happened to be just walking up and down Sunset, and it's when I met Rob Lawrence.
Yeah.
And in a music store, and I think a record shop or whatever, and he had two cases in his hand. And he goes, I'm selling it, trying to sell these. And he showed me this gold top with the Bigsby, and it was like 57. And I said, what do you want for this? He goes, I got to get 1,000 for that. So I said, don't go anywhere. And I went back to the hotel, knocked on my road manager's door, got $1,000 in cash, and went back to Rob. And I bought that guitar. And that was one of the nicest Pauls I ever had. It was probably one of the best set of humbuckers I ever heard.
Good set of PAFs.
Because they're so different. And but it went away. Unfortunately, I don't have it anymore. I don't know who has it now. It's still out there. But fortunately, I played a lot of cool things with it, so I can hear it on record and go, that's that guitar. That's about all I own now is the sound.
All right, we got a more recent brown case, but I have a feeling this might be a replacement for something that was Croc at one time.
I'm not sure what became of the original case for this.
Oh, yikes. That is clean.
Now, this has faded where I was storing it.
Yeah.
It was really, really cherry red.
Starting to brown out a little bit. Oh, man, yeah, you can really see in the cutaways how red it was.
And I'm a little bit annoyed with myself for storing it where I stored it, but...
1960.
Yeah.
Les Paul Special double cut. Man, it's not even checked.
And
it's like...
No.
It's like...
No.
Shiny and...
This came from St. Louis Music. I paid $1,800 for this. And it was like top dollar then.
Well, yeah, it was top dollar condition.
But it was, it was such a gorgeous guitar. Yeah, and it was more this color.
Yeah, you can definitely see in the cutaways what it used to look like.
So I did let it sit in the sun for a while.
Yeah.
But it has nothing to do with how it sounds and plays.
Yeah, and it still looks pretty damn nice to me. I mean, that's how you want to find them.
Yep. It was blood red.
He's just vibrant.
It was
cherry.
blood red.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
And it appears to be a solid piece of wood.
One piece. Yeah.
So
Killer.
it has served me well.
Gibson Custom Shop. Black case.
I bet it's a black guitar.
I like black guitars. Let's see.
The black guitar.
Staple pickup custom.
Now this was, of course, a copy of the 55. I believe
Yeah.
this is the 55. And this one, I believe, was made in early 70s.
Yeah, this is one of the first reissues. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the first reissue of that guitar. And this one I did take on the road because it sounds so phenomenal.
Talk about staple pickup. I love this pickup. Most people don't even know what it is. They just think it's a P90, but what do you get out of that pickup?
It's a very unique sound.
Yeah. My favorite thing about these 70s ones is when they were made, they got big frets on them. Instead
Yeah.
of fret, you don't have to
Yeah.
you don't have to go take it somewhere and have big frets put on them.
These frets are fabulous.
Yeah.
This thing is just, and it's a nice weight.
Yeah.
It's a really nice weight. Fantastic ebony. It's just a beautiful guitar.
Yeah, I've just always loved it. It's so loud and clear. There's a really there's a clarity
Exactly.
about it, but then it just has this output on it that's
Yeah.
like loud and clear. It's a great pickup, and it sounds great in combination
It's
with
like,
with the P90 and the
this
bridge.
is the perfect, can't you hear me knocking intro sound?
Totally, absolutely. That's the guitar. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
so good.
So this is one I would never give up.
You're able to get back into the burst game. The one that we did a collector's choice model
Yeah.
on your burst. When did you get that guitar?
That burst I got in the 90s. And that came out of Dirk.
Yeah, Dirk Ziff.
Came out of his collection. And it was, we were at, I forget what studio in New York, and Dirk wanted to come over and see our bursts, right? He was very interested in that. And comes to find out that Joe and I didn't have any of our bursts anymore because we were both in the same boat. We
Yeah.
had to sell them. And it was amazing because he was like, I can't believe you don't have your, you know? So he sent over 5 of his bursts. And he said, you each pick out one, I'll give you a great deal on it.
Pretty cool.
So, and they were very expensive at that point, but he gave me, I got it for $20,000.
Different than the $2,000, but
So
still a pretty good deal by today's.
it was a huge deal then.
Yeah.
That was 90, early 90s. It was, talk about making your day.
Yeah.
You know,
That'll do it.
yeah. Little,
Oh God.
oh, yeah, I know this one.
Yeah. Too bad you couldn't find one with good wood. No flame on this one. Jesus Christ, look at this thing. My God, that is a killer top.
Yeah, I love how they shift and the light and the,
So this one you
Wait.
said was from the 90s. This is when you got this one. These are the 5 that came over to the studio that day.
yes.
What was it about this? I mean, it's but not very often you get to sit down with 5 of them and pick your favorite one. So
No.
what was it about, other than the obvious look at it? Like, what was it about this one that really jumped out to you of the ones that you played that day?
It was just the one that hit my ear, because they were all beautiful guitars.
Yeah.
Of the 5. I love the way, and still love the way it feels. I had it refretted.
Glazer did a refret on it.
Joe Glazer did it, plecked it, and it was worth it.
Yeah,
And I mean, you could see what kind of work, just flawless.
yeah,
And this makes it that much more fun to play. And it's got that classic sound to it,
yeah.
you know?
Now this is the one your collector's choice was
yeah,
based off of.
yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the process of what happened turning this guitar into a run. Do you
Well,
remember, was it scanned? Were they taking digital measurements and stuff? Or
at that time, I believe they were doing all of that. Very first guitar that they did, the prototype, I thought it was all there.
yeah,
There wasn't,
nailed it.
maybe there was a few, I can't even say a few. It was, they just did a great job.
Has anyone staked claims to this guitar in the family yet? Or are they going to have to fight
It's
over
going to
this
be a
thing
surprise. We'll probably have to fight over it when.
But that's, I mean, that's the
That's a
shit
great
right there.
guitar. A lot of fun to play. And like I said, it's a great weight, you know.
Yeah, it's great everything, man. That is what it's all about right
And
there.
that wood, I mean, I don't know all about the wood. I was told that the wood came from much earlier on than the guitars were built, from 30s or 40s or something, that the wood was
Could have been, yeah,
could have been
more
harvested
seasoned, yeah.
and then stored in Kalamazoo.
dried out naturally. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is the good stuff. It's spectacular.
Yeah. It's what everybody wants.
There's a reason why everybody wants one like
Yeah.
that. They don't all look like that though. I guess we got to do some fenders. Some of those bolt-on neck guitars too. Got a blonde case.
I'm not sure which one is hiding in here. Oh. This is
Short skirt
the
knobs.
very, very first
This
year of
54
production.
Strat. Yeah, round string tree. Ash body, short skirt knobs. One piece ash body. Killer. Now, what do you prefer on Strats? Because these early ones are the ash body and maple necks. Then you got the alder body, rosewood boards. Do you have a preference?
The way these things sound,
Yeah.
not really.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing has, the harmonics that come out of this thing are ridiculous.
Yeah. I love the ash
The
body
feedback
strings.
that these pickups get are like nothing I've ever heard. And this one is just, I love the serial number in this. It's 396, because I'm a Chevy guy, so.
396?
396.
Very cool.
SS 396.
Knobs are intact.
Yeah. They're,
Pickup covers are intact. A lot of times they crack and chip.
yeah.
Do you remember where this thing came from?
This was actually a gift from my second wife. She bought this for me for a birthday or Christmas present. I think it might have been from Dirk's collection.
Really?
It's just an amazing sounding guitar.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like other Strats, really.
Really does its own thing.
It's a lot more powerful.
Those pickups are putting out.
Like I say, there's incredible feedback you can get. It just kind of grows and the harmonics just creep out of it. And,
Yeah. Man, that ash is one piece ash. Killer.
Yeah.
Killer guitar.
Oh, yeah, this is a
Eric
Johnson case.
I saw the black interior. That's an EJ. I used to have one of those.
He did a.
That's
I love the guitars
that's
he
like my
did.
favorite Strat that Fender made
Yeah,
ever.
exactly.
That 12-inch radius, like Gibson radius on a Strat, like that worked. Yeah.
He-
All right, another Fender
Another Fender.
reissue case, so it could be anything.
Yeah. Anything could come out of here because of the.
Oh, yeah.
This is my 56 Telly.
Man.
And this is one where I believe this came from Cambridge, Mass.
Yeah, some good luck in Cambridge, Mass.
This guy was,
How's the weight on
he got some very nice
Oh,
guitars. And that thing just sounds
So,
sounds amazing.
I know where I stand on this. Where do you stand? If you had to pick Stratocaster or Telecaster, which one would be the one you go to?
With this one, it would be tough because this has a little harder edge to it.
They cut.
You know?
Yeah.
And this one just rips.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a very difficult choice. It would have to be a very, very special Strat. It almost looks like something that would have come out of Japan in the way, way, way back. You know, like, oh, it's just a slab of wood,
With
and
this slab of wood and
you know,
put this thing in there and
yeah,
turn it up.
turn
Yeah.
the thing on.
Yeah.
But they have such a beautiful, beautiful tonality to them.
Do you have a bunch of tellies, or is this kind
I
of
don't.
really
I don't. I have some that are not Fenders
some other
that
brands?
were built by Jim Triggs. You know
Okay.
Jim?
Yeah, Triggs.
Yeah.
Build a lot of archtop guitars, Triggs.
Yeah, a
that
lot of
Triggs?
jazz
Yeah.
guitars and stuff. But he built me a couple of tellies that are phenomenal.
Yeah.
As
But
far
in
as
terms of
far as vintage goes,
that's the winner.
this is
Yeah.
the one.
Love the white blonde, white guard.
And the way the cracks are,
checked
it
diagonally.
it's very strange.
Yeah.
Almost looks like hair.
Yeah. That's beautiful. And clean neck too. I mean, it's
Yeah.
got a couple of marks on it, but
Yeah.
shit, you could do that in a weekend with some of those old Fenders. That finish is thin.
Okay, when it comes to cool cases,
That looks like Animal from the Muppet Babies. It's got
Right?
like all this like shag of
It's
tweed.
I've never seen anything like this. And yeah, it looks like it does look like something from the Muppets, maybe.
Yeah, it's got this like kind of shag carpet vibe. Although it's still nice and lacquered in some spots.
In
I'm
some
anxious-
spots, it's still
anxious
holding
to see What
together.
you got in here?
I don't know what happened to it. Don't know how it ended up that way, but this
Oh, that neck has seen some play.
that neck this is a well-worn 56. This one I used quite a bit in the studio. It just has classic Strat tone and a very, like I say, very well-worn maple neck, and that wear just makes it feel,
Yeah.
it's hard to describe how it feels in your palm, but it has a great feel.
Is it-
And
Is that V?
beautiful
Or
weight.
no? Not really. No, that's
V.
pretty round. God, and all the edges are just like so. There's no crisp edges. That thing has just been rolled
Yeah.
by hand
Yeah.
for years and
I
years.
think you're right. I think it's just hand. But yeah, this is hand worn for sure.
Yeah. No, it looks hand worn. It
And
feels
the
hand worn.
Beautiful weight. Just I don't know what it weighs me.
Now, did you ever 5-way stuff? No, original 3-way.
It's the original 3-way. Yeah, I didn't want to change that because if you want it, you can.
You can
It's kinda
get
fun
it to
to-
stick in the middle. Yeah.
Kind of fun to manipulate it and see if it'll stay there for you. But
But this
This
one has
is-
got some studio use. This thing
yeah,
has been on some
and
albums.
there is something about that amount of playing and the spirit of the person playing it kind of
Yeah.
seeping into the guitar. So
Well,
it
what
has
did
a
this-
lot of soul.
What did this look like when you bought it?
Not too much different.
Really, it had already been played
It had
into.
been well played,
Yeah.
and I liked it just because it felt so good.
Yeah.
You know, it just felt too good to leave in the store, and it's been a great guitar for me. And the case, I think, could win a prize.
Yeah, the case would be best in show. All right, blonde case.
So this is the original case for this
Yeah, this one
guitar.
seems like an old one.
This guitar has been very difficult to find any information,
Ooh, I like a mystery.
any information at all. I've been told they made around 50 of them.
Okay.
I know that Ry Cooder owns one, and I know that Jeff Beck owns one, and I have one, and I don't know where the rest of them are.
Oh, I'm crazy intrigued.
But the uniqueness is the bound neck.
Big headstock bound fingerboard. What is this? 66 Strat.
Yeah. This is where Eric Johnson got
Got
the idea
for the Rosewood
for
Strat. That
his
is cool.
reissue.
Okay, I have never seen one of these
Not many people
in person.
have.
Yeah. That is wild.
I'm wondering if it was an export thing that some European distributor ordered 50 with bound necks, or I mean,
I didn't
by
even think of that.
by 66 they were binding necks on Jazzmasters and Jaguars.
Right.
So who knows? But that's cool and that's right. And man, it looks great in white. It matches the white. The binding color matches the body color like perfectly. That is a cool guitar. Where did you find it? Do you know where this came from, or remember where it came from?
I don't know where it came from. Interesting frets,
Really wide and flat, yeah.
really wide and flat. Almost like a fretless, but too tall. But obviously was not played a whole lot. You see some wear
Under
here.
wear, yeah.
So I've tried looking up different websites and stats and figures, production figures, and I can't come
find
up
anything.
with a satisfactory answer to what happened here. Other than I know some people have
The
the
others
same thing.
exist, yeah.
Where the rest of them are, I don't know.
Yeah.
So, but
But other than that, it's a really clean custom color 60 Strat as well, which is also very cool. Olympic white, custom color, clean. Whole thing is clean.
from everything I read about these colors, they were all automotive colors.
Yeah, all Duco and DuPont
Yeah,
colors, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a bit of a mystery.
Can you usually tell it's a good one before you plug it in?
I would always, I would never plug them in when I'd, no matter what I was shopping for. I would listen.
Just listen to
Just
them.
listen for the acoustic sound of it. And typically when it went shing like that and kind of loud, almost had acoustic sound to it, it was that.
You know it's going to be.
going to work.
Yeah.
Because everything was, because some of them, they just go plink, plink, plink. They don't really pop at all, and that's not, some of them have been okay, but typically it's the ones that just are alive right from the get-go before you plug it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to sound good.
And I found that with whether just about any guitar I'm
Strats,
looking for.
tellies, yeah,
Yep.
anything. If
Yeah.
it cracks acoustically,
Yeah,
it's going to be good.
yeah, exactly.
Now, you've got a great collection of vintage stuff. Does it come on the road with you, or are you bringing newer stuff on the road when you go out?
No, I don't. I'm kind of paranoid about taking it. It would crush me
No.
to lose one of them. And if I did take it, I'd have to travel with it like Joe does, where you
Keep it with
almost
you.
handcuff it to
Yeah.
your wrist, kind of thing. And so I don't. And I found some reissues that I really, really like, And it takes a long time to find them because I would just sit and whether it was in a store or I'd come to the factory and go ching, and play, and find one that, there'd always be one. If there was 20, there'd be one that would just sing out above all the others. And
When you go out and tour, you have all of this stuff. What do you bring? Is it just based on the set list, or what you're in love with that particular month, or what are you bringing out of all of the stuff that you have? How do you pick?
there's this one Les Paul, it's a 59 reissue, and it's actually a chambered one,
Yeah.
which I never found one that I liked. I never found one, but there's one that I found, it's just outstanding. And it's like if I'm gonna play Les Paul in concert, it's always that one.
Yeah.
Is it just so special sounding and nice and
Doesn't
light,
hurt your back, yeah.
I
Yeah.
used to have some, 8.5, 9 pounders, maybe more. And after a while,
Yeah.
same old thing.
Yeah.
It's just too darn heavy to play for, to play for that long. But that one that's just a go-to guitar. If I'm going in the studio, that one goes with me, and it's always the winner. Then the choices sometimes is based on the song. I know what Joe's going to play, so we're trying to complement and try not to sound, so it doesn't just sound like
A wall. Yeah.
to really get the two voices happening. So sometimes I'll do that with open tuning against or it'd be the other way around. I wish I knew how many of these they made. I'm sure Matt Touchard, who's the expert, could tell me.
Yeah.
But this is the famous BC Ridge bitch. I thought
these
thought I
guitars.
would bring it so you could take a look at it.
Oh yeah.
And
Let me ask you about BC, because I saw you and Joe both play BC Rich's back in the day. When and how did you become hip to the BC Rich guitars?
we came. I want to say it was Night Bob Chakowski and a couple other friends that were more hip to these, and I remember going out to the factory and meeting everybody, and meeting Bernie, and they wanted to make guitars for us.
Yeah, see, it's got your name
This
on
one,
the back. This was made for you.
this one was made for me, has my name on it. For anybody who's interested. But yeah, and this one is special because it has a special EQ
Got the
system
preamp in there.
that was added to it. With
Yeah,
it's like-
okay. This is a lot of
it's like an airplane cockpit.
doodads. Like what is going on here, and then how do you use it?
Honestly, I haven't. Honestly, it's like just okay.
Just flick switches until
Uh,
it sounds good and leave it there.
That sounds good. I don't understand how it works. It is a type of parametric EQ.
Okay.
I still don't. These are 3 positions,
I'm assuming
This one's
somewhere
3
there's some coil
positions.
taps or something.
and there are coil taps. So it's just kind of like turn it till you can burn it.
Yeah. Now, did you always use it as a 10 string, or did you string it up as a 6 occasionally?
No, I always left it as a 10 and used it in the studio a little bit. It's very cool sound, played it live. Just a very unique design of the way the tuning pegs for the additional strings
Yeah.
are done in the
Ball ends in the back of the
ball
headset.
ends are in the back here. It's got my name, it's dated, it's got probably one of the very few guitars in existence to have Ibanez tuners
Oh wow.
and Grover turners.
You got Imperials,
Tuners.
Imperial Grovers down there in the cutaway, and
Those are Grovers,
yeah,
right?
Grover Imperials, and Ibanez patent pending tuners on the headstock. Wow.
That's a first. I never really.
It's pretty cool. Why did the blue? Was there any significance behind the blue, or were you looking at stuff at the factory and the blue caught your eye, or? Because I love how they match
I think
the R.
I think I wanted a blue one.
Yeah,
think,
I love how they match the
yeah.
pearl.
They were amazing with the guy that they had doing their inlay work was just phenomenal.
Now, did you have a bunch of these, or was this kind of the one?
I had 2. I think they were Eagles.
The Eagles, yeah, I remember those.
And so I think it was just the 3
Those 3.
that I had. Yeah. Are you familiar with mud? It's a
I am.
substance of gravel, dirt, and
Dirt and
water.
water mixed together. Yeah, it looks like there's some mud on here. Yeah.
I went up to upstate New York and I ended up in a mud fest called Woodstock '94.
I remember that. Wait, this is legit Woodstock
This
'94
is
mud.
Woodstock mud. And
Nice.
it's cleaned up a bit. I'm glad it's still here because I was like, oh, I hope it doesn't get too clean. But this came to the concert via Tom Murphy. And this was the first edition of the 58 Plane Top series.
So wait,
And-
Woodstock was '94. So this is like right as the custom shop became a thing.
So he brought this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've seen you play this guitar with the
So he
with the
brought
zebras.
this up specifically for me, which I was deeply appreciative of. But as he was walking around backstage, he let a bunch of people see it, and
Bad idea.
everybody wanted it. Everybody wanted it. Tom Petty wanted it really bad. And it's just a great sounding guitar. And it was like that. The whole idea of being that they would reissue this sort of plain top, I just thought was cool. It's like because everybody wants the flame and
Yeah.
stuff.
And I mean, your burst aside, most of them are fairly plain. Most of them don't have big, huge tops like yours
Yeah.
does. And man, the color, the zebras, I mean, that looks
Yeah,
pretty right. But that is early Gibson custom shop right there.
that is.
You used it at Woodstock '94?
Yeah, I played this that night. I think I played the entire show with it.
Right.
You know, I just fell in love with it. It's got that terrific neck. Something different about it, but something familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hand delivered to the gig by Tom
Hand
Murphy.
delivered.
But that's some Gibson custom shop history right there.
It is. Yeah.
Very cool.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Murph.
As always.
Is there anything you're still looking for? Is there something that you haven't had that you're like, I really want to get one of those? Or are you just looking for something to present itself? Or
It's about, a lot of it is about that. Not that I'm on actively hunting a lot, but when that something special just comes into your, that it was like that 58 gold top.
yeah, that was a special guitar.
Because I was on a Friday
Mhm.
that we came down before the NAMM show, before we went over there. And I saw that guitar and I literally could not take it out of my mind. And everything we did, all night, all Friday night. I think I dreamt about it Friday night, all day Saturday. That's all I could think about. I was doing my thing, whatever, saying, going around to different booths, signing autographs, gold top, gold top, gold top, gold top. And then I think it was Sunday night, I went,
Gotta have.
I have to have it.
Yeah.
I cannot leave it sitting there. So, yeah.
Stuff like that is what gets
So
you
it's
excited.
kind of cool when stuff like that comes on your radar and that obsession that comes over you. It's just really cool.
You
And
got to go to a gig.
you
You can
know.
only bring one guitar and one amp.
Yeah.
What are you bringing? To
I
get the
would
Brad
bring-
Whitford sound through one guitar and one amp, what are you bringing?
I got up on stage with Bonamassa here at the Ryman and I brought my 59. And he had I forgot what the amp was, but it was, it was an amp that we easily plug into and use. And he brought that out just for guests. And I just plugged into that cable
Turn it up.
and just turned it up. And it was like, yeah, there it is. I think the foundation in my head for that sound is when I first heard Clapton play. That's like the foundation for what is a great sounding Les Paul and the JTM 45 or whatever. It's like, that's it.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I want the guitar to sound like, you know, when I'm playing a Les Paul.
Well, Brad, that was a lot of fun, man. I want to thank you for taking the time to come hang with me today. Show me some of those guitars.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
It's a good time.
was
Memory lane.
Yeah. It's kind of nice to revisit these in detail. And, you know, I always don't sit down and look at them that deeply every single day.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing you play some of them on the road again here very soon.
In the very near future. Yeah.
Let's get on with it. You want to get out of here?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Hey, I'm Mark Agnesi for Gibson TV. See you next time on another episode of The Collection.
Hope you all are ready for some Les Paul Juniors, because it's time to head down south to Atlanta, Georgia, and check out the collection of Charlie Starr. Hey everybody, Mark Agnesi here for Gibson TV. Today, I'm off the beaten path and way down south in Atlanta, Georgia, on my way to see my buddy guitarist Charlie Starr. Now, Charlie first burst onto the scene with his band Blackberry Smoke way back in 2000, and ever since, they've been making hit records and touring the world. In those travels, Charlie's managed to amass one incredible collection of vintage guitars, all with one rule in mind: every guitar is meant to be played on stage. What you're about to see may shock you. This is the collection of Charlie Starr. We're here, brother Charlie.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Good to see you, man.
Thanks for having us in the House of Blackberry Smoke today.
Yeah, thanks for coming. You guys made it look a lot better in here.
I mean, it's like full on museum mode right now. This is great.
It is. Don't you want to talk about us? Here's a bunch of us.
I know you don't get many days off, so I appreciate you spending this one with us to talk about some guitars.
I mean, it's either hang with you and talk about guitars or do things around the house for my wife.
Think about guitars. Well, let's start at the beginning here, because when do you remember as a kid first noticing guitars?
Yeah, my dad still is a bluegrass guitar player, and he loved D28s and D18s and all manner of acoustic guitars. He's an acoustic guy, and he would come home from work, no matter how tired he was, he would pick up the guitar and sing songs to me. Not a lead player either. He's
Just a rhythm guy.
strumming chords and singing songs. It's all about the song with him. And he would sing Wreck of the Old 97 and Blue Moon of Kentucky and all these songs that he loved. And I loved just that whole thing. He's like a one-man band to me. And so I was constantly banging around his D28, and he'd be like, whoa, 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 let me get you your own guitar. So at 6 years old, he bought me a little nylon string, cheap guitar.
Yeah.
I think it was just to see if it was going to stick, like we were talking about, and it stuck.
What was the first like real guitar that you had growing up?
I saved up, it was a few $100s, and bought a 1978 SG with the harmonica bridge and horrible. No, I'm not poo-pooing on all of
That whole
1978,
era, yeah.
but this one in particular I wanted it to be great.
Yeah.
Because it was within reach, and I was able to save up $300 and get it. But it just never was great. And I didn't know anything about setups or fretwork, and I did all the tinkering myself at the time. And it fretted out at every fret. And like, I think I had friends that were like, what's wrong with your guitar? That was my entry to Gibson.
Yeah.
There.
How old were you when you got that?
15. The SG, I actually started playing in cover bands that would play in bars. And then at 17, I found a 1985 pearl white Les Paul Custom with the flip out tuning keys, the total Randy Rhoads guitar.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I'm an Eddie guy. When we were kids, you had to be an Eddie guy or a Randy guy, and I was an Eddie guy. Much better guitar. Didn't fret out.
Well, you bring up Eddie. Who were the guys growing up that you were going after? Who were the big influences when you were young?
Well, Eddie was a big one because I think I was right around 11 years old when 1984 came out, and it made such an impression. And that quickly turned into the first record for me.
Back to one.
Yeah. And such an impression that Eddie Van Halen made on all of us kids. It was like Michael Jordan playing the guitar. It was such a hero with that big grin on his face and just the great songs. But then after that, I really got into, I think because of my dad, I got into rootsier music and the blues. And my mom loved the Stones, still does. And I would wear out her Hot Rocks cassette. So then all of a sudden I wanted Honky Tonk Women. I wanted to be able to make that sound. And then later, much later, you learn about Open G and things like that.
All the Keith stuff.
Yeah. All the Keith stuff. There was a band from Atlanta called the Georgia Satellites, who, Keep Your Hands to Yourself, obviously was
Obviously the big hit, yeah.
But he made me want a Les Paul Jr. And it was not really as much Leslie West as it was Rick Richards.
Yeah. Croc case, might as well, if we're going to get started, I have a feeling we're going to see a few of these today.
Protected by alligators, but that's
And cardboard.
Cardboard alligators, that's my favorite. It's my spirit animal.
Whose idea this was, but
Yeah.
I got the form right.
Yeah.
Does the lid stay on?
Probably not.
No?
I mean,
Oh, but look at that guitar.
yeah.
Oh, baby. Well, I have a feeling this is the first of many. What do we got here?
55. This is the oldest Junior I have. Had a 54 for a minute and discovered I don't prefer the 54 neck angle. This is a really good one. It's not terribly light. It's a really good sounding.
Doesn't bug me.
But you know what's unique about this guitar for me is stainless steel frets. When we were talking about frets, I've always said no to that question when given the option, would you like stainless steel? I say, hell no. Why would I want that? And I got this with the stainless steel frets, unbeknownst to me. I can't tell a difference.
Really?
But I've never played this guitar with nickel frets, so I don't know the difference, but it sounds damn good and it doesn't bother me and these will last forever, so.
What's your beef with the 54s and why do you like the 55s better? You're talking about neck angle and bridge angle. For those who don't know, explain that a little bit.
As far as my opinion, which is worth a penny, the 54 neck angle was, I guess, what you would say is a shallower neck angle.
Not as much tilt back.
It just makes a difference in the playability of the guitar to me. It also puts the strings closer to the top of the pickup, which my palm will always on that.
Start hearing the chunk on the magnets. Yeah.
Yep. Some 55s I've seen too. This bridge post would almost be
touches that treble side of the pickup
cover, which that gives you a brighter tone across the board because it's the fulcrum there is so close to the pickup.
Yeah.
That's just me. I've only had one 54. Maybe there are others that are fantastic, but it was a first year guitar. And
same thing with first year Les Paul gold tops.
Yeah.
Shallow neck angle and by the second year.
Yeah. Boy, they had it.
We got it now. Dialed in by the second year. Is this Music City or is this
this is Mojo Axe.
Mojo Axe.
I think most of the juniors that I take on the road, which are all of them, have been converted to those, the compensated G-string. As you know, all these guitars the bridges were designed to have a wound G-string.
Wound G, yeah. Really a great design. From a foot away, you would never even tell that there's compensation on there, but it really.
For all the screw counters, though, all of my bridges and tuners are either in the case or in my underwear drawer. Usually, my tech he complains about vintage tuners because they're so stiff, and sometimes there's some slippage.
Yeah.
Which is why on so many player grade juniors, they got Grovers on them.
You know where this one came from? Do you remember?
I think it came from Pennsylvania. There's a whole population of these guitars in the Heartland that were bought as student model guitars, like you said, and put under beds, and people at that time going to war.
Everything we're looking at today has seen the road, right?
Yeah.
Nothing is too precious to keep at home.
No, not of mine.
Not original hard case, but a proper hard case. I'm assuming this one has seen its fair share of road.
It's, an ocean and
freight liners and all sorts of stuff. Oh, there it is.
56. At least the wood is 56.
What else from this is 56?
Well, nothing.
Even pickup's been changed?
That pickup, I thought that was the original pickup for a lot of the years that I owned this guitar. Fella that was fretting it pulled it out and was cleaning it up and said, "That's an old Duncan P90."
Really? But this is the one that started it all, right? This is the first Junior.
I got it in 1993, late 93, early 94, I forget, right around that time. And when I got it, a Bigsby had just come off it.
Yeah.
It made its way around tons of players in Atlanta, but it was initially Rick Richards' guitar. And there's a few videos on YouTube that you can see of him playing it at clubs around Atlanta.
And what did it look like when Rick had it?
It was shiny, but I'm told,
Obviously refin. And it looks like maybe a couple of times
I'm
it
told
was refinned.
the guy's name who refinished it here in Atlanta in the late 70s, early 80s. And it was a tobacco guitar. Headstock break twice over.
During your time or
Nope.
before your time?
Before my time. You look in the certain light, you can see the two graphite studs going.
Going all right up the back.
But I put those letters on. It was sort of a tribute to Ernest Tubb because he would put thanks on the back of his guitar. And I spelled y'all wrong. And it was before I was sober. And I did it in a dressing room somewhere at a club. But I vaguely remember trying to remember where the apostrophe would go. And somebody walked into the dressing room right after I did it and was like, "That ain't right, it goes there." And I was like, "Oh yeah," but it's all right, too late. So that's how you judge your southernness, ladies and gentlemen, is whether or not you know how to spell y'all correctly.
Let me see this thing. Now,
Not a light guitar either.
what did it look like when you got it? How much of this is you?
80% or maybe 85% of that is me.
So this was a black, just a fully black guitar when you bought it.
Yeah, this is all me. It was already starting to come off in spots. A buddy of mine put a sticker of a pinup girl on it at one point without even asking if that was cool. And I pulled it off and then took some of that. But it was just years of smoky bars and late nights. And
Now, has Rick ever contacted you on this guitar trying to get it back from you? Or?
no, we've spent time talking about it. Just a couple times been like, man, I sure would like to have that guitar back. But he told me once, because I asked him, did he use it on any of their records? And he said, I used it on the early recordings that wound up as Keep the Faith, the Satellite's first EP, but he couldn't remember which songs. He wound up with TV Juniors, that was his favorite thing, but he said he never could keep his guitar in tune. I've never had a problem.
The Badass was on there when?
Not this one, another one was. This is a repro.
Oh, okay.
The original one, I still got it. It's covered in rust and barnacles.
Man. Stories it could tell. That's your whole career on this thing.
Well, in the late 90s, Britt, Richard, and myself were in another band, and we made a record with Danny Korchmer. And I had this guitar, and I took it to New York to the studio, and I pulled it out of the case, and it was the only guitar I owned at the time. And he laughed and said, "What is that?" And I said, "It's my guitar," you know. And we started to track, and he was letting me play through a little Tweed Harvard, which I was blown away. I'm like, this is unheard of. And before I could even plug this guitar in, he handed me his really clean TV Junior and said, play a real guitar, a real Junior. And I played it, and it was okay. And I could kind of see him kind of wondering. And then he said, "Get your guitar." And I plugged it in and strummed a G chord, and he goes, "You stay on your guitar."
Nice.
It's got a thing. Sometimes they have a thing.
But this is the Desert Island.
It's the best sounding one I have, and it's just something about that piece of wood.
Yeah. That's killer, dude. That's killer. When did collecting start becoming a thing for you? At what point in your career did the guitar start to amass?
Not until much later. The first, I bought that old black Les Paul Jr. at the behest of a good friend who worked at a great music store in downtown Atlanta called Clark Music. And he decided, and that was Rick Richards' guitar.
That was Rick's guitar, right?
Yeah. And so our friend Ted Lathang, he decided I needed that guitar. He was right, because I bonded with it instantly. And played that as really the only vintage guitar that I owned for a lot of years, because I was, scraping up money to make ends meet. And then as we started to, as Blackberry Smoke became a thing, and it became our living, you know, and then that affords you the ability to go looking after guitars.
Speaking of buying and trading, is it still like that? Do you let them go still? Are you willing to trade off a couple of things to get something else, or are you at that point now in your career where you're trying to hang on to everything and just add new stuff?
I have way more seller's remorse than buyer's remorse. I mean, but there are some, like I was talking to our mutual friend Keith Nielsen. It's like I had this really clean guitar that brought me no joy, because we play them, you know, like they don't, rarely do they sit in a case at home, you know, under a bed or in a locker. Or I like to take them out. You'll see that all these guitars have got, you know, the original strap buttons are pulled off and they have strap locks.
You use them.
Take the tuners off, and they're packed up because they need to be able to tune well. And
now, one of the things that we have in common is our love of single pickup guitars. You probably love them a little more than I do, but tell me about why Les Paul Juniors, Esquires, Firebird ones. What is it about single pickup guitars that's different?
I think it's that black guitar that I bonded with.
Just kind of set up the whole.
So completely, it's set up
the whole thing.
Yep. And I started to seek out more of that, and because they're all so different. Of all the Juniors I have, they're like snowflakes. I don't think there are two that I go, oh, this sounds just like that one. But enough of the same foundation to where the idea is there, the feel is there. I caught myself, you know, then playing two pickup guitars, and then I'd be like, I don't ever flip to the neck pickup.
What's the point?
It forces you to play, to try different things with the volume and tone knob.
Actually engage with the guitar a little more.
Where you strum, where you rake the strings, how close you are or how far you are from the bridge. Every night when we play, and I don't know why, it makes me smile. I'll reach back and like, oh, now and it's just me like entertaining myself. Like, now it sounds like a Telecaster. Oh, look at, oh, now it doesn't. Oh, what's it, you know, I love it. I just can't get enough, you know.
Another one of these cardboard cases.
Little dusty, little dry rot. 57.
Oh yeah, that's clean too. Also,
Kind of heavy. Yeah.
Maybe there's something to that heavy Junior thing. What attracted you to this one?
This one, I got two at the same time. Joe B said, 2 pairs and a spare.
Yeah.
No, I got a good deal on two that were funny. The weight on them is completely different. The burst, completely different. This one's a little short with a little more overspray.
Yeah, really just a perimeter.
And the other one that I didn't bring today, but it comes in a lot more, and it's a lot darker, almost black out here.
Yeah, this is what I think of 57. This is kind of that perimeter burst.
And look how far away from the pickup that bridge is.
Yeah.
That's
57 is when it really settled in, I feel like.
They perfected it.
Yeah.
It did not have an original wiring harness in it. And it was a newer repro that you can buy already soldered and wired with new caps. And when I would get to the top of the volume knob, it did something that I didn't like. It did a really bright, like between 8 and 10. So I would play it on 8 just because I didn't like it.
At 10, yeah.
And it started to bother me, and my OCD took over, and I was like, I can't have this. This sucks. Called a friend and said, can you find me a Junior harness? And I need a real one. And he's like, they've gotten expensive now. You know, they're like $400 and $500. I'm like, I don't want to pay that. And he called me a couple months later and said, I just got a wiring harness from a lap steel, which is the same damn thing.
Oh, the same pots.
And it's from a 57. It's 57 pots.
Yeah.
With a Bumblebee. And I put it in, and it was instantly right.
It's fun. Everybody talks about this pickup, that pickup. The difference that capacitor and the pots can make to the pickup that's already in there is mind-blowing when you hear it. It doesn't get talked about.
I figured that it's because these guitars have so few components. Every one is so damn important.
Yeah.
And you have to do 500 and 250. It can't, it's...
With all of these Juniors, what makes you pick one over the other in the set? Are there certain just tones that lend themselves to different songs, or is it the guitar you wrote it on, or?
Sometimes it's a guitar I tracked it with.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is funny. I had just gotten this guitar. It's pretty clean.
Yeah, I know it's in great
Pretty
shape.
clean example. And we were playing St. Louis at the pageant. Our friend Richard Fortas came, and he got up and played Used to Love Her with us. And the next day I was like, what is that? And I've never spoken about this to Richard before, but Richard, I'm proud to know that you left your mark.
Way to go, dude. Yeah. Good stories. Killer guitar.
Yeah.
Newer hard case,
Mm-hmm.
but I have a feeling it might be more of the same.
Close.
Oh, yeah. TV model. Who would have thought a yellow guitar?
I mean, why is
So cool.
Why is it so great? Limed mahogany.
That's a nice one.
This one is all original,
Yeah.
and it's 58, so it's
58 single cut. That's
late
cool.
late in that game. It doesn't weigh much.
Definitely the lightest one we felt so far, and that neck is just awesome. Refret, obviously. Now these recently have just gone
Yeah.
absolutely berserk. When did you get this?
Probably about 5 years ago,
Before pandemic pricing, pre-pandemic pricing.
before it went completely nuts. And already then, they were more than their tobacco.
Yeah, they're always
sisters.
going to be more than the Sunburst ones, but
I had a 57 special that I let go and put this one in its place.
yeah.
Great guitar, fantastic guitar.
Where'd this come from?
Keith Nelson.
Oh, this was one of Keith's.
Yeah.
Well, another guy that knows juniors.
Yeah, and he, and this one, it being such the deep sort of
Yeah, it's
yellow,
Yeah.
he called it Mean Mr. Mustard.
sometimes they kind of are very weedy colored. Sometimes once you get into the 59s and the double cuts, they really go to that
Yeah.
kind of pale.
Uh-huh.
This is like that perfect shade of mustard yellow.
Yeah.
It's just perfect. So when do you reach for the TV?
I used this on our last album, You Hear Georgia. I played it on a few solos, and on our new record, played it on a couple of songs. I've only had it in the amount of time that we've made these
Yeah.
two records, but the first time I plugged it in, and I was using a Marshall, a 50-watt JMP, and it sounded like Out to Get Me.
That snarly.
Yeah, and I didn't even say it. I think it was Benji. He was like, damn, that sounds like Guns N' Roses. That sounds like Out to Get Me. I said, that's not a bad thing to sound like.
Yeah, it does it for me. Is this the only original TV in the collection, or are there more?
Yeah, this is the only original. This one and two refins.
Two refin ones. It's just the coolest guitars ever. If you don't have a Les Paul Jr.,
I don't like you.
you're not our friend. You need to go get one, and
I
then
don't
we
trust
can talk.
you. It's not that I don't like you. We don't trust you.
Yeah, if you can't get it done with one pickup, you're not going to get it done anyway. That's the business right there. That's a really great guitar. This is seen road, obviously.
Yeah.
Got a nice scuffed up case. All right, what are we? Oh, and we're into the double cuts.
59.
Keeping it chronological.
That's
I like
it.
that.
Yeah.
Still got some cherry on it.
Yep. Mojo Axe again.
Yeah.
In between light and heavy. It seems pretty
When I say,
normal.
for people who don't understand, when I say still got some cherry on it, look at the back,
Yeah.
and then you look at the front. This is where all that UV has kind of started to make that red start to dissipate to a more brown color. Obviously, the back of the guitar doesn't get it as bad. You can still see a much more vibrant cherry color here, and right when you get to the side,
Yeah.
you see the transition.
Flip flop. It's like
It's like one of those cool cars with the flip flop.
a new Cadillac. Got a good neck.
Yeah, that's a 59 neck right there. What makes you go double cut over single cut?
When I want it to hang weird on my body because of
Just
that.
get all. When I really want to fight it.
When I really want it to feel awkward. No, I mean, I guess there are just so many reasons why guitar would be different as far as the tonality, but I really think there's something to be said about this neck joint, about where it joins the body. And it doesn't make it floppy. It feels long as a canoe paddle, but if you want to get up there to that note,
A little easier on the double cut.
there you go. I love this one. This is a really, really good pickup. It's really close to that favorite black one.
Where did this one come from?
Pennsylvania as well.
Really? Same spot?
Same spot, same guy. Crazy how, speaking of neck angle, I don't know if you can see how high off the body.
That bridge is sitting.
Yeah, and it's not leaning forward, which is a great blessing too, because that's another aspect of these guitars. They all do that.
Yeah.
But not this one.
That's a healthy one. And that neck is just awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Personally prefer single cuts to double cuts, but when it's right, it's right.
Yeah.
That just everything about that is right.
And the round edge.
Yeah.
It's a little sleek. I had a good hard edge 58, let it go. Need it back.
Yeah. In TV.
That's right. In TV this time.
That's killer. Talk to me about your buying process. Is there a hit list, Charlie Starr hit list of what you're looking for? Are you just out on the road and stuff presents itself to you and you fall in love? How are you going about buying guitars these days?
I think there's usually a hit list, but that changes. And I don't know about you, but I'll get excited about something and then get obsessed with it and call all the people we know.
Yeah. No.
And then if there's not one available or not a good deal, that'll cool off and it'll change. But unfortunately for me, all of our friends always find a way.
It's an expensive group of friends.
It is.
That we hang with sometimes.
It is.
People know people.
I should know better than try to keep up. But I love it. And I'm not a burst owner.
Yeah.
That's a hard thing to even try to understand to me. I even talk to people, friends of ours who have them, like, that's tough. That's tough to wrap your brain around to me. But
I mean, are you out on the road chasing it down in every city you go to?
Yeah.
Your pawn shops, guitar stores, anything off limits or everywhere you're going?
Every day and Benji he's such an enabler. Benji Shanks. He's like got his phone out and Craigslist and pawn shops and guitar store. Come on, let's go. It's Valentine's Day. Should we maybe look for some chocolates for our wives? Nah. Well, but look at this Junior I found.
We just talked about bursts. I know you've played a lot of bursts. Will there ever be a day where Charlie Starr has a burst in his collection?
I hope so. I mean, as much as I scoff,
Yeah. And if so, is that burst going on the road with you?
It's tough to say. A show that we played with Skinnerd and Keith Nelson came out, and he had Godzilla at the time.
That was a killer guitar.
Yeah, and he said, I'm bringing Godzilla. You want to play Godzilla in the show? It was like, okay. And that guitar was so clean. And I thought, I have buttons on my shirt.
It's not fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so stressful. And he was like, who gives a damn? Play it, And it was like holding it out like this. So I guess that would be part of the thought process would be like, well, how clean is it? And
yeah. I think that's the reason why he got
I think he did. I think
rid
the
of it.
stress is
Yeah.
like, I can't enjoy it because it's so clean. Cesar brought his burst to the Ryman, and then also the Blessing burst was there. We had 2 bursts in one night. Marcus King came, he played one, I played one. And I mean, that was stressful too. I was like, hey, what are we doing, And but at the end of the day, it's our front of house guy with Cesar's guitar. He was like, wow, okay, that guitar just changed the sound of the entire band.
Gemini is a good guitar.
Yeah.
That's a really, really killer burst.
It's amazing what happens with those instruments. It's why they are what they are.
It's not just hype.
It is
It is a real thing.
It is a real tangible thing.
Speaking of the Ryman, I just have to tell you, and my wife could not come, and she recommended I bring my 8-year-old son, Nico, and that was his first rock show. And I just have to say, you completely ruined my kid now forever, because he shows up and he gets his VIP badge and he's walking around thinking he's hot shit, and everybody's like, oh, it's good. And then the text comes and it's like, hey, come out to the bus and the thing. So now we're on the bus and Elliot's there, we're passing guitars around and stuff. And now
Chicken wings and Topo Chicos.
Because he says to me, hey, Guns N' Roses is coming.
Yeah.
You think we're going to hang out on Uncle Slash's bus? It's like, okay, first off, Uncle Slash, but second, I don't think that's going to happen every night. But he had a great time. That was his first rock show.
Dad,
you guys killed it. Another croc case, different shape.
Yep.
I like these too.
Good eye.
Oh, yeah. Les Paul SG Jr. That's cool. So this would make this what? 62-ish one?
62.
62. Not a blade neck. Some of those 62s still have those
Yeah.
paper thin 61 necks. Man,
That one's the wide daddy, though.
yeah, that looks great. Okay, more P90 talk.
Yep. Now,
Tell me about 60s P90s over 50s P90s.
I believe 60s P90s are brighter and hotter.
Definitely got more wines.
They got some more bark to them, which is when you're getting up in there wanting to play some Sabbath, they give you that ability.
I don't know if that's for a reason with, they had a body with less mass. They figured they needed to put more wraps on the pickup or what, but they definitely have more juice than the 50s P90s do.
I was talking to a guy that we know that said he made a trip to Kalamazoo in 1970. And he said, I watched some ladies winding pickups and they were sitting and it looked like sewing machine operation. And he said,
Still kind of does.
said winding machine, there was a foot brake.
Yeah.
And he said, as the machine counted to 1800 or whatever the magic number might have been, the foot brake got hit. But if they were busy talking to their neighbor,
Smoking cigarettes and doing the whole
there
thing.
was a cigarette being smoked or somebody getting chewed up with some good gossip, they might have gotten 1925 or something.
Yeah.
It barks, so somebody was really getting talked about.
The neck has lost all of the cherry.
It's almost a TV yellow neck.
Yeah, that's great. What makes you pick these up? When you just got to get nasty, this is going to get nastier than the...
Yeah, we've got a couple of songs that are way down, for us anyway, and this one, I recorded a song that we have called Like an Arrow on it, and it's tuned to open C sharp.
Very Sabbath.
I don't know why I chose this little thin guitar for that tuning, because when you play these guitars, also the neck joint here, if you move your hand quickly, you hear it go, I mean, it's like a crazy vibrato. But this guitar loves to be in that tuning, and it sounds pretty ominous. And I love the knob change then.
The reflectors, man.
Yeah, there was some good stuff going on.
Yeah.
Pick guards that want to lift at every edge.
A little bit. No cracks yet, though. It's still staying down.
It's all intact. Lightning bolt.
Yeah, first year lightning bolt.
Speaking of the list again, I need a 61. It's at the
slant.
angle. Yeah.
Any of you Blackberry Smoke fans out there with 61 Les Paul SG Juniors?
Yeah. Give me a call. Hit me up on the internet.
Soon enough, they'll be in a town by you. They never stop touring. You can find them. So I'm guessing this is like 64, 65-ish.
64.
64.
You're a man who knows his stuff, Mark.
No, my cardboard. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's my favorite color for these.
Yeah.
Polaris White SG Junior.
Now this one is
Mint minus,
yeah.
we'll call it.
This one's it's been there.
Holy shit. Yeah, it's been there and back. What the hell does...
I don't know. I don't know if
It's
it was
like-
a guy was playing it at the Renaissance Festival and he had like a gauntlet on.
Or it was like one of those, some
Chainmail.
kind of old capo that had something
That's
and he just
right.
moved it up and down the neck. But it was like,
Albert Collins.
there's literal tire tracks
Yeah.
down the entirety of this neck.
I would say that was a label maker.
At some point, there was some kind of label on there.
Somebody's address, maybe. Yank that on.
Hasn't yellowed out that much, though. It's still staying pretty white. Oh, and that's flowed out of your hands. Other than the obvious coolest guitar ever, what attracted you to this?
Well, it was a good deal.
Love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
We love that.
First and foremost. And then just seeing that, you know, it always makes my brain go to, that's going to be a great sounding guitar because somebody has played the shit out of it.
Yeah.
And I was right.
Yeah.
And it sounds angrier than the 62.
Really?
Again, it's different, you know, than that other one too. It's just got a different rainbow.
Well, like you said, there's so few things that everything makes a difference.
Yeah.
And if somebody sweat a bunch on this pickup
Right.
and the magnets started doing whatever they're doing, or, you know, that cap has leaked out, whatever it's leaked out, and now it's putting out at a different range than it's supposed to, and it makes that pickup do another. It's all alchemy.
The day after I got this guitar, I played it at a show. Was very excited because it's the first white guitar I owned since I was a teenager.
Yeah, white custom.
Talking to my friends, I'm like, you know, the white ones sound different. I'm like, that's a crazy idea. But anyway, I put a picture of it up online. Was like, oh, I'm really excited. Check it out. This 1964 SG Junior. And a guy on Instagram was like, hey, Charlie, when and where did you get that guitar? Because I had one that was stolen about 10 years ago, and I've never seen another white one.
They didn't make them. It's a one-off.
So I was like, so I answered him and was like, well, they made more than one, but you may want to go talk to Jake E. Lee, because the first time I ever saw one was the Shot in the Dark video, Ozzy Osbourne, and he probably stole your damn guitar.
And I mean, if that pickup's hot enough for Jake E. Lee to play
That's right.
Ozzy on, it's hot enough for you too.
Yeah, my son taught me how to play Bark at the Moon correctly on this guitar. So for that right there was a reason to purchase it, was to have
worth the price of admission
to
right
have
there.
my progeny play Bark at the Moon on it.
That's how you want to find them right there. That's as cool as it gets. Brown case
Yeah.
of the non-cardboard variety.
Pink.
Oh, yes. I remember this guitar.
So this one has a story. I don't know it to be fact. They say that this guitar started life as a 53 gold top Les Paul model, and that it was sent back maybe to Gibson, to Kalamazoo, to be refinished in black, given this Bigsby, given a bumblebee in here with a gray tiger, given a serial number.
The 7 serial number.
I guess that's the story. Now, this, as if that's not a cool enough story, talk to some people who were like, Gibson didn't do that. And then other people say, yeah, they did. They did repairs, and they did
Still do.
refinish work. I've always thought, by looking in this case, that Bigsby's been rubbing right there for a long time. It's been
Oh, yeah.
doing its thing.
This has been on for a minute. Yeah.
So when I first got it, it had a shaved down ABR1 that was pretty wrecked. So this is a repro.
Because this would have been just a wrap tail
Yeah.
on a fit. So when they put the Bigsby on, they had to put some sort of
Like the dog
tunematic on it. Yeah.
But whoever did it, and I don't know if they did it in 1957, maybe at Gibson, that ABR1 that was sort of shaved down. Who knows between that time and if you look closely in the light, there's a hole that was filled in the middle of the headstock. It's a headstock repair also.
Oh, yeah.
There's been some refinish work. But somebody decided it should be a 7-string guitar. So there's a little
Oh, there's an extra notch on the Bigsby.
nodule right there to hook a string on. And then it came up and had an extra tuner in there.
That would be to add like another B string. Those aren't even the octave strings.
I don't even know. Unless they were like, okay, well, we're going to go to make this an extra low B, it'll be, E, B, G, D. So who knows?
Crazy.
But then somebody thought better of it and were like, this is stupid. And they put it back.
So when we were hanging at the Ryman that night,
Yeah.
this was the guitar we were passing around on the bus, you mean Elliot.
Yeah, I had
Did this
showed
come
it.
through Elliot, or did this?
No, it came from Ricky Skaggs.
This was a
Thank you,
Ricky's-
Ricky. And it was somebody that he had known. It was a lady, I think, that he said that he goes to church with. It belonged to her brother.
No, I mean, that's a very old refin because it is checked and it looks exactly like it should.
Yeah.
The finish looks like Gibson did it, and with the white cream plastics on there.
I had these out, and there's gold in the cavities, just judging by the top and those big old knobs,
Yeah.
big old early 50s knobs.
And great dish, too. Really pronounced belly.
And
So this has got to be one of the newer acquisitions.
Well, I've had it about 7-8 years.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this has been around. Tell me about Bigsby's on Les Pauls.
This one, I never touch it because that
It's a
neck,
shallow neck angle
yeah.
still.
So I stay far, far away from it, or else it just is going to go out of tune. Oh, not to mention, somebody played Pin the Tail on the Donkey
On the output jack,
with that.
3 different placements.
I don't know if you can see that, but it's been all over the place back there.
Stories. Good stories.
Be boring if it was brand new looking, wouldn't
And
it?
gold. Yeah. That's great. Another roadworthy
Yeah.
aftermarket case.
This one might be the most interesting story, and it is a love story. It is a 1958 Les Paul Custom.
When 2 PAFs are not enough,
That's right, when you need that extra push over the cliff.
add the 3rd PAF.
This was back around the time of our Whippoorwill album,
Yeah.
which was our 3rd album. And so we got to do a lot of cool things on the tour and the subsequent promotion for that record. And one of those things was playing Jay Leno. I got an email, which I still have, from a guy after we were on Leno that said, hey, I really enjoyed that performance. I like that song. I like your band. I'm putting you in my will. I'm going to be leaving you my 58 Les Paul Custom. To which I replied, that's crazy. Why would you do that? Very nice to meet you, but why would you do that? So I didn't hear anything for 4 or 5 years. He said, I want you to have the guitar now.
Wow.
So he sent it to me, and it was sort of disassembled at the time. He had dressed it up to look like Frampton's guitar.
Covers off.
Yeah.
White plastic.
But he said, I'm going to send you all the parts that I have left. And by that, he meant that he had gotten rid of the PAFs. These are actually Tyson tone. He had Duncan's in there, but they had the covers off. And Bobby Tyson made me some pickups to go in it. But he had the pickup rings, the stop bar, the bridge, the knobs, the pick guard, the truss rod cover. And these are repro Grovers. But all this other stuff.
It's a really clean guitar.
Well, it's a refin.
Oh, it is. It's a really good refin.
It is. But it's a refin from the 70s. He said, I bought the guitar in 1967 when he was 18 years old. And he said, saw an ad in the paper, said, Gibson Les Paul, $350. Checked it out, an old man had it, and he said, I bought it. And he said, I came down to Florida, moved to Florida, started playing in bars. And he said, we opened for the Allman Brothers in 1971. And he said, Dwayne Allman played it.
Really?
He said he wanted to buy it because he wanted a triple pickup guitar. At that point, he had the gold top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he had traded for the burst yet. So maybe it was 70 when the show was. Anyway, he said, I told him, no, I've had it. I love it. It's my guitar. I can't sell it. So he said, I thought it was a 59. And he said, Dwayne flipped it around and said, no, it's a 58. See, the first digit is an 8. Now, that's been restamped now, but he said he's the one who told me it was a 58, not a 59. A little bit after that, I saw Mick Ronson, David Bowie. So I stripped all the paint off the top of it.
As a lot of people did.
Yeah, and he said years later in the late 70s, I decided I wanted it black again, so he had it professionally restored to black.
If you're going to get a 50s Les Paul Custom, being given one is a really good way about it.
Well, he has since passed on, and so...
Did you ever get a chance to meet him in person?
Never in person, just on the phone.
Wow.
But he was a great, sweet man. His name was Mick, and I don't name guitars, but I call this guitar Mick, because that was...
That's shit. And this one comes out too, right?
Yep, sure does.
Is there one that got away? You have remorse on anything in particular?
I've let a few things go that I wish I hadn't. I've been bumming lately about and it's not that hard to come by, but a really good hard edge 58 double cut that was really dark cherry red and hadn't browned at all, and I let that go. It was at a time where I thought, these are everywhere. And then now they're not everywhere.
They were. Yeah. Everywhere.
When I was still 19, 20 years old, I had a blonde 72 Telecaster with a Bigsby, but it was a really good one. It was really light, and the pickup was completely a canoe. It'd sway back, I was playing a 50-watt JMP then, and would have to turn my cabinet to the wall in every bar that we played. But there was something magical that happened with that Telecaster, with that cabinet to the wall. It just filled up those little corner stages with magic. And maybe it's nostalgia, but it was my favorite Telecaster I think I've ever owned, and I sold it to make a car payment.
As you do sometimes.
And this is ridiculous, but I had a really good D35, and it was a gift from my dad. Bad marriage, bad divorce thing. I don't know where that guitar is. It was that was kind of a bummer too, but sorry to bum you out, folks. It happens.
Black case. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's my favorite spec of the S335. What is this, 63, 64?
64.
64. That is here, grab that. That is my favorite feature set for an ES335 right there. Tell me about this. Where did it come from?
This one came from Louisville, Kentucky. A one-owner guitar. Guy's grandpa. Sat down and played it a lot. There's a nice little wear on his leg, and he just wore GC&D out.
Yeah.
And so when I got it, it was just
You
thrashed.
can even
right
see
there.
it on the board.
Yeah. And it looked like it had been outside in a barn when I got it. It was really dirty, and look down in there at the sticker, and the
Oh, yeah.
guy who cleaned it up said, how was he able to get that bird to shit in the F-hole like that?
Well, that's where the tone comes from, though. Dude. The tone's in the bird shit, you know?
So this one sounds exactly like you think it would.
Yeah. Cleaned up nice, too. It's still nice and
Yeah.
cherry. Now, these are not factory brads for
Yeah.
the custom-made plaque, but it seems like it's holding it down all right.
Yeah, it started to roll, you can see, probably from being outside in the barn.
In the barn. I'm taking it was also not in the case either.
Somebody, let me show you in here.
Oh, the neck, dude. It's gone. I love that.
In here we have
Oh, curly cable.
the cable, but this is my favorite part, is the bill of sale.
Oh, original receipts. Where'd you get it?
Dodd Music Center in Covington, Kentucky.
$300
$300
even. 55. Was that for the case?
I think so.
330.
Extra for the Bigsby. 55 for the Bigsby.
That was the markup for the Bigsby.
Yeah.
$330 for the guitar and the case. Man, we're from the wrong era, you know?
12 payments at $28 a month.
Take that, Sweetwater.
Yeah.
$28 a month?
Yeah. Beat that.
When do the 335s or the ES guitars replace the juniors? When do these come out for you? Because I see you play them a lot.
Yeah. My friend Ray, he gave me a custom shop 345 as a birthday gift, that's number 2 extravagant gift.
Yeah.
I started playing that guitar on a few different songs, and even wrote a couple of songs with that sort of feel.
Yeah.
And then so it was when this one became available or came into my life, I thought, well, got to have more of those too. They do a thing.
They definitely do a thing. When do you go for humbuckers? I mean, you got so many, between the juniors and the Esquires and everything, it's a lot of single coil pickups. What makes you reach for a humbucker guitar?
It'll just be the song. There's a song we have called Waiting for the Thunder that is a hollow body song.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't feel right on a junior. So
With humbuckers as opposed to P90s. Is there a reason to go either way for that too?
well, that particular song, Waiting for the Thunder, has a humbucker lead, and it just has a little brighter snarl to it. And
Yeah.
I really had a good time on our summer tour last year. We were out with the Allman Betts band, and Dwayne Betts, he was playing 64 335 that Dickie Betts owned, and I was playing this, and it felt pretty pimp to be playing to.
Two original 64s.
Especially since he was playing Dickie Betts's.
Yeah, killer. God, I love those. One of those is in my future at some point. I don't know if I'll get the bird shit in the F-hole or not.
I mean,
if I'm so lucky.
I'm hoping you do.
Yeah, I am too. That's where the tone is. Another one of these black cases.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. One of the most overlooked and underrated guitars of the 60s, the Gibson ES 330.
65, early 65.
Still
so it's
wide
a
nut?
Good wide nut. We had made an album with Brendan O'Brien, our fourth album, called Holding All the Roses. We went out to L.A. to do guitar overdubs with him, and he has a Pelham Blue one,
Yes, he does.
a 64. And I played that guitar through his blues breaker, his original blues breaker, and I thought, that's the best sounding shit I've ever heard in my life. And even in the control room, or even sitting in there with the amp holding it, and this completely hollow thing is just going crazy. So it's an animal just moving in your hands. And I thought, I have to have one. And he said, well, good luck. You're not going to be able to play it on stage, not unless you fill it full of T-shirts. So, but he said, no, you have to have one, and it has to be, if you want what you're talking about, it has to be metal pickup cover era. So 64, 65. He said,
65, you got mismatched parts. You got a nickel ABR1 with chrome covers and a chrome tailpiece, but you still got the wide nut, which is important. Still 1 11/16 at the nut.
And it
weighs 2 pounds. Everybody talks about Epiphone casinos. This is like the only guitar that the Epiphone version
seems to be more popular than the Gibson version, but they're identical guitars. 16 fret, neck joint. It's the ideal rock and roll rhythm guitar. Every 60s band seemed like one of the guys in the band was playing one of these.
Glenn Frey. Keith Richards playing one in Open G live at Hyde Park in 1969 through high watts. How the hell was he doing that? Like the talking about stuffing it, the whole idea of stuffing it is you don't want to do that because you don't want to stop the top from vibrating.
That's the magic
the
part.
tune.
Yeah.
But I've tried to play this on stage with our band who are not nearly as loud as far as stage volume as the Stones would have been in 1969.
At Hyde Park.
How did he do that? Yeah. But I did buy at one point some of those F-hole.
Rubber, F-hole stoppers.
And it killed it. I just couldn't
Just takes
do
the
it.
vibe away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I only use this guitar to record, but I have used it. It's on a song that I wrote with Keith Nelson, Run Away From It All, is one of our favorites.
Yeah.
Things that sound like a junior that are not a junior are all that
What
guitar.
is this guitar? And it's like the best couch guitar because it's just loud enough that you can.
It's just
sit and
fantastic.
You don't have to plug it into an amp.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And
Don't-
Gary Clark Jr. swears by them too.
Don't sleep on the ES330s out there. And they were totally undervalued. I don't know about that anymore. I haven't.
Completely hollow and lots of room to stash shit.
Yeah. This is the mule here going across the border. That's great.
Yeah.
Love an ES330. Rectangle case.
Huh?
That's something fresh.
Not a
Custom shop case, but not a custom shop guitar.
not a custom shop guitar. Way better at protecting than the original case, which is in pieces, but
And of course, just one pickup.
that's it.
What else do you need?
Well, with this one, you need a tone knob to be able to turn the tone.
Get that ice pick out of it a
Yeah.
little bit. 64 Firebird 1.
And
Same year as Clapton's, if I'm not mistaken.
The bird is intact, and the pick guard is not cracked.
Is the headstock intact?
Yes, it is.
Now, this is a rare guitar right here. And a lot of it, as you already pointed out, is the damn case that these came in. You got all these banjo tuners hanging off the back. And that takes a bump.
Gone.
You know, they go.
That one is sort of an exception to the rule about touring because it won't fit comfortably in a guitar boat.
Yeah.
And
They
then,
will, yeah.
and so I don't tour with that guitar just because of the fear of
It's too nice now.
losing it.
Yeah. Where did this come from?
from Texas.
Nice.
And somebody who owned it decided to put their
Social
Security number there over the
over the serial.
serial number.
It's more important than the serial number.
Yeah.
Great
But-
weight.
Man, it's a good one. And I had that guitar fretted also because there was nothing left. And
Hey, no binding. Who cares? What frets on it?
yeah, and now it plays like nobody's business. And then it's just your choice. Do you want it to hang awkwardly here or here?
Awkwardly there. Yeah. But man, that can peel the paint off the walls.
Yeah,
Those pickups.
It'll take it there.
Especially the ones with just the one pickup. They, for whatever reason, just are bright, bright guitars.
I will. The guy I bought it from, he said, "You're going to want to run that always at 2 on the tone knob."
Just as a baseline. Yeah.
That's where it starts, and it just breathes fire right there. But
I've got the Eric Clapton Crossroads.
Yeah.
One of these in my collection currently, and we nailed it. You gotta roll that tone knob down a little bit.
that's where it lives,
Yeah, eat the stitching out of your Levi's, man.
and never let go of the neck.
Man, it's the coolest looking guitar from
Yeah.
the 60s. I mean,
It is.
so cool. Another brown case, but this looks a little older. This looks like 40s brown case.
Lifton with gaff tape,
As you do.
no charge.
On the house. Let's see. Ooh, ES300.
ES300. I found this we were on an acoustic tour. It was a couple of months, a handful of years ago, and was out on safari, as you do, and went into a pawn shop. I believe it was Valparaiso, Indiana, and I saw this hanging on the wall and thought, well, I don't know a whole lot about this era of the ES guitars.
Clear knobs.
Clear knobs, 1P90. And so I got my little handheld computer out and did a bunch of cramming on these guitars and determined that it was an ES300 because of the logo, the strip
Logo, crown,
the P90 and the parallelogram inlays.
17-inch lower bout.
The resource that I read said that, or the source that I read said that once the Florentine cutaway made its appearance, these guitars were all but forgotten.
Yeah.
People say, oh, I don't need that anymore. I can't get up there to the fancy notes. But I love this guitar, and I put flat wounds on it. Did a podcast with Joe Bonamassa, and as he sat in his house, there were two hanging behind him. And I said, oh, look at there, I got one behind me too. He goes, yeah, I file those under the easy to buy, hard to sell category.
Yeah, it's a lost art, but
But
historically cool. Fun with flat wounds. You need something to put flat wounds on.
Yeah.
This is the perfect guitar for that.
Pear Guy said he believes this is a real mahogany top with the thickness of it. I don't know. What's your take?
It's definitely, I feel like I can see some laminates.
Okay.
If you look in there, you can kind of see
Yeah.
some plies, which most of the time, if it says ES on it, it's a ply top guitar. But
Yeah.
it is a mahogany top, which most all the ply guitars we do are maple,
Yeah.
poplar maple. So how's that P90 on the arch top treat you?
It's great. It is just that neck position. It's fantastic. Lends itself well to if you were going to play Move It On Over by Hank Williams Sr.
Yeah.
That was something that Kenny Vaughn said in an interview that I saw not long ago talking about country music in that era. And he's like, there were no country guitar players. All those dudes were jazz players. All of them.
Well, they weren't rock. There were no rock guitar players.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell else were they?
Hillbillies and jazz cats. Hillbilly singers and jazz guitar players.
That's an album title right there. Hillbillies and Jazz Cats.
That's our new reality show.
Side project. What would you say the percentage of your collection is electric to acoustic?
Probably 60-40 electric to acoustic.
So, I mean, a good portion of what you have is acoustics. Let's talk about acoustic guitars for a little bit. Obviously, acoustic guitars have songs
Yeah.
in them. What are you looking for when you pick up a flat top?
Just resonance and warmth. And it's a funny thing about old guitars and new guitars. They're so different. As far as acoustic guitars go, it's really a more tangible idea that time is such a factor. I'm a dead string guy too.
Really?
So is Dave Cobb. He's like, the only time you put a string on that acoustic guitar is when you break one.
Yeah.
It's the only, and I agree. My ears just don't prefer the new bright thing with an acoustic guitar. I think that's a reason I love J45 so much is they have that thuddy dark.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful. I don't even know how to describe it, but the thud is just what it is, you know. But and even with that's such a thing with Gibson guitars, and even with SJ200s, that big thing. And then the little, which we'll see, you'll remember the little L00.
Love LOOs.
It's a little guitar that sounds like a big guitar. Yeah. How did they do that? How did you do that?
It was the cheapest guitar
Right.
in the catalog. Yeah.
And Gibsons have such a fingerprint with that tonality, with all the different models. I have a really great 62 Country and Western, wants to be a hummingbird, but it's just not quite as pretty.
Doesn't have the guard. Yeah.
But it's just got that connection to the human voice that's a real thing. That's different from a Martin. And with Martins, I just love that big robust, not too much low end, not too much high end, just right there, just the rainbow. And I'm a little more picky, I think, with acoustic guitar, which you have to be, I guess.
There's so less, there's no pedals, there's no amps, there's wood and strings, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know?
If your question is coming up about the acoustic search, it's always on the hunt for the next greatest acoustic guitar.
Do you do the vast majority of your writing on acoustics or electrics?
Acoustics.
That's where the songs come from.
That's the guitar that sits in the house in a stand, and if inspiration strikes, I grab that. And then later it's like, well, let's see if this translates to the electric guitar.
You got to go do a van tour again. You can only bring 2 guitars with you, one electric and one acoustic. What are you bringing?
That little black Junior and the 1955 J45.
Those 2 will pretty much take care of it all.
They can do it all, and neither one of them is pretty. They do it right.
Time for some acoustics?
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Oh.
Did I miss one? You missed one.
Oh, yeah.
You should know this one.
I sold you this guitar.
You certainly did.
40 or 41?
41.
1941 L00. These are fun guitars.
So good. Loud and good. I don't know what tuning it's in. It's an open tuning. Crystal clear. And guess what? These are the strings that that were on it when you sold it to me.
They're still shiny.
I mean, what?
Why put new strings on it? Dead String Club.
Do you remember that I texted you and said,
That's just the sound, man. That's just what's supposed to be played on it.
I texted you and said, Mark, what are these strings that are on this guitar probably 4 years ago? And you said, I'm not sure. And I don't know why you would know that. That was a stupid
Whatever
question.
our tech put on them, 12 gauge something.
But I don't know if they're the coded jobbies or what, but I've played this guitar tons and they won't not sound good.
Yeah. Oh, it's just, it makes you play a certain way. So here we are, 80 years later, it still sounds like $1 million.
That cool checking and kind of flaminess on the top.
I just love these Fire Stripe.
Yeah.
Fire Stripe pick guards, the best.
Yeah. All about the celluloid.
This is not a strummer for you, right? This is a
No.
This is a picker.
I don't think I've ever used a pick on it.
Yeah.
All about fingers. Look how pronounced that script is.
Yeah. And how not pronounced all these angles on the headstock are. Just beautifully worn.
I remember you played one in a video that had a piece of a weird pick guard above it, but it sounded really good.
I vaguely remember
I
that.
sent you a message and said, man, what about that guitar? And you were like, nah, that ain't the one you want. This is the one you want.
Yeah.
And you were correct.
It is so great. I had a 39, a black one that I let go a few years ago that I'm starting to question why I did that. They're like $25 when they were new.
Yeah, right.
The best $25 you could have spent in 1941 right there.
Yeah. Mark, you didn't charge me $25.
I was a little more than 25, but black Gibson logo case, more acoustics.
Somebody loved this one. They put rivets all down the sides and back of the broken.
It's a punk rock case.
It is. Rivets.
Rivets. Oh yeah, country and Western.
Both kinds.
Both kinds.
Now let me ask you, is this a different type of celluloid from that other guitar or same?
This is probably, well, by the 60s, it was probably a little bit different. Although I don't know, to be perfectly honest. But that color and that striping we can't find new non-toxic, non-flammable equivalents of that now.
That's a 63.
1963 country and Western. New bridge,
New bridge.
because this would have been an adjustable saddle originally.
I didn't mind that at all. It sounded good. I couldn't put a pickup in it that I liked.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a little bit easier with the fixed saddle. For those of you at home that don't know, this is basically a hummingbird. That's all it is with a different pick guard. It's square shoulder, multiply binding on the top, multiply binding on the back. It's a
no birds.
hummingbird with a different pick guard. Everything else about this is,
Look how thin that pick
I
guard
know,
is.
it's super thin.
Crazy.
But yeah, I mean, this is great. I love to actually be able to feel the grain of the wood.
Yeah.
That's cool. This is,
You can see its innards in there. That's like,
yeah, this is a live one, studio one.
it's a live one now. It was just a cool sounding one. It's got a lot of low end there.
Let's roll her.
And I'm going to take it on the road now that it has amplification capability. Just love the binding and the parallelograms. Just the greatest.
Black pebble grain hard shell case. Early to mid 60s. Acoustic.
It's another 63 actually. There's a lot of 63 going on today, but
I think I know what this is, and I'm really excited to see it. This might be the coolest acoustic guitar ever made.
yeah.
Oh yeah. The J180 Everly Brothers. Black Starr inlays. Double pick guards.
That's a lot of celluloid.
That is a lot of highly flammable material. right
Highly
there.
flammable.
Double the amount of highly flammable material as a regular guitar.
Now, this particular guitar belonged to Don Everly.
Wow.
And then it belonged to Graham Nash.
Double wow. How did you get your hands on it?
Texas.
Always Texas.
Odd place for the strap button.
I'm sure it worked at some point. Is that still the only spot for the strap button?
Well, it's the only one that's on it. I'm afraid to do.
Drill anything into it? Just use it like that.
Oh
Man. Come on. It's just the coolest guitar ever. The bridge, I don't know who's like, you know what? Screw bridge plate. Let's do a top-mounted bridge on an acoustic guitar. But it works. I don't know how it works. It shouldn't on paper work.
I forget who had one available, but it was pickguardless.
What's the fun in
And
that?
I was like, not interested.
Yeah, no, it's all about the double guard. And no, the double guard doesn't choke the tone.
I mean, not that one.
It's just the double guard makes it awesome.
It just makes it look fantastic.
If I could put a third pick guard on there,
Yeah.
I would, because it's so cool.
There are pictures of the Everly Brothers playing those J200s,
Yeah, that was kind of
which you guys just redid with the big white.
big white guards on the black ones. Yeah.
Is that what those are that you've done now? The
Yeah,
J2 big
those are
bodies?
full-on 17-inch. When the 180s came out, it's basically based off the 185 body, so 16-inch lower bout. But then this bridge design, the double pick guards, which just look like a cool hillbilly chick's, red pigtails. It's just amazing. And Starr inlays.
Yeah.
And the Starr on the headstock. And it's black. There's no cooler color for a Gibson acoustic guitar than black.
It's like a little tuxedo.
It's just awesome. And this one's out, right? It's got a pickup in it. I'm assuming this one's coming out
I don't know.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Local in towns,
Yeah.
maybe.
In town, within 100 miles.
Now, I remember you asking me about these. You probably were looking for one of these for a long time.
Long time.
And you just happened to get Don Everly's.
Long time. I have a blonde one. Beautiful, cherry, back and sides,
Sides, yeah.
blonde top. Not as cool as this.
It's a black one.
Of course, this was, owned by the dude whose name is on it. So
Also, yeah, very, very cool. I don't know how many of these the Everly Brothers owned. I'm sure they probably had a few sets, but this has got to be one of 2 or 3 total that they probably ever owned. So, I mean, and you just can't get that pickguard material anymore.
Yeah.
They never look the same because this is toxic and flammable and not fun for production.
sort of a puffier pickguard than even the country and western.
Yeah.
It's a little puffier.
Man, does it look insane. Pretty much the coolest acoustic guitar of the 1960s right there.
Definitely.
I love it. Man could not live on Gibsons alone.
No,
It'd be cool if he could.
much as we
I've tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, but occasionally we got to buy some other stuff because it does other things.
Yeah.
This is one of those.
This is also your fault.
Oh, yeah. I know what this is. Oh, yeah. Martin 0021. What year is this?
60.
Still Brazilian rosewood.
Still Brazilian, slot headstock.
If I remember, I was sitting on the couch at Norman's Rare Guitars. You and Keith Nelson walked in, and I was noodling.
You were noodling, and I was like,
you should
oh,
noodle on this.
You did, and you just knew it.
And then
I
left.
Yeah.
And I closed the store down, and about 30 minutes after I left the store, my phone dings, and there was a text message from you going, I don't know what I was thinking. Why didn't I buy that guitar?
How could I leave?
And shortly thereafter, we got it to you.
Yeah.
What's the difference between the Martins and the Gibsons for you, and why do you need to have both?
Well, just a different voice.
Yeah, they're
feel.
completely different animals.
This one has such the V.
And wide. Yeah,
Wide.
slot heads are going to give you that
Yeah.
1 3/4 nut width. Just makes you play the guitar differently. The spacing's all different.
This one almost sounds like a nylon guitar, just inherently,
Yeah.
and really tight and not thuddy like we love the J45, and even the country and western will have a little bit of the thud. These don't have that. They have that different voice.
Just very, very direct into the note,
Yeah.
The fundamental. And that nice straight grain Brazilian right there.
This one's filthy, by the way. It needs a good bath, but I used this in the studio for. Dave Cobb mic'd it from the front and the back.
Mic'd it from the back.
Mic'd the lower the lower bout down there.
Never seen that. What is that?
I think it just made it sound larger. This one's so clean.
It really is. I mean, that's kind of how I remember it looking when I sold it to you.
Yeah.
Just a really nice condition guitar. And I remember you just sitting down playing ragtime stuff on it, and it just sounded exactly how it was supposed to sound.
Celluloid binding.
Tortoise binding?
Yeah.
Love that. So cool.
0021. And a 21, I guess, lies somewhere between 18 and 28.
You got the binding package from an 18, and then you got the rosewood from the 28. And rosewood fingerboard and bridge instead of ebony, which would be on the 28s. But just a killer example, man.
Yeah.
Really.
Thank you.
Really happy that you got that one.
Yeah.
It was supposed to go to you. Mm-hmm. One Martin's not going to get it done.
No. Got to have its big brother.
Got to have the big brother Martin.
This is a 1950 D28.
Well loved. Now this is a long progression of D28s, you said.
Yeah, I was working my way back.
Yeah.
53, 51, 50. But this is a really good one. It really projects. It's in the Canon variety.
Yeah. As you want them.
It's got a nice...
Really straight green Brazilian on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
I got this one. I was like, yeah, now we're talking. This is a Canon. And what my dad has wound up with is an 83. I sat down and was like, Dad, check this out. And he's like, cool. And he grabs his 83 and goes, "Meow," and it was like Back to the Future when it knocked me back. And I'm like, well, you still win, so I guess I'm going to have to go back into the 30s to beat his 83. But a friend of mine said, well, it makes sense. That was an anniversary guitar for them, 1883 to 1983.
So that's probably scallop braced and forward shifted and all the stuff that, yeah.
Yeah. This one, I'm told, belonged to one of the sweethearts of the rodeo girls, that band.
Yeah.
I guess she must have been friendly with Emmylou Harris, because this...
Yeah, it says case from Emmylou.
It's a guild case, or at least it's got a guild badge on it. Great guitar.
Looks like it might have had a much larger pick guard on it at one time too.
It's like somebody might have put a little clear on it there or something. But
love when you can actually feel the growth rings of the tree.
Yeah.
Because it's so well worn. It's like comparing Strats to Les Pauls, comparing Martins to Gibson acoustic.
Yeah.
They're just completely
different.
Different animals that you just, if you're going to do it professionally or for real,
Yeah.
you kind of just got to have both, you know?
Yeah, these won't do what...
They don't compete with each other.
Yeah.
They're totally different animals, you know?
Absolutely apples and oranges.
I mean, is this a strummer, big strummer for you? This is when you need that Canon flat picker guitar.
Yeah, it doesn't have a pickup. No need for one. I probably won't. It's just, I literally take this to bluegrass pickings that me and my friends have in Georgia from time to time, usually around Christmas. And a good friend of mine in Carrollton, Georgia, that he has some friends that have a couple of pre-war D28s. And I take this and see how it's not as good as those.
It gives you somewhere to go, you know?
It's amazing. I mean, there's always that window of time where people just got it so right.
Yeah.
That it's so right, it's hard to compete with. But 50's good. I'm told that Lester Flatt had a 50 that he preferred.
Well, hey,
So
it's good enough for Lester.
good enough for Lester. Lester, who invented the G-Rhine,
Yep.
the flat G-Rhine.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome,
Welcome, world.
bluegrassers. Yeah, you're welcome. Killer guitar.
Yeah. Thank
Great
you.
Brazilian. Let me see the Brazilian on the back again.
Yeah.
Just perfect straight lines.
Yeah.
That's it's a good stuff. Killer. Is condition a factor? I mean, there's some people that's like, oh wait, it's got to change pot.
Nope.
Nope, can't have it. Oh wait, it's got to wear the.
Not at all.
Is it? What are you looking for when you pick something up?
Something that I like, stuff that's lived in, and I think it's
Because it's gonna get lived in. Real quick.
It's such a proven theory that there are so many really clean guitars and really clean amps that might not sound as good or play as good as their player grade counterparts, or not even if you're using the term player grade as a sort of a negative, something that's been loved. I guess it really does turn out to be the case that a lot of these things have the wear and tear because they do the thing. I was talking to Charlie Daughtry.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a couple different juniors and a couple different Firebirds, and I was like, I can't play this guitar this one doesn't bring me joy because I can't play it because it's impossible to play because the frets are gone, you know.
Yeah.
And he was like, fret it, man. Fret it.
Frets on it.
Do it. Yeah, and I know a couple of people who fretted blackguards. And it was like, do it.
No.
I mean, enjoyment is a big part of it.
They need frets, guys. Put frets on them.
Yeah.
It needs frets, put frets.
Fret it, and you can bend those strings.
There are far worse things you can do
Yeah.
to a vintage guitar than put new frets on it.
And I'm lucky enough to know a guy here in Georgia who is just the greatest. Shout out to Stan Williams.
Favorite mom and pop guitar store to stop into when you're on the road?
Oh, there are a
Or
few.
hit me with, where are you going? You're in what city? Where are you going?
Well, Rumble Seat and Carter,
Yeah.
always in Nashville, and Gruen guitars. Mike's Music in Cincinnati, Emerald City,
Gotta go to see Trevor.
Norm's,
No?
Vintage Guitar in Oslo, Norway. They're always great. Denmark Street, good grief. Our buddy Matt's
Oh,
guitar shop there.
Matt Lucas, yeah, absolutely. Man cannot live on Gibson acoustics alone. Can't live on Gibson electrics alone, too. Yeah, it's just a gig bag. Who knows what's in here?
It's
That original Sunburst Telly?
a 1958 Sunburst Telecaster.
Now, that might seem kind of pedestrian to see a Sunburst guitar, but this was only available, 1955 and 1958 were the only 2 years that you could potentially get Sunburst on a Telecaster. They're all blonde.
And it kind of makes you wonder, why does it look odd? It's a strange, it's like the synapses in your brain fire in a weird way when you see it that
The
way.
standard finish on Stratocasters was Sunburst, but the standard finish on Telecasters was blonde. But then there's just a few of these, ash body, Sunburst, and this is a 58.
Very spanky.
That's stupid. Tell me about this.
Well, this is a Texas guitar.
Yeah. He who shall not be named in Texas.
It's actually a repair. I don't know if I think it was a crack repair. I don't think it was a complete headstock break. Joe Glazer.
Glazer does good work. Fender's headstocks can break too, kids.
Yeah.
This is not a Gibson exclusive issue.
And also, refret. Glazer. Fantastic.
You can just, by looking at the neck, you could just assume that you've had to put some frets on it.
It is extremely spanky, and it just does the thing. And I have looked at that pick guard for hours and thought, is that the original pick guard? And it is. It just,
5-screw.
there's just something about it that
A
makes
little
it
bit of
look
yellow underneath the thing.
yellowing.
That's a pretty rare and cool guitar right there.
We made a new record with Dave Cobb just a few months ago, and he played it and said, you know, there are times where you might think, I only need one guitar, and this might be it.
That might be one of those one guitars.
Until you plug another one in. But at that very moment, he wouldn't stop playing it. And he was like, this guitar is the only one you need.
Yeah.
Plus it's sunburst. How many colors are going on there?
That's a 3-color burst.
That
by
is 3
58.
colors.
Yeah, I got a little bit of red in there too.
Yeah.
A great ash body. Look at that. Getting grain. Go find another one of those, kids. There's not many of them out there. But they do exist. Blonde case.
Yeah.
62, 3-ish.
63. Another 63 guitar.
Another 63. See a pattern. Oh, yeah. One pickup.
Man, this one came from Rockin' Robin in Houston, Bart. And we were playing this horse race track in Houston years ago. Do you have any Esquires? And he said, boy, do we have a 63 that it's a reef in, but it is the greatest neck you've ever felt.
I concur. That's not too big, but big enough.
It's just
Round enough and everything.
It's just like Naugahyde. There's just something that's like,
Great weight, too.
it's really thin. Somebody sanded the hell out of it.
Yeah, it's
but
kind of radiused all around the edges.
But it's so light, it weighs like 6 pounds. And but I plugged it in the day I played it at the show. Okay?
Yeah.
It spoke to me instantly, and I've used it on tons of songs.
No, I see you with this guitar all the time.
On the last 3 or 4 records, and I think people in like comments online are like, "You're an idiot. It has nothing to do with physics." But the single bridge pickup with no pickup here, it's a real thing. It's angrier.
Less pull.
Bigger.
Yeah. Science, kids.
Yeah. And I guess it may do less. And no one on earth has ever wanted to use that position right there because it's just mud. Yeah. And I always stay there and just like that.
Use a neck pickup on the telly anyway. I just want to hear it twang. So you might as well just cut to the chase and just have the one pickup.
I don't know what amp anybody would have plugged it into where they decided that the bass position was
a good idea.
Except for Norman Greenbaum, if you're playing Spirit in the Sky, and then that's perfect. But
fuzz pedal.
This is definitely my favorite Fender guitar.
Yeah, love the clay dots. Clay dots make everything look better.
They do.
Are you a Strat guy or just tellies?
I have never owned a Strat.
Yeah, I have one, but I definitely prefer the Telecasters to the Stratocasters. Who needs the second pickup?
Yeah.
What are we gonna do? Play bass?
Right.
Black case.
This is not the original case to this guitar. I think this is a 67 case.
With the logo on there.
This guitar, the neck says 65, the neck date. Mike's Music, Cincinnati. Love Mike Reeder.
Yeah.
Great friend.
Oh, it's black.
Went into his shop one day with my buddy Benji Shanks. And I said, Mike, do you have any Esquires? He said, boy, do I. Funny, that sounds just like the last
story. Yeah.
Man, he pulls this out of a pile of guitars.
Love a guitar pile, by the way.
And he says,
stack them up.
He says also, this is a factory black 1965 Esquire. Now, I don't know much about Fender finish, but I said, are you sure? He said, I will quote Mike as saying, I believe that this is a factory black.
Which people take that for granted, by the way, because Fender does everything in black. Fender did not do a lot of black guitars.
Yeah.
Black was not a popular color for Fender guitars.
Replaced pick guard. The pots are actually older than 65. I think they're 61 pots.
Which can happen. That's not.
Could have been hanging around them. Yeah.
Grabbed in the box and that's what they pulled out.
The thing about this guitar, great neck, different than the 63, even though it's
more shoulder on it.
2 years younger. As we stood there that day and I played it, I think I played it through a Princeton and liked it. He said, take it to the show with you, play it tonight. See you down there later.
Yeah, for payment.
I took it to sound check and I plugged it in through my live rig and Benji went, oh my God, before I could even react. He was like, man, that's a very harmonically pleasing guitar. And so I was like, well, shit. I called him and he said, I can't make it tonight. Just take that guitar with you. I took it, made a record with it. And at that point it said, well, now I got to have it because I played it on Hey Delilah, which is...
Love that song. One of my favorite Blackberry Smoke songs.
Thank you very much. That's that song. And so it was like, well, there you go. Factory black or not.
And by the way, if you work in the vintage guitar business, the easiest close in the world is just, just take it with you and go plug it into your rig. And if you don't like it, bring it back. Yeah. They never come back.
It's the oldest trick.
They never come back. That never once did somebody...
Never once.
Did I let take a guitar home, not buy it. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Entrapment.
Yeah. But man, that's the vibe right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean, we talked about bursts. Is there anything else on the immediate hit list that you haven't had that you're like, if I find one of these, this is coming home?
Another one that got away the day I met you, I played a really great, is it the Silver Fox or Gray Fox?
Yeah, Silver Fox Coronet.
At Norm's, and it was I remember Norm was going to make me a real good deal on it, and I let it go, and I wish I hadn't. Funny little Batwing headstock.
Yeah, but anything else? I mean, Flying V.
Yeah, Carina guitar, for sure. Those are magical. Magical. Epiphone Frontier.
Love those.
Yeah. A really great White Falcon.
DeArmond or Filtertron Falcon?
DeArmond.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I don't have that. You were just mentioning to me earlier about a 30s SJ200.
Right. Rosewood 200s. Ooh, boy.
I mean, yeah, the list is just never ending. This guitar has never had a case as long as I've owned it, so it's always been in some kind of gig bag, or it's always lived in a guitar vault.
Yeah. Well, this is the last one for the day.
Last one?
I told you to bring some stuff with good stories.
This one has good stories. When people ask what it is, it's a little hard to explain because it's not a Gibson, it's not a Fender, it's not a Gretsch, it's not anything.
It just slides out.
I'm told.
Look at that.
So there was a great rock and roll band in the late 80s, early 90s called the Four Horsemen, one of my favorite bands. And the rhythm guitar player, main songwriter, Haggis, who he was in the
Great name.
He was in Zodiac, Mind Warp, and The Love Reaction, and then he was in the Cult. And then he formed the Four Horsemen, and they were just this great four-on-the-floor rock and roll band. And he said that he went to Performance Guitars,
Cooney, yeah.
and he said, I bought 2 blank bodies and necks and had 2 guitars built, and they were both single pickup guitars. And he said one had a Filtertron and one a Soap Bar P90. And he took those on the road. This was number 2. That's his
That makes sense.
his numbering system. He was in Los Angeles making a record with Rick Rubin, their debut album. And he said, I was driving through a neighborhood and I drove past this man's house that he had a little wood carving shop. And he said, I had this guitar in the back seat of my car. And he said, I pulled over and he said, he had all these examples of like no trespassing, beware of dog. So he said, I got out, went up and knocked on the door and said, can you do a guitar? And the man said, yeah, I'm sure I can. So he said, I went and grabbed this guitar out of the back, and he said, it was number 2. Well, he wished it had been number 1. But he took it in, and he said, the man said, what do you want on it? And he said, just whatever you want. So that guy, freehand, threw this on. I think he said he did it for $200. And it's heavy.
Yeah. Well, you know, Brad, you know what this is, this wood?
I don't.
Because it's, yeah, man, it's,
Is it alder?
it might be. It's heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of looks like alder.
The neck has been shaved. It's very
It's
thin.
skinny.
My friend who sold me that Black Junior that I love so much, he owned this guitar. He was in a band in Atlanta called Voodoo Piston. He wound up getting this guitar from Haggis in the early 90s, and he put the Dan Electro pickup in it.
So we got one P90 and one lipstick, Dan Electro.
Every time he played that guitar, I just coveted it
Yeah.
and lusted after it. And I would say, Ted, you got to sell me that guitar, the Haggis guitar. No way, dude, no way. I'd bide my time a little, wait till he got in a really good mood. Come on, Ted, sell me that Haggis guitar. Shut up, dude, no way, never. And then finally one day, it was sort of like, he's like, I need to talk to you. And I'm like, here it comes, oh my God, here it comes. And he said, with the understanding that it goes nowhere else, ever, I'll sell you that guitar.
When was that? How long have you had it?
2004, maybe.
Almost 20 years now you've had this thing.
In the age of MySpace, Haggis contacted me. And he's long since quit the music business. And
Yeah.
what a character, what a great story, and
Yeah.
what a super intelligent dude, very funny, very clever. He's a doctor. And he said, thanks for playing that guitar, man. Thanks for keeping it doing what it needs to be doing, which is playing rock and roll music.
Yeah.
So,
When does this come out?
every record we've ever made.
This is on
The black guitar and this guitar are on
everything.
every record.
Do you ever use it in the middle with
I
the
do.
lipstick? What's that tone like?
Very special. It's very
I've never heard those two together.
very bell-like. You don't really get as much of this. This kind of takes over. This gives it a little bit of bite where this doesn't have. It's not a bright guitar at all. Even that P90 is fairly dark.
That's a lot of wood, man.
Yeah, you can really dig into it, and it ain't gonna be harsh to your ears. But logic would tell you this guitar shouldn't sound good because it weighs so much and there's not much neck left. But I mean, Jimmy Page would shave his burst neck and it still sounded great. So.
What a great way to end, man. That is a great story.
The number 2,
Number 2, Haggis.
Haggis.
Oh, Charlie,
Mark,
epic day of looking at guitars, man. Thank you for having us out.
you guys are always welcome at our clubhouse.
Compound or Flash Museum.
Yeah.
We got this whole blackberry smoke display.
We like to hang out and just ponder our history, Mark. That's what we do.
What's the history of this? There's a samurai sword.
You talking about this?
Yes.
This deadly weapon right here?
Yeah.
It was my birthday. We were on the road. That's an authentic flea market samurai sword.
There's a pretty recognizable smudge on that as well.
You know why that's recognizable? It's because that is Travis Tritt's autograph. You're not gonna not get Travis Tritt's autograph
On your martial arts.
on your flea market Shinzo blade.
Dude, thank you again for having us. Always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to hang. I'm Mark Agnesi for Gibson TV. See you guys next time on another episode of The Collection. Peace.
And now we're back off to Los Angeles to check out some of the weirdest and coolest guitars I've ever seen. This is The Collection with Dweezil Zappa.
Hey everybody, Mark Agnesi here for Gibson TV. Today, I'm in Los Angeles, California, outside the studio of my friend guitarist Dweezil Zappa. Now, when you grow up with Eddie Van Halen as your mentor and Frank Zappa as your father, chances are pretty good your taste in guitars are going to steer a little on the odd side, and definitely heavily modified. What you're about to see may shock you. This is The Collection with Dweezil Zappa.
Greetings.
Dude, what's up?
Well, I'm gonna need a password to get past the Sasquatch prevention cage.
New England clam chowder.
Good enough.
Yeah, it worked.
Come on
What's
in.
happening, buddy?
How
Good
are
to
you?
see you.
You too?
All right, man, we're here in the studio. This is a pretty incredible room you got here.
Thanks. I, as a kid, always kind of liked, if you look up black and white imagery, it's all Illuminati, which I'm not part of, but yet the backgammon thing always looked cool to me as a kid, you know, on a backgammon board game, but then you would see it in a bowling alley.
Yeah.
But it had a kind of like, I think it was even in like the Jetsons, you know, it has like that futuristic retro thing, which just appeals to me.
We've got a lot of guitars to look at today.
Yeah.
When did you get into guitars? It was a musical family, but when did you finally start to pick it up?
I got a guitar when I was about 6 or 7, and it was a Music Man. I mean, not a Music Man, the Fender one that was
Music
like
Master.
Music Master.
Yeah.
And so the small scale one, it was kind of like a duosonic, you know, similar to that. And I would just kind of bang on the strings and make some noise with it, but I didn't really know how to do anything with it. I liked the sound of guitar, and I was always fascinated watching my dad play guitar. And I used to see him at concerts and be mesmerized by it. And at some point, I figured that would be something that I would do. But it wasn't until I was 12 that I started actually hearing music other than my dad's that I could hear and think to myself, I can envision doing that. My dad's music was so complex, and I loved it, but I listened to it and I would think, you got to know stuff to be able to do that. You know, that's complicated. And not that Van Halen, for example, is not complicated, because it's hard to play and it's complex in its own way. But the sound of it was so specific, and it was so guitar, and it was so like energizing that I was like, I gotta figure this stuff out. So I went straight to trying to learn lead guitar. Like, I didn't learn chords.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything. I was like, I go straight for eruption, you know?
Yeah. Oh, man. This is going to be fun, man. There's a lot of
Going down
stuff.
the rabbit hole.
Where do we even start?
I don't know. Do you want to open cases and do reveals, or you want to see what's in the little guitar boat first? It's up to you.
You know I like cracking cases, man. Can we open up a case really
Yeah.
quick? Where should we start?
I don't even know what's in them, so let's
Start
find out.
with this one right here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's see what we have. I'm terrible. I always put cases or guitars back in cases the wrong way. Yeah, this one is the main guitar that I played for probably the first 10 years of touring, playing my dad's music. And it was before Gibson made the Roxy guitar.
Yeah, the reissue
So
one,
this
yeah.
was, a lot of people always thought that the Roxy guitar was more of like this walnut color because it photographed that way. So this is a really stock guitar, except that I put this little switch in it so that I could get that out of phase sound.
Yeah.
You know, of all the guitars that I have, this is the one that probably got the frets most abused. I usually don't have any problems with that, but this one got played so much.
Do you gravitate towards SGs? Is that where you feel most at home?
Well, the thing is, I started off more of like a Strat or a Charvel
Super
Strat
Strat, yeah.
style player. And when I started playing on the SG, it was a little foreign because your arm is moved a little this way, like your picking is more forward, but yet you have more freedom here. So I had to change a lot about what I was doing technique-wise to learn a lot of the things I wanted to learn in my dad's music. And it became that the SG was the easiest to play the hard stuff on.
Yeah.
Plus, I changed so much about the way that I was playing in terms of like grouping the notes. I do a lot of stuff where it's like 3 notes, 1 note, 3 notes, 1 note, 3 notes. And that kind of stretch stuff that happens when you stretch a little bit more on the Strat, it's like it's harder for your fingers, and it's just harder to execute some of the hard parts. So, but this one, I mean, it's a stock guitar, but it's
Just a custom shop. Yeah.
yeah.
Custom shop SG.
But it really is a nice one. I mean, you can see it's
well broken in.
yeah.
Very cool, man.
What I do to match some of my dad's sounds, he had a sound that was called the Dynaflanger sound, which there was a piece of equipment that was basically, you can make it a flanger or a phaser, but it has an envelope portion. So that means if you hit it, it will trigger, it'll have like a slope to it. So you could modulate a sound, make it go out of tune, which he did. It would go sharp, then flat, then back to pitch. If you use the wah pedal on it, that's when it starts to get like really weird. So you get this automatic doubling, but it has this weird feeling. Like try playing on it and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's like it's alive. You're playing into the sound.
That's wild, dude.
But it's like really expressive, right?
Totally.
You can play and you're reacting to things in the moment. That's what my dad loved to do, was just like have these moments where he could play and something would happen that was unexpected. And it was like, that's the only time that will ever happen for that audience or for him in that moment. And that's why it's a really fun sound to play on.
Stay in the brown case section here. It looks like we got another
All right.
SG.
I think I know what that is. Yeah, it's
That's cool. What are these pickups?
These are McNelly pickups, a guy from Canada who makes all kinds of really cool stuff. But this was a real beater of a just standard SG that there's a guy in Mississippi who has a company called Lucky Town Customs. I wanted an SG that had some P90 pickups in it, and these are like a P90 style.
The gold foil.
Yeah, he did this to this guitar. He customized. He basically got like a not so great SG because like the neck is.
Is it like a 70s something?
I don't even know what
SG
I don't
Deluxe or something like that.
I don't know which one it actually is because it's one that he ended up putting better parts on it, and like this is like a futuristic retro kind of.
Yeah, silver's killer with all the checking on it.
Yeah, and then this pick guard that's custom made for it,
How much of your dad's gear do you still have in your collection?
Well, the thing is, I don't have a lot of it, and that's because of the way the Zappa Family Trust ended up dealing with things. But the things that I learned over a period of time, what he used, how he used it, it's more important to have the knowledge of the equipment and how to use it than to have the actual piece.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to reverse engineering sounds and things, I asked a lot of questions as a kid because, that was my connection to him, was music and guitar and all this stuff. So I would be in the studio whenever I could to ask him questions when it wasn't interrupting him working. And he would get an idea of, say, I want to make this sound. And then he would find people that could help him get to that place with stuff. And once he knew how to do it, he could do it. But it wasn't an immediate thing of like, oh, I know exactly how to make this sound. When Steve Vai was in his band, Steve would be in the studio, they'd be working on getting a guitar sound for a long time. And Steve once asked my dad why it was taking so long. And he was saying, because you want to have the sound, the finished sound, as you are recording, which people don't really do.
Try and chase it after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah. So you try to find the right frequency range. And my dad was very, very good at arranging material, not only with the instrumentation, but then to have it be very clear in the mix. Well, this one,
This case looks a little bit like it's seen some road.
It's I think some rats have eaten it up.
Road rats.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Yeah. But the guitar itself, this is the actual Roxy SG. This is my dad's guitar.
Wait, this is the one that's on the cover of all the stuff.
And it looks a little different because at some point, TWA, back when TWA was an airline, they damaged the guitar and there was a little bit of a crack that ran through the body. So my dad still wanted to be able to play the guitar, but he didn't like the crack. So they put this silver pick guard on it. But these definitely are like tone knobs and different things that are preamp related. Pickup selection and phase reversal, and I think this is the standard one that knocks these out of phase.
I mean, of all your dad's guitars, was this probably one of the more used ones, or was he? Because it's definitely one of the ones he's probably photographed with.
Well, the thing about it started as an SG special. It had like P90s in it, right?
Yeah, dot inlays, bound neck. Yeah, it's a special.
And so he must have really liked the neck, because this guitar got changed over so many times to become, a different instrument.
What all is that going on with all of this extra switching and things that were added?
This stuff is the same as what when Gibson made the Roxy SG, they made like, I think, 250 of them or something. We didn't do any of this electronic stuff in it because that's not what was happening at the time of the Roxy. So this was the holdover from that, which was that you could have these go out of phase, and then this made this one a single coil
tap.
Some of these are like a parametric EQ, like sweepable.
That's what the batteries run.
Sweepable, but there was also a gain circuit in here. So this is just volume, and then one of these is going to be like this extra added gain. One of the other SGs, the Baby Snakes SG, which I don't have, that used to have a green ringer in it. And so
fuzz?
it's like an octave fuzz thing. So if you hit two notes and you did something like this, the notes would go the opposite direction. So you'd have this like really weird, like beating effect
built into the guitar.
Yeah.
What's the story with the veneer on the headstock being natural?
That is the part that I do not really know. And this one, it looks like it's smaller and beat up, compared.
Lost some of its mass around the edges there.
Yes, it has somehow. But check out the action on this. My dad used to play 7 through 38 back in the. Back in the day. So these are,
I don't know if it can
these
get
are
lower
nines.
than that.
Yeah, these are 9s on here, but 7 through 38 with this guitar, and then this looks like an add-on.
Could heel repair at some point.
But you got the
I got the little cracks here.
But these little
pearl dots.
Yeah, the pearl dots. I don't.
Brad Zappa history right there.
Yeah, this is a pretty heavy-duty guitar because it was the Apostrophe and Overnight Sensation guitar as well. So like Cosmic Debris and all these different things that this guitar did. But again, like he must have really liked it because it just sort of transformed like at least 3 times.
Like Eddie Van Halen, your dad was also a notorious guitar modifier and was
Yeah.
always chasing things. What are you in your journey as a guitarist? Are you a tinkerer? Do you like to switch things out, mess with sounds like that on the guitars themselves?
The guitars, over the years of playing, it used to be more that whatever guitar I picked up, it was going to make me play a certain way, and I was happy with that. I didn't need to change too much of it for the feel or the sound. I would just adopt whatever that was. When I started playing my dad's music a lot, I noticed that some of the things were so hard to play that I needed some more consistency with certain instruments. So I was going to need a backup of a guitar, maybe even 2 backups of a guitar in case something happened to it. When you're playing that stuff that's so hard and you suddenly switch to a different guitar you've never played on, you suddenly can't play that music because it doesn't feel right. So I hadn't experienced that before until I started playing my dad's music as much as I was. I did end up tinkering with some SGs because at a certain point, that guitar became the most comfortable to play, but if we're playing a bunch of music that all segues together and we might have 40 minutes of music without taking any breaks, and I need to have a bunch of other different sounds, I needed the SG to have some more flexibility in terms of sound. So I did tinker with a few of them and put in like Sustainiacs and piezo pickups so that I could have a combination of different things and I could play songs from different eras and still have it be in the right context. This is probably not what you're going to expect to see in a tweed case. You're not going to expect to see this at all anyway, because this is just a weird guitar.
Okay. What? Is that a Cooney from Performance?
Yeah.
Oh.
Now,
Banana, man. Banana, what?
Banana, but then really have a close look at the fret.
What? What the hell is that? Is that the biggest 0 fret in the world, or is that dot? I'm confused.
So look at the 12th fret. It's split in 2. Some of these frets are split in 2 because this is a microtonal instrument, but only at times, only in certain sections.
What?
Yeah, it's bizarre. I mean, I'm not used to playing it yet. I haven't spent enough time with it, but we should plug it in and hear what it sounds like because it, in the wrong hands.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
It's weird, right?
What would you use this?
Well, the thing
This is not for playing the pentatonic blues scale.
Well, the
really.
thing is, with this, my goal would be to find like a cool, almost like a funk lick that you could add the weird tones in and make a song around this riff that just has a different tonality. And so you're not trying to play as you normally would. You're trying to bring out the flavor of what this is.
And it was made right down the street.
Yes.
Performance guitar?
Cooney Sugai, who has worked on a lot of my dad's guitars over the years.
Built stuff for a lot of LA
Steve
musicians.
Vai and stuff. But he used to work at Fender, and he's a great guitar builder. And so I said, hey, can you stick some frets in between the frets? And he was pretty much asking me why, But
don't ask.
Sometimes that's really just the reason to do it, just because.
Very cool.
But it's one of those ones that is when you find the right sound to go with it, it'll be like you go, that's a cool riff. You put like a really cool drum beat, and it's a simple riff, but like the personality. That's what I want. I want to do something not complicated. Something cool and simple, but just lets the sound of what that is be the main thing.
I keep looking behind me at this gold top. That looks familiar. And it's got a bunch of cables coming out of it.
Well, good luck picking it up.
Oh, boy. That's no joke.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to hand this over to you and let you hold that. But
It's like, I didn't try weighing it, but I think it has to be like
plus 12. It's
Yeah.
over 12 pounds.
This is like a really strange combination of things. So my dad was photographed quite a bit in the late 60s with a gold top that started with cream P90s. And then he went nuts on it and he put a Telecaster pickup.
That's a Telecaster bridge pickup.
Yeah. And it changed to these black P90s. These are the knobs that are volume and tone for this. And then each one has its own volume and tone. And then you can decide to make it so you can switch just to this pickup if you want to hear just that sound, or you have a combination. And there's also the way to knock it out of phase, you know, so I think it's
Out of phase seemed to be a big
yeah.
sound that your dad liked.
Yeah, it was definitely a sound that was used a lot. It was a really cool thing because a lot of times what he would do is he'd split his signal. So he would have like his guitar being recorded direct, and then he would go to an amp or maybe 2 amps. Even in the late 60s, he was doing weird experiments like that. It really added a weird character that put the guitar in a frequency range that you couldn't get otherwise. And
this just from like some old mod that was.
I think this was originally like a little switch.
Fader switch.
Yeah, instead of this. So I don't really know what was up with that, but this is how it was. But it has 2
jacks.
2 jacks because one of them is for a piezo pickup. So we got to find a sound that is specific to this, which should be right around
Is the
here.
piezo just in the saddles? On
It's in the bridge.
Yeah.
So that sound is meant to be kind of close to what this synth track, or what sounded like synth tracks, because it was multiple bass guitars tremolo picked playing these harmonies. So that's one of the things that I would use in conjunction with sounds that were coming from the keyboards on stage to get as close to the record as we could.
How many songs can you do with this 14-pound guitar in a row before you guys switch it out to something else?
Well, I was doing the whole show, the whole front half of the show, which was the whole Hot Rats album, and that's about a 48-minute
stretch with that.
Stretch, yeah, if your back can handle it.
Oh yeah.
Sounded like
that's like direct, just like a.
Yeah, because he would have used the DI in the studio, you know, and so there's like a tiny bit of like clipping added to it. So, and then you have the distorted amp part, which was in the studio like a little combo amp, and it was not a Fender. I don't remember the name. I saw a picture of it. I was like, I'd never even seen this amp before, and it wasn't one that he owned. But in the context of playing in the studio, and when we're trying to, that feels better though, right? Than
bad.
Yeah.
Can just roll right around it.
Yeah.
We've got another cool looking SG with some fun pickup things going on here. What is this?
You notice
guy?
anything different about it though on the neck?
Whoa. Wait, what the hell is that?
It's missing part of the frets.
It's like half fretless?
Half fretless.
What?
Well, the thing about this is it's again, like I have a real interest in that sound of like Eastern music and the slidiness of fretless instruments, but I wanted to see if there was a way to be able to keep the low strings in tune and then have the flexibility to do the high strings. So
high E, B, and G are all on the fretless part of the neck. D, A, and E are all half fret.
yeah. Let's see.
Did we do this for you, or
No,
you had to seek someone out to do this for you?
Well, Gabriel at Echo Park Guitars was the mad scientist that decided to give it a shot. You know, he ended up painting the guitar because this was a Roxy SG This was an original Gibson.
From the run.
Yeah, from the run.
Yeah, what else is like a gold
So
like a gold foil de-arming pickup or something right at the neck joint?
yeah, so the thing that I was trying to experiment with is there's a Sustainiac in here, so that helps you when you're playing fretless. When you use a Sustainiac, you lose the neck pickup while you're using the Sustainiac. So I wanted to see if there was a way to blend some other kind of a pickup with it, and scientifically you really can't with the magnetic field. It just creates crosstalk, noise, and then it ruins the sustain part.
Yeah.
Then I put like a piezo style pickup underneath this cover because it's not magnetic. So I was just trying to get another thing that I could blend in into the sound. So here it's on like just a clean kind of sound. So here we're hearing the Sustainiac, and these are flat wounds, and it's a real just direct sound.
It's very violin bow.
But now,
So that pickup, that's doing all the work of keeping that note going while you play around with it.
I love, having an instrument basically make you do something you wouldn't do otherwise, like you have to react to it.
Yeah.
And this is one that, once I get it more dialed in, I think I'll have more fun with it. I have a special bridge that Fishman made for me because this has got a piezo pickup in it. But I have to, in order to be able to get it to be easier to play in tune down here and even play chords, the bridge is broken in half. So the low strings can stay here and then these can move even more
forward a little bit.
Because this is already pushed as far as it can go, but to intonate it to where you can feel like the note is actually in tune in the middle instead of on the fret line, this can't go far enough.
Yeah.
It'll be a work in progress. It's kind of a Frankenstein.
It's a beta test.
Frankenstein guitar, but I think it has a cool vibe to it.
Love the color.
Yeah, it's a really cool color. Again, that was done by Gabriel at Echo Park. So it's pretty unusual for a Gibson. If you look at it and go, that's a Gibson?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a Gibson.
Doesn't look factory.
Yeah, not quite. Another one that has, and I think the problem with this one at the moment is it doesn't have the batteries in it. This one has all these different pickups.
I take it this started as a Roxy as well.
Yeah,
We got the
it started
natural-
as the Roxy, and then the same guy that did that silver P90 SG.
Oh, pickup looks familiar.
So it was the Lucky Town Customs guy. So he stripped away the color, and then we tried to get like more of like a honeyburst kind of thing with this. But the wood that's used, and that wood doesn't like to take other finishes all that well. But I think it actually has a pretty cool look to it.
Yeah, no, it look cool on the stand.
What I really wanted to do with this was get some oddball, out of phase, thin, weird sounds that I couldn't get with any other guitar. And you can see there's two Strat style.
ways.
So there's every possible weird combination.
So this is still a humbucker, I take
Yeah.
it? And then we have like a Dan Electro lipstick pickup, some kind of take on a de-armand, and like a Harmony gold foil.
Yeah, and so
With all the switches and then 10 more varieties of switching. And,
So-
that's a rotary switch as well.
Of course, I mean, you can't not have a rotary switch on your guitar. So, but then this is a 6-way.
Right.
What I wanted to be able to do was at any time have anything on its own or combinations of, and then I wanted to be able to flip the phase or make them series, parallel, or whatever. So that's
And add a
why.
piezo.
Yes, and have the piezo on its own volume knob. So the thing is, the rotary is set up so that when you're in one position, only this will change the pickups, and this gives you your 6-way combinations of things.
Ones and twos.
And then you can have, you know, the series parallel stuff. And then this way gives you the combinations of this stuff. But so you're able to freely choose, or you can just have like
Have it
one
preset
sound and say,
I
yes.
get it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It's like every catalog guitar pickup from the 1960s,
Yeah.
all crammed into one SG body. I love it.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like an SG, you know,
Yeah.
except in the bridge position, you can make it sound like an SG. But if you like SGs, you're not going to see another one like it, you know?
Yeah.
So, and if you don't like SGs, you probably hate this guitar.
Now, obviously, when you do Zappa Play Zappa, nailing the sounds is something you take incredibly seriously. Now, obviously, you did get to spend some time with your dad in the studio and stuff. How, on some of these things, how do you try and go back and break down something that got recorded with that much attention to detail during the recording and try and pull it off with the gear that you have in the rig?
Sometimes I would have had the benefit to hear the master tapes and hear, okay, there's 4 guitar tracks, what's on them? At one point in the 70s, his rig, which he called Ma Bell, because of these big towers of equipment and these patch cables and stuff, there's 5 channels of guitar, and they are all doing something different. And so some of them might have more mid-range, some of them might have less gain, one has a lot of gain, 2 DIs might be done differently. One has a lot of compression, the other one might have a flanger on it. And all of these things would get blended in various different ways so that you had this really 3-dimensional sound. And I was always wondering, how is he getting that sound? And it really was from the direct stuff just being mixed in just enough to give it that detail. And if he had a distorted sound, it was never just straight up a lot of sustain. It was, one would be on very little gain mixed in with another one with a sustain. So you could have a sound that would bloom in the speakers. Like one side might, the note might sustain more here than it does over here. I ended up with learning how to use the fractal axe effects, and you could do all of these things inside that unit, and you could create presets that were recallable. And I was able to get sounds that were actually almost identical to some of the stuff that is from the records. It made it easier, but it's that box in itself. If you want to go down the deep dive to really get to where you can make stuff sound super realistic, it takes time. That is the only guitar that I have that is what you would call a vintage stock guitar that, you know, it's a jazz guitar, which I'm not a jazz player, but I wanted to make an SG like a 335.
I remember you calling me on the phone and going, do you have one of those jazz guitars that has the horns like an SG? And I'm like, yeah, I've got a couple of them. I think we had like 3 of them that day, and you came out and played a bunch of them. So that is it's Barney Kessel.
Yes.
Probably like a 63 or 4, if I remember right.
Yeah, it probably still has all the info in the case.
Oh.
But this, yeah.
Barney Kessel standard.
Whoops. But yeah, this one, and it's got the same strings that it had that day. You know, this is kind of like a big SG, hollow body.
Yeah. The big headstock, that big Super 400 headstock.
It's pretty cool. I mean,
it's a fun guitar.
But I mean, as we know, these kind of guitars have, you know, there's a smell to them. There's a whole texture.
Stinger. Love that stinger on the headstock.
Yeah. There's a whole thing to them, and it's just got a cool vibe to it.
And there's a few different models that are based on this shape. There's the Barney Kessel Standard. Then there's the Barney Kessel Custom, which has the ebony board and the music notes up on the headstock and the bow tie inlays. But this is also the second version Trini Lopez body. So there's like the 335 style Trini Lopez, and then there's this style Trini Lopez with the Firebird headstock on it. So we use this body shape. I might be onto something with the whole big, thick, hollow body SG thing, because this is...
it would be a super cool guitar. I mean, it doesn't even need to be as big as this.
And this is a maple top one. Some of the early ones are spruce tops, but this is This is definitely more of the electric guitar player version of it than the jazzer spruce top version. But yeah, this could get your Ted. You could do some serious Tedding with this guitar.
I bet there, you could get some crazy feedback from the thing, and but it's got a nice sound to it. I mean, if we plug it in and just play it on the real direct, clean sound here, it's got a real mellow sound to it. And that sounds like almost out of phase.
That is that phase,
Yeah, it is.
in the middle.
Which,
Quack.
yeah, I like that, of course. I mean, that's
You're getting around all right on it, yeah. Get some jazzing. Wow, very, very cool. Love to see him again after I got to play him once. Still
Yeah.
never haven't had a strap button on there.
Nope.
This is about as stock a Zappa guitar is.
It's something that I would like to just have handy so I could sit and write and play and strum some things on, because it would just make me play differently.
No. Very cool.
This is a pretty weird guitar.
And that's saying a lot.
Here's the story on this guitar. You know the song Smoke on the Water?
I'm familiar.
Okay, so in the song they say that Frank Zappa was, they were playing at the casino, right? Some stupid with a flare gun burned the place to the ground. So everything got burned to the ground. All my dad's equipment got trashed.
yeah.
They had nothing to use. There was some guy in Switzerland at the time that met my dad and said, "Hey, I got a guitar, you could borrow it if you want." And it was this guitar. So my dad apparently had the guitar for a few years, and he did this to it, which I had never even seen a picture of this guitar.
I'm just trying to figure out how this ended up. Oh, I guess it's an. This was an SG Junior.
It used to be a single
Pickup
yeah.
SG. So that's
Yeah.
why there was no holes for the studs, because it was a wrap tail.
Yeah, so this was the guitar that my dad finished the tour on. I don't really know, like I've not played this guitar much. We should plug it in and see what it sounds
It's
like.
like on-offs for each
I'm
pickup, or
I'm not even sure. I mean, now does that sound like an SG?
no?
So it seems like, I don't know what this one does, but these seem like on-off switches for the pickups. So
Yeah. Yeah. So you got an on-off for each pickup.
you would never hear that and go, "That's an SG."
Yeah. Oh, it's wild. So yeah, SG Junior originally. All sorts of fun.
But it has a really interesting sound. Another custom Strat.
That's fun.
So this one,
Your obsession with the cutoff pickup.
yep, that's right. It was buzzing, but we'll see.
Whoa, what was?
That's I use these magnetic things so that it's easier to change guitars. Like if I need a straight versus a right angle.
Oh, you just pick it for the guitar and then
Yeah.
just.
Yeah.
What's going on with these pickups? Because they got like this silver foil kind of.
Yeah, that's it's Tim McNally was the same guy that in that silver SG.
Yeah.
Some of his pickups again. But there's something weird about this one where it really does like an almost Octavia sound.
Overtone, yeah.
So that's was like a happy accident. Like we didn't
Cool.
decide, hey, can you
Make
make
it
this
sound like an
yeah.
Octavia above the 12 fret.
But the tuning for it. For non-locking, it's
That's pretty good.
it's a pretty impressive thing. It's when you're not using it, it's it's like a hardtail. So you have to actually press it into use. So like the feel of it is not as wiggly as like some tremolos can be. It's almost more like a feel of a Bigsby.
Yeah, you got to really engage it and then.
Yeah. But you can pull it up. This one is, it's another really custom builder, Ronin guitars. Have you ever seen
Yeah,
it?
I know John Shanks had a few of these when we were doing his with these big, wide gold foil pickups.
Yeah, and they have like a built-in piezo style thing, but it's not a battery operated one, it's a passive thing. And so it's got a really cool sound, which we can hear. But what I love about this guitar is feel how light this thing is.
Oh, that's like 4 or 5 of these to get to that Les Paul. That's great.
Yeah.
Cool knobs too.
Yeah, these guys pay very close attention to detail, and they've got that futuristic retro thing that is so appealing.
Yeah, what
Yes.
do these pickups sound like?
You know, we're hearing them basically direct right now with this kind of sound, which is a good way to get an idea of what they sound like. That little spank of the
piezo,
yeah,
okay.
and it feels alive because
Yeah. So the piezo is in the
it's built into the
it's
guitar.
built into the body, which is
Yeah.
why you're getting that
Yeah,
percussive thing happening.
yeah, but it's a nice you know, texture to be able to have and blend together, and it's just such a cool design. Like I love when people take things to that artistic level, and it also sounds good. You know,
Pick guard on the top.
Yeah.
Instead of under the strings, it's above the strings.
Yeah, it's
and it's a
super
nice
cool.
contrast to the 14.5-pound gold top.
Yeah, for sure. And so on the last tour, this was the relief.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
You know, from that one.
When did you first get to meet Eddie, and how did that happen?
So it's pretty crazy because I was 12 years old. I had been playing guitar for maybe 7, 8, 9 months max. I don't remember exactly. But I was listening only to Fair Warning and Van Halen 1. That was just on a loop, like we switched from one to
two
the
good
other.
ones. It's
Yeah,
worth
just
being on a
like
loop.
just
Yeah.
going. And I was listening to some Ozzy Osbourne with Randy Rhoads, like Diary of a Madman and stuff like that. But one day, out of nowhere, the phone rang. Pick up the house line, and you don't know who it is, so my mom picks it up, and it's some guy purporting to be Edward Van Halen. But of course, I want this person to be Edward Van Halen because, you know, that's the coolest thing ever. And my dad ends up getting on the phone. They talk for a few minutes, and then 15 minutes later, he's at the house.
Wow.
So it was Eddie Van Halen, and he shows up at the house, and at the bottom of the staircase, there's some kind of lighting. So he's backlit, and he's coming up the stairs, and he's carrying a guitar, and it's not in a case, it's just he's holding the guitar. And for me, it was like he was backlit with a smoke machine and like
Slow motion.
Yeah, and
yeah.
you know, and Mean Streets is already playing, you know, so he's walking up the steps, and it turns out he's in the Women and Children First jumpsuit, you know, and he's got this guitar, and it's a Kramer guitar before he was talking about endorsing Kramer. So there's a piece of tape over the headstock logo. And it's a purple guitar with 2 humbuckers in it. And without even really getting into the hi, how are you kind of stuff, it's like, okay, play Eruption. You know, because it was this amazing moment of, here's this guy that I've heard so much, never seen up close. When you see how somebody really does what they do, where they play it, what strings they're playing it on, like that was burned into my mind. There was no way I would ever forget exactly what he played. That was just the coolest experience until the next coolest experience that came, you know, a few weeks later. Check this thing out. This right here, this is gonna blow your mind, I'm guessing, because originally it's a Kramer. Right? So 12-year-old me was playing in a talent show at my school. I don't know exactly how this happened because I had nothing to do with arranging this, but Edward Van Halen came to my sound check. Right? I'm playing Running with the Devil with my 12-year-old buddies.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not only playing one chord wrong, but my guitar's not staying in tune. And so Ed drives home, comes back with this guitar, which originally was, you can see this like cream color that's kind of in here. It was cream colored with an orange lightning bolt, like Shazam. He brings that guitar back and he puts it on me. He says, "You're playing it wrong." And he stands behind me. And so the guitar's on me like it is now. He stands behind me. He counts it off with the kids. And he does the pick slide, the whole thing. It was the craziest experience. Now this is before MTV or anything. Like, you would have never known what rock stars looked like or sounded like unless you met them in this situation. You would only have pictures from magazines or what was on the album. After the show, the next day, I called him and thanked him, and I said, "Hey, if you want to come grab the guitar, you can keep that guitar." So I kept the guitar. I painted it. This was like my homage to the Schwinn bicycle style painting of Van Halen-esque guitars. And I painted it like this when I was 13.
Amazing. What pickup?
This is a Tom Anderson pickup.
Really?
Yeah, and I screwed it straight in.
Straight to the body,
You
man.
got to, yeah. And then, of course, corporate rock still sucks. SST record, that was just, this made sense at the time. Probably still
makes sense now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any like really special memory since his passing that keeps coming up to you that kind of how you remember?
Well, the thing about Ed, he was the first person that called me when my dad died. It's emotional because when you have, it doesn't matter who it is, when you have friends that step up and do something for you, it matters.
No.
But it was unexpected that it would be him who would call me first at like 5:15 in the morning. And he's like, "Hey, what can I do?" He was a guy that was inspired in the moment, and he would just go for something. If it had to happen right then, he would just do it, But I think that's an amazing quality, and that's something that I actually, I learned from that myself as well, because if you're inspired and you can see, like, you can get from point A to point B, and it's like, it's exactly the thing you need to do, why waste time? Why not just do it right now?
Moving down the row here, what do we got?
This one is a Shabbat. It's a similar color to that fretless.
SG, half-fretted SG.
Fretless, yeah. But it's a little beat up, and but this guy, he's making some of the best guitars around, really. The neck, feel the neck on this thing.
That's, I'm not sure what's on there. It's kind of oil
It's
or
like
something.
I think he said it's a gun oil finish, but it is a really nice feeling neck.
Yeah, it feels great.
And, for a straight out of the box kind of Strat, it feels well worn. And
How often do you find yourself going back? Do you ever have like a Super Strat renaissance at all? Or are you kind of settled into these guitars now and that's what you do?
Well, of course I grew up in the era where Van Halen was, the biggest band in the world. And at 12 years old, starting to play guitar, Fair Warning was my favorite album. And you can't get more Super Strat than a Van Halenized
That's kind
Strat.
of the pinnacle of that tone too.
And so for me, I was always really into that kind of sound because that's just what I listened to so much. I love my dad's music, but I knew it was really complicated and it was going to take me some time to learn. There will never not be a time when I hear Mean Street or Unchained and just be like, that's the power of rock.
That's the tone
yeah,
right there.
That's the power of rock. I need to play.
We got more cases on the floor here. You know what's in these?
I don't. One I do. I know what's in that the soft bag, but these other ones I don't know because I'm really bad at marking what's in them. So
It's a surprise for both of us.
yeah,
man.
let's just. let's see. I'm guessing it's a
Les Paul-ish.
Yep,
Les Paul
probably.
adjacent.
This is the one that is the cover of Shut Up and Play Your Guitar. This is my dad's Les Paul. It's had different pickups in it before. On the cover, it's got DiMarzio's, the cream colored ones.
Yes, those were.
But I actually don't.
Bartolini's or
I don't really
Carvins or
know.
something?
I don't think they're Carvins. He did have a Carvin in here at one point, but
Is this another one that weighs in the?
it's about 4,000 pounds.
Yeah. Well, that's of the era, and I'm sure
But
there's a
this
couple of
one-
other
Yeah.
preamp in here.
Yeah, this one has the rotary switch, and this is kind of like wah positions. So
Like
this
different,
is yeah,
like cocks of the wah
yeah.
kind of sound.
And then this one has it's got a parametric EQ in it, as well as a gain circuit. At one point, this guitar was set up to go through some synth modules, which I do not have those synth modules, nor do I have the cable.
to attach.
So it's been customized a lot of different ways. Starting in around 1980, this became one of his favorite guitars to play, but he mostly played it sitting on a stool.
Well, I can see why.
Yeah, it's so heavy. The very first live broadcast concert ever done was my dad's show on MTV, where they did a show at the Palladium. It was a Halloween concert, and this was the guitar that he played. But I always remembered it sitting around in the studio. It was kind of his go-to guitar after the Roxy SG. This was
number 2.
This was the one that he played all the time. And I've got heavier strings on it right now, but it was, again, like super, he used to use these Maxima gold strings, and it was like 8 through 40 or something. It was really light.
Any particular reason why he just liked the feel of?
He wanted to be able to bend 5 or 6 frets, 5 or 6 steps without, ripping the skin off his fingers. But yeah, it's a really heavy guitar, and I do remember, always seeing him play it around the house and stuff. I'm checking the tuners.
Is there some special Schallers or something?
It's hard to read under the lights. Is it Ibanez? It looks like.
Ibanez tuners.
That's what it looks like. Does that look like
Yeah.
Ibanez to you? Yeah.
Yeah. See this one? Oh, dude, it's close. It's a toss-up. They're,
This one feels worse.
yeah, the Bigsby might be giving you a couple extra ounces on this one. Neither
Yeah.
one are light.
Yeah.
Here.
I do know what's in this one. This is an acoustic guitar. I believe, I'm pretty certain, it's the only acoustic guitar that my dad had that he could have electrified in order to play the solo on Peaches on Regalia.
Ooh, J160E.
Yep.
Is this on the
It's a Barkus Berry Extra.
contact pickup?
Yep.
Got the second input jack here on the side.
Yep.
Did your dad play a lot of acoustic guitar?
There's only a couple of songs that have featured acoustic guitar. One of them is called Sleep Dirt, and that was on this Martin that he had. Because you have the electronic part of it, he was able to do the stuff with the phaser and the envelope filter stuff. But there's probably not too many other acoustic guitar things. There's some stuff on the Grand Wazoo that had some acoustic, and there's some strummy stuff on like the early records where it's like rhythm playing. But, but it's nice.
A lot of people don't know this pickup on the J160E. This is actually just a regular standard Gibson P90, just in a different case. It's the same pickup it would have been in a Les Paul Jr. or a Special or anything like that, just in this different plastic casing to make the profile a little bit less to fit at the neck, but you can still see the whole bottom plate and all that kind of stuff in there. They sound killer. Really cool guitars.
Yeah.
Like late 60s.
Yeah, it's a super thin or
68,
small,
69, somewhere
small
in there.
neck. But yeah, at some point, a heavier set of strings was put on it. But when he was doing the Peaches thing, he was able to bend this. It was an electric style non-wound G-string.
G-string.
This one I bet is marked correctly because it's probably been on the road. And this is most likely the Roxy guitar with the Sustainiac in it. This is the one where the headstock was broken and then it was fixed by... Yeah.
Fine folks at Sweetwater.
It was. They did a great job. And then, oddly enough, like not even a year later, my wife was playing this guitar. She was learning how to play the song Muffin Man. And she set it on this little, like, you know, sofa style thing in the house. And when she got up, it just slipped and fell and then broke it again. It didn't come completely off, but the Cooney had to put it back together.
It's got stories.
This one, yeah, this is probably the most played guitar, other than that first walnut-looking one. What's cool about it, though, is the Sustainiac gives you so many options for things, but ultimately, I played this one probably at 90% of the shows over the last 6 years, 6 years.
That's the go-to.
Yeah. So you're gonna like this one.
I like that.
Turn it around.
What is this?
I call it a Stratelecaster.
Again with the chopped off guard. I
Yeah.
like the aesthetic. Again with the Trim King.
Yeah.
Tell me what's going on here with the pickups and switching.
So it's all McNelly pickups again. The thing about this one is that you can have either or the combination of, and it is such a, I mean, we just got to hear it because it's a really cool sound. But yeah, it's got a real cool combination of things that you can do. So you can get some Strat and Tele combos out of it, so.
Very cool.
You gotta have a little fun with design sometimes. It says it's a white Strat, so it might be. Yep.
Yeah.
So this is like one of the Jimi Hendrix model
Yeah.
guitars, but I sanded the head, the neck, so that it had a more, just raw wood style finish on the back. And this has a really cool,
what is
the
that?
Vega trim. Now the Vega trim is really pretty clever. Like these guys from Spain figured out a way to do something unique with the tremolo. Now this has this kind of great feel of a real kind of bouncy trem. What's different about it is it looks really small, and it is designed that way so that when you put it on a regular Fender tremolo, you can just you don't have to do anything to make any changes to your
No
guitar.
modifications.
You
It
just
has-
drop this right in, and it has the ability to go up or down because it's so small that it fits inside the
Cavity, yeah.
normal cavity. So they did a really clever bit of design work there. But if you try it out, the feel of the tremolo is like, it's one of the best feeling tremolos out there. And it's really responsive to, you know, like any subtle
Yeah, that's smooth. I've never seen that before.
yeah, they do an amazing job. I don't know if you can see how.
So thin.
Yeah, but look at, if you watch it move in that space, you can go all the way down, but then you can also go all the way up with it.
We got another brown, looks like kind of a 335.
Yep, this
Case.
one is, we were just talking about the Trini Lopez. This is one of those Trini Lopez style, Dave Grohl style.
Oh, black.
But like some of them don't have the cream.
Bound holes, yeah.
Yeah, some do. I think I put really heavy strings on this one, which I don't normally do. And I haven't been playing at all for the last 7 months, so this guitar would be a nightmare to play for me. Check it out.
Is this another
This one's pretty
custom
stock, I
shop?
think.
Number 3
you
of
know?
200. Now, in terms of getting through the night, solid bodies usually your go-to, or do you like to reach for the kind of semi?
Well, I
stuff?
like this kind of guitar for certain sounds and playing with certain amps and stuff. It feels like it has a strong fundamental connection, and you hear, you can get some feedback and some other things. Like this always, I thought was such a crazy combination. I like it. I think it's cool, but it's just one of those things where, you know, did somebody just say, well, we don't have any necks right now?
One of those on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one will notice. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it actually surprisingly has a really strong rock sound to it. You know, like this guitar, it can be mellow, but you can also get good sustain and good, it's good for single note lead stuff.
Yeah.
Now this is gonna be a fun one for you to check out.
All right, we've had a half fret guitar, we've had a microtonal guitar.
This
is
one-
what, a 12-string fretless?
Well, it's 11 strings.
An 11-string
yeah.
fretless.
Yeah, but
Guitar.
it's nylon string. We should, I gotta find.
Wait, where the hell do you buy? Do you call Guitar Center and
Well-
you're like, hey, do you guys have 11-string classical flat wounds in stock right now?
That's the beauty of the internet. You know, you look it up and you go, okay.
Go on Amazon, dude.
Who
Yeah.
makes this thing, and where can I get strings for it? This is very similar to an oud, and I love the sound of the oud. I mean, it's like the predecessor to the guitar by 1,000 years. You know.
What's different between an oud and a guitar in terms of how it's tuned and how it's set up?
Well, this is tuned exactly like a guitar, but instead of, for whatever reason, you don't have a doubled low E
Octave on
string.
the low E.
And the same with the oud.
Yeah.
Check out the playability of this one. I don't know if Jimmy's played like that,
Neck is just,
but it's like super, super low action.
yeah, man. So this is the number 2, not the number 1, but the number 2 Jimmy Page. What's different on this one? Does this have a lot of the
It's got the hidden switches.
Okay, so right there under the guard. And what do these do?
These are the different ways to get it to be in and out of phase.
And then you've got all 4 of these can
Yeah,
pull out.
because instead of having like the 6-way switch that you could do some of that stuff with, it was more of the option to do it right there. You know, there's always going to be people wanting to see what kind of sounds they can get that's different than the norm, and like we can try to hear what some of these things do.
There's your phase.
So these are, You can really hear the extreme things when you're listening to it in a direct sound like this. But this kind of stuff, like if you're in the studio and you need like a really super thin sound that you just need to blend in, you know, that's why these kind of guitars are so cool, is you have just all these different options.
Couple more.
Yeah, I think this one's accurately labeled. It's got some string whiskers hanging out of the bag, but this,
Ooh, Hagstrom.
yeah. Now,
Was this a Viking?
it's a Viking, and my dad did an ad for Hagstrom guitars in the late 60s, and this was one of the models that he did an ad for. And check the neck. It's actually one of the better necks that you'll find on any guitar. It's really...
Bolt on through the thing, but oh man. First position is nice and slim. Do you use this, or is this kind of a...
I have used it, and it's a really good sounding guitar, and it's really lively and spanky and easy to play because, you know, the action is low and all that stuff. But it's, you know, I have it because, you know, my dad had at one time played it, or a guitar like it, and I just thought it would be fun to have a little history. But it has a real liveliness to it, and I want to do something where, you know, we can just do something where it's just plugged straight into an amp in an open room, like with a trio kind of sound, and just like go for something, you know, just let it be on fire kind of thing, because it just feels like it's that kind of guitar, you know, you can just go for something with it.
It says Les Paul on it.
Yeah, it's probably not a Les Paul. Oh, this is...
That's interesting.
This is an Echo Park custom-made guitar, and this is one of the most interesting things about it. It's like, I don't really know...
Piece of wood.
I think this is a Carina body, and I don't know what kind of wood this is on the neck, but I love that, you know, whatever that blemish is.
Two springs on the offset springs.
Yeah, this is a Trem King tremolo system, which is a unique kind of tremolo where instead of it, when you tilt the bar down, this bridge doesn't move. The springs move sideways inside the guitar, so you can have the pitch up or down, but when you're not using the bar, it's a hardtail. So you can actually bend a note and
without
then...
hearing the rest of it.
Without
Guitar,
anything.
yeah.
But this particular guitar also has like these custom little bits. I get bored with just the standard pickguard thing. So...
I can tell.
Yeah.
It seems to be a general theme.
And knobs, different knobs. You know,
volume knob is rad.
Yeah, the pick guard on this was done by Asher Guitars here in LA. It was, I have been doing a lot of stuff where I will cut this part and then just leave that off entirely, but I wanted to put it back together as a puzzle, and we put in a shiny piece instead of just the...
That's cool.
You know. I didn't ask for this. It's just the way this piece of wood is, but feel the weirdness of this neck.
Like all the weight, it's right at the neck joint.
It's thin here, but get down here.
And that's like the biggest
it's like a baseball
broadcaster
bat.
neck ever.
Yeah, it gets thin here, but then it gets heavy, heavy, heavy baseball bat down there. So it's one of those guitars where it will make you play a certain way because it's just kind of, it's got a personality.
A few more cases over here.
Yeah, we've got a couple things to check out. I don't know what this is. It's heavy.
An SG of some kind.
Probably. Let's see. What could it be? Oh. It's just, something.
Something subtle.
Yeah.
Understated.
Yeah. It's got my name on the headstock.
Nice.
It's Moser Guitars was the company, but there was like 2 or 3 different builders that came out of that. So Dan Lawrence, who used to paint a lot of guitars for Charvel Jackson and stuff, went on to have his own company where he's building his own guitars as well. And so it was a combination of those guys that worked on this particular guitar. It's pretty heavy, but it's like sparkle front and back.
That's like big flake sparkle and a blue mirrored pickguard.
Yeah, and then
string
through,
It's a lot of fun on one SG.
And what's funny is that I'd never seen a guitar like that before, and then one day there was a picture somewhere of Pat Smear. I was like, that looks just like my guitar. He has one.
Pat would have one.
Very, very similar. Now this is one that also probably requires batteries, but
another fretless guitar with the sustaining act and
auto-tune.
Auto-tune built on the guitar?
Auto-tune built into the guitar. Now, they made a unit, an auto-tune unit, that could give you any kind of tuning that you ever wanted, so you can have like instant access, press a button, and have any kind of
like
specialty
the
tuning.
Kind of technology.
Yeah, what I wanted to try to do with this thing was I wanted to see if I could train the auto-tune thing to reasonably make chords be in tune without having it, do too much.
Yeah.
So I haven't played around with it enough to totally get it there, but this guitar, I mean, you look at it and you're like, okay, I'm in trouble already because there's not even a fret line,
Yeah, that is, yeah.
There's also a way to get power to the guitar that way so that you don't have to use the two batteries. And the 2 batteries tend to not, look at the route on the back of this thing. The 2 batteries tend to only last about 30 minutes. It's something about what's going on in here is eating up batteries really fast. So
still have a little homage to
Roxy
there.
It started as a Roxy.
Wow, ebony board with no marker, fretless.
Yeah. I don't even know if this is actually ebony because, there was that embargo and all that stuff.
It might be rich light.
Yeah, but if you think about guitars that Gibson has made, this is not one you would expect.
That's a one of one. Yeah, that's one of one.
It's a one of 2 because I have
I
another
stand
one.
corrected.
Yeah.
So you're always into the new technologies, chasing things here in the studio, new ways of mixing. What else have you been working on that's cool and groundbreaking?
Well, the thing is, we normally would be doing a lot of touring. We would do 80 to 100 shows a year.
Yeah.
And a lot of musicians, they've been used to being able to perform live. It's something they do, and that's their way of having a predictable income from what they do. But with the pandemic, that all went away. Nobody knows if it will ever come back to normal.
And what normal will ever be again. Yeah.
Right. So during this downtime, it became important to find a way to help people, musicians and content creators, engineer producers, people in the music industry that need a way to reach their audience directly and find a way for them to make that connection and understand that if they're able to find their core audience and connect with them directly and have a simple way to do that. Make it very artist forward so that an artist can get 100% of every sale. So there's a platform called Reward Music that we launched in September. On Reward Music, you can subscribe to them directly. An artist can say, okay, I have a subscription and it's $30 a year or $2.50 a month, right? That's less than a cup of coffee somewhere. It just takes 700 people to subscribe to an artist for them to beat minimum wage.
The same amount of millions of spins on
700 people subscribing at $2.50 a month is $16,800. So an artist can think, wait a minute, I could get 700 people, but could I get 7,000 people? Yeah, I probably could. 7,000 people is $168,000. Instead of trying to cast the widest net to say, let me try to make pennies or $1 from 1 million people or more, create a better experience for your fans, a curated experience. You know, so this is the whole point, was to try to do something that could help people and create a turnkey business solution where they have all the tools they need to broadcast live, to host a podcast, to do anything they can where they can work from home and reach people and have that direct connection.
Just go right to the artist.
Yeah, really, you're just going straight to the artist.
Oh, that's great. New patronage of the arts, really. Rewardmusic.com.
Rewardmusic.com, check it out.
Well, dude, that was a lot of fun. I really want to thank you.
No problem.
For opening the place up to us. And
sure.
I got to work on my half-fretted guitar playing.
Me
so
too.
Next time I see you,
yeah, me
we
too.
can jam.
We'll get that Cooney yellow one out, and we'll do something crazy with that one.
We'll have some fun with the microtones.
Yes,
as well.
microtonal music is the future.
It's the future. Dude, thanks again for having us.
No
Thank you guys for watching. I'm Mark Agnesi for Gibson TV. We'll see you guys next time on another episode of The Collection. Half tones.
Yeah.
Half tones.
It's time to hop back on the 101 freeway to Los Angeles to check out one of the greatest guitar collections of one of my favorite American rock and roll bands. This is The Collection with Mike Campbell. Hey everybody, Mark Agnesi here for Gibson TV. Today, I'm in Los Angeles, California, on my way to see my friend, guitarist Mike Campbell. Now, Mike's resume pretty much reads like any guitar player's wildest dream. He spent over 40 years on the road as founding member of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. He did a stint playing guitar for Fleetwood Mac. He wrote hits for artists like Don Henley. He backed up icons like Bob Dylan and Johnny Cash. And he's still making records and touring today with his band, the Dirty Knobs. And you better bet, with a career as illustrious and long as that, he's got the guitars to match. What you're about to see may shock you. This is The Collection with Mike Campbell. Well, Mike, I want to thank you for having me over today to talk about all of this stuff. There's a lot of guitar stuff I want to talk about, but to get started, when did you get bitten with the guitar bug? When did you start?
Well, that's going way back. The first time I heard guitar that got me excited was my dad used to play a lot of Johnny Cash records and Elvis records.
Yeah.
So I heard Scotty Moore and Luther Perkins, people like that on those records, and I was intrigued by the sound. When the Beatles came out and hit Ed Sullivan, I saw that, and that's when I got to do that. You know, I want to get a guitar and be like that. And that's when I really got the bug.
Yeah.
And took me a while to get a good instrument, but that was my inspiration.
You remember your first guitar?
I do. I begged my mom. My parents were divorced, so we didn't have any money, but I begged her to get me a guitar. So she went to a pawn shop and got me a Harmony acoustic F-hole. The strings were this high.
Yeah.
And I thought that's the way they were. I didn't know any different, so I was teaching myself to play on that thing. Like, and my fingers would bleed, you know. But I loved it so much, I just kept beating the heck out of it. And then one day I went over to a friend's house, and he had a Gibson SG, and I picked that up, and it was like, oh my God, this is not hard, it's easy, you know.
Yeah.
So that guitar probably made me tough.
You remember when you got your first Gibson guitar?
My first Gibson guitar, I do. I was playing with Tom in Mudcrutch in Florida. We went up to Birmingham, Alabama to play a bar, and we went into a little pawn shop, and I had $100 on me, I think. And we said, do you have any guitars? She said, well, there's one in the back, but you wouldn't want it. And we said, why? She said, it's really ugly. And so she brought it out. It was a red 3-pickup Firebird. I guess
Firebird 7.
Firebird 7.
Yeah.
And we saw Gibson Firebird, and we were like, you know, yeah, it is kind of ugly. Would you take $100 for it? Oh, sure, just get it out of here. You know, so that was my first Gibson. And I played that right up until L.A., until Tom sat on it and broke it off.
Tom sat on it?
He sat on it and broke the neck off, yeah, in the studio out here. Come on, Mark.
Wow. Look at this.
So this room is called Knobville.
Yeah.
This is where the Dirty Knobs rehearse and record. And this is where all the magic happens. Check this out.
Oh, tell me. Oh, get out. Oh, dude.
I had so many guitars, I didn't know what to do with them. I wanted to see them all. So I figure, put them in the ceiling. Can we send them back up? Voila! The guitar carousel in action.
Wow. Do you remember the first time you got to play a burst, like a 59 Les Paul?
Well, I was just going to mention that as an example. The one that I bought, I took it in here in this room and plugged it into an amp. And the tone was just like, I usually play bright guitars, you know, like jangly stuff. And this thing was like thick and full. And I go, well, this sounds like Clapton and Jimmy Page and Peter Green, Mike Bloomfield. Like, it reminded me of those tones. And I thought, well, let me play one of those songs, you know. And I played Spoonful, it sounded just like it. And I played Dazed and Confused. And I thought, I got to do a song like that. And so I started messing around, and I ended up writing Good Enough, this song on Mojo.
Yeah.
And the guitar led me to that song because it sounded like these other songs that I had heard.
If we're going to get started here today, we might as well
start with
start with something big.
Okay.
Tell me about it.
This is Gibson 59 Sunburst Les Paul.
And it's a clean one. Yeah, that's nice.
The what?
It's a clean one.
Clean one,
It's
yeah.
really nice.
It's the holy grail for most guitar players. Of course, it was made famous by people like Clapton and Jimmy Page, Michael Bloomfield, Jeff Beck. A lot of those players from the 60s played this thing. And now it's become this really valuable, rare piece of... How many are there in the world? Not many, huh? Maybe 600, 700?
Something like that from 59,
And
yeah.
1959 is completely different from the 58 and the 60. Different necks, different feels, different sound. But the 59, there's just something about it. And I think there's a reason all those great guitar players gravitated toward it. They just instinctively picked up on the tones and the feel of it. I got this from Albert's Guitars R Us.
Oh, Monar.
And there's a little story. I'll try to make it short. And I never played Les Pauls much with the Heartbreakers. I had my gold top, but we mostly played like jangly Fender, Rickenbacker type tones. And a lot of our songs didn't lend themselves to this type of sound for some reason. And so I never really had one around. But Albert called me before a tour, before I got this, and he had another one. And he said, I've got this 59 Les Paul. It's a little pricey. At the time, it was 50 grand. And he goes, I'll just leave it at your house for a few days and see if you like it.
When would that have been? In the 90s?
80s, probably,
Still
maybe
80s.
early 90s.
Yeah.
And I took it, and it didn't sound quite as good as this one. It was a little yellower, and it was nice, and I liked it. But as I plugged it in, I thought, well, it's a thick, dark tone. I don't really hear this on any of the songs Tom's writing right now, so I don't know. I've got some, that's once again too many guitars. So I left it home, gave it back to Albert and went on tour. And my wife calls me and she goes, I was thinking about that guitar that Albert gave you. And I guess she checked around. She said, I think you should get that. It's probably a good investment, even if you don't love the sound of it. And I said, oh, if you think so. I said, okay. So she called him back. He said, sorry, it's already sold. Flash forward, 8 years, whatever. He had same story again. Albert calls. He said, I want to buy a house in Malibu. I'm getting rid of some of my 59 Les Pauls. I've got one that I think is it's a lot better than the other one that you'll really like. It was this one. And he brought it over. And at that point, we were starting to do a little bluesier type material around the Mojo record and stuff. And I thought, oh, this would be a great guitar. And I fell in love with this thing. I got some songs out of this guitar, the first day I had it. I took it in the studio, and I plugged it in, and of course I'm not plugged in now, but I played some of the licks from records that I knew that this guitar was used on, like and it sounded just like that. I thought, wow, that's cool. And I played this other one.
Oh, Dazed and Confused.
The sound just filled up the room. I said, I want to write a song like that, with that sound. And I started messing around, and I came up with this song called Good Enough. Anyway, I came up with that based on Dazed and Confused, the vibe of it. And it was because of this guitar that process came out. Tom, I gave him a demo. He said, "That's going to be the guitar for Mojo album. You're going to play that on every song." I said, "Oh, well, I don't know if I want to do that because I like Fenders now and then." He said, "No, every song's going to be this guitar. We're going to build the album around the sound of this '59 Les Paul." And we ended up doing it. So all the parts, all the songs he came in, I was able to make this guitar work on them, and I wrote a few other songs on this guitar. I mean, it's like, look at this thing. It's from 1959. I was 9 years old.
It's in really great shape.
And it's in really great shape. It doesn't have the buckle wear and tear like the other ones do, but I love it anyway. All these guitars, the only one I put back in the case when I'm done with it, because it's just, like, ooh, don't breathe on it. Don't even look at it,
What a way to start. What a way to start.
Yeah.
You seem to have a Firebird thing, and I know with the dirty knobs now, I see you with the Firebird a lot. Do you think it just goes back to...
It's come full circle, yeah. Well, it's an interesting story with the Firebird, too, the white Firebird. I mean, I hadn't been playing Firebirds much. Tom and I would play them on this song, Running Down a Drain. We would both play one just for the vibe.
Yeah.
But during the show and on recordings, I wasn't using them. But I was on tour with Fleetwood Mac that year. I went to a pawn shop again, and I saw this white Firebird up on the wall. I said, can I see that? And once again, he goes, oh, you wouldn't want that. There's already a light goes on in my head. Yeah, why? Why not? He said, oh, the neck's been broken off. I'll show you later. There's a big crack in the back where it's been repaired really well. And I said, well, let me see it anyway. So he brought it down, and I played it, and it played really good. And it had some scribbling on the front. And I said, what's this? He said, oh, somebody named Johnny Winter signed it.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Some guy.
So I said, okay, how much? He said $600, because it's got a broken neck. Which is like, you don't get a guitar for $600 anymore. No. Much less a Gibson. So I gave him my credit card. It didn't go through for some reason. Probably because I was on tour. He said, your card's no good. I said, oh. I said, well, I've got $500 on it. Will you take $500 for it? So I gave him all my per diem. And I took that white Firebird with the repaired neck and the Johnny Winter signature on it to the rehearsal, the sound check with Fleetwood Mac, and it just was amazing. So I ended up playing it for the whole rest of the show, the whole tour.
Yeah.
Back in the early days at Mudcrutch, I had a Firebird, but it was a Firebird 7 with red with 3 pickups.
Yeah.
And I used to play that a lot back in Mudcrutch in the early days until we came out to LA, like I said, and Tom sat on it one day in the studio and broke the neck off. It was never the same. So I always liked Firebirds. And then occasionally, through the years, Tom and I would play the Sunburst Firebirds on Run Down a Dream, just so they both looked cool for that song.
Coordinate.
Something we did.
Yeah.
We even had a Firebird bass, I think, at one point for that. when we played the Fillmore. And you can see here, I think you can see, it was somebody really broke the shit out of it, but repaired it really good. And so I saw that and I thought, oh, it probably is wacky and doesn't tune good. So I played it for a while and I realized, like, wow, this thing is solid and it's fun to play and the pickups sounded great. And then I noticed this scribbling over here. I said, what's that? And he said, that's Johnny Winter signed it. You know, I have looked at some of Johnny Winter's signatures and it does look like his signature.
Yeah.
So that was just, I wouldn't have bought it for that reason, but that's cool because I love Johnny Winter.
Yeah.
But on the back, as it turns out, it was signed by All Love Respect RFD Philly Joe.
Philly Joe signed it too. But this isn't like a particularly old
No, I don't
guitar.
think so.
This is like
it was
a
probably
90s,
maybe 80s,
90s,
90s. I don't know. I
Firebird
didn't.
5.
Once again, I didn't care what year it was. It looked good, and I liked the way it felt, and I didn't have a white one, so sure. So anyway, I took it to the sound check and plugged it in, and it sounded amazing. And the sound guy came up and said, I think that might sound better than your other Gibson. I said, yeah, I think so too. And I ended up playing it the whole rest of the tour for all the Gibson stuff because it just really sounded good. And now, with the Dirty Knobs, it's my main guitar on the whole set because it just is, it tunes good. And despite the repaired neck, it's solid as could be. And it sounds good. And these pickups are sweet too. The middle position, much like the Alnico, has a sweet clear tone.
Yeah.
And of course the treble pickup rocks. And I like the weight of it. I've always liked the way they felt. And it's just a player, you know, and I don't even know what year it is. But I like it. And I told Jason to go get one so we can have two white ones at the same time. I think he did.
I took care of that last
You
week.
took care of that?
Yeah, I took
Okay.
care of that last week.
Well, if you ever come see the Dirty Knobs, you'll probably see two white Firebirds at the same time. His was not signed by Johnny Winter, though, was
That's
it?
true. This one looks interesting.
Oh, yeah, this one, I was going to try to get Gibson to make me my version of this. Most of the Firebirds have the little baby humbuckers in it. And I don't know where I saw this. Maybe it might have been Albert. But it's got the P90s in it with the cream. And it's a really loud, great sounding guitar. I've played it on a few bar gigs. I haven't really taken it out on tour yet. But I just love the fact that it has P90s in it, you know.
See, it's real. Can I see it real quick just
Yeah.
to look at that? Because
Is that factory or did somebody customize it? I don't know.
okay, this is a really transition guitar because
Okay.
technically this would be a Firebird 3 2
Okay.
pickup with the short Maestro, but it's got an unbound neck and
Wow.
it's got no banjo tuners. So this is a 65 transition era.
60. I didn't know it
This
was
is
that old.
right when they were starting to go to the non-reverse Firebirds that would have
So the
had.
non-reverse has P90s in it.
The non-reverse ones, the 1 and 3 have P90s. The 5
Right,
and 7 have mini hums.
But I'd never seen this style.
And
with
no
it.
banjo tuners, the geared tuners, and it has the flat headstock instead of the raised
So this is
around.
kind of a transition
This is
model.
like right in that transition
you think
between
it's-
the reverse and non-reverse.
You think it's
Firebird.
65?
Totally 65.
Oh, then it's
for sure.
valuable then, huh?
Oh, it's a cool
And
guitar.
it sounds good, especially in the middle with these two pickups. It's a beautiful Rolling Stones type tone.
That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm glad you spotted that.
But in terms of Firebirds, the white Johnny Winter signed one is still your
Well,
main
those
squeeze right now?
pickups are a little brighter,
Yeah.
which works better with the Dirty Knobs. This, you know, I played a bar gig once with this, and it sounded great. But I've never instinctively reached for this one. But every time I walk by it, I go, "That's really cool."
No, that is a sweet guitar.
I'm glad to know it's unique.
Yeah. Back in the early days, Heartbreakers, did you guys have a bunch of guitars around, or were you guys just making do with what you had?
No, that's why I collect so many now, because I couldn't afford them back then. And so I got the Strat, and I had the Firebird. Those are the two guitars I had, and Tom was playing bass. So he had an acoustic Gibson, a Dove,
Yeah.
that he rode on. But he wasn't playing electric guitar, and we got out to L.A., and we started, floundering around the studio on our first record. And it became apparent that Tom should play electric guitar because he was writing songs on it. So I said, here, you play my Strat, which he played for the first 3 or 4 years, both first albums and on tour. And then I would play the Gibson until he broke it. When he broke it, I went to Nadine's shop here one day, and I got a Fender Broadcaster and a Gibson Gold Top the same day. I think for like $600 a piece. which is all the money I had in the world. But you know, we're recording a record, and Tom's playing my guitar. I need a good instrument.
Yeah.
So we had those 3 guitars, and we wanted a 12-string, Rickenbacker 12-string. By the second album, we did get one. And we used it on Listen to Her Heart. It's a small body Rickenbacker, but it turns out it's the next serial number off the assembly line after George Harrison's, which I didn't know. I also got that for $120. It's worth, I don't know, $100 now.
Yeah.
Those days are gone. So then we started collecting. As we started to get a little success, you know, what are you going to do with your money? Except you love guitars. There you are. Buy some. You're on the road. There's a pawn shop. There's a whatever. We used to go to pawn shops and pick them out and you know, buy them at stores on the road. Then we come home and get a little cash. What am I going to do with this? Oh, I'll go buy a Gibson. You know, I'll go buy a Fender. I can afford it now. And then, you know, 20 years go by, and you look up and you this pile of junk that you don't know what to do with, you know. So that's the story. And we started out with just a few and made them work, you know.
Oh boy, this thing's probably got some stories.
Oh yeah.
That one's got a little bit of playware on it.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a 56, I think.
56 J200.
Oh, now look at, okay, this is a J200 that Elvis used to play, you know.
Just a boomer.
Listen to it, yeah. I mean, there it is. It's nice, lightweight, a big body, and look at these tuners.
Grover
They're
Imperials.
Art Deco looking tuners. But this guitar, I was doing a recording with Johnny Cash, famous engineer, and he came to this studio one day and he said, Mike, I didn't have a J200. He says, a J200 at Black Market Music up the street that really is one of the best ones I've ever played. You should get it. And I said, really? He said, yeah, okay. So I sent a roadie over to buy it for me, and he brought it back. And not only does it sound good, but you got to see the wood on the back of this thing. I don't think you can see that, but wow.
Big grain.
It's got like a almost 3D kind of grain to the wood. You know, of course it's got the Navajo stripe down the back. But this wood here, I mean, that is just gorgeous artwork there. And I love the blonde neck too, as well, where the hand goes.
Now, when do you reach for the big ones? Like, you know, you've got a bunch of acoustic
I have
guitars,
this-
you've got dreads and small
Yeah,
stuff. When
I
do you
have-
reach for a J200?
This is a good writing guitar. I write a lot. I have this in my couch where I like to write in my studio. It's always sitting there, either this or the Hummingbird.
Yeah.
And I just have it there and just pick it up whenever I get an idea. And it always gets the job done and inspires you to, you know, go places. Elvis, man.
Come on.
That's what he played. Say no more.
That is killer.
But I've never
That grain.
seen that type of wood in the back.
Just
That's
the
really
way
special.
it book matched on the sides.
Yes.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is a double dove.
Double pick guard dove.
Now this is one I bought because of the look.
Who wouldn't go for that? I love
You know what
double
happened?
pick guard
I
guitars.
saw one. I'd never heard of them. It's called a double dove. I'd never heard of them, but I was in Chicago Music Exchange one day, and they had one up on the wall, and I really wanted to say, "Oh, that's not for sale." And I thought, "Oh, shoot, that's one thing I don't have. I'd love to get one." And my roadie hunted around, and he found me one somewhere in Texas or someplace. And I put a pickup on it because I want to use it live just to show off the look. It turns out it's. Sounds great, and I do love this red and yellow
very cherry.
mix here. You know, the dove, I have a black dove too, which is really pretty, but this is the prettiest, probably the prettiest acoustic I've ever seen. The double dove, who would have thunk, you know? And then
So cool.
we just got the really beautiful red on the back. And it's really easy to play. I guess it's got a relatively thin neck. Tom used to like thin necks. I tend to like a little bit wider of a neck.
Wider nut, yeah.
But yeah, that's a beauty, man. That's a piece of art there.
I just love the double guard because it just looks like an old cowboy girl's
It does. Yeah, yeah.
hairdo.
It
It's
does,
just so
doesn't it? Yeah.
awesome.
And this little ghost here, what snowflake, whatever it is. Just like a dove, I guess.
Yeah, so cool.
Some of these red shades, almost orange, burnt orange red into the yellow. Of course, this also has some nice aging cracks
Checking
in it.
on it, yeah.
But yeah, Gibson comes up with some beautiful colors, I must say. And look at all this red. So it's like candy apple red here. Anyway,
Brad.
that's a beauty.
Yeah, that's cool.
If it was a woman, I'd marry her. Oh yeah, this guy. I don't even know what this is.
This is L4.
What is that?
An L4.
L4. With that oval.
With the this is pre-F hole.
Pre-
This is 20s.
That's what I mean. This oval hole is really I've never seen before. It's a good acoustic blues thing. Huh? I write on this a lot too. It's very. And look at the colors in the wood. Huh?
Cremona Sunburst. Yeah, this is the Gibson.
The Gibson, right?
So this is pre-war. This is, well pre-war. This is probably 20s. This is pre-F-hole.
Yeah.
So this is an arch top. I mean,
That's
this is an
going back.
L4 arch top, not a flat top
is,
guitar.
right, yeah.
But with the center sound hole. And yeah, it's not until you
Nice
get
and
into the...
lightweight. I love the work
might
here.
be earlier.
But I've never seen one with the oval hole like this.
This is
And,
probably
you know.
really early 20s. A new guitar.
It will
just
tune
never
up.
sound
It's not
like
tuned
that.
at the moment, but it's got a nice loud. When I saw it, I thought, oh, it's probably not going to sound very loud, but it projects really well and it records great. I like recording it because it cuts through more than like a Martin or a Jumbo would.
But it sounds like an old guitar. Like there's
Yeah.
no faking.
It's got this kind of what do you
big
call
old
this?
V-neck.
V-neck, yeah.
And the stinger. Yeah,
The Stinger.
the black stinger. Oh,
Oh, that, yeah,
Very
with the
cool.
stripe down the middle. Yeah. Beautiful, yeah. It looks like I like these. They remind me like something maybe a hobo would have on a train with him. Back in the 30s or wherever it was from.
this was
40s,
a, I mean, but still, this was a big dollar guitar back then. This was,
I guess, yeah.
L1, L2, L3, this is the L4. I mean, you're pretty far up the,
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I just liked the way it looked, and then I fell in love with the sound of it.
sometimes, let me see that one more time.
tuned
Sometimes
up,
there's
it's station
patent.
tuned.
Yeah, there's I kind of think there's a patent number, but the thing is 1909.
Really?
At least for the pickguard patent number.
1909.
And then this is
Wow,
the
that's-
tailpiece, patented July 19th, 1910.
It is.
So
old.
this is teens, probably
Yeah.
early teens.
And then I think there's something to the scientific theory about acoustic guitars, especially too. The wood has got little it's fibers, and they're hollow. And as they age, they get dry and they resonate a little more. They have more life to them as the dampness fades away. And I think all these old guitars have that sound, like they're well seasoned.
Yeah, totally. Man, that neck is
Cool. Yeah,
no
it's nice,
joke.
huh?
Yeah, this is great. This is a guitar close to my heart, and I've owned one of these. This is probably 37 or
L1 or
38.
something?
L00. Yeah.
L00.
With the binding front and back, and it's black. How
Well, that's
cool
Woody
is
Guthrie.
that? Yeah,
I
this
got
is
it 'cause-
this Machine Kills Fascist
Yeah,
guitar.
I got
you
it because it looked like Woody Guthrie's guitar, and it's a great sounding instrument. I sometimes take this on the road. In fact, I probably will for my hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, it's light, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Now, is this a finger picker for you, or is this a
Both.
or just you can do a little bit of everything on this?
Do you know that song?
So good.
Funky Butt.
Funky Butt.
Butt, Stinky Butt, take it away. The song's called Funky Butt, but it's a good finger picker, yeah. But it'll do everything. Good intonation. It's my favorite chord, Hard Day's Night.
Now, but I mean, to talk about Gibson, I mean, this was the cheapest Gibson guitar made
But look, I mean, you
at the
could
time.
pick it up with,
And
it's like so light.
80 years old.
It was.
And it's still a guitar, and it still sounds better.
Still sounds
than
great,
ever,
yeah.
And
And
it's black.
And it records. I've had it in the studio. It records great. You put a microphone on it, it sounds huge.
One of the things about, I guess, the Heartbreakers, you guys were such a great band. You got called to back up
a lot of other people. I mean, you talked about listening to Johnny Cash records when you were a kid. You got to play with Johnny Cash. You got to make a record. You got to back up Bob Dylan. What was, I mean, at the time when it was happening, I mean, were you inside your body on stage, or were you outside of your body having these experiences playing with these guys?
When you first do something like that, you're just overwhelmed. Like, oh my God, it's Johnny Cash, you know.
Yeah.
But as you work together, and it comes down to, we're making music together, just a guy, you know, and you're a guy, and you kind of just make music, and then maybe later on you step back and go, oh shit, that was Johnny Cash, I was just playing with. But I would just, and Dylan, you know, all these people that are, George Harrison, all these heroes of mine, I can't believe I got to play with them. Muddy Waters,
No.
I mean, the list goes on. I've been so blessed. So I would try to get away from that sheen of stardom and just get down to, hey, you and me are here, you know, let's play together, you know. I don't care who you are, let's try to make something good together, you know. Because if you get too, you know, focused on the legend that's there in the room, it's going to tighten you up and you're not going to be good, you know. Yeah, this?
59?
59, well spotted, yeah.
Long guard?
Tom talked me into buying this. We were in Washington, D.C., and we went to a guitar store, one of the main stores there. I don't know the name of it now. And we were looking around, and I didn't have a I think I had a red 335, but it wasn't vintage. It was mid-70s. It was pretty good. And he saw this up on the wall, and he said, you should get that 59 335. That's a real good one. And I played it, and I thought, oh, it's okay, you know. And I said, oh, what's with this? You know, there's these two dots on it. And I guess what they did, I guess at the factory maybe, they would sometimes take the bridge off,
To add the Bigsby.
fill it,
Yeah.
and put a Bigsby on it.
Sometimes you see the custom-made plaque. Sometimes you just see exposed studs.
But I thought
Sometimes
somebody had fucked with it.
Yeah,
You know, I
it's
didn't
just-
know. And Tom said, no, that's the way they are. So I got it.
So the Bigsby was already on it.
Yeah, it
when
was
you bought
just
it.
like it is now.
Now I'm noticing there's a small little. Is that a zip tie? Just
tie,
keeping
yeah.
the spring from.
Maybe the spring was
just keeping
flapping
the spring
around.
from
Keep
popping
it from
out.
popping. It probably popped out on me once, and he put that in there to keep it from bouncing out.
Now we were talking about the Les Pauls earlier and how big and that sound is. What do you go to a 335 for?
Well, a 335 is not something I use a lot, but when I do, I'm going for more of a B.B. King type tone, like not quite as thick as a Les Paul, but really sweet. It's interesting you would say that because Tom and I sat in with J.J. Cale once at McCabe's, and I had my 59. It was local, so I brought it down. And I thought J.J. would cream over it, you know. And Tom had a 335, so I was showing J.J. my 59, and he was going, yeah. And Tom took out his guitar, and J.J. goes, that's the one. That's what I like. That's what I grew up on. I used to have a 335 just like that. So he was enamored with the 335. It's got a sweeter middle position, almost cleaner, and good for rhythm, and a really like warm pickup. But it'll also blast off the treble pickup, and I like this very nice fluid Bigsby. Some of them are tight or too loose. This one's really good. I love recording with it, but mostly I like it if I want something that's like loud but still clear, like a B.B. King-ish tone that you can hear the melody and hear all the notes really clearly.
Yeah.
I go to this.
Yeah.
And I remember once I did a session for J.J. Cale with Eric Clapton, and I was also showing my 59, and he goes, "Oh, what a beautiful neck." He said, "I'm a 335 guy." He called it the 335.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that's true, but that's what he said. But they're beautiful instruments, you know, and of course they're hollow, semi-hollow, so they have a nice kind of acoustic feel to them. And just gorgeous, you know, what a design.
Yeah.
Beautiful wood, beautiful colors, and easy to play, just, you know, the neck is really just glides along. Yeah, I always love this too. What do you call that?
Call it either the crown or the pineapple.
The pineapple or the crown. I'll call it
Yeah.
the crown. And these ivory tuners. And yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful
Gibson,
design.
you know. They're making a record, and I needed a Gibson because Tom was playing a Fender, and I'd had a Firebird, but I never had a Les Paul, and I wanted a Les Paul really bad. So I saw this thing on the wall, and I'm thinking, well, I always loved the gold top, you know. But I go, this pickups, somebody put some custom pickups in it. I don't, you know, but I plugged it in, and it sounded good. And I don't care if somebody messed with the pickups. I like the sound of it. And I took it. Turns out they are P90s. They had just taken the cream covers off.
So this started off as this wasn't a Les Paul Deluxe. This was like a late 60s
68.
P90.
68, I
reissue.
believe.
Yeah.
68. So it turns out that these are proper P90s, which I'd never seen a P90 without
With
the
a
cover on
cover on it,
before.
yeah.
But look at the wraps on that thing. This thing is loud. I used it on Fooled Again, Stranger in the Night. Even the solo on Listen to Her Heart is doubled on a 12-string with this underneath it to
guitar.
make it thick. But it's heavy, a little bit heavy, but I used this on the road for the first
I
4 or
remember
5
seeing
years. It
tons
was
of
my
video.
Gibson.
Yeah,
It's
of you
still
playing
my
this.
main Gibson. It's one of those, and I just would never part with it.
Very cool.
That gold, man, whoever came up with that idea was brilliant. Huh?
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I'm seeing a staple pickup down here. I'm a sucker for a staple pickup.
Staple pickup?
Alnico 5 in the neck.
Alnico, is that called a staple? I never heard that.
because they look like staples.
Oh, that's new to me.
God, I love those pickups.
Yeah, this is the Alnico. He calls it a staple pickup and a P90. I got this just because it's so badass looking. And
It's a good reason.
But you know what's interesting about this pickup, as opposed to having another P90, is it's real clear.
They're very loud and very clear.
Very loud
clean.
and clear. Almost like I was talking about the 335, how it's clear. But the Alnico is a really unique pickup, and it makes this guitar much more versatile, you know. And I got this a decade ago or more. I love how it's worn out on the back of the neck. See, that's the kind of stuff I go for. Somebody, aged this thing in the right way.
55?
55?
Yeah.
Okay. And black Les Paul. And I like the way it looks so much. I told my friend Jason Sine, who plays in the Dirty Knobs, I told him, you got to get a black one too, so we can have 2 black ones at the same time. That's a badass look. Their necks are so easy to play.
Do you dig the ebony boards, or do you favor more towards rosewood stuff? Or does
I
it
don't
not
have a
matter?
favorite. I like it. I don't know. The ebony looks great, but I don't have a favorite about the wood. No. And I love this yellow toggle switch. Is that custom to go? Did that come that way? You think, or somebody?
Yeah,
changed
all
that?
the 50s ones have the kind of the amber switch tip
okay.
until
There
you
you
get
go.
to like 61-ish.
So I'm authentic. Are those the original tuners?
Those are old Grovers.
These are
but those
Grovers,
are
aren't
changed.
they?
You can kind of see the outline of what was on
Oh,
there.
right. So it probably had
Those were like waffle back
ivory
Gibsons on there.
Probably
Yeah.
originally had ivory, but the Grovers are solid. I like this design too. Great artwork.
Split
Abalone
diamond.
and stuff.
Cool guitar.
Yeah,
I love
it
the
sounds
yellow
as good as
sound.
it looks.
Most guitar collectors are usually trying to hide things from their wife, but in your case, Marcy kind of seems to be like an enabler of this whole thing. How does it work with her when it comes to your guitars?
Well, she is a sweet enabler, and she's always been like that. I would never. In fact, she's talked me into buying a lot of great guitars that I would just go, well, I've already got one. But she'd go, this one's probably a good investment. You might want to swing for this one. And she's done that all through my career. The white Firebird I have now, she talked me into. I said, well, I don't really. I got it. And she said, you got to get this the white one. It sounds really good. So she's there. I guess she understands my addiction, and she feeds it. Not only she loves the fact that it makes me happy, and that I get to use it, but she's got a real smart sense for investment.
No.
And she's seen it, and she goes, like, if he gets that guitar, in 5 years it's going to be twice as much.
Yeah. Are they just tools?
To me,
you?
it's just this. I love the sound. I mean, I like the fact thinking that I'm not going to lose money on it, but I don't focus on that.
Yeah, that's
I
not
just
for
fall
that.
in love with the instrument, and if it turns out to be expensive, I might go, and I go, oh yeah, but I'm not going to lose money. It'll appreciate, so I'm okay with it. What we got over here now?
Looks like. Oop.
It's all about guitars with us.
Oh, red one.
Once again, it's so funny that you mentioned my wife, Marcy, because she's responsible for me having this one. And this is I don't even know what year this is. Maybe you can tell.
63 or 64.
Yeah.
Original stop tail.
Oh, I didn't even know it was that old. This is a beautiful sounding guitar, and I always loved the red because of Chuck Berry and Freddie King.
Yeah.
I played red Gibson 335s and 345s, and I didn't have a 335 at the time. We were at the Pasadena swap meet, in the middle. It was one of those, you know, it's like in the middle of a parking lot.
Yeah.
And it was like 100 degrees. It was a miserable day. And we used to go, and she would buy antiques and stuff. And occasionally I might see an instrument, but it wasn't usually anything nice. You know, it might have been some old Parlor acoustic or something. Anyway, we walked by this guy, and this was sitting there in the sun. I swear to God, like, you know, 100-degree weather was beaming down on this red Gibson 335. And I looked at it, and I just said, okay, I kept walking. And my wife says, you know, is that a good guitar? I said, I think so. So I went back and played it. And I said, yeah, it plays good. But I don't really need another guitar, you know. Bullshit. So and the guy came up, and she was so cool. He goes, I forget what it was. He wanted like, I don't know, $1,200 for it or something. And I said no, and she said, okay, let's walk. So we walked about 20 yards away and came back. And then she said, okay, let's go back. She said, I'll give you $900 for it. She did the deal, so, or whatever it was. And so she kind of talked me into getting it, and I love this guitar. I've used it quite a bit over the years, on recordings and on tour with Tom. Back, I don't know if this shows up or not, but you can see the swirl in the paint and the grain of the wood. And in the neck, you can see all the little lines, the H lines. I love when they do that.
Yeah.
So there's your red 335.
Again, $900. Well spent. Dude, I'm seeing a pattern here.
I'm surprised it didn't melt,
Yeah.
you know? I thought the sun would have ruined it if it had been there another 30 minutes, but the guy didn't know what he had, obviously.
That's great.
Yeah.
Are there songs in guitars?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Have you ever just picked one up and immediately started a song just based on the guitar that
all
you
the
picked up in
time.
your hand?
Songs have guitars in them, and they speak to you. And you could take two guitars, two Les Pauls, two Rickenbackers, okay? Same year, whatever. You pick one up, and you hit a chord. It sounds pretty good. You pick the other one up, you hit that same chord, and like something happens. There's some harmonic or tone in there. And you go, oh, it might go like this, like you hit a chord on Les Paul or whatever that you like. Wow, that sounds so good. That reminds me of a Jimmy Page song. And you start trying to play that. Oh, I found my own lick in there now. And so you're chasing, the guitar brought that out, you know. It led you down the path to this song. It happens all the time. At some place on the guitar has a sweet spot. And as you play, you will eventually find, oh, these chords sounds really good on this guitar. Oh, it sounds like there could be a song around that chord. They do. They spring forth ideas and bring songs to you.
Oh, SG Junior. Wide nut, so this is probably 5-digit, like 62-ish.
I never. Now, what happened here? It had a different.
The short Maestro Vibrola on there.
Oh, okay. So somebody took that off.
Someone put the badass
it's called
on.
a badass bridge.
Yeah.
Which is really good. I got this. Where did I get it? Oh, great story about this. I was in Hartford, Connecticut on tour, and I went for a walk, and I passed a video store. Okay, no guitars anywhere. I just walked in, and somehow in the conversation they said, "Oh yeah, we have a couple of guitars," and this was one of them. They had this.
Why would a video store have guitars?
I don't know. They had two in the back. It was this one, and I bought them both. It was like, I don't know, $120. And it wasn't even, it just showed up. I'm just lucky that way. Stuff just, oh, here, have you seen this one? Out of nowhere. And this, these are wonderful because they've just got the one pickup, one volume, one knob. They play great. They're nice and lightweight.
They rip.
And I have a couple of stories about this one. I used this for the solo on Running Down a Dream.
This is the...
On the record.
On the record?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was that we had the song all done, and Tom and Jeff and I were working on the record. And it was one of the few songs that Tom and I wrote. We're going to have an ending where the guitar is going to just go on for a while, because usually we get to the chorus and end. You know?
Yeah.
So I pulled this guitar out, and I think I had an Ampeg amp or something. And I did 3 takes at the end. And I do remember I was doing one of those licks on the solo. I think it was this one. Kind of, I don't know, just off the top of my head. And I remember Jeff was there, and he went like this. It's hard to impress Jeff.
It's a good sign. Yeah.
And that was a good sign. So anyway, they did 3 takes, and we cut the best bits of the 3, and it took 5 minutes. Fast forward to, I'm on tour with Bob Dylan, with Tom and the Heartbreakers. We're at the Forum here in L.A., and I had this guitar on, and I'm standing there trying to be cool, you know, not guitars. And I kind of went like this to scratch my ears or whatever. And Bob was talking to the audience, going on to some important spiel about something, and the strap came loose, and it was wide open, and it went kablam, loud. You know, this thing's loud.
Yeah.
And the amp was up, the guitar was up, kablam, and the neck broke off right here. You know, where they normally break right here.
Yeah.
It's been repaired since.
Yeah, it's finished.
And Bob turned around like, "What the fuck are you doing back there? I'm trying to talk up here." And my heart just broke because I love that guitar, you know. And I just thought they're going to repair it, but it'll never be the same. But it kind of is. They did a great job. I mean, you can't even tell. But it completely snapped off. It was in two pieces. But they put the head back on, and it tunes good and plays good, and I still use it, you know. And it gets the job done every time.
Very cool. And then running down a dream solo.
That's it. Yeah.
Probably one of the great Heartbreaker guitar solo. I mean, it fades out and goes.
One of the
and
longest
goes,
ones,
and you're ripping.
definitely.
Yeah. Oh,
But that
killer.
was it. Yeah, that was that guitar. And it just happened to be there that day. I didn't go looking for it. I just picked it up and boom, boom, boom.
So cool.
It's a nice instrument. There you
I've
go.
seen you use this
Oh, yeah,
a lot.
SG.
This is
You
what,
cannot go
63,
wrong.
64-ish, somewhere
Yeah,
in there.
64-ish, yeah.
What is it about these?
They look like a bat, you know. I just love them. And they're solid. Angus and AC/DC, that's his sound. A lot of people have used them.
George Harrison,
Clapton,
too, yeah.
Cream, George Harrison. I used to use this also for You Wreck Me. They ring good, they're naughty, they're clean, lightweight, and they just look cool as shit. You know, I always thought, you know, it's like if Batman had a guitar, it would be a SG.
But again, same pickups that your Burst has, but sounds totally different in this body.
Yeah, these
you
are
know?
brighter, and maybe I would say the Burst leans more towards a bluesy tone. This is more like rock and roll. It's a workhorse. Lots of people love them, and I love the design, the tailpiece. It has an ivory
The arm, yeah.
wiggle worm on it. It's not the best for staying in tune. That's why I took it off, because I wanted it to be solid.
This is another one I would see you and Tom at the same time both bust out the
SGs.
dueling SGs.
Yeah.
Killer
Yeah,
guitar.
you're going to sound good with that no matter what you do.
Yeah, that's great. Great checking.
Mm-hmm.
Thick body.
Got that.
ES
okay.
150.
Is that what it is, a 150? Somebody
Yeah.
was asking me. I thought it was 150. I'm not too familiar with it. I got this in Nashville. I was at, what's that store in Nashville?
Carter's, Groom.
Yeah, Carter's.
Carter.
And I was with Herb Peterson, and we were on a Mudcrutch tour. And I saw this. I thought it was a 335. And then I looked at it, and I realized, oh, it's got a nice, thick, acoustic kind of body almost on it. And it's got a master volume, which is interesting.
Yeah.
And I just never seen one like it.
And
I-
totally hollow, no center block.
Yes, real hollow. I should use it more. I haven't used it too much. I've used it on a few things.
And it's cool in cherry. I don't see many cherry. A lot of them are walnut, the
I've
dark
never
walnut
seen
brown, and some of them
I've
are
never seen
blonde.
a 150 before. I didn't even know
They're
it
like
existed.
68, 69-ish, kind of right there
Oh,
into the
nice.
60s. Cool guitar.
Yeah, the hollow body really makes it sound warm, you know. And
Les Paul Jr.
Les Paul Jr.
57.
Ooh,
Pretty
yeah.
good year for one of these.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Once again, like the Les Paul SG Juniors, this has the one pickup. You can't go wrong. I think Mountain, Leslie West
yeah.
played one of these, and Keith Richards I've seen playing with them. And they're just very basic and easy to play, nice and loud. When I got this, it had the original tuners on it, but they were crumbling.
Just petrified, yeah.
I had to get the pliers on the piece of metal to tune it.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to change it, but I said, you know, you got to put some tuners on there so I can actually use it. Lightweight, too, which is nice nowadays. Once again, seeing some action.
Yeah.
It's got battle scars, which I love. And
What do you reach for the juniors, like the SG juniors or this? Is it a rocker for you, or are you looking for a
I
worn
look for
fat
rock and
thing?
roll, I mean, I tend to play the other one more than this one. I don't know why. Every time I play this, I love it. But I reach for the SG-shaped one more often. Maybe because I used it on Running Down a Dream, I've got an affection for that one. But I should, and I love this yellow. You know, it's a Gibson.
They
Can't
look
go
good
wrong.
beat up.
Yeah, it's a rock and roll
honest to
beast.
goodness stuff right there. Very cool.
You're making me want to play all these again more.
Well, isn't that the point?
It is the point, yeah.
Blonde Gibson. 175.
Yeah, now where did I get this? God, I don't remember. I call this my Scotty Moore guitar. I don't know if it's been messed with. I hope it's all original. But it's got that Elvis sound of the first early Elvis records.
And I mean, that's what you grew up on, right? Scott.
Yeah, and Luther
knows.
Perkins with the
Yeah.
Johnny Cash. But
I mean, basically the same guitar as a 295. It's just blonde instead of
so what is
gold.
this?
That's a 175.
175.
The early version with the two P90s. This is probably early to mid 50s.
Yeah, cool. And it's just very comfortable, nice and lightweight. I like guitars nowadays that don't weigh very much. There's some buckle work on the back, and that always makes me like it better. It's done some duty on the stage. And I do record with this a lot because it's just such a nice blend between these two pickups and the hollow body. Real throaty, full tone, and not too bad looking either.
It's blonde. It's beautiful. This is fun. Rocks Teardrop.
Yeah.
Have you had a few of these?
We're not
different
gonna, I
colors?
got a couple.
or-
We're not going to plug this in, but this one, if I could plug it in,
It's got enough knobs on it.
first of all, it's a really well-made guitar,
Italian made.
and it's got a tuner.
How does
Tuner?
that work?
Well, you hit it and it goes ooh.
Oh, it gives you like a tone,
Like a E.
yeah.
And then it's got, this is unique, called a palm wah. You know, there's a thing called a wah-wah pedal that you usually play with your foot. Vox are made in Italy, I think. They got this genius idea. They put a little thing here, and you pull this around, and you turn it on, and you go wah, 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 wah with your palm. So you can be playing, go wah, 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 wah while you play, which leads you into some really wild things. It's got a filter, it's got a fuzz tone, you know, in the normal volume, and it's got a thing called a repeater. But you turn it on, and it goes like it
delay.
repeats with a gap in between, yeah. And you can make it go fast, or It's the wildest thing.
And it's a 12-string.
And it's a 12 string. And I don't know what happened up here. This is all oxidized or something, but it's supposed to say Vox.
Yeah, I can still see it in there. But...
Very 60s, you know,
And did you use all of this
I've used it all,
onboard
yeah.
stuff when you're
You
using
know what's
it?
great is if you're stuck for an idea, give me that thing. Start pushing buttons and get this thing out. Wow, wow, wow. Next thing you know, you're into something.
You got something happening.
And of course, it's got the pad on the back. Weird little logo. And it's solid. It tunes good, you know, and it's hollow body, so it's light. And a teardrop. You know, I always loved Brian Jones and the Stones.
Yeah.
Had them box teardrops. But I'd never seen a 12-string, and plus with all those gadgets built into it.
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah, well made, actually.
Italians. You know?
There you go. This is the Fender Broadcaster. I've talked about it before.
This came from Nadine's.
It was
Here
from
in the back.
Nadine's. Back
Yeah.
in the day, I got this in my gold top. Because Tom was becoming he used to be a bass player with Mud Crush, and he started playing guitar and writing songs, so he didn't have an electric, so I gave him my Strat, and I needed something else, so I went and got this and the Les Paul. Between those two, those were the only guitars we had for the first two records. But this thing, I had no idea what I was getting. I thought I was getting a Telecaster. It turns out it's a Broadcaster. You may know the history, why they called it a Broadcaster.
This is the first.
Yeah. The way I understood it was they wanted the radio market, so
Yeah.
we'll call it a Broadcaster. And then TV hit in the early 50s. Oh, we got to change it to catch with the young market. We'll call it a Telecaster. But this is a Broadcaster, and it's just the way I bought it. I never changed anything on it. And it's got a really dirty neck,
So you've never cleaned it
but
either.
I won't clean it because it has a feel to it. And it's just a slab of wood, you know, but magical sounding pickups. And I've used this on so many records. American Girl, I Need to Know. Breakdown, I played on this. Listen to Her Heart, all those early records.
Early Tom Petty Heartbreaker.
First two
stuff.
records
This is-
exclusively. Now, when we did, later on, we did a greatest hits record, we did a song called Mary Jane's Last Dance. Tom played this on that.
Now,
He played it on this guitar, so it stayed around all those years.
correct me if I'm wrong. I remember I was at Norm's. I picked up the phone one day, and it was Alan Rogan, and you guys had just been robbed at
That's
Culver Studios, and they got a bunch of Tom's guitars. Was this one of the one? This was one of the ones that they got.
Yeah.
As well,
Well, there's
wasn't it?
two incidences. There was an earlier incident back in the day when we were rehearsing at Universal, and that's when they took this and my Gibson Gold Top, which is irreplaceable. The one you're talking about was in Culver City.
Culver Studios.
I don't think they got this guitar. They got several of Tom's guitars and one of my not so great ones. But we did get them back. We got them all back eventually because the dumbass went across the street to a pawn shop and said, "Hey, can I have some cash for these?" So we tracked it down and got it. And it was an inside job, as it turns out.
Yeah. This one is officially retired.
It's retired, as is my Gold Top. No, I don't take it on the road either. But I use them in recordings all the time. They're
Yeah.
right in my studio, and they sound like nothing else. And it's the one, you know.
Very cool.
And, you know. Even without an amp, it
can hear
sounds
it.
like magic, you know,
Yeah.
it just has that thing. This was my Strat
Yeah.
that I got in Gainesville,
65,
64,
64.
and I couldn't afford it. It was $200 up at the local store there. And I was talking to Tom and this girlfriend of ours was over there. She was a girlfriend. And I was going, oh yeah, there's a Stratocaster. Someday I got to get a Stratocaster. And she said, I just had an automobile accident and I got an insurance settlement, and I've got some money. I'll give you the $200. You can pay me back whenever you can. And I couldn't believe it. Sure, okay. So I went and got this for $200. 64 Strat. This is the Thomas buckle and my buckle.
What did this look like when you first bought it?
It wasn't rubbed out like this. It had a little bit of rub.
Yeah.
But it was relatively, it was broken in, but it had this.
Yeah.
But it didn't have this. This is years of on the road with Tom's buckle.
But Tom played this guitar
I
a lot.
I gave it to him to use because
Yeah.
he didn't have one, and he ended up taking it on tour for our first 4 or 5 years. He eventually got his own Strat, and I got this back. But I love them when they're worn out, and they feel like they've been somewhere, maybe on a hobo train or something somewhere, and they're just. But this thing, that was Tom's sound. That American Girl, he played rhythm on this guitar, and almost all that first album. Anytime there's I Need to Know. That was Tom on this guitar playing the rhythm, and then I doubled him. I do remember in Gainesville, for some reason, when I got it, the treble pickup didn't work. And a friend of mine who was in a band with Stan Lynch was a guitar geek, and he said, well, I've got an extra Strat pickup laying around. He put this treble pickup in it for me. That's the only thing I ever changed.
Still has original frets and everything?
Yeah, as far as I know, they are the original frets.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it just not permitted to clean?
Well, I like the way it looks too, with the finger grease and gunk on there, and I'm afraid if they clean it, it won't feel the same.
Yeah.
I'm paranoid that way. But this is an interesting story.
B-bender.
Yeah, I got this little music store. It wasn't a pawn shop, and I walked in and they had this Telecaster without the string bender on it, and it was $500. It turns out it's a 1956, which and then at the time I wanted, and the Byrds for a while had Clarence White, and he and his drummer invented this thing which is on this guitar, which is a
Parsons Way.
second string bender is called. So when you push down on this lever here, there's a pulley in the back, and you can push down, and it's hooked to your strap. So when you push down on the strap with a little weight, makes the string go up. And the cool thing about that is you could simulate a steel guitar just by pushing down on it,
Yeah.
And I found there's other moves you can do in it too, like. So I wanted a guitar with a bender in it, and I wasn't going to mess with.
Why not put it on a 56 Telly?
I was so stupid. I would never do that now. I would get some cheap thing or semi-cheap, and I said, yeah, send it off and have them cut. They cut the wood out of the back of this fucking 56 Telly. But the good news is I have a great sounding vintage Telly with a bender in it.
I remember when Mudcrutch started to do the last run, and I remember you playing this guitar.
This was the Mudcrutch. Yeah, this was the Mudcrutch guitar.
And the next day, we went back to Norm's, and we're all like, dude, we got to get B-Bender Tellys. We got to get B-Bender. We had one in the store, and we all started messing with it. It was like, shit, no, I don't think I need a B-Bender. I can't do this. But you were just dominating on the B-Bender.
Well, this really fit that band, you know, the bending. And you can also play, it doesn't have to be country. I found ways to play blues with it and other kind of little Appalachian bending and stuff with it. It's a very versatile idea, just on the one string. And of course, I've gotten to know Marty Stewart recently, and he has the original Clarence White Telly, the prototype, which they actually took 2 Telecaster bodies and stuck them together and cut the wood out of the other back end of the other one.
Oh, wow.
Instead of the main guitar, and then put the pulley in that so they didn't mess the guitar up. And he has that one, which is really, really incredible.
Is that
Jaguar.
Sonic, or is that Daphne?
I think this is the Sonic Blue, but I'm not really sure. Daphne, it might be Daphne. Is that Daphne Blue?
Daphne Blue, Sonic Blue. It's freaking blue, though.
The Jaguars get overlooked a lot, you know, because most people want the Stratocaster or the Jazzmaster. The Jaguar has a slightly smaller neck.
Yeah, shorter scale.
But it's got the best surf tone. And it's got a strange pickup selection. But they're loud and they're easy to play, and I used to use it a lot with the Dirty Knobs. It's been played a lot, as you can see. The back buckle has got some wear on it, and I did a surf record many years ago with Ron Blair and Randall Marsh called the Blue Stingrays, and we did it in a weekend, and it was all instrumental surf music.
Yeah.
And I used this on that.
Was that big when you were growing up? Do you remember?
Oh yeah, I love all the surf records, the Ventures, and of course Dwayne Eddy wasn't surf, but the guitar
that same
instrumental
guitar
records.
Instrumental, yeah.
The Safaris, Wipeout, you know, and Out of Limits, all those great guitar instrumentals, and mostly the Ventures. But I've always just loved that genre. I don't know, because it's the guitar. There's no vocal. It's the guitar is the vocal, so it's real big and up front, and that Fender twang. Yeah, it's a really nice instrument. And it's interesting vibrato setup. I don't know how it works. There's a spring in here somewhere, but you don't get to it from the back like with a Telly. But it's got an extreme. It comes back to tune. It's incredible design. So yeah, that's the story of the baby. I call it baby blue.
Yeah, colors.
It's probably Daphne blue.
Pretty killer. Very cool. Oh, okay. The Mike Campbell model.
Okay, this is the green one, yeah. Yeah, this is the 40th anniversary. Duesenberg have been so kind to me, and they make really, you know, they're German engineering, really well made guitars.
Pretty tremolo. The tremolo works fantastic.
Great
on these.
liquid.
They just don't go out of tune.
Well engineered, great pickups. It's not a Gibson,
It's all right.
and it's not a Fender. It's kind of somewhere a little bit like a Gretsch, but a little louder than a Gretsch. But well made, nice and light, and they gave this to me, and we auctioned off. This is for the 40th anniversary of the Heartbreakers. We played a Hyde Park one day, and I had this, and I held it up, and they got a great picture with a sea of people behind it. And Nathan was very happy over at Duesenberg. But we auctioned them off for a charity and got quite a good amount for. I don't know how many of these they sold, but people bidded on them for the dog.
Oh, for the Tansy thing?
And so this has a lot of spirituality in it.
Now, Nathan's a friend of mine as well. He told me a story that I don't know if it's verified, but can you tell me how the Mike Campbell model came into existence?
Oh, when we first met, yeah, we were on tour, and the Heartbreakers were on tour, and we were backstage at one of those outdoor shed gigs, Pittsburgh or someplace. And back in the day, a lot of guitar companies would bring their guitars backstage to show it to me or Tom and try to get us to bite on them. And I guess Tom was just fed up with that whole scene. So Nathan brought this backstage at the sound check, and I walked by and saw it, and it was over on Tom's side of the stage. And I said, "What's that?" And he said, "Well, that's something they brought for Tom, but he doesn't want it." I said, "Really?" And I looked at it and thought, I'll take it. Played that one at the Super Bowl when the Heartbreakers played there, which he was very thrilled about. And it has like the Ford Cobra stripe down the middle. Great design, kind of like a Les Paul, but he's a great guy, and he's given me lots of great instruments, Duesenbergs, over the years.
And we didn't talk about it earlier, but what's it like playing the Super Bowl halftime show? That has to be a week-long trip.
It's beyond pressure. It's beyond comprehension, really. It was great for me. As it turned out that year, the Super Bowl was on my birthday, which is February 1st, and it was in Phoenix. So I flew all the kids out, and they got to see Dad play the Super Bowl on his birthday. It was a pretty special day. Yeah. But it was a lot of pressure. You've got 12 minutes to get up on the stage and go for it, and 90 million people are watching, or whatever it was. A bigger crowd than we'd ever played for before. But it was also exciting, and it came across really well, and we did all right with that.
You guys always never seem to be shy about playing all the guitars. When you go out on the road now, you have all of this stuff. What do you bring? Does it go through cycles of what you're into, or does it depend on what the gig is, or?
Well, with the Heartbreakers, we had unlimited space I could bring as many as I wanted. It depends on the songs. We put the set together in rehearsal. Okay, well, these two songs, we're going to have a Rickenbacker 12-string for that. We're going to need a backup for that in case it breaks a string. Okay, these songs we need a Telecaster. These songs have to have a Gibson. And for each one of those, we have to have a backup for that one, because we're at a big show. You don't want to stop and change a string. So the songs would dictate what guitars we'd bring out. Typically with the Heartbreakers, I got where I was maybe bringing 10 or 12 guitars out, to cover the whole show. With my band now, we're economizing back down to 2 or 3 guitars, which is really all you need. Well, the joke about how many guitars does a guitar player really need. Have you heard that one?
One more.
One.
More. Yeah, than what I got.
So it's an addiction. You just keep, they're so wonderful as art pieces and as tools. And I just am enamored with them. So I don't buy that many anymore, because I kind of got all there is, pretty much. So I'm not out hunting for new guitars. In fact, I'm trying to pull back because I don't have room for them. If you buy the right ones, they go, old Gibson, you're going to make money on it, whether you sell it or not. You leave it to your kids, they're going to double what you paid for it. They'll get it back. So it's a win-win-win with guitars.
I know you say you're not buying anymore, but is there anything out there that you're looking for, something you haven't had, or a color, or something that you would really like that's still not in the collection?
I have a couple of 335s, and I recently got a 345. I might want to get a 355 someday, but I'm not like gung-ho to get one. But if one became available, I'd probably be interested.
What was the attraction to the 12-string that you guys had? Because in the 80s, you guys kind of single-handedly brought Rickenbacker back on the map.
Wow,
and with the 12 strings, where did that come from?
That's obvious. There's 2 people that played the Rickenbacker 12-string, Roger McGuinn and George Harrison. No. And maybe a little bit of Carl Wilson, you might see him. But those 2 were the ones that I heard on the radio, the Byrds and the Beatles with that Rickenbacker 12-string sound, and I was just hypnotized by it. The Byrds would come on with Tambourine Man or whatever on the AM radio back in the day when I was a kid, and I would just go, oh my God, how does he get that sound? It just spoke to me, and I wanted one ever since. And they're beautiful instruments, and there's certain songs that come out of those guitars that they cry for you to write a certain way, because they make a certain there's a chime and a harmonic above it that nothing else makes, that we were always attracted to, and we tried to put it in our show as much as possible. Should I tell the story on this one? This is very basic.
Yeah, because I know what that is.
And I've told this story before. Maybe
it's all right. Give it to us again.
Give it a different color. Okay, we wanted a 12-string. I wanted a 12-string on American Girl, but we didn't have one. So on that guitar, on that song, I played the broadcaster with octaves to make it sound like. But the second album, we got this, and we did Listen to Her Heart on it. You can tell I'm not even plugged in. It just has a harmonic ring, beautiful sound to it. So the story on this one is, I wanted a Rickenbacker. I had about $120 on me, and I went to the recycler back in the day. That was how you could find
Before
stuff.
Craigslist. The recycler was the way to do it.
Yeah, it was way before that, and you'd read it and go, oh, Anaheim, Rickenbacker 12-string for sale, $150. So we drove out there, and I thought it was going to be this one.
You were expecting this,
the George
the hollow,
Harrison,
yeah.
you know, big body version. This is what I was looking for. And I got there, and he brought it out of the back room. He brought this out, and I went, oh, no, what is that? I'd never even seen one shaped like that.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like a toy. I said, oh, no, that's not what I wanted. But I'd driven all the way out to Anaheim. I said, how about you take $120 for it? I think he wanted $150. So he said, okay. And this turns out to be, once we took it to the Rickenbacker factory, they looked at the number on it, serial number, and it turns out this was the next guitar off the assembly line right after George Harrison's famous 12-string.
Wow.
So how did I know? I've just been so lucky. And it sounds like that. I mean, it's just, the sound is that era. It sounds, you know, as good as any 12-string could ever sound.
And this is
And
what
this is
Tom
on the cover of Damn the
Tor-
Torpedoes. Once again, Tom borrowed it. And I still use it because it just tunes, it sounds good. And even though it's got the little body, I'm proud of it. Oh, cool. Yeah.
This
God
is
bless-
not a traditional
God bless
Rickenbacker model.
No,
right?
the Rickenbacker people were so kind to Tom and I when they saw we were playing their stuff. And I told them I wanted a guitar that looked like John Lennon's, but there was a good lead guitar because he was mostly
Wasn't meant for a child.
and it had a full
Full-scale
size
neck on it, yeah.
And actually, I said, you know, pattern the neck after a Martin acoustic, so it's a little wider, which is great for playing, you know. And I wanted it black, and I wanted the old knobs
Old
like
toaster
John
knobs,
had on
yeah.
his. I guess they're called radio knobs.
yeah.
And the gold and black. And I don't even know what kind of pickups these are, but I told them put some hot pickups in there so I can play solos on it, and they did. This looks like a Rickenbacker
Like a
pickup.
toaster, yeah.
This is some kind of souped up thing, but this thing sounds great.
You used to play Running Down a Dream on this guitar a lot.
I
live,
did it
right?
quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah. I just love all the Capri appointments, the gold guards, those radio knobs. It's cool. And it's one of one, right? This is
It's a one of a kind. I told him to make the body a little wider. It's got a bit of a hollow cavity in it, so it's still got some Rickenbacker elements to it.
Yeah.
But it's a thicker, well, John's is about maybe 3/4 this wide. It's solid.
Yeah.
So I wanted it to have a semi-acoustic feel to it, and so there is a hollow body inside here. Some hollow cavities here and there. It looks cool as shit, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
I love that.
Yeah, that's rock and roll. I always loved this.
The hardtail
And of
piece.
course this logo. They had their shit going on.
That's something you don't see every day.
Black country gentleman?
Unless you watch the Ed Sullivan Show. Although his looked black, it probably was burgundy.
Yeah. I've never seen a black one. This is
Well, I have to thank Norm
This
from
came from
Norm's
Norm?
Rare Guitars. He called me one day, and I'm never looking to buy guitars anymore. You know, and he goes, "I got this guitar that is for you. You know, you should have this guitar." And I said, "Well, I don't really feel like spending, I don't know, whatever it was." He said, "Well, I'll tell you what. He was doing this thing with stage clothes for the museum. He said, you bring me down some coats or boots or whatever, some clothes that you've worn on tour, and I'll trade you for the guitar," which is what I did. And I brought him some pants and boots and a couple of jackets from the Heartbreakers tour, and we traded for it. But I liked it because it looked like George's from the Ed Sullivan Show. But listen, this has maybe the most liquid vibrato of all my guitars.
I'm just freaking
So
out about
smooth.
the custom color. I've never
Well,
seen another one
is
in
black
black.
really that rare?
Yeah.
See, I always thought George's was black until I
Just
looked
black
close.
and white TV, it kind of red. It's
Yeah,
just a
so-
really dark brown
So black is
walnut.
rare then.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that. I had no idea. It's a very comfortable guitar to play. And I love the yellow. The yellowing ivory trim is always beautiful to me. But this is I use this, you know, more than you would think. So musical, huh? It sounds like an orchestra.
So cool.
Yeah, cool. And of course, this has got the oxidation,
Yeah.
and the plastic here is kind of turning yellow. And a fake F-hole.
Yeah,
It's
painted on F
just
holes.
painted on, which is kind of funny. A Gretsch Bigsby. Gretsch by Bigsby, yeah. Very cool. And it stays in tune. A lot of Bigsbys are hard to keep in tune, but this one is really solid. Craftsmanship back then was just better. You know, it's probably made by hand. That's probably why.
That is cool.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
a-
early
that's a
60s?
double neck one. Yes, it is. I got that at Manny's, if you can believe it, in New York years ago. I don't know what I paid for it. It wasn't outrageous, but it's a beauty, you know. And as you can see, I played it live. I had to put tape where I could see the neck and the lights, because you can get lost with the gold and glitter.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, God, it looks like those tuners are getting mossy. Look at that. Look at the green and fuzzy. That is
yeah.
awesome.
And all the cracks
And the
in
black.
here. Oh yeah, the green mildew or whatever it is. Yeah, it's. Of course, I always wanted a Gretsch when I saw George Harrison play, but Neil Young also did a lot with these. This also has a beautiful arm that's just liquid.
You have a few of these, right? Because I've seen you with a single cut.
I have the
one
single
as
cutaway, which is the more common one, and I wasn't looking for this one, but I walked into Manny's years ago, and it was a double cutaway, and I thought, you know, and it wasn't too expensive, so I got it. A white Falcon logo, and look at this thing. It's like an industrial. It's
Yeah,
two
the
pieces.
telescoping arm.
Yeah. And it's got a mute in here, which I never used. There's one of these knobs. This one.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you
that's the
push
mute
this
up.
up. Oh, it does it two,
Yeah, you
two
got
sections.
two mutes, yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I never knew that. You can mute just the. Oh, that's cool. I can mute only 3 of the strings if I want to. I didn't even know I could do that.
Where do you normally go to the Gretches for? Is there a specific sound that you're going for? Is it a slide thing? Is it a rhythm thing?
It's just a Harrison thing or Neil. If I'm thinking it's this, or if I want something with a vibrato arm. It's great for that. And they just look so cool. What's ever this gold glitter in here? What were they thinking?
It's
This is
like drum- that's like drum
yeah,
wrap.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's like a drum, a silver sparkle drum.
Same stuff that the Gretsch drums were covered in.
That's true. There you go. That's where they got it from. Yeah, cool. All right.
Very cool.
Oh, you're digging deep. Very
Johnny Ramone, anyone? That's
There you go.
White Ventures model, custom
Absolutely.
color. That is cool. Were you big on these?
I love the Ventures, and I liked Johnny Ramone played a. This has an interesting story, and look at the cracks. If you can see this, the cracks in the paint.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, so beautiful, and got so much soul in it. This was a gift. These friends of mine have a band called the Los Straitjackets. They're from Nashville, and they're an instrumental band. They play a lot of surf type music. And years ago, they wanted to record with me. We did a couple of Christmas singles here in my studio with them. And instead of paying me, they gave me this guitar.
Fair enough.
Which is definitely fair enough. And it's just, it's a beast. I don't play it a whole lot, but every time I do, I go, I should play this more, because it sounds so good.
They have really small frets on them. I know that. They're almost
Yeah,
like a
a bit of a
fretless
narrow
one fret.
neck.
Yeah.
But, you know, tell right off the body, it's just California made. It's all California all the way, right?
Yeah.
Mo's right. There you go.
Very cool. And custom color too, which is fun. Speaking of the dirty knobs, you guys are going to have a busy summer.
Oh yeah.
What's it like to finally get out on the
We're
road?
so excited. We can't wait. It's been a tough 2 years for us because we were ready to go with our first album. Now we have 2 albums, which that's a blessing. But we haven't played in 2 years. But we've been rehearsing a lot, and the band sounds great. Can't wait to play in front of people again.
Do you still have the same amount of fun you did when you were that kid in the barn?
Yes,
Yeah.
even more.
Yeah.
I mean, it is fun. I mean, you get 4 guys together that play really good together, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, fun. It's a thrill because there's chemistry, there's interplay, and it's the sound of the music and the feeling. It's never gotten old. In fact, I love it more as I get older. It's just like when I first plugged in a garage band when I was 19 or whatever. Louie, oh my God, look, we're doing it. What is this? This is a great experience. It's the same thing now. This feels great. And we'll get to the end of a song, and we'll always look at you like, wow, how lucky are we? We get to do that. It was so much fun. So yes, it's a joy, playing music with a good group of guys and having some good songs to play. There's nothing better for me.
Mike, I want to thank you for having us out, man. This has been quite the day. Some amazing
It's been fun.
stories.
Yeah, you got deep into stuff I hadn't thought about ever. Really. It was
Well,
cool.
there's some killer stories. I want to thank you. And everybody out there, make sure, pick up the Dirty Knobs new album, External Combustion, and check this guy out on the road all summer in a town near
Yeah.
you. I'm Mark Agnesi for Gibson TV. See you guys next time on another episode of The Collection. Peace.
And now we're off to Rockford, Illinois to check out the collection of the one guy who taught us all how to hoard guitars. This is The Collection with Rick Nielsen. Hey everybody, Mark Agnesi here for Gibson TV. Today, I'm about 90 minutes outside of Chicago in the town of Rockford, Illinois, on my way to see my friend, guitarist Rick Nielsen. Now, no conversation about guitar collecting can be had without Rick's name coming up. He's basically the godfather of guitar hoarding. And for the last 50 years almost as guitarist for Cheap Trick, he has seen, played, and pretty much owned them all. What you're about to see may shock you. This is The Collection with Rick Nielsen.
Hey, Mark. Welcome. Come on in. Brought you a Cheap Trick shirt. You need a new one.
I do need
Come
a
on
new
in.
one. Thanks for having me.
Good to be had. Me with my buddies, we were talking about having a group together with Sparks, Ron and Russell. I've been pals with them for a long time. Yeah, there's Townsend asking me, hey, Rick, how'd you get that song on live at Budokan? I said, you did live at Leeds. What are you asking me for? Are you crazy?
Well, we're finally here. I mean, we've been talking about this for I feel like 18 months. We've been trying to set this up.
It's been a while.
You're a busy guy.
So are you.
And there's that global pandemic thing. But
Oh,
we're
that
here
thing.
now.
Yeah, I just got my mask in my pocket in case you start spitting at me.
Yeah, wait till later.
Okay.
We got to talk about a lot of stuff here, but for starters, just where does guitar start for you? When did you go, I gotta do this?
Well, I started out as a drummer. I took lessons from a few lessons from Frank Arsenault, who was the Ludwig drum champion. I thought the drums were my future. My parents were opera singers, and they also sang with Billy Graham. And it wasn't my music. It was not anything I liked. I knew music, but I didn't know. I liked the idea of rhythm. Instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, it's 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a. I just gave up on the drums and started teaching myself how to play guitar. And there you go. And that's where it started.
You remember your first guitar?
I remember my first guitar was something my mother had. It was a Goya. I still have it. It's a Goya nylon string, made in Sweden. But my very first electric was a Gretsch. It was a single pickup and flat wound strings. And so I got rid of that. But my second guitar was a 1955 Gibson Les Paul Gold Top, which I still have to this day. I bought it here in Rockford for $70.
Did you know you wanted a Les Paul, or did that guitar just pop up, or?
I saw these bands on TV. You know, it was different shows that were on, and then finally when they came up to the Beatles, that's when it was like I wanted to really pursue being in a band. But no, I didn't know. I didn't even know that Les Paul was a solid body, hollow body, and this is in '65. So when I got to buy one, I said, "Boy, this thing's heavy," and it still is heavy, but it's cool. And Mark, before you get in there, I think you need to be a little more formal here.
Is there a dress code?
Dress code. Just throw off that rag and put on this new rag. There. How do you look? Oh.
Feels good.
Fabulous.
Feels good.
Fabulous.
Let's look at some. Oh God.
Yeah, this is what you start with one, and then
it escalates.
Yeah. See, there's all the Skylarks that I told you about. And,
the organization
is pretty good.
It's pretty good.
The problem I have is I've got too many. Well, that's not a problem, but I have too many that sometimes I have to get stuff that I take on the road. So I switch cases, and then before you know it, it gets kind of. This is some of the stuff, and here I got the.
Oh, rad!
Oh, look, there's more.
Oh,
come on in here. And over there were like Hamers, and then there's a row of Fenders, and there's a row. Then most of the rest of the stuff is Gibson. I have more. I have about 166 Gibsons.
Looking around, do you care about acoustic guitars?
Just speaking of that, these are Taylors. There's green, blue, and green. There's 4 Rick Nielsen models. Then I've got some Martins here, and there's an 1854 Martin.
Coffin case?
Yeah, in the coffin case. Les Paul Jumbo.
But for the most part, we're talking 90%.
90% are electrics.
Yeah, those electric guitars.
Yeah, I actually have. This is a rare Gibson too. This is the John Lennon painted, the Mystery Tour.
Can I look at this?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah.
How about that?
Pretty cool. I mean, that's you.
That's
For an
cool.
acoustic, that's pretty you right there. You move, is that pickup,
Well, that works.
was that moved by you, or is that how that model shipped?
That's how it came. And these blue tags all mean something. Like I said, these are like Flying V's, Moderns, Firebirds, 335's Lucille, Elvis Presley, John Lennon. What else we got? Then we start a bunch of Les Paul stuff over here. This row is all Fender.
Duosonics.
Yeah,
Into the tellies.
tweed cases. And the Fenders continue around here, and then those are Gretsch and off-brand, and then all of these are Gibsons for the most part. Wow. Les Pauls and stuff, and then there's more. But yeah, this is the good stuff. A lot of SGs in here, Les Pauls themselves, Joe Perry, John Lennon, just all kinds of stuff.
It's extensive. Well, should we go out and start cracking some cases?
I think we should. There's more to see. And this is full, but we have other stuff other places. Because you're the guitar man.
Let's go do it. All right. Well, I think this is a good place to start.
It is a good
cases. Anything before we open this?
1955, bought it in 65 for $65. I misquoted before. I said 70, but it's $65. I paid for this.
Oh yeah.
For a 55, cool top.
So this was like your first
Les Paul.
Les Paul.
First kind of real good guitar.
Now you said you got it for $65.
Yeah.
Where did you find it?
In Rockford, Illinois, at the A bookstore. It was a used book place.
Bookstore?
Yeah, used bookstore. For sale there, with the case. The case didn't have any stickers on it. Even stenciled my name on there. Good thinking, huh?
Yeah.
Back then, if you see some of the cases from back in the day, people did all kinds of lettering or...
What, I mean, back then it was just a used guitar. I see, it looks like it had a headstock repair at some point.
Yep, I gave it to the guitar player in Fuse one time. He played Les Paul Standard too. I mean the Sunburst, which was mine, and I said that was fine. And then I let him play it one time. He dropped it and cracked the head on it. So he's not in the band anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is wonderful. It still is wonderful. It has the smaller frets on it too. And this is original. See, I beat it up with my ring too.
I mean, are you a conditioned person? Does it like mint guitars or beat guitars, or does it matter?
I'm afraid to play that mint stuff.
Really? I mean, you have some.
Oh yeah,
really clean stuff,
I don't turn them down. Put it that way.
But it's not imperative that the guitar is mint and issue free.
Like I said, I always liked the stuff that was cheaper to buy, and especially if it was kind of beat up. Was always, if you took it in on trade, you couldn't give the guy, whatever price you get, $65, and they were happy to sell it at that. How much were they? And $219 or something like that.
Yeah.
New, this is 10 years old. Come on, I can't expect to be paying that for it. This is great stuff.
No, that was a good one to start.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're known as a guitar collector, but you really seem to be just a collector in general. I know you have ticket stubs for every concert you ever went to as a kid. You've got albums, you've got guitars, downstairs here is just like, have you just been a collector your whole entire life?
Yeah, well, my grandmother got me hooked on, I started collecting coins and stamps. Then I moved on to baseball cards because I liked the Cubs and I liked Milwaukee and I liked the White Sox. Living near Chicago, and then the music bug got me.
Now, I've worked in vintage guitars for a while, and it seems like back then nobody really had more than one guitar. Like if they wanted a new guitar, they traded in the guitar that they had and got a new one. What made you? Because you were really one of the first guys to say, I want a bunch of guitars. Yeah, well, when did that start?
Well, I started out, it's like any collector of anything. I started out with one, and then and I never bought new guitars. They were too expensive, and I like kind of the mojo of they'd been kind of worked in. You didn't have to work it in yourself, and it's like I said, but cheaper. I just really loved the craftsmanship, and the stuff the newer stuff I just wasn't keen on. I liked, the solid body stuff, the Les Paul. And then I see Keith Richards got a different Les Paul than I had. He had like this, I didn't know what it was. It had an arm on it. And maybe I could see if I can find one of those.
You talked about Keith and seeing Keith with the burst. That was on Sullivan, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember the first time you got your hands on one and got to play a Sunburst Les Paul?
Yeah, they were heavier than the Gold Top, actually. Some were. And one of the early ones that I got, this is 1968, I traded an SG and $25 to buy a Sunburst Les Paul number 91864, which later I sold to Jeff Beck. So yeah, they were, and plus the detail on the Sunburst was way more than the Gold Top. The Gold Top was really pretty plain.
How many bursts do you think you've owned over?
15.
15 total?
15 of the real stuff.
How many do you still have?
I have 5.
5 in your collection now? And you still kind of go after...
Oh yeah, I got the one that
you got Geddes, right?
I got the one from Geddy. Yeah,
I was in Geddy's book.
I was in pursuit of that one around the same time that I bought the one that was replicated by Gibson. I got it in Canada. If I were looking for it, I knew about it, so I pursued it.
We got another brown case here.
Another lift and 5 latch.
Starting to get into the real good stuff.
It's all good.
It's all good stuff.
except for the stuff that's not good. Oh, this is the guitar I got
is the
Geddy Lee last owned.
This was Geddy's.
Yeah.
So this
I think
is
he
what
plays bass, doesn't he?
I've heard. This is a 59, I take it?
Yep. 591160, I think it is. And it had these covers on.
Yeah, I remember seeing the pictures of it with the covers.
Yeah,
What inspired you to pull the covers?
I knew there were double cream coils underneath. And actually, Joe Bonamassa was playing here in town. And I'm friends with Mike Hickey, his guitar guy.
Yeah.
And I had to talk him into it to take the covers off. He took them off at my house.
Now, how did you know it was double whites under there? Is this just
Yeah. I know.
tribal knowledge?
Yeah. Yeah. And you could see, if you look real close, you could see stuff under there. So it was the first time that the covers had been taken off. And I had the covers obviously upstairs, but it's like, I just like it. From the first time I saw a zebra or a double cream, with Jeff Beck was the first guy that I saw, and I thought they were two Stratocaster pickups.
Yeah.
You know, when I first saw it, because there was no information about what was on there. Actually, I owned an Epiphone bass, and with the covers off, it was like the T-Bird years,
Yeah.
and it has a zebra in it. I even have the picture of it, and I've never seen anything written about that, and I didn't really know that it was there. So for some reason, it had the cover off it, and there it was.
Now, for a burst collector and a guitar collector, I mean, to have an unmolested set of PAFs and to take the covers off is almost sacrilege, but
I don't
for
care.
you just don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's my guitar, not
Yeah.
somebody else. You can put them back on. I like to show them off.
Yeah.
I liked it with Jeff Beck in the 60s, and I still like it today.
Yeah.
And don't they look sweet?
Yeah, that's killer.
And plus, they sound great, too.
Have you taken this one out since you've gotten it?
Yep, I have.
This one's been out on the road?
Yep, I did the first show with TNT. And I played it with Blackberry Smoke, too.
Very cool.
Oh, this is a 60.
That's red.
Look at that one.
And it's got a great top on it, too.
We didn't tune any of these just for you. Once again, a cream, double cream. I actually have a couple zebra spare.
What? Okay, so let's talk about double creams and zebras for
Yep.
a second. Obviously, there's certain serial number ranges where you're pretty much know you're going to see double whites in there. Where do you find the zebras?
Well, I found one of the zebras I found on a Switchmaster
Yeah.
that wasn't working. So I took it apart, or I had it taken apart, and looked at it. Whoa, it wasn't working. So I was like, I don't mind taking it out. And then I had a Les Paul Custom. I could never play those necks because they were flat and the ebony. So there were 3 in there. 2 cream and 1 zebra.
Wow.
Yeah, and back then it's like nobody knew what they were actually. I'd heard because they ran out of black plastic, that's why they even made them in cream. That's what I heard.
And if they knew anybody who was going to take the covers off of them,
Yeah.
they probably would have done, and fight about it on the internet, they probably would have done something else. But tell me a little bit about PAFs. What's your take on PAFs? What makes those pickups?
A good one is great.
What is it about the sound that you get out of that pickup?
They have the sound of the guys that I liked, the guys that were really good. Paul Kossoff and Jeff Beck. Those are the guys that I kind of grew up with. I went to England in 1968 for the first time. I saw all these guys. That's why one of the reasons why I got Sound City amps. One, they were cheaper. I could buy 4 stacks of Sound Cities for what I would have had to pay for 2 stacks of Marshalls. Yeah. And I'd seen Dave Edmunds playing at the Marquee Club with Love Sculpture as a band. And right when we were there in '68, Love Sculpture, Saber Dance was #1. It was the first song I heard when I went to the first hotel I stayed at, the Inverness Court Hotel in Queensway in Bayswater. We had to put shillings in to have heat in the room. And we kept our acid warm. I mean, what
Yeah, certainly there was none of that going on at the time. Oh yeah,
Yep, this is the one that.
that's when your collector's choice was
Yeah.
based on, right?
Yep, I got it. In Canada. And
This
the
is
one.
another one that came from Canada.
Yep.
Great top.
Yep. Ed McDonald, Tundra. That's where I got it from. We went back and forth. He was one of the few dealers in Canada that I knew. He always had pretty good stuff too. He still does. Here, look at the grain. If you get it the right,
Yeah, no,
Angle.
that is a big top.
it's really nice.
And just
tiger
totally
strap.
lemon. Have you ever had any of the plastic off? Has it got good tan
I think
lines
it's-
under there, under the rings and
Yeah, it
stuff?
could be a little reddish under there. This one, it looked like it sat out in the sun in the window of some store. 90655.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite one, or they all have their own little
They'll have their own quirk.
thing about it?
I mean, these together, they're close in number, but they're completely different.
No,
But they're both from Canada, and they're both with me.
no.
And no, with you now.
That's good stuff. When you started collecting, what were you going after in particular, or were you just learning as you
Learning.
went?
Learning as I went. Now I don't think I know anything past 1964 or 65, so I'm pretty sheltered in that way. But yeah, there was stuff that you didn't see, that you read about or saw a picture of. And it's like, where do I find one of those? Or I didn't really realize that there were that many Les Pauls around. It's like when I didn't have the money to get any more, or more than I did. But and then an Explorer, oh man, that makes cool. You never saw them. Flying V, what? So there's all this stuff. Like I said, I was more keen on the hollow or solid body things than the 335s and 125s. I've had them all.
No.
I'll show you a list of the stuff that I got rid of.
All right. Well, I don't want to bore the viewers with all these Sunburst Les Pauls, but
It doesn't bore me, and I've been around this stuff. I like it.
you still like them? All right. Maybe we'll do one more
Okay.
burst here.
5 latch.
Oh, yikes!
This one looks pretty.
Look at that top.
Take it out.
This another 9?
Yeah.
98012. My God.
It's kind of heavy, too.
Where did that come from?
Nashville.
This was in Nashville?
Yep.
Shit. You don't see them like that very often.
No. It's got some of the best grain of any one I've ever seen or had.
Yeah, that's good. Man. Where did you said Nashville?
Have you ever heard of George Gruen?
Heard of him. Yeah. Sold a few guitars. How long,
Hey, when it was in 2 when I bought it.
how long have you had this one?
About 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a more recent one.
Yeah.
What was it about this one? When
Just look at it.
When you saw that, you're like,
I said,
yeah, yeah, please.
I mean, I like beat up ones, but this is just the grain was so nice on it. It reminds me of the Les Paul that I sold to Jeff Beck, which
Yeah.
had beautiful grain, and a couple of things that I got rid of, which I sent some serial numbers of some stuff. It was like, why did I get rid of that? That was better looking than the one I got here. But I can't remember some of the stories. I remember most of the stuff. But look at that.
Yeah, that's the good stuff right there.
Yeah. It's better grain than either of our faces do.
Damn straight.
Love it. Here. Take it home with you.
I'll just take this one. Ah, big neck too. That's nice. Killer. We should see one new one.
Yeah, one new one. I got this from Elliot at Rumble Seat. And if you notice the case is like
Case is aged.
when I had my Rick Nielsen model replica, I had to make the cases. I said, beat the hell out of them. Because I said, when you get a new guitar, a new Les Paul, or all this fancy stuff, the cases look too new or too new. So I had them, I said, take these cases and beat them up. And so they did that for about 100 of the ones for me. And it's not perfect, but it's close. But this guitar, Elliot said it was his favorite.
Oh, that's the one.
It's the one-piece top.
I remember seeing this at Elliot's
I
place.
saw it on Instagram, and I instantly Instagram called him and said, I'd like that.
So I believe Matt Kaler from our product development team spotted this and
Yeah, there's a letter inside here.
Elliot said he was never going to. He said this was his go-to guitar.
Yeah, you're never gonna sell it. I got it from him. Here. See if.
Yep, signed by Matt Kaler. There you go. That's a cool guitar. This is for the NAMM show, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
2019. One-piece top Les Paul. And the aging is just killer on this.
You get the right angle on that too. It's the grain, a one piece with some of the coolest grain ever.
And it's light. All right, well, we've had some fun with Les Pauls.
I like that stuff.
Well, maybe we should see some stuff in some other shapes too. Spread the fun around. Tell me a little bit about Carina guitars and what
Smells good.
What
Tastes
Carina
good.
does. I know. It sounds good too.
Yeah.
What is it about the Carina stuff that makes it so special?
I just like how it looks. I mean, it looks beat up when it's new. And it looks like it's a real tool. It's a real piece of my profession. You know, some of these things look a little too nice to me. It's like, what am I touching it for? I'm gonna, wail on it and hit big chords on it and make it scream. But they just look cool. They look like a future Model T. So they had the old and the new mixed together, especially when they came out like in '58. And that was the first Carina I knew about. It was 57, 58, around that era. And then I have a whole bunch of Skylarks too.
Now you have Carina Explorer and Carina V. Which was the first that you got your hands on? What was the first one you bought?
I had a Carina Flying V. And I thought that was so cool. They're awkward to hold and play. I mean, if you saw Dave Davies playing one, he put his arm through it like that, and if they don't sit well on your lap, even though they have that little rubber piece on the bottom, they weren't the common stuff. They weren't the everyday things. They weren't the Les Paul or the Stratocaster. They had a look that nobody had them. I mean, you add up the Explorers and the Flying V's of '58s. There's 120, 125 total of all that stuff. So mix that around for everybody that likes guitars around the world. It means not many were around.
Now, I mean, speaking of Carina Flying V's, one of my favorite photos of all time is a picture of you backstage with Andy Warhol, and Andy Warhol has your Carina Flying V,
and he's playing
and he's
holding
or attempting to. Tell me a little bit about how the hell that whole thing happened that night.
Susan Blond, who was the head of Epic Publicity, brought Andy Warhol to our show, as the bottom line. And he stayed for the set, and afterwards we get a picture taken. And here he's kind of the Midwest guy, and we're kind of the Midwest guys. And we weren't the same as every other. We had a work ethic, and that was it. And he just got a kick out of us. And I said, "Hi, Andy." I knew who he was, but he didn't know me from a hole in the ground. But I said, "Here," because he liked the weird stuff, some of the weird stuff we had. Original Flying V, back then, it's like, "Here, try this." You could see him smile too. It's kind of funny, him smiling for that. And then he offered me to come over to the studio. So I went there the next day and saw all this Marilyn Monroe and rack after rack of his different prints. He had them he had like a machine over there doing all this stuff, and it was fascinating to me.
We have this wedge-shaped brown case in front of us.
That's weird, isn't it? Plus, it's got all kinds of writing on it.
These are my favorites. I'm excited to see this.
Nice pink inside.
Oh man. 58?
58.
This is the one in the Warhol picture.
I believe so, yeah. I've had a few of them, so I'm pretty sure.
Let me see this.
Let's say it is.
Oh, with the Polaroid in there.
Really?
So when would this have been taken? When you got it, or?
I don't know, because I haven't had a Polaroid camera in years, so I didn't even know it was in here.
And Grover Imperials.
Grover Imperials, those are sweet looking.
Did you do that?
I did not do that. That was on there when I got it.
Wow. Now, what condition was this in?
It was exactly like that. I haven't touched it.
But this has been out. This has seen
the war.
Yeah.
been on the road. You know, it's all the pickguard cracked and broken in the right spots. You know, it's like
Yeah.
that's the stuff.
Was this the first? So this is the first Carina.
No, not the first Carina I'd ever had.
Really?
Uh-uh.
Do you remember where this one came from?
It came from down in Oklahoma. Larry Briggs.
Briggs kind of. What year would that have been? Do you think?
80, 82, something like that.
And what were these? What were these fetching in '82?
1,700.
Oh God.
2,000, something like that.
Really?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it was still all the money back then, but like.
yeah, but it was like they were so rare. So, you know, it's like if you see it, get it. You know, it's like, you know, I never hassled or bargained on a price on something that was a fair price and a rare price.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just it was a good idea. Thank you, Gibson, for making these things.
There's something just so beautiful about the symmetry and how everything, even that you have the chevron tailpiece, everything just moves forward right up to the point on that headstock. I just think it's the most beautiful design.
And the big plastic Gibson
on the
headstock,
oh.
and its restaurant cover. You know, it's all right. And I can't believe that they couldn't sell these things. You know, or they couldn't sell many of them. You know,
It was pretty revolutionary at the time. They really should have had Imperials. It looks great with the Imperials on there.
This one, Carina, but has been painted red.
Yeah, that's
Cardinal red.
No joke.
And it did have a little tiny Bigsby down there at the bottom, and supposedly it came from you know who.
Yeah. So, Imperials again.
Oh yeah.
Was that you this time, or did
Nope.
you found two Carina V's
the
that
way
both
they
had
were.
Imperials on it?
Yeah.
So this one's a 59,
Yeah.
which is actually even rarer than the 58s, because
Yeah.
I think there's only 19 that shipped in.
They were so rare
59.
that's yeah, whatever.
Refin didn't bug you.
Are you kidding me? I have
is what
I
it
have a
is.
picture of another one where the headstock is red also, from that era, from 59 or 60. It's a band that I don't even know who they are, but I had seen that, and then this, although I've never had the Bigsby on it because I have it in another spot, but you can see the dowel rod.
Filled in the snake bite.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, I mean, since it's already refinished, have you ever thought about
No.
making a checkerboard?
Sure, I might. Maybe I'll do it.
Hey, it's already refinned. Might as well be checkerboard. That's awesome. You notice any differences between 58s and 59s, or is it just pretty much when they ship?
They're so rare that like I said, I don't really mind the radius or the circumference or the V shape. You know, it's like they're just cool. So it's like if you can't play this, then you're in trouble anyhow. So I would take it no matter what. If it had a baseball bat for a neck on it.
That's killer.
I think they're light though too. You know.
When I think of the Explorer, you immediately come to mind as the guy
I brought it back.
for the Explorer. What is your infatuation with that shape in particular, and is that probably your favorite guitar?
It was my favorite shape. It was kind of like I had a Flying V, but this Explorer, where it's like unheard of. You could never see him at all, and I just like that shape so much. And then I'm a quirky guy, and it has a personality like I have a personality. You know, maybe not for everybody. You know, I can make anybody sick. You know, but it was just cool, and they made so few of them. It was like so rare. It was rare to find it. So.
Rick, we got a brown case and a new shape. A shape that we've actually never seen on this show before in all the episodes
Really?
that we've done. We've seen some Carina V's before. We've never had a Carina Explorer.
Well, let's have that one and maybe have some more.
I think we're going to see our first, second, and third Carina Explorers. Original latches?
Original latches?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops.
Now, this one here, this is the first one that
First one I got from George Gruen.
From George Gruen for $4,000.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what he's asking for. $4,000. I have the original case.
Oh, man. That's nice, too.
I think this is the very first Explorer, too. I think this is 81008.
Wow. Carina normally doesn't stay this
No.
clean. They check really deep and hard,
Yeah.
and they kind of peel.
Yeah, this is 1976 when I bought this.
And I'm wondering, because I want to check as we go through if hole placements changed as they made these, because there were so few. I bet there might be.
I think they put them in by hand, you know.
This is only the second one that I've ever had a chance to play. But I guess
They're sweet.
I'll have a few more under the belt by the time we're done. This also looks like it had a Bigsby or potentially a Maestro or
Yeah, I don't
some
know.
other kind of
This is
tremolo.
how I got it from George.
Wow.
I'm giving him a free advertisement.
Oh, totally. Of course, all this stuff is gone now.
Oh, that's right. Hey, George, I'll buy it again if it's the same price. If you got it.
I'll double it. Oh, man. And that case, that's the original case.
Original case, yeah. And
somehow even rarer
almost,
than the guitars are.
And, you know, it needs repairing. So that, once again, I don't care about repairing stuff that needs fixing. You know, here was the original bridge stop taste. It's all
tarnished out.
bad. And here's some extra junk in there. And I have all the extra. Check this out.
The original guard.
And no, this is an extra guard that I got. I used to go shopping at the old music stores, and if they had parts, they gave, you know, it's like...
You found a spare 58 Explorer pick guard? You know how much that guard is probably worth?
I don't know. I never tried to sell it.
What's also insane is there's an Explorer somewhere that
Yeah.
doesn't have a guard on it. Because, yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
And so is this. My God.
They're so rare, and they're so cool. Because, like I said, that's my personality wrapped up in a piece of wood.
58.
There's a little screw on the back.
Yeah, I noticed
I don't know
that.
what that was for. It's like I said, this is how I got it. And if you look show the back to the... See, there's no routing and a cover for the toggle switch.
Oh, for the switch down.
Yeah. So it was like most Explorers, if you take them apart, they're all routed underneath anyhow. And I have some pictures of it taken apart so you can see that. You know, it's like how they just did everything. And having the toggle switch up there with really no protection. And how do you get the stuff in there? You know, it's like the fact that they're all made around the same period, and they're all a bit different. You know, they're handmade. So it's like...
Yes!
Look at that.
That's what Karina normally looks like right there.
Original strap, too.
Original strap.
Original tuners, because these things fell apart. And this is the second one I got. I got this from Larry Briggs in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I traded a bunch of stuff to get it. And this one has been doweled out, too.
Okay, so this was the condition that you found
This is
it
the
in?
condition I got it in. It's a patch there, and it had a Bigsby of some sort here. And
Looks like it had a long Maestro. It looks like it had maybe a couple of different things on
yeah,
it.
it does.
I think they
And
settled
it's been
back
beat
on
to hell, too, so I loved it. This is the one I took out not long ago.
So this stuff still goes out with you.
Yeah, not all the time. But here, take it and play it. It would show the back, too.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the back with see, now it has a...
This is where you get the toggle switch cover. It's like there was a heel repair at some point, but who cares?
The real deal.
Another 58, 4549.
There's another one. 84548 too. And if I looked up most of the numbers that I could find,
Man.
you feel how just not even plugged in, how good it sounds. And
Yeah. That's amazing.
you need one of those, Mark,
I do.
or two.
Uncle Rick, I need one. So 19 of these got shipped in 58.
That's what we hear.
You have
I don't know
You
the-
have 3 of them.
Okay.
That's like you control.
Having two is unbelievable. Having one is unbelievable.
This one might be my favorite. I like clean guitars, but oh yeah, with the split headstock.
Hello.
Wow,
Look at them next to each other.
that. First off, that's awesome.
This I thought could have been a max, but everything is right. And he said he didn't do it. These are so rare, who knows where they are.
81957 with the split V headstock. So I know Derringer's.
He had one, but he had a little toggle switch.
So this isn't the Derringer
No,
guitar.
that's not.
So there was two
Could
potentially split V Explorers. Where did this one come from?
I got up in Minnesota. From some guy almost up by Canada.
And what was his story that he gave you with it when you got it?
He wanted to get rid of it,
Yeah.
and I wanted it.
You wanted to buy it. That was the match made in heaven.
Sometimes you don't ask many questions.
And how long have you had this one?
15 years, 20 years.
This is the most recent.
Yeah, the new one. I got it 20 years ago.
Yeah.
All the gold hardware, all the right stuff. You weren't you going to look at some?
Yeah, they all have the. It's just off.
Come on, Mark. Play it. You deserve it.
Oh.
Oh man,
That's
I should just have you
sweet.
take it home with you.
I should. Just buy a plane ticket home and I'll just hold it for a little bit. Oh. So we go from never seeing a Carina Explorer on the show to 3 back to back to back.
Okay.
I think you win. Right now.
I don't know.
Not that it was a competition.
No, you win. You get
But
to
if
do
it
the show.
was-
You get to play all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but oh man, you win, dude. Game, set, and match.
Okay.
How crazy did people think you were back then for spending all your money on guitars? You obviously
Yeah.
had a vision that and saw it coming that nobody else really saw it.
I didn't do it as an investment. I did it because I liked it. That's like if you buy art. If you like it, if it's not worth that, you don't feel so bad.
Well, how much do you still chase it today? You've got all this stuff. Are you looking for specific things that you missed out on? Are you just looking for whatever cool pops up?
No, I'm not really looking for anything. But then there's also stuff that I've never seen before. That all of a sudden, whoa! I never knew that existed. I mean, I had a Firebird, reverse Firebird, but it was a reverse. I mean, you've seen that where the head's like, and I didn't really,
65-ish,
yeah, but I didn't realize that I even had it, and then I got rid of it years ago, and then I look at these pictures. Oh, geez, that was pretty rare.
We got another brown rectangle
Whoa.
case, but I think there's something different in this
Special
one.
here.
I think we need to.
I got this from Jim Gennard,
Double neck.
the owner president of
Factory black.
of Oakley.
Wait, okay, so forgive me. This is an EMS, electric mandolin Spanish, but then what's the numbers on this? Is this like a 1235? I never understood the numbers.
1235.
Look at that. Okay, EMS 1235
Uh-huh.
in factory black
Pretty rare. It's a 61
with a Bigsby,
with a Bigsby.
and it's black,
And it's
which
black.
is rad. Okay, let me take this out. Were you a big fan of the double necks? Because there's so many different
I've had a
ones of these
I've had
to
a number of
collect.
them. One of the ones I traded for the Paul McCartney left-handed one was a white 12.6.
Yeah, in this, the thick body.
Yeah, the thick body.
The thick body. So what year is this from? This is
This is
like
61.
This is a 61. Okay, a 4-digit or 5-digit number. Okay.
Jim Gennard flew to Rockford, Illinois, and gave it to me.
Did you ever have like a 1275, like the SG style version, or did you always go after these 50s ones?
Only the 50s ones. I had one 64, I think it was. It was a 4 bass EDS, I think it was, or BBS, whatever it was. The bass, 4-string bass, and a 6-string guitar.
That's like the Elvis one was like a bass 6.
No, I didn't have a bass 6. I had a bass 4.
Yeah. Still cool though. It's so rad.
Well, because it's a it's an octave. It's like playing a
octave
natural
guitar.
tuning.
Yeah.
Natural tuning.
That's ridiculous. So cool.
It's so sweet and so clean too.
Yeah. That's nice. More brown cases. What could possibly be in here?
By Johnny Thunders.
Oh yeah. TV Junior.
Oh man.
What year is that one?
59 TV Junior.
Yeah, got the beveled edge.
Yep.
You seem, I look at old photos of you, you always seem to have a gaggle of Les Paul Juniors
Yeah, I like
around
them.
you.
Yeah, I always liked them. They were cool, and it was so cheap originally, you know. And that was that was always part of the criteria for getting things.
Yeah.
I could afford them.
Now, the TVs back then, I mean,
They were kind of.
still nobody really cared at that time when you were buying these. What were these, like, what were you paying for Les Paul Juniors when you were
150,
150 bucks
120, 100, maybe 175 tops.
for really, really clean
yeah,
one or
yeah.
something like that? How many Juniors do you think you've had?
Well, I sent you a list of stuff. Let's say I probably had 50
Yeah.
because they were easy. Juniors were always easy trade. So if we're getting involved in the trades, like this is too much money. Well, you throw in a couple of these guys, you know, the money sort of adds up on the debtor and the credit side. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, so yeah. But I always liked them, and they were always the coolest ones. Like I said, I had a lot of juniors, but I always liked the yellow TV yellow ones.
Do you prefer double cut over single cut?
Yeah, I prefer the double cut because you can get up higher on the neck, and it reminds me of Johnny Thunders and Keith Richards has had a few, and with Leslie West, he also played some of these occasionally.
Some
And
great.
plus, they're good to knock around. They have these the soap bar.
Yeah. And this one's got just enough wear on it to have some fun.
It's a little beat up. Oh, nuts! Exciting. Well, here we go.
All right. Soft case.
Soft. Oh no, it's soft, but not just the chipboard case. This is a soft, expensive, not hard
This is
shell.
a step up from what
Yeah.
the Croc,
Yeah.
which were basically cardboard cases. This has got a little bit more to it, but not much.
And I got it from George Gruen once again. It's a 61.
Oh, another TV. TV yellow SG special.
Yeah, how about that?
That is cool, and
It's
that
pretty
is
darn
rare. And yeah, that's a 61.
Yeah.
That is
And he said
a
to me,
blade neck.
when he said, Rick, I've got this guitar here. He says, museum quality. Well, it sort of is. So this is like off my radar to usually get something this nice, but it's like, yeah.
No.
It was available, so
Wow.
I jumped at it.
So, I mean, I've seen a handful of TV yellow SGs,
Not many of them.
but not many. And yeah, other than some checking, this guitar is like, that's museum.
Actually, I've not taken it out on the road.
How long have you had this?
15 years.
So you've had a chance.
Yeah,
Is it, have you finally got one that's just too nice to bring out?
Well,
Or-
I've got others, so it's like I'd rather take something with a little more beat rather than take it out. You know, because I play the guitars like I'm gonna play them.
Yeah.
You know, I don't
Baby them.
baby them at all. Yeah, I've got some pictures of me throwing some guitars. It's like I can't even throw my arm that hard anymore. You know, but
But in terms of one of these, I guess this would be the spec that you want. You don't want the lightning bar. You want the pre-lightning bar on the angle, the smooth heel. It's just all the
the
61
cheap tuners
stuff.
on it.
Yeah, plastic button tuners. Great Brazilian board. That's a cool guitar right there.
Yeah. And the more expensive case, how much?
More.
I think it was $10 more.
With the logo in there still.
Yeah.
Even the case is
Yeah,
in
the
great
Gibson
shape.
logo. Yeah, how about that?
Beautiful.
So I did good.
You did great. We finally got a black case here. Big case, different shape. You don't strike me as a big ES guy.
No,
I hardly ever see you with them, but
not
you
not
obviously
often.
have them.
Yeah, they'd always feedback in the wrong way for me. I like feedback, but not the kind where I can't control it. Or they sound light.
No.
So, whoa, look at this.
Oh, it's black.
A black 335 dot neck.
Short guard. So what, like a 61?
Uh-huh.
Oh, rad. That's cool. Grovered.
Yeah, Grover was Starr. Isn't it?
Oh yeah. Patent pending. Those are old too.
Yeah.
And the cream, were the cream rings on it when you got it?
Yes, it was. Yes, they were.
So this is a condition you found it in. Where did this thing come from?
I got that in Texas. Jeez, what year would that have been? 79?
Yeah.
79, somewhere around then.
I've only seen 2, I think, black dot necks.
I saw the one that Chicago Music had, or CME, or Reverb. I'm not sure. I saw it because I saw the log for it too.
Yeah.
Do you have that?
The ledger thing for it. Yeah, but the only problem is a lot of them, the 2 that I've seen were both 59s, which still haven't found that ledger yet. Still waiting for someone to return that. 61, that would be on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a live guitar for you?
No, I haven't mastered how to. I haven't worked at it actually to get it to sound right.
No.
I like stuff if I can get the feedback I want to have, I can get it right away. If I don't have to work on it, because
No.
like I haven't tuned a guitar in 40 years. That's enough.
You're going to start working now?
Yeah.
Come on. But that's a cool guitar. Awesome.
Ah!
Oh, I've seen this guitar in a lot of pictures.
This is one of the guitars I always played when I did the stack them one on top of another, and you can see how it's fared.
Does that say KY Jelly on the truss rod cover?
Oh no, it does.
Okay. What's going on
Well,
here?
this is
What did this start as?
It started as a single cutaway, 57 or 56 Junior.
Yeah.
And it was beat to crap, and it was no good, and the pickup was wrong. So I decided I took a PAF, a zebra one, as a matter of fact, and I wanted Gibson to. I approached, but I had no clout. It was like 75 or 76. They wouldn't talk to me then. They talked to me later, but they didn't talk to me then. Or, who would take this guy seriously? I think that's probably what happened. But I wanted to have a guitar that had one pickup, but have a humbucking as opposed to a P90.
Yeah.
Volume tone, that's it. And then make one in red, make one in black, and make one in whatever color. And I had the red one made for me. Put the PAF in there. And I put something on inlay on the neck.
Okay, you like it.
You like it. That was from one of the earlier porno movies. It was called Mona. I think it was Teenage Nympho Mona, something like that. I don't exactly. It impressed me enough where Mona. You like it. I just thought that was like a dirty old man or a dirty young man, something that would never impress anybody except in the movie.
And they did it on the existing board because you can see all the dot inlays.
Oh yeah,
just got filled in.
Got annihilated.
And Rick Nielsen
model. Rick Nielsen on because the Les Paul had been scratched off, and so I didn't have a silkscreen Les Paul model to put on there, and since it was a Rick Nielsen model, because I did it. This was like Hamer did this for me back 75 or something like that when they were nobody.
Yeah.
And I was nobody, and I'm still nobody, but, brand new finish when I got it. And then this is from rubbing on top of a Hamer guitar or a Fender Strat, and the neck's all chewed up.
Yeah.
But it always played.
Any particular significance behind the KY Jelly truss rod cover?
I thought it was Kentucky Jelly.
So a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I goof up these things. I'm dyslexic in one of my eyes.
This is so cool. It looks like it had 2 other knobs on it at some point.
It could have been, a special, when I got it, it was so beaten and wrong that it was like, look at these knobs, those big-ass knobs.
Yeah. Actually, I'm seeing those 2 there. I'm seeing what looks like it could have been a toggle switch. This could have been a special.
It was a junker when I got it, so.
Well.
But it was a junker that's, the soul of it, the inner frame of the thing was perfect, because it had a great neck on it. And look, it's still play, it's a good neck. I wouldn't go to all this work on something that didn't play.
We got a newer ES case here.
Really?
New-ish.
Brown case, though. Oh, look at this.
A BB King Lucille.
Signed 3 times.
BB signature on it 3 times.
Then it was actually, this guitar was given to me by David Wells, the baseball pitcher.
Yeah.
Because I was friends of his. And he's a Hall of Fame kind of guy and perfect games. And he was a collector too. He collect collects guitars, but he bought Babe Ruth's collection, his jacket, and so he gave this to me because I was a guitar collector, and he said, "Rick, I want you to have this." Oh, thank you. And then I saw B.B. King another time, and then I said, "B.B., would you sign it again?" Sure. Then the third time, I got him to sign it on the last tour right before he died.
So you had him sign it 3 times on 3 different occasions.
3 different occasions.
How close were you with BB? Did you guys?
He knew me.
Yeah.
I didn't impress him, I don't think, but he spoke with me. And, it's just cool. You say I don't play a 335 or whatever this is, what model. I don't really play this either, but it's like, having B.B. King, one of the greats of all time. Here.
It's pretty cool.
Get this vibe there.
Did BB play this at all?
Yes, of course.
So cool.
Yeah.
Tell me a little more about just checkerboard in general. Where did your obsession with checkerboard come from? I see. Committed.
There you go. I used to watch when I was a kid. It was black and white TV, and there was only 3 stations. And at 10 o'clock on Sunday, they would go off. They'd play the national anthem, and then there'd be have an Indian head on there. And then about half an hour later, and they call it bug races. And it was black and it was white. Black, white, black, white. That's what the whole screen was. And I just kind of liked that black, white. I didn't come up with the idea of a checkerboard. And so I just liked it. It was a universal statement, but it's without making something obtuse and obscure. And it just caught my eye, and it still does.
Oh, sick!
Look at this.
Oh.
This is a Flying V with a Flying V head. And this is a prototype.
Oh, it goes all over.
There you go.
So, you were talking about how they did the hammers with 3M tape. Do you know how?
No, I have no idea how they did this one. I don't think they used the tape. I think this is... I have no idea. Gibson made it. Got it to me. I love it.
Even the checkerboard on the pickups.
It's the way to do it.
Chevron and Rick Nielsen V Proto #1. Pretty cool. Has this been out or
no?
This
well,
one?
Has it been out? Has it probably been played a couple times?
Yeah.
But actually, the Explorer, the one I have, I take it on the road, and the other one is going to be I'm giving it to the Hard Rock Rockford Casino, and it's also being replicated on that 70 or 110 foot. Yeah.
Guitar outside.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's got my checkerboard. It's got my got the kind of guitars that I like to play, and here it is.
That's so cool.
You need one of those too.
You're right. Something different?
Yeah, inspired by Gibson, but made by Hamer.
No.
These guys used to have a store called Northern Prairie Music in Evanston, Illinois. They were doing stuff that Gibson ceased to be doing, experimenting with some stuff, and they made this, not specifically just for me, but they made it, and here was the prototype, and they brought it to the show, and as to show me what they were going to plan on doing, and I said I wouldn't give it back to them. I said, this is what I've been looking for, and they handmade it, and here it is. This one is number 00000.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look, doesn't that look like an Explorer?
It does.
They were called Hamer Standards. But it's got like a Les Paul curly maple top, PAF.
These are original
Yeah.
PAFs in there?
Yeah. One may have been taken out and put something else put in. But originally it did have it. And these knobs are straight down as opposed to going at the angle. And the truss rod cover, or the toggle switch, is screwed into the top because there's no routing on the back for it. And all the wiring and everything, unlike the Gibson Explorer, is underneath the curly maple top put on it. And ABR1 bridge, and Hamer It says JSK on the truss rod for John S. Kennedy. I had that JSK, so I put it on there. I thought it looked cool. And it had Grovers on it. And this was the first Hamer. I wouldn't give it back, and so this started my career with that.
And this guitar has probably logged more.
Yeah,
road
this was
miles
on it was
than
on that
anything.
cover in '78 or '9 on the Guitar Player. This was the bottom one, I think. Here, play it.
I got to play this when we were hanging out in Nashville a few months ago through your rig,
Yeah,
and it was
it plays great. I had,
cool.
I had Joe Bonamassa play it. He never sounded better. He should have taken it with him.
0000.
Uh-huh.
Pretty sweet. Couple little headstock things over the years, but
Yeah. I
use this
know
stuff.
baby this stuff.
you use this stuff. Now, these guys have built how many guitars for you?
Tons of them.
A lot of your really wacky, cool
Yeah.
stuff
Yep.
was built by these guys.
Yeah, I built the checkerboard, very first one of those. Coffee table books that they made for me. Uncle Dick, which has two legs and with a Cheap Trick inlay on it and stuff. It's just weird stuff that I would ask for, based off of what I had done with this, being the bottom guitar on a stack of guitars. Actually, the You Know You Like It and a Fender Stratocaster, left-handed Stratocaster with right-handed neck, or I don't know, one of those things, and this thing. And so then I decided maybe I should have a multiple neck guitar.
What the hell were you thinking on the 5-neck guitar? Tell me how that came about. I've seen pictures of you with like
yeah.
a Strat and a Les Paul and like
Yeah.
3 guitars
Well,
on it.
that's where that kind of started. I was like, I do a solo. I'm not gifted enough like all the tech guys. Everybody's better than everybody else. And then if you go to Nashville, everybody's better than everybody else too. I care about the song more than I care about me mouthing and playing a solo. For the 5-neck, I originally wanted to have a 6 necks because I had, like I said, I was stacking it as a guitar. So I wanted to have 6 and have it spin like a roulette. Then Billy Gibbons and Dusty came out with the spinning guitars. I thought, they're going to think that I copied them. I said, let's make something realistic, a 5-neck. So there you go. If you're going to be ridiculous, be ridiculous.
Go all the way.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir.
Oh yeah, it weighs
More.
more than I expected.
This one,
I don't even know how
this is the third one that I had built.
Okay, so there's 3 of these. They're all different, right?
Yeah.
They all have different configurations.
Yeah.
What do we have going on this one?
Well, the very first one is an orange one. It has 12-string, 6-string with vibrato, another 6-string with sort of like a Fender sound, and like here, this is a junior, sort of like a Les Paul Junior with a T-bar pickup in here, and this one also has a mandocello. So this has 38 strings. The others have a mere 36.
Wait, so okay, this one is a semi-hollow.
Made out of Carina
First off,
wood.
this is Carina with the semi-hollow 12,
6-string.
Tune-o-matic, Les Paul style, one with, what is it, P90?
P90.
P90, yeah, with the Bigsby, a freaking electric mandocello, and a Les Paul Jr. And then, okay, how the hell does it work? You have 4 knobs here. There's 5 guitars and 4 knobs, and then you have one
I
chicken
have no
head knob.
idea. There's a 6-way switch here.
6-way
Top
switch.
neck, next neck, next neck, next neck, next neck.
What's the 6th one do?
No, did I say a 6-way switch?
Yeah.
Well, I was wrong.
Oh, shit.
One,
Okay. Okay.
two,
So
three,
that makes
4,
sense.
5.
That selects which guitar
I
you're
can't
on.
count that well.
And then 5 necks, but 4 knobs.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is like a master volume for the whole
Master for the whole thing.
thing. And then what do those do?
None of your business. Figure it out yourself. I have no idea. No, I'm sure it's tone and volume because each one is separate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's 3 of these. There's the orange one was first,
Orange one was the first one.
and that is currently at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Either
right?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame or the Grammy Museum.
There's the checkerboard one.
The checkerboard was the second one. That's the one I take on the road.
That one is still out
Still out.
with the rigs.
Yeah.
And then if you just need the
this
mandocello,
is the B rig.
This is the B rig one.
Yeah.
Now, how the hell do you carry this? Because you got vaults full of guitars,
that just go into the truck and go.
It has its own case, and it's like I used to be taller, but by wearing this 5-neck, it's just, you know, I've shrunk, and not all the right places either.
This, oh my God!
It's heavy.
Now some of the other ones have fretless.
Yeah, the
necks
first one has a fretless neck
on the bottom.
on the bottom.
And how do you even play it down that?
I have long arms.
Yeah, you'd have to.
No, I had to have them installed.
Oh, okay. Ouch. That's no joke.
This is a good learning tool for other guitarists. Don't do this.
You're crazy. Oh, and by the way, all banjo
Oh,
tuners.
banjo tuning pegs.
Because why not have everything have 1-to-1 ratio?
Oh yeah, make it
Tuning.
extra difficult. See, like I said, I haven't tuned a guitar in 40 years, so it's like
That's
not
somebody
my
else's problem. Sick.
It's not a Gibson though.
It's not a Gibson, but
Ah,
let's see.
well,
Oh, yeah.
1951 Telecaster. I had the neck off. I thought it was a 52, but it's a 51. I think it was October 11th, 51.
My birthday,
Really?
October 11th. That's rad. You should give me.
I should just give it to you.
Now tell me why you got this kind of butterscotchy blonde on the back, and then it's. I mean, you can kind of still see the butterscotch here. Is that just fade?
You know, this is how I got it. It's more beat than when I got it, and plus there's a crack up on the head. But this is the one that Robin played on Live at Budokan record.
This is the
So this
Budokan
is on the
guitar.
cover of it, or in the pictures and
Wow.
number 1780, I think.
How often? Yeah, flat pole piece. I mean, how often do you reach for single coil guitars these days?
He does all the time.
I know Robin's always kind of got the telly going
Well,
on.
I've got the Jeff Beck model that I use, same one, the beat up.
The Esquire.
Yeah. And actually, I went to Jeff Beck's house last year, or the year before. I don't even know what year it is anymore with the pandemic. I went to get invited to his house and went there and took him to dinner and told awful stories together.
No.
You know, plus I'd been with him in Japan too. I loaned him his guitar, his model, to him because he only brought one guitar to the show. Was Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page, and we were on the show in Tokyo.
It's a good bill.
Yeah, yeah. But I had to. He said to me, "Oh, history repeats itself," because I gave him a guitar, like in 1968. So we stayed very close.
No. This is incredibly lightweight too.
Yeah.
It's well seasoned. Get a Fender back in my collection again.
Finally.
Great neck.
I want to talk for a second about tell me about how you came to work with John Lennon.
Yeah. Let's see. We had done our first record with Jack Douglas. He produced Aerosmith and a lot of stuff. He was big shot, big name. He came and saw us, liked us so much he called Epic Records and said, "If you don't sign these guys, I'm going to take them to Mercury the next day." So and he says, "I'll produce them." You know, with using his name, it helped us get a deal in one day. That's just after years of nobody wanting us for no days. We'd done some other work with him. We'd worked with George Martin in the meantime too. But John was doing a comeback record. And he had all these session guys that were real slick and other people making the record with him, with Yoko. And about halfway through, I guess, doing a session, it wasn't called Double Fantasy at the time, but Jack thought that John should have a bit of a heavier sound. And he recruited Bunny, Carlos, and then they recruited me. So we came into the studio, got invited to the studio at the Hit Factory in I think it was the Hit Factory in New York, and got to play a couple songs with John Lennon. I was getting set up, and John walked in. "It's you! It's you!" And my joke is, he thought it was going to be Ricky Nelson, but it was me. And he says, "Oh, it's you." He heard about Cheap Trick, but I don't think he knew too much about us or whatever. And I started to talk to him about guitars.
Tell me about the guitar. I mean, you gave him the guitar.
I gave him a guitar at the end as a Fender. It had a B bender on it. And they were rare. I mean, mine is number 121, I think, so it's like fairly early one. He said he'd never seen one. I said, well, I'm leaving for Japan. Here, you keep it, and pick it up later. He'd never seen a string bender. He liked what I did on it. And 3 years after he was murdered, I got a case. Yoko sent it back to me. He says, John, I think John would like you to have this. I didn't give it to him. I loaned it to him. But, I wasn't about, hey, where's my guitar? I'm not like that kind of guy. So it's like, I luckily got it back and I have it. All right.
I know this has some
Double Fantasy. Well, actually, I played it. I used it before I did the session with John Lennon. I used this on the All Shook Up album, a song called Baby Loves the Rock. And I did the solo with it because I liked the string bender. I'd never, it was kind of the early string benders to me because I never, I didn't play any country music. So it was like, but I liked it and I used it, and I'll show you what I did. Oh, it's a beat up. It's a Telecaster, but for some reason, I think when they did all the routing for the Parsons White string bender, this is number 131. I think I said 121 earlier. So I gave it to John Lennon, and I'll show you what I did. Here, I can't do all this stuff at once. Can you lift that up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did I used it on the one lick on one record because you couldn't do that lick the way I did it unless you had a string bender. But I liked it, and I gave it to John, and because he said he'd never seen one, and never had. It was in tune when I bought it. But
so you got this guitar back when?
3 years after he died.
3 years.
He was murdered, yeah. From Yoko.
How cool was it for you to work with a Beatle? I mean, it had to have been a pretty big influence.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan before, I play in a rock band. No, I'm a fan first. Remember, I played drums. So I was influenced by all those guys. And, working with an opportunity. I mean, think of all the people that didn't work with all the musicians that are, way more rehearsed and technique-wise that would jump at the chance. But they asked me because they thought I had the right feel.
What was he like to work with in the studio?
He was great to me.
Yeah. Was it a collaborative kind of process, or did he have in his mind what he wanted going in?
Oh, yeah, he knew what he wanted.
For people who've never seen this case, what is this case called?
It's called a Bullwind case.
Bullwind case.
By Fender.
And Fender usually did these with export model guitars that went overseas, and usually something cool and rare.
Well, this is cool and rare, I think. There's only two of these that I've heard were made. One was for me, and one for that guy from Led Zeppelin, Jimmy Page.
Jimmy Page? What is it? Whoa!
Oh,
what is that?
It's a guitar. Telecaster, and look who's on the...
With the Beatles?
The Beatles are on it.
And it's gold sparkle. Over... It's almost like a paisley.
Like the paisley, yeah.
It's got
got something underneath.
And then they sprayed on... And it's got the Beatles on it. Where did you find this?
I love Canada. Didn't I tell you that?
This is another Canada find?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's just cool. When I heard that Jimmy Page was going to have a guitar come out, it's like, looking forward to it. It's like, I'm glad it wasn't this one.
That would have really confused people.
That polka dot one, or whatever you had. I wasn't really impressed with it, but just the fact that a couple one-offs were, done, You don't know how. There's stuff that I see all the time, or not all the time, but occasionally. Stuff I never knew about, never heard about, never knew existed. Isn't that kind of fun? That's why you probably do some of the stuff.
Never seen anything like this before. And this is what, probably F-Play, this is like a 66 or 67 CBS era?
Something like that. Still early enough where, pre-Led Zeppelin and all that kind of stuff.
That's so cool. Wow.
Well, look.
Oh, love these.
I think it's a 58 or 59.
Slab body Epiphone cornet.
Epiphone cornet.
With the bikini badge on the headstock.
They're heavy little guitars. They're sort of like a Telecaster.
With the cutaway on both sides. But, I mean, this is the first solid body Epiphone made by Gibson.
Yeah. And check out, I love...
The knobs are so cool.
The knobs and the position is like a guitar string
ball end
shoved in there.
Yeah. And then this is not a mini humbucker. That's the New York pickup, which was on a lot of the Epiphone jazz guitars. I don't particularly like how these sound.
This is how it got, remember?
But yeah, that's what's supposed to be in there.
Normally, I would carve it up and put
a dog ear P90 in there or something, or that would look great with the Zebra PAF.
I'm not going to start adulterating these guitars.
But yeah, bikini.
Adultery is tough enough.
Bikini plaque headstock. I love the truss rod cover. It's just so primitive Epiphone.
Yeah, it sure is.
And I just don't know if people really
don't
get
appreciate
how cool.
It's like
how cool
I'm glad they don't
Epiphones
because
are.
it
keeps
the price down.
Yeah. But how cool these guitars are, man! And that thing got played and possibly stolen at some point.
I hope so.
There's some scratches up there, but man, so good.
They're just great little rock and roll guitars. The perfect. If you're good enough, it's the perfect guitar to play lead. If you're not good enough, it's the perfect guitar to play rhythm. If you're not good at that, play drums.
Yeah, do something else. Play bass.
This is a 1963 Guild Merle Travis. One, I thought it was one of three, but there's actually four.
Oh, wow.
This is the second one ever made. This one was...
It's just got everything on it.
Maximum ornamentation.
It's such a Nashville guitar.
Yeah. It's curly maple pickup. It's been routed out to put the pickup inside it.
What is the pickup? Is it like a P90 or is that
it's like a P90, but I think but this is a DeArmond, I think.
Look at all.
This is the coolest inlays and the coolest. This is a
armrest.
Armrest.
That truss rod cover is
bad.
Yeah.
Grover Imperials.
Love the Imperials.
$2,000 in 1963.
That's a lot of money.
It was, and so he obviously didn't sell many of them. But when I got it from George Gruen again, and it was in pieces. The headstock had been thrown in a fireplace. It was broken. It had like the Everly Brothers, the Everly Brothers kind of those pick guards that went on the top of the body, wrecking the finish.
Yeah.
The neck was broken off it. It was a piece of junk, but
who put it all back together?
Some of the guys from Guild.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the only one that has these kind of chevrons on the neck. Most of them had the stars like on the Everly Brothers
would have, yeah.
But the headstock alone, I mean, it's like I just like they have that made into a pillow or something. It's like it's comfortable.
That's so cool. Well, if you're going to have an arch top.
With the original gold, I tell them don't re-gold this thing, because I like the way the old gold looks. And they remade some of these pieces, but I actually have the original truss rod cover, and I think this is a remade one, but they made it to exact specs. And it's just one of the coolest guitars ever.
People take for granted this guard.
Oh, no.
That is individual layers of binding that were all glued around to make all of this. That's not like painted on there or printed on.
Yeah, it's not a $5.95 guard.
Yeah, that is.
These are
that took
a lot of
days and days and days and hours just to make that.
Plus
one
a curly
piece.
maple pickup cover routed out underneath, and it's just a solid piece of wood, and they route it out and put the pickup in it, rather than a plastic cover or a dog ear or whatever. It's just cool, you know. I don't have that many acoustics or acoustic electrics. Play it, strum it, just when you're Mark, come on. Okay, that's enough.
It works.
What a day.
What a day.
What a
Rick,
day.
I want to thank you so much for letting us in your house. I feel like
You've been here a long time.
I know. I feel like we barely nicked this. We didn't even dent the surface of your collection.
You were correct.
But we saw
It was
some pretty epic stuff.
I don't want to do this any longer right now, but anytime you want to do it, I'd be happy.
The only thing we can do now,
Rock and vodka.
start drinking heavily. Some rock and vodka. Thank you again for having us. I'm Mark Agnesi for Gibson TV. It's Rick Nielsen. We'll see you guys next time on another episode of The Collection. Peace.
And now we're heading back to Nashville, Tennessee, along with a few choice special guests to check out the collection of El Jefe, the boss, Gibson's president and CEO, Cesar Gueikian. Hey everybody, Mark Agnesi here for Gibson TV. And today, I'm in Nashville, Tennessee, outside the home of my friend and boss, Cesar Gueikian. Now, Cesar's been an avid guitar collector for years. That collection has grown exponentially. Now, we've looked at a lot of rock star collections on this show, but today, what you're about to see may shock you. This is The Collection with Cesar Gueikian.
What's up, Mark?
Dude, what's
How
up?
you doing, man?
How you been, man?
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you for having us over today.
Yeah.
I'm ready to look at some guitars. You've got some new stuff.
Some things new, some things old.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, this is gonna be great. When did that get here?
That's also been a recent acquisition.
Tell me a little bit about this thing.
Yeah, this is a piano from 1928. So the wood has been making music since 1928.
So
but
the original shell.
Yeah.
The shell.
That's it. And then inside is a brand new piano. So this shell went back to Steinway, and then they built a new piano, preserving the wood, preserving the shell. Again, you know, I love that story. You know, the
That's
history
awesome,
of it,
yeah.
and the fact that it's been making music for so many decades. So it was the one when we tried it and we saw it, and you hear the story of it, that it's from 28.
Yeah.
You kind of fall in love with the whole story, and then you hear it, and that's it. It's magical.
Wow. Wow. We haven't even gotten to the guitars
No.
yet, man. What a way to start the day. We heading upstairs?
Let's go see some guitars.
All right, let's do it. So where does this whole guitar journey begin for you?
Well, I grew up around a guitar. You know,
It was
we
in the
had-
house.
It was in the house. My dad played this classical Spanish guitar, and so it was always around. He played a couple of chords and also played a lot of his record collection constantly, so music was always in the house. And he would play Tom Petty and a little bit of the Beatles and the Stones, maybe a little Led Zeppelin, but he had this big record collection, and I was always intrigued by what he wasn't playing. And a lot of Led Zeppelin in there, most of the records, all the Pink Floyd stuff. And then there was this record, which was Black Sabbath's first.
Black
Sabbath, which was still wrapped in the film. And I looked at that cover and I was like, well, okay, this is eerie, cool. What is this? So I put it on, I opened it up, put it on. And I was really into looking at the labels and looking at the drawings, and that record being called Black Sabbath and then having on the label the song made me want to go there. I know it's played with a guitar. I have a guitar at home. How do I put it together? So that's the most, I would say, dramatic to memory experience of me saying, okay, music, it's recorded and played with a guitar. I have a guitar, let's go.
Yeah. You remember like buying your first Gibson guitar?
I do. The first Gibson came later because for the first almost 2.5 to 3 years, I was now learning how to play with that Spanish guitar. And so I learned more sort of classical style, still trying to get those sounds out.
Yeah.
It wasn't working. But I do remember going to the store. So I was in Miami. I was playing tennis. I played tennis competitively growing up. And I made $700 playing a tournament in Miami. And immediately grabbed that money and I went to the guitar store.
Yeah.
And I went in and I said, I want that black standard, Gibson Les Paul standard ebony. I want that guitar. And I couldn't afford it. I remember maybe it was like a little over 1,300, and I had $700. But this is my mind now started to kick in, and I live in Argentina. There's currency controls. Everything there in terms of instruments was at the time around double the price.
Yeah.
So I bought a $700 guitar. I took it down there. 30 days later, I sold it for $1,400, maybe a little more. And then 2 months later, I came back, and it was pretty nerve-wracking because you never know, is that guitar going to still be there?
Yeah.
But I went to the same store. I went there. The guitar was still there, and I bought my first Gibson.
Oh man, we got a lot of stuff to look at today. I guess we'll start with this one here. Anything before we open the case?
This one is special for many reasons. One is because this is the guitar that my wife got me for my 40th.
I know what this is. I know what this is, yeah.
And the second reason why it's special is because it's the first guitar that I bought from you.
This is how we met.
This is how we met.
All right, let's crack it open. Oh yeah, cherry red. Refresh my memory here.
So 1964, 335, TDC, block inlay, 59 neck, remember that's back in 1964. And it's not that far in terms of serials from Clapton's Crossroads.
Yeah.
So this is it. That's the 64 335, first one I bought from you. And
you saw it on Guitar of the Day.
Yeah, I actually was watching your Guitar of the Days for a while before that, and then when finally you popped this one, and you were, I remember, if I remember correctly on that video, you were like, boom, this is the Clapton guitar.
Yeah.
So I called you immediately, and we were like, that's mine.
Yeah. Remember this. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We took scans of this guitar when we started to do the new historic custom shop ESs.
This is the model through the scans and creating the digital image, the 3D image, for the custom shop historic collection 64.
The 64. Do you have one of those?
That's the one. And
of course you do.
Most importantly, the reason why I have it is because I wanted a replica, so that if anybody wants to use it, any one of our artists wants to use it 64, I always have a custom shop 64 that they can use. And then if I want to take one out, this one can stay here, and I can take this one out.
Yeah.
So this is number one of the 64 historic collection.
So you can justify owning some of this stuff. Yeah, nice. So all the contours on the top, the neck profile, everything for that guitar and everyone after it all came.
Anyone that has a custom shop, new historic collection, 1964 335 is modeled after mine.
There's a clone of this. Rad. All right, we got a pair, a Cali Girl.
On a Cali Girl case. It just happened to be that when I got this guitar, I got the case, and it's a Cali Girl case. Obviously, it doesn't belong to this guitar. This was supposed to be with a burst.
Yeah, significantly earlier than what's in there. Well, let's do a little dual crackage, shall we? Oh, yeah. Oh. So, what is this?
So
61?
61 Les Paul.
SG Junior.
So yes. Clearly, a cherry in the past. You can see the cherry underneath.
Tan lines underneath
Yeah,
the
when
guard.
I pulled the guard out, it's all cherry underneath, but it's fully tanned. As you can see, it's browned out. A little bit more cherry on the back. But yeah, as you know, and you've known for many, many years, in 1961, the Les Paul goes to this shape.
Goes to the SG body. What is
Then
this?
let's get to
I know,
this.
this has got a story.
So let me give it to you. And this guitar is the one that shouldn't exist. It's a 1962, clearly a Les Paul double cut special, but it shouldn't really exist because in 1962 the Les Paul that was that guitar we were making. And as you can see, normally it would say Les Paul Special. It doesn't say anything because the name was taken. So I actually looked it up on the ledger, and it's listed. There's like a batch of 6 of them, serial numbers back to back, and they say SG Special. And that's the first time that I've seen in the ledger that we use the SG name for solid guitar.
Yeah.
So since the Les Paul name was taken, it says SG Special. It doesn't say Les Paul on the headstock. I think that's the birth of the name of the SG. I haven't been able to find it earlier. And then we apply it to the SG in 1964.
Isn't it nice to just have access to the ledgers and just go in and look stuff up?
I'm always, every time I see a guitar that I want to buy, the first thing I do is I go to the ledger, I look it up, make sure it's all good.
Yeah.
You know, Matt Kaler and Jason Davidson and you and I are always on that 4-way text. Every time I find something, I send it to you guys, and then we look it up.
Pair of brown cases.
Pair of brown cases.
Could be anything in here.
Yeah. You want to pop them?
Yeah. Ooh. A TV yellow party. I love a TV yellow party.
Single and double, 57.
I sold you
this one.
This one? Yeah, I remember this too. So yeah, this is 57 single cut, 59. Look at how different the color varies on the TV yellow.
One, some go mustard, some go,
banana.
preserve the banana. Yeah. They're cool. The checking's cool. I like how the checking goes into all the little dings. It finds its way there. Right?
Great. P90s versus humbuckers. Do you have a preference, or do you just got to have both?
Well, yeah, exactly. You got to have both. I mean, there are such cool, vibey, and different sounds. The humbucker, obviously, is a humbucker, but to me, the P90 is incredibly special. It just sounds amazing.
Yeah. Do you prefer the double cut to the single cut?
No.
Or you reach for one in any sort of circumstance?
It's completely a random selection based on whatever I'm feeling that day and what I want to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's right. And I love this neck profile.
Yeah.
On both, by the way.
Can we trade really quick?
Love these necks.
When you think 59 Les Paul, most people wouldn't think. They would think it's bigger than this.
Yeah, no, and it isn't. That's the neck.
Yeah, people think that these are these huge, clubby baseball bat necks, and they're really not. They're very comfortable and just nice and full, but not huge. That's great.
They only got really bigger in 58 and then back down in 59 to this profile.
Which is just perfect. Yeah. Man, that feels great. That one feels great
and
too.
It's got great frets.
Yeah, well, big frets by this era, so.
This one I need to refret.
Tell me your stance on that. Because obviously as vintage guitars, you start changing stuff, they start losing their value. Where do you stand on refrets?
Refretting everything.
Refret everything is
I am.
Don't be afraid to refret your guitars if they need to be refretted.
I play my guitars.
Yeah.
And I can't play them unless if the frets are gone, you have to refret them.
Yeah.
So I take them to Joe Glaser and they get refretted. And the amazing job, and then they become the best guitars that you could ever play. Yeah.
More than just an object.
Oh, I'm 100% refret everything you want to play.
Don't be shy about refretting your guitars. It's like changing the oil.
Yeah.
If you put too many miles on it, you got to change the oil. You wear through the frets. You got to change the frets. And these old 50s guitars didn't have huge frets on them to begin with. Right. So when you figure they're 60 plus years old, it's basic maintenance on a fret job. Just take it to somebody who knows what they're doing. Yeah. When did the guitar collecting start happening?
As I started working and making a little bit of money, then I started buying guitars. And maybe it was now I would say in my mid to late 20s, where I started buying, okay, I had my Les Paul Custom, but then I bought my second guitar, and then I started buying other guitars. And it was more, as I developed in my professional career and started earning income, and that led to having the ability to buy. And then that took me into this rabbit hole of every time I bought a guitar, you know, you would open it up and see, okay, what's inside? How is this built? What kind of woods are in there? What's the body? What's the top? What are the tone woods used on the fretboard? Why will a tuner make it sound different? And that led to, I don't know, 130 guitars later.
Yeah. What were you going for initially when you started? Were you going after vintage stuff? Were you going after just putting together a collection of different things, or what were you chasing?
Yeah, no, I wasn't. At the time, it wasn't about vintage. It was about, okay, Tony's playing an SG, so I need to buy an SG. And Slashy's playing a Burst, so I want a Burst. And Jerry Gondrell is playing a Les Paul Custom that looks different. It looked red. Okay, I want one of those. And then Hetfield is playing an Explorer. What is that? I need one of those. And
yeah.
Dave Mustaine's playing V's, and I want a V. And it was more about which artists I was listening to,
yeah,
and that I was into, and watching what they were playing, and then acquiring that.
When did you finally get bit by the vintage guitar bug?
That came later. I mean, because as you know, because I was your
Yeah.
client, it's vintage guitars are very valuable. So that came a little later. So in my mid-30s was probably when I started buying the first more collectible vintage guitars, and then from there, you know, you buy the first one, and maybe it's a special or a junior, and then you go at least Gibsons, and then you go into, all right, that's great, and then I want something else, and then I want something else, and then, or maybe opportunistically something comes up and you buy it. So that's how it developed, and it's really been vintage for me. It's really been the last 10 years.
Yeah. All right, we got another pair of brown cases. We've worked up juniors and specials. I think we're starting to maybe get into the good stuff.
This is where it starts changing, as you know, because we go now into 56 with the gold tops, and now we've got the 2-pneumatic bridge.
We're getting to burst DNA here. All right. Oh, that's crusty.
Vibey, right?
Oh, I love a crusty gold top. Okay, so this is the very near predecessors of bursts here. You have a 56 gold top, and then here's a first-year standard 57 gold top that is just crusty.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
as vibey as they come, right? I mean, that's just the way I like them.
Oh, it's all green and checking's all deep.
Look at that neck.
Somebody definitely was married.
Or wearing lots of rings.
Yeah. Oh man, killer. Where'd you get this one?
This one actually came from Drew Berlin.
Yeah.
And I was looking for a 56 gold top. As you say, it's the beginning of the burst DNA. And this guitar in particular sounds so good. I don't know what happened here internally with these P90s and the way that this guitar is aged, but it's got some emotional thing that's wanting to put out that puts a sound that's out of this world.
Yeah. And this one, I remember this one.
Yeah, you know that where we got that one.
This one came from Albert Molinaro, also in Los Angeles. And yeah, that's about as vibey.
And he sent us, remember, the pictures of, or he sent me the pictures of 2 different ones, and one was a little too clean.
Yeah.
And we were like, no, this is the way I want it.
Mint guitars are fun, but
we'll see a mint.
There's mint stuff here too, but I'm a bigger fan of a beat gold top than a mint gold top because they just look so good. That green, killer. Of course, you got PAFs here. Just 2 different takes on basically the exact same guitar, but just worlds apart in terms of tone and what they do.
And what you can tell here also, and I don't know if it comes through on camera, which is what our guys were doing back in the 50s. Somebody sanding this down went a little too far, so it's got that racetrack around it, whereas this one's a little more subtle.
Yeah.
And it's just every 50s and 60s guitar is different just because there was no consistency.
Each have a fingerprint, man.
Yeah, and so that's so amazing.
Wow. Where do you go from here?
Well, let's see.
I know where we go from here. How important is it to you in your current role to own these examples from the golden era?
Incredibly important. I think it gives me an appreciation of the heritage, the history, particularly the golden era, led by Ted McCarty and his team. And the fact that I went on that journey of trying to acquire instruments made during that era. And maybe even before that, when I started wanting different Gibsons and then wanting to get Gibsons from the golden era. I started reading a lot about what they were doing back then, and so I had this incredible appreciation of what they did back then and how that influenced music across so many genres of music. Before coming into the role, having had the opportunity to own so many Gibsons, it almost makes me feel like a custodian of the brand. You know, I started earlier. I started with my journey of an obsession to get more Gibsons because I wanted the different sounds, and then I wanted to be collecting guitars, and I wanted more.
Yeah.
And now in this position of, you know, influence in writing the next chapter, I think I feel even more interested in buying more, in discovering more, in what's out there that I haven't been able to put my hands on. And it somehow, I don't know how to describe it, but mentally I feel that increases the level of responsibility that I have now as a steward of Gibson in the future. And we are temporary here, right? We're temporary custodians and stewards of Gibson. It should be bigger than all of us. This is a brand that has 127 years of history and will have another 127 years of future. And so we are temporary custodians of the brand, and I'm maybe a temporary custodian of my collection. So I really think that those two things go together.
We just have one solitary brown case now,
There could only be one thing in here.
and it's not a Blackguard Telly.
And it's exactly.
What do we got? Yikes. Dude, that's clean.
This is a clean 59 burst.
I mean, it's got a little fade on it, but that is, dude, it's barely checked.
Barely, well, yeah, barely checked, barely anything. Look at the.
Little fade in here,
Yeah.
but yeah. Wow. Oh, we got some nice kind of center seam flame happening.
There's a bit of a flame going all the way up here.
Right through the seam, yeah. Oh boy.
And the interesting story is that it's a sister, a few serial numbers from something else we're gonna see.
So this is what, 90418.
And we're gonna see.
For those of you keeping track at home, remember that serial number, 90418. Yeah. Man, how many do you think you've had the chance to play?
I probably played 20, 25.
Yeah.
Something like that. And they're all different.
They all have
you kind of
some...
fall in love with every single one you play.
Yeah. There's just an aura about these guitars that when you pick it up, it just changes everything about everything that you do.
I haven't had an experience where I said I didn't like the sound of a burst.
But they all do sound
maybe because
different.
I got the ones that I got a chance to play were already owned by friends of mine that are collectors, that they've already gone through the selection process, and so maybe that's the case, but they all sound a little different, and they all have something that distinguishes them. And this guitar is actually the birthday burst, because, and I got this one from Drew as well.
This came from Drew.
He played this guitar at the celebration of Les Paul's 100th birthday at BB King's in New York, and then one of his clients bought it, who is the person that then told Drew to sell it. So I bought it from there. But so that's why this one is the birthday burst, because it was played by Drew.
Now, I mean, in comparison, how good are the ones that we're making right now at Custom?
because I've probably played 40 bursts, and I'll take one from the custom shop any day of the week, man.
Yes.
They're great guitars.
Yeah.
But what we're doing right now is
I think we're making the closest
clones
that we, Gibson, in our history and in the history of the custom shop, have ever made. We have the luxury of having the two guys that started the R9 project, Keith Medley and Tom Murphy. They did the first R9 in '93, and they're still with us. They're still our engineers and luthiers. Keith is our luthier at Gibson USA and helping the custom shop. Tom is the luthier and the curator and master artisan of the Murphy Lab. So I do believe that today, if you buy a Custom Shop 59, you're getting the closest that we've ever been. Some might say it sounds better, some might say it's different, some might say the originals, these sound better. That's a matter of opinion.
But then again, like we're talking, every one of these sounds different. So it's like, what are you comparing it against?
And the scans we have of 59 bursts originals, I mean, I think we have probably over 30 now since in the last
catalog,
3 years. And then we have to create a bit of an average of everything for the R9 that we have out, because as you say, they are a little different.
Yeah, and you hear people talk about, oh, we don't get the top carve right, or we don't. The
They're
top carve is coming from scans of original. They're all different.
There's a database of, I want to say, over 60 scans, 30 of which are recent. And that's what we use to do the 59s.
Yeah.
So, because every single one, if we were to show a 3D scan, they're all different.
Yeah. Some have a big lip and a big, skate deck around the outside. Some are very, very flattened off.
Exactly.
They're not all the same. And they don't all sound the same. And I don't know, man. I just got one of the Murphy Lab 59s and just blown away by everything about it. The binding roll, the neck feels like it's been played for 60 years, man.
That's the point. It's the blindfold test, right? It's got to feel right.
Yeah, it's not about looking old. It's about feeling old.
So yeah, the Holy Grail.
But man, that's as nice as they get right there.
There it is.
Killer.
What do you know about Gibson as a brand?
They make the guitars in a different way that everyone will like them.
Yeah. Now, you've been to the factory before, right?
Yes. And
What's it like watching men and women actually make these things by hand?
It's cool. I like it. We saw when they were spraying them, it was really cool.
When they were putting the finish on them?
Yes.
You got to watch them do a sunburst?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool stuff watching them get to do it, isn't it?
Got black cases this time. I normally know what's in those. We've already looked at the standards, the gold top, the burst. Oh man. With or without wiggle stick is the question. How do you like your Les Paul Custom?
I don't have to do that. I don't have to make that decision.
The choice does not have to be made today.
No.
Oh, what do we got here? Okay. I got a 58 Black Beauty with wiggle stick. What's that one there?
59.
59 with the stop tail. Both
6 PAFs.
6 PAFs, 2 guitars and 6 PAFs. That's the way to do it. Both of these have been refretted.
Yes.
Thank God.
Yes.
Because fretless wonder frets.
No, I cannot.
I can't get around
I
on.
love, and I wish I had the opportunity to meet Les Paul himself.
What are you thinking?
Ask him the question.
He was thinking I'm playing 13 gauge flat wounds and I'm not bending strings. But
correct.
We're bending strings and
we're
not
doing,
playing flat wounds. So we'll take big frets.
Frets. We need frets. And this in this one I put, I believe these are 43s, the frets.
So they're still narrow, but they're a little bit taller than.
So they're, well, I mean, the fretless wonders weren't even hitting 20.
Yeah.
So these are 43s.
This has got
bigger.
like
those
burst
are,
frets on it.
Those are burst frets. Yeah, I put burst frets.
I see you got the middle pickup kind of ducked down on both of these. Is that, do you use the in the middle sound, or is it just kind of, you got to keep it out of your way?
Well, it still works in the middle sound really well, and it actually has a little bit more of that out of phase by taking it down.
A little bit.
But that's not the reason why I do it. I do it because I'm so used to playing double humbuckers that I actually hit it otherwise with my pick.
Yeah.
And it's really hard for me to play it. But when it's like this, I got no problem. I can play them. And middle position, accentuated out of phase situation.
Yeah. They're just like the coolest. This is like one of those guitars, like you could be wearing a tuxedo and playing at a country club, and like a black Les Paul Custom is the perfect guitar for you. And on the same hand, you could have like a mohawk and like a leather jacket on and like in a black Les Paul Custom is the perfect guitar for you. It like, it transcends all genres. It transcends like trends. That's about as sexy.
And everybody's played them from Les Paul to James Hetfield and anybody in between. So
it's a classic, man.
There's something special about them. And then remember when we talked about the serial number of the burst?
Yeah.
Well, look at this one.
90451. That was what, 90418. So we're like
33.
less than 33 serial numbers away from the burst.
So these are definitely sisters, but they were hanging for sure in the factory, probably the same day.
Came off the line on the same day. Unbelievable. And look at that checking. Yeah, they just look great.
Well, and these guitars, by the way, have all gone to the Murphy Lab. Every single one of the guitars, they go to Tom, and they all keep learning and keep cataloging and photographing. And every time we get our hands on any guitar made in the 50s and the 60s by an artist, a collector, we ask, we scan, we take them to the lab, they photograph everything, they look at it, how does it feel, how is the checking going, what's the pattern?
Does it wear? Where are the typical areas?
So we get to learn from them.
Oh man.
Yeah, you can see that.
How proud are you of the guitars we're making right now, and what do you think people are going to think 100 years from now when they look back on this current era of Gibson?
Yeah, I couldn't be more proud of our teams and of what we've been able to create in the last almost 3 years. And changing what guitars we are making, how are they made, organizing the team so that we have a team of wood scientists that are out there looking for the best of the woods out there and working with sustainable farmers and having this obsession to search for the best tone woods and looking at how we were making instruments back in the 50s and the 60s, getting inspired by that and building the original collection, building the custom shop historic collection of clones. And a lot of the things that we're going to see today were part of that journey. You know, they came to the custom shop, we scanned, we got collections from other musicians and collectors, and we went through the process of scanning instruments so that we could achieve that level of authenticity and clone status in the historic collection. And it was a lot of work. It was, at the very beginning, I was basically stationed in our factories, working with our teams, making sure that every step of the process we were getting the results we were looking for. And now we have that. We have that sort of organization around an original collection of our good representation of the golden era, of those greatest hits. We have a modern collection where we can explore a little bit. And then in the custom shop, we have the historic collection, and then we have the modern collection across electrics and acoustics. And you and I talked a lot about this initially because you were one of the first ones to join this journey and looking at what were the guitars and how we were going to make them and what was going to go into it. And if you remember, then we, on the whiteboard, we designed the acoustic original and custom shop historic.
I sat in a hotel room one night on a bar napkin and came back the next day and we make a 50s Les Paul and a 60s Les Paul. We should make a 50s J45 and a 60s J45.
Exactly.
You know, all those kinds of things.
Coffin case with your name on it.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is something custom.
It's a very special guitar for me because this guitar was built by my only guitar professor and teacher that I had from age, I'd say 11 to about 15. He was a luthier. He taught me how to play. Then he moved to Spain and made guitars for all the famous Spanish guitarists forever, for decades. I lost track of him. And then he moved to Germany and moved his atelier there. I started making guitars in Germany. And then I found him through social media. We connected. And so we said, and his name is Willy Burgos. And so I said, Willy, I always had this dream of making the Spanish guitar with you, because that's how you taught me how to play with the Spanish guitar that I had at home. So we basically embarked on this journey, and it took about 1.5 years to complete, because every single piece he made,
It's done by one
other
guy.
than the tuners.
Yeah.
And he made every single thing by hand. The top is German spruce that he's been aging and he's been saving in his workshop for 25 years. And then you'll see the detail of this guitar.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he made the case.
Made the coffin case as well.
Yeah. And so this is, to me, almost like full circle.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely different from the Spanish guitar that I learned with, but I think it might be the only 24 fret Spanish guitar.
You had to do a 24 fret.
I had to go there. I said, Willie, the one thing we have to do is it's gotta be 24 frets. And it's gotta have the cutaway so that I can get down, up on the high frets. And I mean, it's just the most beautiful thing. It was just unbelievable.
That's cool. What's
Look
the
at
back?
Ebony back, ebony sides, German spruce, ebony here.
Wow. And this inlay.
Yep,
Pretty
mother
cool.
of pearl. This detail, he had me write my last name, sent it to him, and then he did that in Argentine bronze.
Oh, so that's a bronze
It's
inlay.
inlaid with Argentine bronze.
Wow.
And then the neck here has brown wood, ebony in the middle. I don't remember what that is. But it's a spectacular guitar, and not only it is spectacular, it's emotional for me,
Yeah.
because it's where everything started, with him as my teacher,
Yeah.
and then him building me this guitar.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Is this one kept somewhere special in the house?
It stays in here, where I have this room always constantly humidified.
Yeah.
So it's been used. Actually, Ricci used it. Kiko used it with Dave in the record. And so anytime somebody comes to the house and they start playing it, they always want to borrow it, because the sound is all there.
Now be honest. Have you ever used the 24th fret?
No.
No.
But it has to be there.
Has to be there. How close are you? Obviously, you're on the business side of this, you're in the office, but how close do you try to stay to the actual production process? How often do you go to the factory?
I'm in the factories, 2 to 3 times a week. I'm always walking around there, working with our luthiers, working with Jim DeCola and Keith Medley and Matt Kaler and Cody Higby and all the guys in the different places. And then I go to Bozeman relatively often, because I think it's to me personally, it feels very important, one, just to go there, because every time I go there, I see something. I look at a headstock, I look at a back, I look at a top, I watch something being made that maybe I want to change, or maybe might inspire me to do something different or to add something. And then I also have to go there because I'm working with the teams, and so they want to look at prototypes, and we want to be looking at maybe processes and how can we improve something, or maybe there's an investment we can make in something new for the factories. So for my own satisfaction and to work with the teams, but also the business of it, I'm in the factories a couple times a week.
We got another ES case here, another black one. We saw the 335. I think I know what's in this one. This is going to bring back memories. Oh yeah, Pelham Blue ES 330. What was it, 67?
Yep.
I believe. Wow.
You remember this guitar?
I think this was the last guitar that I ever sold you.
Yeah.
Which this came from another customer of mine when I was at Norm's named Rich, and he
did not want to get rid of it. And I actually had a Pelham Blue SG of his that I had sold, and he brought this in. He's like, I know you can sell this in a day, but make sure that whoever gets it knows what it is. So I never put it out. I stuck it in a case in the back. And you and JC walked into the store. That was the first time we ever met in person. I was like, dude, I got something to show you. And
I remember that. We went to the back and you opened the case, and I that was it. I mean, the moment I saw it, it was done.
Yeah. Which this is what you want Pelham Blue to look like. Which, you know, that top coat goes yellow and then the whole thing turns green. But then you look at the back of the neck and it's like perfectly blue because all that clear coat got played through. And I don't even know what happened up here, but we'll just call it vibe.
That's exactly what it is. That's what happened.
And the binding. Look at the binding. How yellow the binding is on it. It's just perfect, man.
What I love about these guitars, well, the clean sounds with just a touch of crunchiness.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something about them. So that's normally what I go with when I play it. Also, it's my go-to guitar when I don't want to plug in.
The couch guitar.
Yeah.
Because it's perfectly loud enough to sit and accompany yourself on the couch.
Yeah. But look at the back. I mean, are you kidding me?
It's just like, I'm looking at it here. This is green. And then this is like shiny metallic blue. It's just that clear coat.
This is the definition of epic.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. So cool. Rich, it went to a good home, dude. I promise.
Thank you, Rich.
Now, you mentioned earlier Black Sabbath and Megadeth, Alice in Chains, Metallica. You're friends now with all of these guys you grew up idolizing. And more than that, they trust you with their legacy. And what is it like to look at your phone and it's Slash calling or it's Tony Iommi on line one? Like, what is that like?
I don't get used to it, if that's the question. And every time I speak with Slash or with Tony or Dave Mustaine or any one of our artists, I don't get desensitized. The fact that I'm in conversation with them, the fact that they trust me commercially, and that we have that level of conversation where, you know, they have this amazing creative juices flowing. And when I talk to Adam Jones, Adam and I talk about a lot of stuff on a very regular basis, and I still feel this sense of massive responsibility towards them, and to be just like I feel like I'm a steward of and a custodian and a steward of Gibson. I feel the same way about them and their name.
Yeah.
And I also try to be more objective in the way I think about it, because I don't want to let my emotional connection to their music influence a decision. But I think it's worked well because the passion for what they do that I have, we're able to and you too, and the rest of the teams, were able actually to showcase that. And it makes us want to try harder to do right by them. And I think that was very important initially, also talking to the different teams, was let's make sure that we are paying tribute to the artists that made us relevant. We gotta go there. We have to be artist-centric, because they are the ones ultimately who made our guitars relevant and loved around the world.
This looks like it's got some stories.
This is vibey.
Yeah, I guess in a word, vibey would be the one.
So this is a special guitar because it's not only a 1963 Hummingbird that has obviously made a lot of music, as you can see.
Yeah.
But it's also a guitar that was gifted to me by a friend of mine, who has become a very close friend. And it's this is the first guitar when Jason Momoa started making money. He treated himself to a Gibson guitar.
Yeah.
This guitar, 1963 Hummingbird, and he's had it ever since. And he's a great player.
Yeah.
He's not only a great actor and creative and artist at large. He's a great musician.
Yeah.
And so he treated himself to this guitar. And one night we were having dinner here at home, and you know, we've been doing a lot with him, and it was a bit emotional for me because he pulled this guitar out of the car and brought it to me, and he said, you know, bro, you've done so much for me, and you and Gibson have done so much for me that I want you to have this guitar. And then he told me the story. This was the first guitar that I bought for myself, like, you know, my first Gibson.
Yeah.
So I said, look, the only way I accept the gift is that this, like, I'm a temporary custodian of this guitar. As soon as your kids start getting good at playing, this guitar goes back to you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing it's got like, this whole fingerboard is inlaid, which I'm assuming this whole fingerboard was replaced because it's got like pearl binding on it as well.
It's got the pearl binding, brass inlay. It's got a brass nut that was done before Jason bought it.
All of this is how he got it?
How he got it. It had a pickup and it was wired out there.
Yeah.
So I took that out and I had our repair and restoration shop guys fix that.
Yeah.
And
Adjustable saddle was swapped out for a fixed bridge.
so I had them swap that out as well because it was an unstable saddle. And now, I mean, this is just like an insanely amazing guitar. It sounds incredible.
Yeah. It looks incredible. No, it just...
And there's another 63.
Let's go look at that.
This one I got a call from Elliot at Rumble Seed and said I got this guitar with the original case, and he said it's unique because it's a humming dove.
Oh, love these. Only in 63. Yep, there's the maple back.
So yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So hummingbird appointments on the front, dove appointments on the back.
You can see the maple.
Yep. So like a dove, but with a mahogany neck and an adjustable saddle bridge instead of the Tune-o-matic, which is really a fantastic set of specs, but only in 63.
Only in 63. Yeah, look at the checking on how this checking has shown. It's amazing. And it sounds so incredibly different also. It's just a great addition to the collection. I didn't have a humming dove, and when I got the call from Elliot, I was like, I'll be right there.
If Elliot calls about an acoustic, you know it's good, because he's not a big fan of acoustic guitars. But yeah, if he tells you an acoustic is good, it's a good one. Oh man, killer. All right, match set. I know what this set is, but I mean, can we first start off by talking about how rad is pinstriped tweed appointments?
Especially back in 1936.
Just the case, man. It's so cool. All right, go ahead and open it up. Oh, yeah. That's the birth of the electric.
This is the first electric guitar.
Yeah. ES-150, Charlie Christian. The heaviest pickup of all times, but man, it got the job done. And then this is the matching companion.
Yeah. That's
GA-150 or whatever.
That's the GA back in the day, being sold as a pair.
The suitcase. The suitcase, because you gotta take all the back off to, look at that. That's a set right there.
It's cool, and this was a set that my dear friend Bill Goldstein from Will Grace Vintage called me and he said, I just got the raddest thing I've seen in many years. And
so you bought it as a set. You didn't buy
that.
You didn't buy the amp after the fact.
No, as a set. And when he called me and I said, look, I don't remember where I was, if I was in London or whatever. And I said, just stash them, put them in the vault.
Yeah.
I know I'm buying them. I just want to see them. And so when I came into Will Grace in Miami there in Wynwood, and I was like, are you kidding me? This is the beginning of the electric guitar.
Yeah.
1936, where Charlie Christian, who was this amazing jazz player, he was, how do I amplify my sound beyond having to get closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
And how do that he wanted to play solos. You know, Charlie wanted to be able to play fast solos and be heard.
Be heard, yeah. At that point, it was mostly just chug rhythm stuff on the guitar players. It wasn't really single note things.
And this is the birth, really, of what then becomes the P90.
Yeah, this is in its most primitive form.
Yeah.
And even from a design standpoint, the white outline and the angles, it's just so beautiful. The way the pick guards cut around it, just
Look at the volume and tone knobs.
yeah, just all Art Deco. It's just fucking so cool. And the amps sound great too. Does this ever get put down to drop D for tool riffs, or do you just keep it? Yeah, this is.
We should try that.
Flat wounds, drop D.
Drop D. See how it goes. Put it through the rectifier.
Put it through a Badlander. Cool, man. I mean, that's.
And wait, you gotta, because I grabbed it. You gotta feel the neck. Tell me what you feel when you grab the neck there.
Oh, gee. It's like a triangle.
Yeah.
That is like the most severe V. My God, yeah. It's like
crazy.
an equilateral triangle.
Yeah.
Nuts. But it works. It works. I mean, that's Gibson history right there. That's music history right there.
It is music history.
That's where guitar goes electric, man. Very, very cool. I gotta be honest, I'm a little upset. Like, I feel like you've been holding out on me.
Yeah. You actually haven't seen these.
This is like a square and wedge shaped case with case covers on them. And I feel like I'm out of the loop here.
I actually, because I thought about this at the last minute, I actually then called the guys to the customs. Just bring him over, since they are the approved ones. Look at that.
Oh, dude. So these are the brand new, yet to be released.
These are the golden samples that I approved of the limited edition, collector's edition, 58 Corina V and Explorers. Murphy Lab.
Corina V's and Explorers are back, and they're Murphy Lab. Okay.
You ready?
1, 2, 3. Oh, God, yes. Oh, it's as good as I hoped. Oh, dude, that's sick. Oh, dude, the aging came out great on these. Oh, it's so awesome. Okay. Original examples, right?
Yeah. Well, as you know, we have
a 58.
A 58V in the Gibson vault. Then we got, and then we also checked a couple of other 58Vs. That
Multiple scans.
Yeah, we were able to get our hands on Vs. We were able to get our hands on Explorers. We went to Songbirds also with the scanner and scanned.
Scanned stuff from their
And
collection.
we got stuff in the custom shop, and then that led to, these are actually the golden sample approved on the run.
Yeah.
And Corina, African Limba, that we were able to source from Africa. These two in particular that will come with the historic case and case cover have Brazilian rosewood.
Oh, Brazilian boards too.
And these are the Brazilian boards that we've had now for many, many years, actually decades. So it's pre-convention Brazilian rosewood that we're able to apply and use here in the US.
The other thing I'm looking at here, is that one piece?
That's a single piece Explorer.
One piece Carina body Explorer, and then
Center
seam. Are they all going to be?
Yeah. We're going to do 19 Explorers in 81 Vs, just like we shipped in
Original numbers in
1958.
58.
The original numbers are 19 Explorers and the 81 Vs.
Wow.
Yeah, these are
Here, can we trade for a second? This is nuts.
Amazing.
The aging is killer on it.
Well, maybe this is the 67, when I said that's the definition of epic.
Yeah.
I'm confused now.
So there's 81 of these with Brazilian and 19 of those with Brazilian.
We are going to do, beyond these collector's edition, we are going to do Corina Vs.
Just a price list.
With Indian rosewood that we can ship around the world, and without all the, there's case candy. You don't know, do you want to check it out?
What goodies?
Maybe we'll.
Oh, we got.
Give me that. And
we got swapped cases. Yeah.
Check that out. The original.
So this is a recreation.
This is a recreation of the original
the
strap.
Oh, the Gibson banner?
With the Gibson banner.
Oh, sick.
How don't I have one? Why do I not have one of these yet?
With the cable we used to ship with.
This great cable.
Switchcraft.
Oh man.
And the pigs.
Oh, and the little tin of the teardrop.
There's nothing in there
picks.
yet,
Oh, we
but-
don't have the certs in there yet.
Yeah, with the original tin.
Oh, dude.
To me, the case candy is as important as the guitar. It's gotta be exactly like we did it that year.
That year.
And everything we're putting in the case is just like we did it.
Wow. Oh, dude, they even got the back, not the latches, but the hinges right.
The hinges, yeah. Everything, it's exactly
Because those
the same.
hinges are totally, oh. That's guitar nerdery right there at its finest. Even the hinges were recreated. When can people expect these?
This summer.
This summer?
So soon.
Very soon?
Yeah. They're all getting done right now at the custom shop. So keep an eye because this is going to come out very, pretty fast.
19 Explorers aren't gonna last.
No.
They're not gonna last very long. The Amazon guy here?
Yeah. I think there's somebody wanting to get in. Let's go check it out.
Check it out.
It's Richie.
Master Cesar.
What are you doing here?
Lord
Faulkner.
I just brought your guitar back. What are you doing here?
It's not like...
It's here. I know what you're doing here. What are you doing here? Oh, let me...
Work, dude. I'm working. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing very well. Just in the area. I just thought I'd bring back...
I thought I'd never see that guitar again.
You almost didn't.
Funny that you're here now because we're looking at guitars.
Looking at guitars,
I
man.
knew there was something going on. I knew there was something fishy going on that you didn't invite me for. There's always a party.
In fact, we were just looking at the 58s.
Oh, yeah, you gotta see this.
You gotta see this.
Let's do it.
Come upstairs.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to impose or anything, but I was just in the area. I had no idea you were
Oh
filming.
yeah, we got nothing going on.
What's this?
Well, since you're here,
I mean,
you gotta see this.
that's an original. That's an original. That's not an original, is it?
Yeah.
That's
made,
like a...
made in 1958.
No way.
Their brand new custom shop historic collection, Murphy Lab, collector's edition 58
Look at that. That's beautiful.
Yeah, we gotta be.
with the cases.
With the proper shaped case as well.
the one that that's also the one that you play.
The 58, yeah.
Yeah, the shape.
Look at that. Look at the checking on it and everything. That's nuts. I'll tell you what, man. You could have totally fooled me if you said that's an original and that was an original. I mean, I wouldn't have known.
Well, we did them based on scans of a lot of originals, and so it's a lot of work when this is basically almost like a 1.5-year project now coming to fruition.
That's spectacular.
You're seeing them just after I got to see them.
Wow,
'cause
man.
That's
Well, that's an
how
honor.
we're prioritized in the chain, you know.
Well, that's a total honor.
What's this that you brought back?
Well, this I'm bringing this back to Cesar. He lent me it, and this is something that I haven't seen many of. My predecessor used one, KK Downing, one of my all-time favorite guitar players in the world. Michael Schenker used one back in the day. This is a medallion V, and I think they made these in what, 71?
Yeah, 71 too.
71,
And it still has a
72.
medallion on the case.
71 and 72, and I think we only made 350. So when this one came up for sale, I snatched it immediately. This I bought from Elliot at Rumble Seat.
Rumble seat.
Well, I wanted to get it off of you for a week or so, just to, because as I said, I haven't seen many of them. So yeah, here it is. I mean, if that's not Mr. KK Downing on a Sunday morning, I don't know what is, but
How did you like it?
it's killer. It's killer. It's very acoustically vibrant out of the case, and you can always tell. You go in the store and you pick up a guitar without plugging it in. It's loud. Or it's not.
Yeah.
And this one's loud and acoustically vibrant and just a beautiful playing guitar. So I recorded a couple of things with it. So.
And he had we looked at the 62 SG, the one that shouldn't be.
Yeah.
He had that with him for a while as well.
Oh yeah,
We got
the
to
one with
use
those
that.
fire P90s.
Mm-hmm.
How is the neck on this? I haven't played this one yet. It's because a lot of these are tiny. Yeah.
This one is small and comfortable. But yeah, it does what it says on the tin. It's beautiful condition, sounds great, pickups are killer, and the medallions match. I heard there was back in the day people would take them off the case and put them on a. Oh, good God!
What's going on?
Hey guys,
What's happening?
Merry Christmas.
What are you doing here? Let me give this guy a hug.
Let me set these up. Hello, buddy.
What's up, Colo?
Oh, great room, God. How did you get my room over into your house?
What were these that you just brought back? Might as well look at these.
These were the guitars that we were using on The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead, our new album. And
Oh, wow. Holy cow. Vine.
this is the one we used the most.
Yeah.
This is the
songwriter.
Songwriter, yeah. And boy, this thing sounded absolutely perfect for what we were trying to do. And we A/B'd a bunch of different acoustics that we had, and it was really hard to narrow it down. But towards the very end, it became clear that this was a monster guitar.
Yeah, I was in the studio with Dave a couple of weeks ago, and Ragstra, the producer, said, "Hey, we're looking for a different sound," and I will try the Songwriter and the J45. I think you were using a Hummingbird.
Yeah, that and the prototype acoustic that we're working.
And your prototype. So we said, hey, try something different. So thank you for bringing them back.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for letting me have them.
Does he charge you a fee? Because he charges me a fee.
Did he?
Yeah.
How much?
$20 a day.
Really?
Yeah. I'd like to knock him down from $30 a day as well. You still did.
We have to talk about your obsession with Silverburst guitars. When did that happen, and what is driving your obsession with cornering the market on Silverburst right now?
It started with the Brendan Small Thunder Horse.
Thunder Horse, yeah.
And when that guitar came out, I immediately bought it. It just looked cool. It was, to me, like my first experience with a Silverburst.
Yeah.
And I bought that Explorer, and I actually put the Tony Iommi pickups in it. As we talked about earlier, I was always moving things around and opening, so I put the Tony Iommi pickups in it, and that quickly became one of my favorite guitars. And that's when I started then looking at, okay, what else is out there Silverburst? And so I bought a couple of Les Pauls. And then I started now working with Adam.
And now you just got to one-up Adam Jones every time you get...
Adam is Mr. Silverburst, right? I mean, you think of Adam Jones and you think Silverburst, or you say Silverburst and you immediately think of Adam. And so Adam and I started talking a lot about it, and every time we will send each other links when things come up.
Yeah.
It's like, do you want it? Because I'm going to get it. Or like we always check with each other, and we go out and buy them.
We got a lot of Vs. I've never seen a Silverburst V with a black guard.
With a black guard and looking like that that's 82.
It's
so
totally unfaded. It hasn't greened out.
Because the first one you see there is a 79.
Okay, so this is 79V.
And that's normally what they look like now. They've yellowed out.
Piss burst, we call them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we can say that. But...
And this one, someone had done probably like a string through, so there's a repair there. Now that one, Mark, is 81.
And that's gone kind of green too.
Yeah, so that's also greened and yellowed out.
It's crazy the bumper on these, how high the fingerboard sits above the body.
Wow, true that.
It's huge.
Yeah, it goes from quite a thick section there to
check
quite
out
a thin section here.
Volute on this one. It's the biggest volute I've ever seen.
But this thing
looks like almost a good golf grip right there.
Yeah.
That is the cleanest Silverburst.
That's massive.
And that's got that headstock. That's kind of like...
That's tiny. Yeah.
That is very tiny and round.
What's that, in early 80s?
This is what, 80, 82?
Oh, the original, what do you call those, Mark, on the strap buttons?
Diamond strap.
The diamond strap button. Check that one out.
But what happens...
With the black
well, it's black guard
too.
and
Yeah,
black
that's cool.
Killer.
Yeah. That headstock looks so alien.
Yeah, round it out.
Yeah. You've got
hey,
two Flying V bases.
You have to, right?
Why not? Let me grab one of these.
That one, well, one is I don't remember which one is which, but one is a 79 and
this
the other
is an
one
81.
is an 81. Okay, so this one is 79.
Oh man!
It's funny it says V bass on the cover. It's like I would have had no idea.
Yeah, never could have told.
So he played one of these, right? He played.
He also played a V. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do it in the future G squared collection. We're gonna do a V. Don't start asking when. It's out in the future.
Van Halen.
Yeah, right.
He played that, right?
Did
you
he?
hear that? Yeah,
No,
the
no.
opening riff for Running with the Devil. He played that.
That's the one that kind of started it all down there?
Yeah. This is the one. That's the one I told you earlier, or when we were doing the interview. It's the first Silverburst I got.
And you said you changed the pickups on this.
Right. It's the Thunder Horse that was the Brendan Small
Yeah.
model, and then I put the Tony Iommi pickups in it.
Very cool. So 1 Explorer, 3 Vs, 2 V basses.
Boy, this is heavy.
Yeah.
How many Les Pauls?
Les Pauls? I don't know.
First off, I'm looking here.
They're also not all here.
Thunder Horse.
Here's the Adam Jones. And for anybody out there wondering who got serial number 7 of the Adam Jones run, it's you.
What do you expect?
Yeah. I'm sure that was a serial number.
They
that a
write
lot-
everything in a 7-time signature.
I don't know
Adam
much
from
about the
Tool.
Silverburst.
Tool,
Like,
right.
What was when did they first start making them? I've no idea.
78.
78.
Is the first year you start seeing Silverburst, and then it kind of runs through mid 80s,
Yeah.
86, maybe 85, 86,
I don't know, 86, 85, yes.
85. But they tend to, for whatever reason, be significantly heavier than anything else. I don't know if it's
It's heavy
something
metal.
in the paint
It's heavy
that
metal.
is making them weigh more, but they have a tone, man, and it's killer. Let me put this back up. Let's have a Silverburst Les Paul party.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I almost let go.
So what is this?
Oh, it is heavy.
That's a 79.
This is a 79, which you've obviously
I uncovered the pickup.
uncovered it. And look at that's like on gold.
Yeah.
There's another 82.
Wow.
It's all, I mean,
Yeah, and they're
bridge
all
pickup covers are totally overrated.
and all on drop D.
Yeah, they're all.
This is crazy.
And then this one.
And look at the silver here, Mark.
Maple necks too, right?
Oh yeah, like it
That
looks
one too.
like silver Sharpie, and then you see over here, and it's like gold.
And the one you're
Yeah.
holding as well.
Oh wow,
And
That's
they're
a
all,
1980.
this is an 80.
they're all maple necks, right? For
The
the
silver.
At this era, yeah.
Yeah, I see
maple
that.
necks.
That's awesome.
which I think sounds better. I don't know about you. It gives it a little bit of a bite. I find maple neck.
The maple neck.
Yeah.
Unofficial.
Wait a
Proto.
minute.
Wow.
Oh no!
That's the one you're not supposed to grab. Hey, it's on camera. It's all good.
What was? What's the big deal about this? What?
That's the USA version, as
It's just a
opposed to
proto,
the.
yeah, prototype. Because they're not. That's a standard, and the Silverbursts were always in
On
the
the custom
shop.
The
custom appointed ones.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
custom
I understand.
show.
How many more do
I-
you intend on?
Well, no, I have 4 or 5 more that are in storage. I actually have another V Silverburst in storage. There's more Vs in storage anyway, beyond just Silverbursts.
Yeah.
I think there's 5 more Silverburst Les Paul customs that I have in storage.
What do you think of this whole guitar collection that your dad's put together?
I think he has a lot of guitars, and I don't ever play the guitar because I don't play it yet, but I play piano to get the guitar started.
If you were going to start playing guitar, would you want to start on a Gibson? Would you want to start on an Epiphone? Or would you want a Kramer? Which one is kind of up your alley?
Gibson?
You want a Gibson? Is there a certain model that you like? Are you a Flying V guy or a Les Paul guy?
The Adam Jones guitar.
Excellent choice. The Adam Jones Silverburst.
Yes.
Kid's got good taste. This looks like a newer case.
Newer case, a little smaller.
Yeah.
It's a prototype.
Back to prototypes. And freaking Silverburst again. This is Dave's.
Yeah. How rad is this?
Silverburst acoustic with 24 frets.
24 frets.
Freaking Vic Rattlehead on the pickguard.
Vic Rattlehead on the headstock.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
in.
Look at that. Look at
So-
that Silverburst.
This is the prototype of Dave's. So this is basically what, a CF 100.
CF100 body with the CF100 cutaway. slightly altered bracing, opened up a little bit because of the scale and because of the fretboard coming in, which actually we found out makes the sound nicely balanced, and so that worked really well. So yeah, showing you this prototype, but this prototype we're not going to put into production. These were ideas that we were exploring with, maybe for a future limited run.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the silver burst one. We explored with the black one, with the blood burst, natural finish. We're actually now exploring the songwriter bigger body also to see how he likes it. It's like he used
He used that on the record
my songwriter on the record. He loved it, so I told him, hey, why don't we make you a bunch of prototypes with that body too and see how you like it with the 24 frets.
Yeah.
So that's what we're working on right now.
But if there's a silver burst one, I mean, you should. If not you, then who?
Who?
Then who? Yeah.
Here you go.
Bolivian number 2. I probably can guess who has number one. Number one.
Yeah, you probably can guess who's got number 1. Yeah, so we made a couple of these prototypes way before we did the Slash collection, and these actually we made out of the custom shop, and so we sent him a couple and.
Killer.
Yep. Number 2.
Do the dance.
Yeah, that's
the burst dance. Yeah.
58 spec.
Oh yeah, it is. Holy cow.
Vermilion burst.
It's a substantial neck.
Yep.
Comfortable though. Beautiful.
Well, that sticker kind of says it all. This is the, oh yeah, signed by Tony.
Yeah.
What do we got here?
Yeah, this is the prototype, the final approved of that run we did of 50 of Iommi signature custom shop aged replicas of his original guitar, the one that he used to write pretty much, I think all the way through to the 4th record or so.
First 4 albums, yeah.
First 4 albums of Black Sabbath are this guitar. And it was interesting, this guitar, everybody knows that I love Black Sabbath and that's the reason why I play guitar. And so one day I got called into the custom shop and everybody was huddled in there in the huddle room. And I walk in and what's going on? I thought like, oh, something's wrong and we're gonna miss production or something. Yeah. And no, they wanted to present me with this guitar. Like everybody in the custom shop got together and they said, we want to present this guitar to you because we know that this is, Tony is the reason you play guitar and this is the final approved Tony Iommi and we want you to have it. So
like a lacquer on the fingerboard.
So he did that, I'm guessing, to create more friction, I guess, to
create more height so it wouldn't catch on the thimbles.
He's got the leather caps on the fingertips and so he did that in order to be able to slide his fingers up and down the fretboard. He thought it would make it easier. Yeah.
How did you get this? Was that like a...
He put that sticker on his original guitar.
How did you get the...
And so we basically did a scan of it. And then recreated it. We actually found the original, whatever the artist that has credit to it, and we got the approval to use it.
Wicked.
And you got a chance that day when we were filming with all these guitars made, and we were talking to Tony. You got a chance to interview Tony.
Yes, asked him some, questions. We've got some really insightful answers, and he was very much like people ask me all the time, like, how was it? Was it nerve-wracking? And it's like, no. He was like he made everyone feel so comfortable.
Totally.
I wasn't nervous at all. You know what I mean? I thought I was going to be, because it's Tony Iommi, but made everyone feel comfortable. It was very much like two buddies having a conversation about guitar. It was an honor really to do that. So, yeah, thanks guys.
Awesome.
All right. So Jimi Hendrix SG.
So as you know, we released the Hendrix SG and V.
Yeah.
And worked very closely with Jimi Hendrix, and we wanted to pay tribute to Jimmy and do these guitars that we hadn't done in the past.
Yeah.
So
is this like special or is this just one from the
Well,
line?
it's special because this is prototype number 3.
This is a proto.
And 1 and 2 are with Janie.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, there you go. Prototype number 3. It's pretty cool to get to do something that got Jimi Hendrix's name attached to it.
Well,
you know?
I mean, he needs no introduction, obviously, but I think for all of us, but definitely for me, I mean, Jimi is Jimi, right? I mean, he's like the ultimate source of inspiration. That's why I have him there on that frame, because I like the idea of having Jimi there on that frame, looking over every time I play as a form of pressure to get better at playing.
So this is 68 or 67?
7.
Yeah.
67.
And we did
This blew my mind when
Yeah,
I saw that. That's such an iconic, obviously the guitar's an iconic instrument, but that just brings back memories, I think, from everyone's childhood, you know. And I was just wondering how you guys recreated that. I mean, that's as iconic almost as the guitar is, you know, but both together is just, it's just nostalgia to the max, you know.
We thought it would be cool to put that little detail there in the case, and especially in this pocket, of a recreation of his kimono design. And so we hired
Dick Cavett show.
from the Cavett show. And so we and this is the guitar from it. So we hired a designer to basically clone it, and there it is. It's in the
Well,
case.
if you ever make the kimonos, let me know, because I want one.
You want a
I
kimono?
want a kimono.
I actually want to see you on stage with one.
I'll do anything you want me to do.
Now I'm going to go on this rabbit hole of making one just to see you on stage with it.
Consider it done.
Done.
Could white Stetson all wear the kimono, or is the kimono a one-person thing?
As long as you wear the white Stetson and white Crocs, you can wear the kimono.
You can wear the...
Yes.
White Stetson is our band.
Our fantasy band
Our
name.
fantasy band that we're still developing.
Yeah.
We don't know how it came about, but I think we were very
triggered
drunk.
We were at dinner one night.
We were at dinner, rather, yes.
And we were drunk, yes. We were drunk, and white Stetson, and then bottles of Stetson cologne started showing up at the office.
I have it in the office.
I have mine on at the office.
You have to have white amplifiers, whether it's Marshalls or Boogies, and, you know, white amplifiers, white guitar, and apparently now we have to have a Hendrix-inspired kimono.
Yeah.
It's a deal.
I'm making one just to see you rock it on stage.
I'll do it.
Leather pants
and a kimono.
And the kimono.
It's a new thing.
It's a smart look.
Yeah.
Dude, I know you've got just some like wacky one-off, one-of-a-kind. Yeah, like that. That's cool.
All right.
I mean, who doesn't love silver sparkle? You don't see it often on a Trini Lopez.
Yeah.
Was this done, or did you order this?
I ordered it. I called the Cody at the custom shop, and I said, Cody, I always had this vision of a silver sparkle Trini. And he's like, let's do it. So there it is.
I mean,
imagine this guitar on stage with the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
matches your shoes. It's killer.
You know,
look at that. It's like we're matching them. That's
so,
rad.
Forgive my ignorance, but the original Trini, did it have a vibroid headstock?
Yeah.
It did.
That's one of the features, yeah. In the F holes, or I mean the diamond holes.
Man, that's wicked.
Yeah, right?
That's killer. I hate sparkle finishes that are like I like where this kind of thick sparkle where no matter where you could see that from outer space. Like that's a
that's what I mean. I think
in guitar.
One day, I don't know, I'll go on stage with somebody and I'll bring this and it'll be pretty epic.
Totally.
Whoever that is, you're going to upstage straight away.
Maybe I shouldn't do that.
Unless they're wearing a Jimi Hendrix kimono.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or you go on with Kiss or something like that. Then this will fit in.
That
totally.
will fit in. This has something that you are going to flip out about.
So, custom shop, I take it. Firebird 5.
Yeah, this is another one of those that I
Two-tone.
called Cody at the custom shop and I said, hey, this is what I want. I described it. I want it red on the neck through, like lipstick red, and black on the sides with these details here, and...
Okay, hit me with it. Oh, it's got a freaking stinger on the heel? And the headstock? Oh, rad. That's great.
I knew Agnesi would flip
Oh,
out.
I love me a double stinger. On
There
a
you go.
Firebird, too. Go
you
find
go.
one of those.
There you go. I lent it last night to Samantha Fish, who was recording at the Gibson garage, and she flipped out.
Yeah.
She was
No,
like,
that's
that's
cool.
the one I want to use.
Yeah, rad.
So this is another one of the things that I get to have the custom shop built for me.
Nice.
This is a definite one of one as well, built by Leo Scala.
Ah.
I asked Leo, hey, all the direction I gave him was Eddie. That's paid tribute to Ed, and with obviously as a Kramer, and then he came up with this. I mean, he blew my mind. I mean, he went and did an original early 80s Floyd. He found one and put the original Floyd, and he got original 80 or early 80s tuning keys, and he put that, and then
I'm loving the dog ear cover around the full-size humbucker.
Humbucker.
Rad. Yeah.
Dog ear humbucker, and then he put all these details. You know, look at the volume knob.
And these are just like hammered in, right? These are just like
rivets.
nailed. Yeah.
Yeah, he put the rivets on, the detail on the volume knob. I mean, it's just Leo. I mean, Leo is a beast of a luthier. Look at the back.
What is this? Like a...
It's like torrefied maple. He burnt it to get that feel.
Yeah, yeah.
And what's really cool, I don't know if you're going to be able to see on camera, but the wiring goes through the devil's horns.
Oh, wow. And it's all exposed.
Yeah.
Rad.
So
I like this. I like that. You just like hammered the things in there.
Yeah, he puts them in like that.
What's with the Kramer logo up on the headstock? Is that just like he just signed it, Kramer? Or?
No, and so that's the final detail, is that the Kramer here was signed and written by Gary Kramer.
Oh, that's Gary Kramer's signature. Wow.
Gary put that in there as the final touch of the guitar.
Wow.
Yeah, just a single volume.
What more do you need?
What more do you need?
What do you need?
You don't even touch it. You leave it at 10. That's it.
Does it go up to 11 though?
It does. Yeah, it goes to 12.
Okay, good.
That's cool. All right, we got a burst here. What's significant about this one?
Well, this is ground zero of the Murphy Lab. This is where basically prototype zero of final.
It predates
process.
prototype 1.
Yeah, final process approved.
Look, it's just X.
That's wicked.
XXXX.
That's brilliant.
Of the Murphy Lab. This is the first one that we said heavy aged Murphy Lab treatment and process done by Tom in the lab, and that's the one.
I've gotten 3 of these now since the Murphy Lab has launched, and they're just my favorite guitars that I have now. They're so good. They feel so great. The necks, that binding roll is just so broken in.
Ridiculous.
And that's the way it should be, right? I mean, if you do a blindfolded test and you feel the guitar without seeing it, it's got to feel right. It's got to feel like a 60-year-old guitar.
Dude, thank you for having us out, man. That was so much fun. I feel like we only saw like
a little
fraction of the collection, but we saw some epic stuff.
Those are some cool things.
That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Hey, my pleasure.
For having us out, man. It was a pleasure. Hey, I'm Mark Agnesi for Gibson TV. I'll see you guys again next time on the next episode of The Collection. Hey, you did it! You made it to the end of the supercut. Congratulations! Well, I guess it's not the end of the supercut. There's still a whole second part of the supercut coming soon, or even possibly available now, depending on when you're watching this. I'm Mark Agnesi from Gibson TV. I'll see you guys next time on the next episode of The Collection. Peace.